My life changed drastically 3 days ago. Blue Star suddenly changed dramatically, and all humans were forced to exile to this endless ocean. I became a lord. This so-called lord starts with just a 1 square meter raft, and all the supplies he needs for survival must be obtained by picking up supply boxes in the sea. But fortunately, I have awakened a system that no one else has. If you consume supplies for a woman, you will get multiple returns. The specific number of times depends on the woman's favorability towards him. At the beginning, I was full of confidence that this system would allow him to survive in this desolate world. After all, it was not too easy to use materials to show favor and increase favorability. A total of 8 billion people from Blue Star have come to this world, and more than half of them are women. But I didn't expect that I would drift on the sea. Although I kept expanding the raft with the supply boxes I picked up, I never met a woman. The lack of food and water made me feel desperate. 3 days passed, and I had almost given up hope of survival until I saw a lonely small raft on the sea with a woman lying on it. When I got closer, I was surprised to find that this woman was his former senior schoolmate, Ling, a campus beauty to whom he had confessed his love, but was rejected. Faced with this sudden reunion, Ning Fan did not think much, only knowing that this was a chance to survive. He gave her water without hesitation, thereby increasing her favorability and activating the system's return mechanism. Ding! The host consumes 50 milliliters of mineral water for Ling. It is detected that Ling's favorability towards the host is level 2, ordinary friend, and 5L of mineral water is returned. Please choose whether to return it. I was instantly excited, and, without thinking, I immediately chose to return it. Every woman has a limited number of returns per day, but I'm almost dying of thirst now, so I don't have time to think about these. Ding! Return of supplies. 5L of mineral water. 5L of mineral water is enough to solve the urgent problem. Everyone who comes here is bound to a Lord interface, including functions such as chatting and construction, and there is also 100 cubic meters of storage space. My system is also bound to this space, and the return supplies will appear directly in the storage space. I hurriedly took out the mineral water from the Lord's space, and a 1.5 L mineral water bottle filled with water appeared in his hand. He gulped down the water, and after drinking about 1/3 of it, he slowly put down the bottle. Oh, great! He felt alive again. More! She was clearly unconscious, but I could hear a hint of grievance in her mouth. She seemed to still be unconscious, but I could clearly hear her murmur with a look of grievance. I want more. I paused, looked down at her, and smiled helplessly. This woman is quite interesting and has a good personality. I should be able to keep her. I poured some more water and carefully fed it in her mouth. Watching her swallow it slowly, I felt a sense of accomplishment in my heart. The favorability level given by the system is very clear, with a total of 7 levels. The higher the level, the more terrifying the resource return multiplier will be. Level 1 is for newly acquainted people, with a return of 1 to 10 times the amount of resources. Level 2 is for ordinary friends, with a return of 10 to 100 times. Level 3 is for good friends, with a higher return, and above their lovers, beloved forever, and even the immortal level of 3 lives and 3 worlds. The number of returns per day also depends on the level of favorability. For example, Ling is now at level 2 with me, so I can return resources twice a day. This surprised me a little. After all, I confessed to her before and was rejected by her, but I can still maintain the favorability of ordinary friends and even return the maximum amount. If it were an ordinary person, we would have been reduced to the level of acquaintance. It can be seen that she is quite reasonable. At least she doesn't treat me as a pure bootlicker. To be honest, in reality, many girls have already exploited their spare tires as tools. It is rare to find someone who can still maintain a positive attitude. Her face gradually regained its color, and her breathing became more stable. I put the water bottle away and let her lean on my arms to continue resting. I opened the Lord System interface, and the familiar sections emerged one by one. Chat channel, public announcement interface, territory management, trading hall, and the most important warehouse. After looking through the warehouse, there was basically nothing good left, only the water I had just used and some scattered materials. There were only 4 liters of water left. Although Ling and I had already drunk 1 liter, as long as we were frugal, the remaining water would be enough for the 2 of us to survive for a few days. I clicked into the territory interface, and the data was clearly displayed, making it clear at a glance. Ning Fan, physical fitness D- belongs to the lowest level and the territory is this simple little raft under his feet. The raft area is only 5 square meters. The territory score is also a pitiful 5 points, and the buildings are blank, almost nothing. The data is not much different from the initial stage, but I am not discouraged. The system has just begun to show its power, and the real chance of turning around is still to come. I clicked on the notice board and saw an announcement lying quietly at the top. This announcement had not changed from the beginning. Supply boxes will be refreshed around each lord within 7 days, and the number will increase every day. After 7 days, the native island will appear. There will be pirates entrenched on the islands, and their strength depends on the size of the island. The lord who can capture it can move the core steel over and truly establish a base. In this world, the core stone tablet is equivalent to the heart of the territory. Once it is destroyed, the entire territory will cease to exist. When I saw this announcement, my blood instantly heated up. How can a raft be considered a territory? Only an island can be called a true home. There is no law or order in this world. Everything is decided by fists. Survival of the fittest is the iron rule here. In just 3 days, I have deeply experienced this. Especially in the chat channel, all kinds of human truths are exposed vividly. Some people talk big, and some fight for resources. I have seen everything, including showing off, cheating, and robbing. I made a spear on the raft to guard against those who do what they say. I would rather defend myself than let anything go wrong. Entering the chat channel, the lively atmosphere of the past 2 days is obviously less, and everyone seems to be much quieter. Come to think of it, after being tossed around by the sea for 2 days, anyone would face the reality and stop wasting time. Is there any kind person who can give me some water? I can exchange it with resources. I'm really dying of thirst. A person with the ID, "Don't eat coriander," posted a message asking for help. I had an idea. I still had one chance to return the money. I could just use it to exchange for some food. It would be a waste if I didn't exchange it. I clicked on the other person's profile picture and sent him a message. "How much food do you have?" "I have water. How can I exchange it?" Not long after, the other party replied, 500 G bread for 500 milliliters water. How about that? I frowned. This ratio is a bit tricky. According to the system drop, water is more precious than food, so the equal value is not right. I replied, 250 milliliters water for 500 G bread. If it works, we can trade. If not, I'll find someone else. After waiting for a while, the other party finally replied with one word, "Okay." I laughed. I could guess that she must be holding back, but resources are king, and she had no water. I immediately initiated a transaction, exchanging 250 milliliters of water for 500 G of bread. When the transaction was completed, the system prompt popped up. Just as I was about to close the chat interface, I suddenly saw a prompt. "The other party, Bu Chu Chungtai, has blocked you." I was immediately amused. With such a big girl temper, she was still acting so arrogantly. I guess she will be buried in the sea sooner or later. I put this little episode behind me, took out the bread I had just got, and looked at Fong Ling, who was still sleeping in my arms. "Don't be like that guy or else," I muttered as I tore the bread into small pieces and passed them to her. Unexpectedly, she subconsciously cooperated and bit into the bread as soon as it touched her lips. I continued to feed her patiently, piece by piece, and soon the 500 G of bread was almost gone, with only the last bite left. But she didn't open her mouth for the last bite, and I immediately got angry. "If you don't eat, I'll really feed you with my mouth," I threatened half-jokingly. Strangely enough, as soon as I said this, her tightly closed mouth actually opened obediently, and I quickly stuffed the last bite into her. The system prompt sounded again. Host consumed 500 G of bread for Fong Ling and returned 50 kilograms of bread. I was delighted when I saw it. This was a 100-fold return, and it was indeed the maximum return. It was just like picking up money. I clicked return without hesitation, and the system immediately piled the bread into the warehouse. Now I don't have to worry about food in the short term. After giving Fong Ling some more water to help her digestion, I carried her back to the raft and let her continue to rest. But I didn't see that when I kissed her cheek. Her thick eyelashes trembled slightly, and she seemed to have woken up a little. My luckiest moment in the past few days was when I found a quilt from the supply box. Even though it was just a quilt, it was a luxury item in this place. There was no bed, so I used some wood as a support and put a quilt on the raft to barely make a place for people to lie down. The raft was only 5 square meters in total, and the quilt took up almost half of the space, leaving the rest of the space empty, without even a windbreak. I gently carried Fong Ling to the bed and carefully tucked in the corners of the quilt. Although the conditions were simple, it was still more comfortable than sleeping on the ground. After doing this, I took out a rope and tied my own raft to hers to prevent it from being blown away by the waves. After finishing everything, I sat back on the bed and started to eat some bread to fill my stomach. At the same time, I opened the trading hall to see what else I could exchange. There are 50 kilograms of bread in the warehouse, which is hard currency now. I thought it would be nice to exchange it for some water. After all, water is more precious than food. The system rules limit the number of returns, and the returned resources cannot be used again, so water must be used sparingly. Looking through the trading hall, there are so many lured from Blue Star. Some of them are lucky, and there are a lot of things hanging. But there are still very few who can really trade water and food. After all, it's not the most difficult time yet. Everyone is waiting and watching. There are still a few people like me who are thriving by relying on the system's refunds. Most people are just getting through the third day. I ordered a few water-related orders, but all of them showed traded. The speed was so fast that it didn't seem like they were ordered manually. I cursed, damn, how many people are squatting here? My reaction has almost become a reflex. But I was not in a hurry, so I continued to walk around. Since I couldn't grab the water, I aimed at other things, especially those that were worth the food. As expected, some pending orders popped up immediately, such as exchanging 500 G of food for raft expansion materials, plastics, and even manufacturing plans. Among them, there was a paddle manufacturing plan, and the price was 2 kilograms of food. I stared at it for a while, but finally paddled over. This thing is used to temporarily control the direction of the raft. It is convenient for picking up supplies, but it is not necessary. It is not worth spending so much resources. I can still get close to the supply box by paddling with wood. It is just a little troublesome, but I don't have to spend a lot of money to replace it with a labor-saving tool. As I continued to flip through the pages, I kept muttering to myself, people these days are really bold in asking for prices. They ask for several kilograms of food at any time. I'm afraid they must be starving. After browsing for a long time, I finally saw an order that caught my eye. Ordinary fishing rod manufacturing map. Trading conditions are 5 kilograms food plus 1L water. Seeing this, my eyes lit up. With a fishing rod, I can fish, and fish meat is the only high-protein source in this place. If you eat too much dry food like bread, it won't satisfy your hunger, nor will it replenish your body's nutrition. If you eat too much, you will definitely have problems. This basic survival tool is definitely worth the investment. I didn't hesitate and confirmed the transaction directly. The interface prompts, transaction completed. I immediately switched to the construction interface, and sure enough, there was an extra manufacturing diagram. I clicked on it and saw, ordinary fishing rod, fishing depth 10 meters, with a very small probability of catching D-level fish. When I saw the words D-level fish, I instantly perked up. This is the first time I've seen the description of level somewhere else. Apart from physique, I've never seen a resource that can directly write the level. This may be the key to improving strength. I hurried to the warehouse to check the existing material inventory. 2 metal sheets for plastics and 1 rope. The materials needed to make a fishing rod are 20 metal sheets, 5 plastics, and 1 rope. It's still a long way off. I thought to myself it's a pity. If Fong Ling could wake up, maybe she could get some more out. I finished my bread, clapped my hands, closed the system interface, stretched, and thought to myself, I won't bother with anything today, I'll go to sleep first. Anyway, I already have the drawings. It won't be too late to collect the materials tomorrow. The most important thing now is to get my energy back. I lay down next to Fong Ling with my back against hers. Anyway, there was only one bed and no other place to lie down. She was sleeping soundly, and I had no objection. After all, it was always more comfortable to have a girl in my bed. I was sleeping soundly, but the chat channel was buzzing. Someone suddenly shouted, "The fishing rod chart in the trading hall has been bought." Some people even posted screenshots of historical orders. Although the trader's ID was not displayed, the content was recognizable at a glance. Fuck, which rich man did this? 5 kilograms of food plus 1 L of water. Isn't this too extravagant? Shit, I was so close to getting all the money, but someone robbed me and stole my lifeblood. If I had known, I should have traded it earlier. This is a fishing rod. Fishing means being self-sufficient and doubling your resources. You're willing to sell it for just this. They're selling because they can't bear it anymore. They can't even gather all the materials, so they just exchange for something that can keep them alive. Both the seller and the buyer are so lucky. I'm still a refugee from my saliva, while others are already eating fish. On a distant sea, a little girl was kneeling on her small raft, licking the water from the bottle cap while staring at the screen dejectedly. She was wearing white, over-the-knee socks, her legs spread apart in a figure-8 shape, her little face flushed red, and she stamped her feet in anger. What a loss. I shouldn't have sold 500 G of bread at such a low price. If I had waited a little longer, maybe I could have met a rich guy like him and made a fortune from him. She licked the remaining water in the bottle cap, trying not to save anymore. She only had 250 milliliters of water left, which she had to drink several times a day. After licking the last drop, she sat back down, her face wrinkled into a ball, tears welling up in her eyes, feeling extremely aggrieved. Whoa, why can't I meet a big boss? Why are all of them profiteers? As she spoke, tears started to flow, and she hugged her knees and sobbed quietly. Tears dripped onto her socks, soaking a large area. After crying for a long time, she murmured with red eyes, I really want to eat fish. I'm so hungry. Well, if I ever meet such a powerful boss, I will definitely cling to his thighs and never let go. Morality and the like are worthless in her eyes at this moment. Being able to have enough food to eat is the only justice. There are actually countless people like her. In this dark night, countless people are struggling to survive like leaves floating on the sea. No one knows whether they will starve to death tomorrow. The issue of water and food weighs on everyone's mind, forcing them to slowly learn to adapt to these primitive and cruel new rules. Chapter 4. The school beauty wakes up. It's dawn, and a new day begins. Most people wake up because of hunger and thirst, while some people never wake up again. But it was different for me, Ning Fan. I was kicked awake. Ah! I screamed, and before I could open my eyes, I was kicked and turned over, almost rolling into the sea to feed the sharks. I rubbed my head and got up, still feeling dizzy, and saw Fong Ling wrapped in a quilt, standing by the bed, staring at me with anger on her face. She looked like she had caught someone having an affair, and I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Ning Fan, why is it you? She was stunned for a moment. Then her face darkened. What did you do to me? I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Sister, if I hadn't saved you, you'd be dead now. How dare you kick me? This woman was really strong. My back still hurts from her kick. When she heard me say this, the anger on her face eased a little, but she still remained on guard. She looked down at her clothes and found that they had not been touched, so her eyes gradually relaxed a little. You saved me. She lowered her voice, a trace of shame on her face. I nodded and didn't say much, but she whispered again. Then why did you sleep in the same bed with me? I rolled my eyes. Big sis, look at this shabby place. Are there any other beds? Where do you want me to sleep? On the floor or in the water? She opened her mouth and was about to say, you can sleep on the floor, but she swallowed the words back and her face instantly turned red. I was secretly happy in my heart, little guy. It's easy to control you. I patted my trousers and changed the subject. Okay, forget about all that for now. Get up and have breakfast. I took out some water and bread from the warehouse and handed them to her. She hesitated for a moment, but her stomach started to growl. She took the food, lowered her head, and ate it in small bites, not even daring to look at me. Her red ears were so cute. I didn't disturb her, but turned my back to eat, leaving her some space to digest this sudden reality. After a while, she whispered, Ning Fan, thank you for saving me. Hearing this, the corners of my mouth unconsciously raised. I walked back to her, stared at her, and asked seriously, Senior, I can save you for a while, but I can't save you forever. Will you choose to go with me, or drift back to your small raft by yourself? I said, picking up the Lord's stone tablet from her hand and handing it to her. If you decide to follow me, then hand over your stone tablet to me, and I will recognize it as my master. Once the stone tablet recognizes its master, it will no longer be an independent lord, but my vassal, and will completely belong to me. Fong Ling was stunned for a moment, and seemed to find it hard to accept. Can't we help each other? Do you have to have the final say? She looked up at me and asked. I chuckled, but my tone was more firm than ever before. This is not playing games, this is survival. You can't even survive. How can we talk about helping each other? Can you warm my bed? Her face turned red, but she was speechless for a moment. If it weren't for the fact that we know each other, I wouldn't have saved you at all. Think it over. If you don't want to rely on me, go back to your raft. I pointed to the distance. The raft floating alone on the sea was her only support. After that, I ignored her and stood up to pick up the newly refreshed supply box. I paddled forward with the wooden paddle, and suddenly I heard Fong Linglong's cry behind me, with a bit of grievance and unwillingness. Why have you become so cold-blooded too? I paused and sighed. I turned around and picked up a supply box, opened it, and took out the old diary that recorded my days. I turned to the page that would not expose the system and handed it to her. Because this sea taught me ruthlessness. No one wants to experience the feeling of death again. The handwriting on the diary is crooked, as if it was written with all one strength, and the words are full of fatigue and persistence. Today I saw a supply box a full 100 meters away from me, and my hands were numb from scratching it. Usually I can get it done in half an hour, but this time it took me an hour, and I finally got it back. Hope something good can come out. The words stopped here, and only a few tear marks were left on the paper. Fong Ling was stunned and even forgot to shed tears. Her eyes were a little dazed, looking at my tired but calm face, as if she really knew me for the first time. I smiled faintly and put the diary away. Those struggles were no longer worth mentioning. Senior, can the old love between you and me compare to the lesson the sea has taught me? I gently wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. A trace of pity flashed in my eyes. But in the end, I didn't say the most hurtful words. If she still doesn't understand, I can't say anything more. I turned and left, not bothering her anymore, but not giving up on her. After all, I still hoped she could stay. She sat there motionless, with a blank look on her face. She had never truly experienced the loneliness and fear of drifting on the sea. The supply boxes were all brought here by luck, and she had never rowed them on her own initiative. She looked up at my back paddling, and the scenes in the diary slowly overlapped with reality. Suddenly, an idea popped up in her mind. It might not be a bad idea to follow him forever. After this idea came up, she could no longer suppress it. She just stared at me blankly, and her heart slowly calmed down. The system prompt sounded. Ding. Fong Linglong's favorability towards the host has increased to level 4, and the number of returns today has been updated to 4 times. I just opened a supply box and heard the prompt sound, and suddenly turned back to look at her. She was smiling at me with her eyes curved, and when she found me looking at her, she quickly hugged the quilt and buried her face in it. I snorted and laughed. My heart was filled with joy. This time Lai Gabao finally got it, skipped level 3 in one go, and directly entered the level 4 stage of Not Yet Lovers. The starting return multiple is 1,000, and it can be returned 4 times a day. This efficiency is more than doubled. I didn't rush to find her, but looked down at the supply box in my hand. Small supply box. Random rewards? All depends on luck. These days, all I picked up were this type, and I've never seen any medium or large ones. I silently prayed to myself, hoping that I could get some good stuff today to feed this awakened scabby treasure. After opening the box, a system prompt popped up immediately. Obtain 3 plastics, 2 wooden boards, 2 ropes, 500 milliliters of mineral water. I raised my eyebrows. I haven't seen such a good thing as water for several days. I got in the first box today. My luck was a bit too good. I was about to give Fong Linglong some water, but when I looked up, she was gone. Then she stood in front of me holding a black stone, looking up at me timidly. I recognized it at a glance as her lord's stone tablet, the place where all her lordship status was. We looked at each other, and no one spoke. After a long while, she spoke softly, her voice a little nervous. Ning Fun, I've thought it through. I'm not leaving. I want to stay with you. I'll give you this lord's stone tablet to recognize as your master. She handed the black stone to me, and I gently reached out and took it. Chapter 5. The school beauty becomes a citizen, and the system unlocks new functions. I didn't immediately take the stone tablet handed to me by Fong Linglong, but stared at her and asked seriously, "Do you regret it?" She shook her head slightly, but her eyes were particularly firm. I never thought about becoming a lord. At this point, she suddenly added with a slightly fierce expression on her face, "But if you dare to bully me by relying on your status as a lord, I won't agree." I laughed out loud on the spot, unable to hold it back. "Okay, how dare I bully you? We can't afford to provoke you, but we can afford to hide from you." In my heart, I was actually very happy. This bastard had already taken the initiative. How could I not take it? She handed the stone tablet to me, and I clicked to confirm. The system prompt also popped up. "Do you agree to Fong Linglong becoming a lord?" After confirmation, her lord stone tablet will be automatically shattered. I clicked agree without hesitation. The next second, the black stone tablet shattered into powder in my hand and disappeared into the air in wisps of smoke. Along with the prompt sound, a new function appeared in my system interface. The civilian interface officially launched. I clicked in and took a look. Fong Linglong's avatar was listed, and the information panel also popped up. Fong Linglong, gender, female, age, 24 physique, D-position, not unlocked. Her physique is the same as mine. It seems that when entering this damn place, everyone starts at the lowest D level. I looked around but couldn't figure out what position unlocked meant, so I just left it alone. But this system is pretty considerate, and you can even send messages and supplies directly to your people. I couldn't help but want to do something with it. I put the bottle of water I just opened from the box into the warehouse, and then sent a private message to Fong Ling. Dear people, your drinking water for today has arrived from the wise and great Lord Ning fan. She was studying her new interface when she suddenly received this message. She looked up at me with a complicated look. I blinked at her, but she just said, childish, and turned away. I laughed out loud, which showed that her mood had recovered well, and she could still talk back to people. Her mental state should be back. I continued to prepare to pick up the boxes with satisfaction. Today was the first time I had 4 return opportunities, so I had to make good use of it. Just as I was about to take action, the system suddenly rang. Fong Ling has become your subject. The one-time manufacturing map in the territory is included in the refund range, and the refund multiple is halved. I was stunned for a moment, and then I understood instantly that this is a new welfare mechanism. It turns out that in addition to daily food and water, consumables such as manufacturing maps can also be returned. Although the return multiplier is only half, as long as it can be returned, the system is still the same father. I was so excited that I immediately put down the wood in my hand and rushed into the system interface. I just got a fishing rod manufacturing diagram yesterday, which I could use right now. The materials needed for the fishing rod are 20 pieces of metal, 5 pieces of plastic, and 1 piece of rope. I have both the rope and the plastic, but I don't have enough metal pieces. I'm short of 18 pieces. Metal flakes are very rare. I only found 2 in 3 days. They're basically one of the most expensive materials in the system. Even a metal flake can be sold at a sky-high price of 100 G of food in the trading hall, but no one dares to sell it. I shouted to Fong Ling, Senior, do you have any metal pieces? She was sitting on the bed, immersed in the system interface. When she heard my voice, she looked up bewildered. What are metal pieces? Me? I was so speechless that I almost passed out. If this bald boy hadn't met me, I'm afraid he wouldn't have survived even 3 days. Just send me all the materials in the warehouse. I sighed and said helplessly. She was very obedient, opened the interface, and sent me her materials. But when I saw the list, I was devastated. Wooden board 2, rope 2, plastic asterisk 2 this? That's it. I stared at these 3 lines for a long time, as if I was examining an existence that could be called a mystery of mankind. How many boxes have you picked up these days? She whispered, 3. I patted my forehead and finally understood why she fainted from hunger. It turned out that it was not because God didn't help her, but because she didn't know how to survive. She pouted and muttered, I used to think you were stupid, but now I realize that I am even worse. Then she just huddled herself into the quilt, looking like she didn't want to face reality. I sighed and thought, forget it, she's mine now. A scabby girl should be kept, and a plump and white girl is the best. As for these troublesome things, I'll take care of them. I opened the trading hall and started searching for metal sheets. In the end, I bought 18 of them at the price of 80 G of bread per metal sheet, which cost less than 1.5 kilograms of bread. It was a good deal. All the materials were ready, and I clicked on the manufacturing button. Ding! 1 fishing rod manufacturing diagram was consumed, and the fishing rod was successfully manufactured and put into the warehouse. Ding! The return mechanism was triggered. The return multiple of the manufacturing diagram. 500. Please choose whether to return it. I raised my eyebrows. The return multiple is half of the level 4 favorability, which is 500 times. It sounded exciting. However, this time the prompt did not show what was returned, and the system did not directly explain it. I stared at the pop-up window, thought for a moment, and curled my lips slightly. No matter what is returned, it's a good thing to make money. I clicked the return button. Chapter 6. Expand Raft, trigger a new prompt. Ding! Return a set of materials, D-level automatic fishing net manufacturing diagram. The moment I saw the system prompt, my eyes lit up. Level item. Level again. I quickly clicked on the blueprint to check the details. D-level automatic fishing net manufacturing diagram. Placed around the raft, you can set the target, fish or material box. Automatically catch the target within 100 meters. If set to fish, there's a small chance of catching D-level fish. Fishing efficiency is elementary. Required materials. Metal sheet 40, rope 40, plastic asterisk 20. I almost jumped up when I saw its effect. Automatic fishing? This is simply a magical existence. If I can really catch fish with this thing, my fishing rod can be retired directly. But as soon as I saw the materials needed to make it, my mood dropped. Oh my God, do I need a rod to make a net? How many resources are needed for these materials? Just for the metal pieces, you have to trade 4 kilograms of food, and you may not be able to get enough. If it were an ordinary player, you would not be able to build it even if the island was built, let alone 7 days. I stared at the blueprint and compared it with the materials in the warehouse. My expression became complicated. 2.5 L of water, 43 kilograms of bread, 0 metal sheets for plastics, for ropes, for wooden boards, 1 ordinary fishing rod. Apart from water and food, the rest are basically the scraps of the fishing net. I took a deep breath. Since I was given this blueprint, I must make it, because once it is made, it is equivalent to unlocking the automatic fishing function, and people don't have to worry about it anymore. I immediately opened the trading hall and started to frantically purchase materials. 1 metal piece for 100 G of food. Trade successful. 3 metal pieces for 270 G of food. Trade successful. 5 ropes for 50 G of food. Trade successful. After spending almost 6 kilograms of bread, I finally collected all the materials needed to make a fishing net. Among the thousands of transaction records, my operation did not make any waves at all, and no one noticed it at all. Ding! The manufacturing diagram was consumed, and the D-level automatic fishing net was successfully manufactured and put into the warehouse. I excitedly took the fishing net out of the warehouse and almost laughed out loud when I saw its appearance. A small net bag, not even as big as a wash basin, is this called a D-level automatic fishing net. I placed it on the edge of the raft with doubt, and then set the capture target in the Lord interface. Target, supply box. It just so happened that there was an extra wave of resources refreshed this morning, which was a benefit from when Fong Ling was still a lord, a total of 8 boxes. However, starting from today, she is no longer a lord, and there will be no such extra drops in the future. But I don't regret it. Now that the system has activated its real functions, once I get the fishing net, I won't need to rely on that fixed refresh to survive. I stared at the net, thinking and observing. Suddenly, it popped out a fishing net like a spring and rolled a box back like a mechanical arm. The whole process took less than 10 seconds, and a complete supply box landed at my feet, automatically shrinking to a mini size. I took the mini supply box in my hand, and before I could take a closer look, it returned to its original size. I felt like I was holding a magical weapon, and I was as excited as a child who had just got a toy, trying it out several times. After a while, it had salvaged all 7 boxes of supplies. Its efficiency was amazing. Okay, this efficiency is incredible. I sighed and immediately changed my target to fish. If it can catch fish so quickly, then I, Ning fan, can just sit back and enjoy the fruits of my labor and wait to eat the fish. Too lazy to keep staring at the fishing net, I turned around and started opening the boxes. Ding, got 4 plastics for ropes for wooden boards. Ding, got 2 metal sheets, 2 ropes, 3 wooden boards. Ding, got 500 milliliters mineral water, 500 G bread. There are 7 boxes. The first 6 are all materials, and the last one gives some water and bread. I curled my lips and said, I don't even care about food and water now. After the experience of returning the manufacturing plan, my mentality has changed. Now I only focus on the opportunity to return the manufacturing plan, materials, and so on. Even if they're given more, I am not interested. Thinking of the wooden paddle manufacturing plan yesterday, I suddenly felt a little regretful. I didn't buy it yesterday because it was too expensive. If I had known that the manufacturing blueprint could also return the level blueprint, maybe the blueprint could have turned into a powered boat propeller. I quickly opened the trading hall to check, and sure enough, the order had disappeared. Sure enough, the opportunity is missed. But after thinking about it carefully, I was relieved. The system's mechanism for returning manufacturing drawings seems to be more inclined to same-type upgrades, such as turning a fishing rod into a fishing net. If the wooden paddle returns a high-level rowing tool, it's fine. If it returns a decoration, then I'll lose a lot of money. I looked through the current trading hall and didn't see any orders similar to manufacturing drawings, so I simply gave up. Anyway, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future, so there is no need to rush. After taming Fong Ling, the multiples and times of resource return were all maxed out, and now I'm no longer on the survival line. Today, the resource box has been refreshed to the 9th one, and there will be more tomorrow. The value of water and food will definitely decrease. I snapped my fingers and made a decision in my mind. We need to expand the raft. It was fine when I lived alone, but now with my little one, it was hard to even turn around in the 5 square meters. To expand the raft, I needed 5 planks and 2 ropes, which were not worth mentioning to me at the moment. I simply went into infrastructure mania, buying materials from the trading hall like crazy, not caring about consumption at all. As for bread, the price will drop as I eat more fish in the future, so it is better to spend it now and exchange it for space. Consume 5 planks, 2 ropes, expand +1. Consume 5 planks, 2 ropes, expand +1, expand to 50. Use all materials in the warehouse and 10 kilograms of bread. I expanded the raft to 50 square meters in one go. It was tiring, but the results were gratifying. However, just when I was about to relax for a while, the system suddenly popped up a prompt. Ding, the territory is expanded to 50. The territory score is +45. The probability of marine life attacks has increased slightly. Please take precautions. I was stunned. Marine life attacks? What does this mean? Are there not only fish in the sea, but also monsters? The sudden system prompt made me feel alarmed. I thought expansion was just about expanding space, but it turned out to be accompanied by risks. I stared at the tranquil sea in front of me, and suddenly I was unsure of what was hiding under the sea. I couldn't figure out the attack mechanism at the moment, so I decided not to expand for the time being. I still had to be cautious. If a deep-sea boss really popped out and swallowed my little raft, I would be in trouble. Fortunately, the space now is comparable to a rental house, barely enough for Fong, Ling, and I to move around. I sat down to take a breath and opened the chat channel. I have to ask if anyone knows what this marine creature attack is all about. Chapter 7, Maple Leaf. The chat channel became lively again. My friend, this is Juzi. Please reply if you see this. Yenner, if you see this, remember to contact me. Dad, are you there? Oh, my eldest son. Dad is here. Get lost. Ha ha. I looked at the messy content in the chat channel and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Such a large-scale family search scene was actually only lively on the first day. Later, everyone was busy trying to survive, and not many people cared about their relatives. The missing person messages sent out at that time basically fell into the sea, and no one cared about them anymore. I had already realized that this chat channel was only for a certain region and did not cover everyone. But now was the 4th day, why was it suddenly active again? I scrolled through the chat history and soon found the source. A pair of sisters spoke in the channel, saying that they met in the vast ocean and planned to survive together. This really blew up the others in the channel. Each person gets 4 boxes of supplies a day, so 2 people get 8. It sounds simple, but there is great wisdom behind it. As long as one of the 8 supply boxes contained water or food, it would be enough for 2 people to survive for a whole day. This directly opened everyone's minds, and they all realized that cooperation for survival was indeed feasible. But to find someone to cooperate with, trust must be established. So the chat channel's search for relatives craze was ignited again. But what they didn't know was that above the sea was family love and hope, but under the sea there was already a turbulent undercurrent. Those guys who became bandits were probably more excited than anyone else when they saw this scene. Instead of snatching food for 1 meal at a time, it would be better to collect a few slaves and have them work day and night to support them. Wouldn't that be wonderful? The gap between 1 meal full and every meal full can easily make people lose their bottom line. I, Ning fan, am alone, so naturally I have no intention of participating in this family search feast. However, I still post a message in the channel. Maple Leaf. Has anyone ever been attacked by marine life? Maple Leaf is my ID in this channel. Simple and low-key, not eye-catching. As soon as the message was sent out, the audience immediately exploded. Marine creatures attack? Brother, have you seen too many movies? Is it true? How come I have never heard of it? Brother, can you tell me in detail? Don't keep me in suspense. Many people were attracted by this statement. After all, it was a matter of life and death, so everyone had to pay attention. But I didn't reply immediately. Instead, some people started to stir up trouble. Forget about sea monsters. I've never even seen seaweed. Who would believe it? I'm afraid this guy is here to attract traffic. There are many such people on the forum before. That's right, don't pay attention to him. The more he sees us discussing seriously, the happier he is. Fong, are you going to say it or not? Don't play dumb. I couldn't help laughing as I watched the rhythm of the channel go from bad to worse. I was just kindly reminding them, but ended up being called a liar and argumentative by them. I didn't expect them to really believe it. And sure enough, Invincible Heavenly Emperor has blocked you. AAA Building Materials King has blocked you. Don't Eat Coriander, Alien Version, has blocked you. A series of notifications popped up like a message bombardment, and the screen was almost blurred. I was not angry, but actually laughed out of anger. It was also the first time that I truly felt what human diversity meant. I immediately closed the prompt box, and the world suddenly became much quieter. I don't plan to ask for answers in the channel anymore. With the IQ of this group of people, it's useless to say anything. I have no obligation to be a savior, so it's enough for me to know it myself. I exited the channel and rubbed my temples, but I became more and more certain of one thing in my heart. We need to prepare something that can fight. If the system prompts that there's indeed an attack by marine creatures, then there will definitely be a fight in the future. The only weapon I have now is a sharpened wooden stick, and the other thing is, I look down at myself, a typical college student, with poor physical fitness, strength, and explosiveness. If I were a few years younger, I could still run 800 meters in one breath. I was lamenting about life when a pair of hands suddenly patted my shoulders from behind. I was so scared that I almost jumped up. Fuck, can you walk with a little more noise? I turned around and saw Fong Ling standing behind me with a smile on her face. Her eyes were full of pride at having played a trick on me. Scare you to death? What do I have to lose? Maybe I can even inherit your estate. She shrugged as she spoke, looking nonchalant. I was speechless, but seeing that she had recovered well and could still joke, it showed that her emotions had stabilized. She walked around the raft and suddenly asked curiously, "How did you expand a raft into this size?" "It's too much." I spread my hands and said, "Hard work makes you rich." She frowned, and it was obvious that she was puzzled. For a newcomer, expanding the raft to 50 square meters was simply a fantasy. Not to mention that it was neatly arranged, comparable to a small home. She walked back to me, watching me casually take water and bread, with a strange look in her eyes. At this moment, Fong Ling suddenly felt that the Ning fan in front of her was completely different from a clubboy in school. Not only the environment had changed, but the person had also changed, and she seemed to have known a brand new him all over again. Chapter 8. Ocean Current Analysis. Fong Linglong's beautiful eyes stared at me closely under her fluttering eyelashes. I smiled gently. My heartbeat was not affected, and a joking smile was on my face. I was saving money to marry a wife. Now that I am here, how can I let you live a hard life with me? As I said that, I took out all my savings without hesitation. Of course, I can't tell Fong Linglong the truth, let alone that she has become my subject. Even if we really had a relationship, I can't reveal the system. This is my bottom line. No one can know it. Fong Linglong blushed when she heard what I said, turned her head away quickly, and bit her lips secretly. "You are so smooth-talking, it makes people feel strange," she muttered. Seeing her reaction, I couldn't help but curl my lips and laugh in my heart. This girl dares to tease me. Does she really think I have learned everything after graduating from college? However, I quickly changed the subject to avoid embarrassing her. "Senior, don't worry. Since you have become my subject, I will definitely not let you suffer. If you have any requests, just tell me, and I will do my best to meet them." Fong Linglong's eyes lit up, and she leaned forward slightly. "Really?" I was stunned for a moment. "Of course, it's true. Then don't you think there's something missing on the raft?" She blinked. I looked around. There was nothing on the raft except for the original bed. "What's missing?" I was stunned for a moment, feeling confused. "Everything is missing." "Stupid." She stamped her feet, angrily and a little embarrassed, and whispered, "I want to go to the bathroom." I was stunned and subconsciously looked at her. This girl is usually very open and generous. Why did she suddenly seem a little shy? I suddenly realized. Before, when I was alone, I didn't care about these things at all. I just wanted to survive, so I didn't have time to take care of personal hygiene. But now it was different. There was another girl on the raft, and it was obviously unacceptable that there was no bathroom. I scratched my head and said with a wry smile, "I was negligent. Please bear with me. I will find a way to get a bathroom as soon as possible." I did it right away and opened the Lord interface. To solve this problem, it is best to find a suitable construction blueprint. If not, you can only build a simple toilet yourself with wooden boards. Fong Linglong puffed up her cheeks, her face still flushed, and turned silently to the bedside. Her steps were a little stiff, and it was obvious that she was not as calm as she appeared. In the final analysis, I was the culprit of all this. When I fed her water last night, I didn't show any mercy to her at all. It would be more appropriate to say pour her water. At the same time, the chat channel was also very lively. Central Academy Oceanologist. Through observation, although the rules of this world are different from those of the Blue Planet, there are still some commonalities. For example, The rules of ocean currents. We can judge our location by the drifting direction of the ocean currents. With this hint, everyone started discussing their own drifting directions, and many people tried to figure out their approximate location. Fuck, the big guys are really the big guys. Although I don't understand these, I feel super awesome. I looked, and my raft is drifting from west to east. Does anyone have the same experience? I'm drifting from south to north. It seems that not everyone is the same. That's amazing. Haha, I'm drifting in the same direction as you. Do you want to pose together? At 24K, pure gold old virgin, fuck you, I'm not gay. The messages in the chat channel became more and more heated, and the discussion of everyone's inferring the location through ocean currents gradually occupied most of the space. Central Academy oceanologist. However, the direction of the ocean current is only a rough estimate. After all, the area and distance of the ocean beneath our feet are beyond imagination. There may be ocean currents in the same direction, so this conclusion is for reference only. Seeing everyone's enthusiasm, the ocean current scientist immediately issued a disclaimer, reminding everyone to be rational. Wow, this is a real boss. He even considered the pros and cons. I'd admire him. Alas, I finally see a rational boss. Compared with those who pretend to know nothing, there's a world of difference. The one I feel most sorry for is my brother. I entered the chat channel and saw a bunch of messages that tagged me and mocked me. I frowned, but didn't pay much attention to them. I directly sent out my purchase message. Purchasing bathroom construction blueprints, reward, an ordinary fishing rod. If interested, please private message me. The ordinary fishing rod is the most valuable thing I have right now. The automatic fishing net I made before almost solved my fishing problems. That fishing rod is of no use to me anymore. I know that during this arduous drifting journey, everyone will definitely be interested in a fishing rod, especially compared to the bathroom construction drawings. A fishing rod is more attractive. As soon as the message was sent, the chat channel exploded instantly. Oh, our real boss is here. Look, he's showing off again. Pfft, you're so arrogant, exchanging a fishing rod for the construction blueprints of a bathroom. Are you here for vacation? Haha, there's nothing anyway. Just say whatever you want. I'm done with you. Get out of here. Stop talking like a primary school student. Seeing these comments, I frowned slightly. I didn't intend to pay attention to these people, but when my interests were affected, I decided to take action. Chapter 9. Shock. I sent a message in the chat channel. Ordinary fishing rod. Fishing depth of 10 meters. Very small probability of catching D-level fish. Owner. Lord Maple Leaf. Suddenly, the entire chat channel fell silent. For a minute, no one dared to speak. Everyone seemed to be suddenly hit by a silent barrier, and there was no normal interaction. The oppressive feeling on the other side of the screen was like the tranquility in front of a volcano. No one dared to act rashly. I then added, if you're interested in trading, please private message me with the instructions for making the drawing. No more waiting after the expiration date. As soon as this message was sent out, emotions exploded. Everyone was waiting for this breath to come out, and it exploded in an instant. Damn it, the boss is really the boss. I can't stand it. Is this true or not? Can this picture be fake? I just want to see it. Find me a picture. I thought we were the clowns. Do you remember that the fishing rod manufacturing map was bought yesterday? I remember. Could it be that Fing was the one who bought the map yesterday? Everyone's reaction seemed to have been lined up in advance, and the world was in chaos. Some were excited, while others began to reflect. No way. You bought the map yesterday, and you're trading it today? Oh my God, I'm going to give birth to a monkey for you. Wow, I was wrong. Please give me some supplies. My image has changed rapidly, as fast as the rumor has been debunked. In this highly competitive environment, people's worship of the strong is magnified. At this time, another person mentioned what I said before. So, is the marine life attack that the boss said true? Everyone was stunned for a moment, as if they suddenly believed it. Who would have thought that the person who seemed to be talking nonsense before was actually a big boss behind it? Then, there are always a few stubborn people who jump out. Don't be ridiculous. It's just good luck. The attack of marine life is a lie. However, no one supports them anymore. Don't say that. The boss is not what you think. He must have his own reasons. Just because you haven't seen something doesn't mean it doesn't exist. The boss has his reasons for not saying it. At Fong, boss, can you explain what a marine life attack is? Don't tag me randomly. You can ask questions, but don't go too far. Thanks for the reminder. I've learned something. Although they said happy things, in fact, those cunning people had contacted me through private messages a long time ago. When I received the private message for the first time, my message box exploded. I had to filter out the private messages with screenshots and ignore the other flattering ones. Soon, I found a manufacturing diagram that met the requirements from Fishing Village Huangsan. How about this manufacturing diagram? Stone ordinary toilet manufacturing diagram. A stone-made dry and wet integrated toilet, which must have its own water and electricity. Required materials: 20 stones, 5 wooden boards, 5 plastics. Although it was just a simple toilet plan without water and electricity, I had no room to complain. Other plans were either wooden toilets or dry toilets. I wasn't going to use these charts directly, so I accepted it. Okay, this is it. I'll pull up the trade. The trade was successful, and there was immediate feedback. At this time, Huangsin sent me another message. Thank you, boss. I don't have anything worth giving you, so I'll just give you a little token of my appreciation. He gave me 5 rolls of toilet paper. I raised my eyebrows, thinking this guy is really lucky to be able to give this thing. In fact, such gifts are not common. The probability of daily necessities in manufacturing diagrams is much lower than that of materials. Although toilet paper is simple, it is exactly what I need at this time. Thank you, I said, not being polite. I'm glad you like it. He replied immediately. I have a question for you, sir. Seeing how respectful he was, I didn't refuse. After all, I was accepting his gift. Go ahead, he asked cautiously. What did you mean by the marine life attack you mentioned before? If it's not convenient to say, forget it. I didn't think it was a secret, so I answered casually. When the raft expands to 50 square meters, the system will prompt an increase in the probability of marine creatures attacking. As for the specific method of attack, I don't know. After the explanation, I turned off the chat and prepared to continue processing the materials. However, on another raft thousands of miles away, Huang San was still thinking about this information. He looked at his small raft and fell in a deep thought. A 50 square meter raft? Is this a raft? Should it be called a mobile home? He whispered to himself, his eyes full of awe. I actually came into contact with such a world. Huang San felt unreal. He came back to his senses, his eyes gradually firmed up. My family has made a living from the sea for generations, dealing with the sea. The current situation is exactly what I am good at. Now that I have the fishing rod, it's time to show my skills. He took out the ordinary fishing rod from the warehouse, his eyes sparkling. To him, this is not just a simple wooden rod, but a key to a new world. This is an opportunity that I must not miss. Huang San swore to himself, and I must maintain a good relationship with the boss to get more opportunities. Chapter 10, Ultramodern Toilet. I spent some bread and finally got enough materials in the trade exchange. When the system prompt sounded, I knew I had finally done it. Ding! Consume a stone ordinary toilet manufacturing map. Get a stone ordinary toilet has been collected in the construction interface, can be placed in the territory at any time. Ding! Consume a stone ordinary bathroom manufacturing map. Trigger return. Return multiple 500 times. Please choose whether to return. Remaining number of returns today. 3. Return. I chose to return without hesitation. For things like bathrooms, either don't build them or build them well and don't make do with it. I thought it through clearly at the beginning. This matter cannot be rushed. Ding! A D+ level ultramodern convenient bathroom manufacturing plan is returned. As expected, the return plan is a D+ level ultramodern convenient bathroom manufacturing plan. If you return it with a wooden bathroom plan, you will definitely not get such a high-level plan. I hurriedly checked the instructions of this manufacturing drawing. D+ grade ultramodern convenient bathroom manufacturing drawing. Home-style dry and wet separation bathroom, covering an area of 6 square meters with modern decoration, built-in small solar panels for power supply, and small water tower for water supply. Equipped with an integrated water cycle, which can realize the recycling of water resources and does not require additional water supply. Future technology, zero carbon and environmental protection, a must-have for home. Require materials: 40 metal sheets, 20 stones, 20 plastics, 10 wood boards, 5 glasses. Future technology. Integrated water circulation. This was the first time I cursed in this world. It was beyond my imagination to have a modern toilet that didn't require any extra resources. However, when I saw the material requirements, my joy was slightly suppressed. The price is not cheap, and I have to be careful to budget in order not to exceed the budget. I looked at the warehouse and found that there were still 23 kilograms of bread left, but it was not much. I calculated that I could use this bread to exchange for enough materials, which was already a bargain. So I started buying materials in the trading hall. The orders in the trading hall were instantly flushed down, but compared with the huge market, This was just a small splash. Finally, I exchanged all the materials and almost used up all the bread. I used the remaining little bit to fill my stomach. After wiping my mouth, I went to the construction interface and selected Construct. Consume a D+ level ultramodern convenient toilet manufacturing map to obtain an ultramodern convenient toilet, which has been collected in the construction interface and can be placed in the territory at any time. The space on the raft is large enough to accommodate this 6 toilet, and I chose to place it in the southeast corner. The ultramodern convenient toilet is successfully placed, and the territory score increases by 30 points. The territory score suddenly rose to 80 points. Although I didn't know what the score was for, I decided not to worry about it after looking at the building. There was a small white room on the raft, which looked a bit abrupt. I walked over and gently pushed the door open. Fong Ling lay in bed, trying to fall asleep, but her physical discomfort kept her awake. Ning Fan's figure and some embarrassing scenes kept appearing in her mind. She began to wonder if she had to deal with this physiological problem. But when she thought of Ning Fan, she didn't know how to face him. A feeling of being at a loss made her cheeks become redder and redder. Suddenly, the quilt was pulled. She turned around with a start and found Ning Fan standing beside the bed with a meaningful smile in his eyes. "Ning Fan, is there anything wrong?" she asked in a low voice, her eyes dodging and a little shy. Ning Fan didn't react for a moment. Looking at her appearance, he suddenly blurted out, "Senior sister, you won't wet the bed, right?" As soon as he said this, he was stunned. Then he was miserable. "Nonsense, what are you talking about?" Fong Ling was angry and shy. She clutched the quilt and looked at Ning Fan. Her heart was a little confused. She saw Ning Fan sitting on the ground holding his stomach, and suddenly she was a little worried. "Are you okay?" Ning Fan couldn't help but smile bitterly. "It's okay. It should be okay." He looked down and was glad that he was not injured. "It's okay. I was reckless." Ning Fan got up, pointed in the direction of the bathroom, and reminded her, "Senior sister, the bathroom is built." Fong Ling looked in the direction of his finger and noticed that a building had appeared on the raft. When she saw the bathroom, her face changed from shy to happy. An independent bathroom, although simple, but having a private space to deal with urgent matters was already satisfying. She turned to Ning Fan and said gratefully, "I'm sorry to trouble you." Before she finished speaking, she hurriedly got up and ran to the bathroom. Ning Fan looked at her back and muttered, "Senior sister, there is a shoe cabinet on the left side of the bathroom. There are slippers in it. Don't forget to change into them." Hearing this, Fong Ling stopped and turned around to see Ning Fan staring at the white socks on her feet. Her face turned red. She glared at him, ran into the bathroom, and closed the door. Ning Fan was a little confused, thinking, women's hearts are as deep as the sea. However, thinking of her appearance just now, Ning Fan couldn't help laughing again. It turns out that the senior sister also has such an embarrassing side. After Fong Ling walked into the bathroom, she leaned against the door and covered her face with her hands. Recalling the scene just now, she felt too embarrassed. Especially under Ning Fan's gaze, her image completely collapsed. However, she was soon interrupted by the coldness of the ground. She looked down, and the scene in front of her made her stunned for a moment. This is like the bathroom I saw in Blue Star. She muttered to herself, completely forgetting that she was in this world. She reached out and touched the wall, and the reality of each touch was plucked at her heartstrings. How did Ning Fan get these things? Fong Ling wondered. She felt a little guilty and suddenly wondered if she had gone too far. Ning Fan had done all these things for her, but Fong Ling looked at herself in the mirror. The wrinkles of her white dress were still clear, but her face was a little tired. Even if you are beautiful, don't you look tired after the autumn wind and fallen leaves? She laughed at herself. She looked away, saw the shoe cabinet, opened it with her hand, and chose a pair of slippers to put on. Chapter 11. D-Level Fish. Fong Ling went into the bathroom, and I was not idle either. I opened my personal interface. Lord, Ning Fan Constitution, D. Lowest level, highest is SSS. Constitution determines personal strength territory. Yeah, Raft territory area. 50 territory score. 80 area score 50 plus building score 30 territory building. D plus bathroom, warehouse resources. Drinking water 2.8 L. The bread has been consumed, and I need to replenish food urgently. I decided to check the harvest of the automatic fishing net. I walked to the fishing net and saw a few fish in the net bag. Since the fish were in a shrunk state, I had to fish them out to know how many I had caught. I lifted the net bag, and the system immediately prompted, Ding harvested 4 ordinary fish, a total of 12 kilograms. Ding harvested 1 D-level fish, a total of 4 kilograms. The harvest has been put into the Lord's warehouse. Not bad. We have harvested 16 kilograms of fish in just half a day. It seems that we won't have to worry about running out of fish to eat in the future. High-level items are indeed better than ordinary items. It is simply a no-cost business. What makes me most happy is that I actually got a D-level fish this time. Is this D-level fish delicious? What effect will it have? I couldn't help licking my tongue. Let's eat this D-level fish tonight. But I soon remembered that I didn't have a kitchen, not even the conditions for grilling fish. It's easy to prepare a grill. Just take apart a piece of wood. But how do you make a fire? I scratch my hair. Drilling wood to make fire? I don't know how to do that. And I'm also missing a knife to cut fish. I can only buy it at the market. It's really not easy. If you want to live well in this place, you need to spend resources everywhere. After opening the market, I found that the only trading resources were bread and water, and there was no trading channel for raw fish. I had to exchange the water in my hand. Fortunately, daily necessities, such as knives and lighters, were not expensive. I spent 1 L of water in exchange for a household kitchen knife, a lighter, and a few pieces of wood. After the preparations were completed, I started grilling the fish. I processed the wood into suitable shapes and built a simple grill. Then I picked up the D-level fish and started gutting it. In fact, it was no different from an ordinary fish with all the internal organs and the same structure. However, I was not very skilled at killing the fish, so the depth of the knife was uneven, which ruined some of the appearance, but overall it went smoothly. I cut the fish in half and put it on the stick. Then I picked up a lighter and lit the wood chips. The fire gradually started, and I hung the fish on it and started to grill it. I didn't add any spices to keep the original flavor. The fish sizzled under the flames, and I swallowed my saliva. I hadn't eaten meat for a few days, and it felt like I hadn't eaten such a delicious taste in a long time. However, the process of grilling fish was quite slow, so I was not in a hurry. I opened the Lord interface and started to check the information to kill time. At this time, the sound of running water came from the bathroom. It was obviously the senior sister taking a bath. I couldn't help but smile. Sure enough, which girl could refuse a comfortable bath? Not long after, the bathroom door opened, and Fong Ling came out, wiping her wet hair. She finally took a good bath. After 4 days of muddy life, she finally had a little happiness. Although she had no change of clothes, she was very satisfied. Ning. She subconsciously called me, wanting to share her joy with me. She looked up and saw me staring at the fire in a daze beside the raft. The fiery clouds in the sky were reflected on the blue sea, colorful and forming a beautiful picture. Under the picture, I sat by the raft, boredly turning over the dying fire. Everything seemed so leisurely. Fong Linglong's heart was touched involuntarily, and the fatigue and fear of the past few days all dissipated at this moment. She stood there quietly, staring intently, as if she couldn't bear to break this moment of tranquility. But I complained in my heart, women are so slow. It takes so long to take a bath. It's not like I'm giving birth. Giving birth doesn't take that long. As she spoke, she was busy fiddling with the charcoal. After a long time, I finally couldn't help it and decided to call her. As soon as I turned around, I saw Fong Linglong standing not far away, looking at me quietly. Her long wet hair was draped over her shoulders, and her face was white and tender, which seemed to add a bit of innocence. I have to admit that being good-looking really makes people feel happy, and the little resentment just now instantly dissipated. I looked at her, and the atmosphere was a bit ambiguous. "Senior sister, are you done washing?" I spoke first. She nodded slightly and lowered her head, as if she was a little shy. Well, I grilled a fish, it's just cooked, come and eat it." I quickly changed the subject. I said it a little aggressively, but I was thinking in my heart that Fong Linglong was really beautiful at this moment. Fong Linglong came over after hearing what I said. As soon as she approached, she was attracted by the fragrance in the air and looked straight at the grilled fish. The golden fish meat sizzled under the fire, and it looked burnt but not mushy, which was really mouth-watering. "What kind of fish is this?" she asked me curiously. I looked down at her and said, "This is a D-level fish, try it." Fong Linglong was a little confused. "Level fish? What does it mean?" "I'm not sure, but it should be good for the body," I said as I picked up the fish, tore off a piece, and put it in my mouth. The fish actually melted in my mouth and tasted better than the spiced grilled fish I had eaten before. Moreover, I vaguely felt a surge of energy in my body. I quickly tore off another piece of fish to confirm that the energy was spreading in my body. My limbs became stronger and I felt very comfortable. Senior, eat quickly. This fish is good for us. She was a little hesitant, but when she saw me recommending it, she started to take a bite. The expression on her face changed instantly, and her eyes narrowed slightly, as if she had discovered a wonderful taste. Ning Fan, I feel a little hot. Good thing, fish should be helpful for improving our physical fitness. Eat more, it's best to finish it. Fong Ling looked at the big piece of fish in my mouth, then looked down at the fish in her hand, thinking that she couldn't even finish half of this 4 kilograms fish. Chapter 12. Return. Physical upgrade. Fong Ling didn't finish the D-level fish, leaving half of it. She handed the rest of the fish to me, and for some reason, she suddenly saw a hint of resentment in my eyes. This made her feel a little puzzled, and she didn't understand what she had done wrong. If you can't finish it, just keep it for yourself. Time stands still in the Lord's warehouse. The fish and meat will not go bad, and you can take it out and eat it when you are hungry. I said with a dark face, and couldn't help muttering in my heart. This spendthrift woman, she returned half of the supplies. What a waste. Ding, the host consumed the materials for Fong Ling to roast 1 kilogram of D-level fish meat. The return level is 4, not full of lovers. Please choose whether to return it. The remaining number of returns today is 2. After I finished the remaining 2 kilograms of fish meat, I immediately felt full of energy. At this time, I finally understood that edible grade food can indeed improve physical fitness. As long as you eat this kind of food for a long time, your physical fitness will continue to improve. So I chose to return it without hesitation. Ding! The return multiple is 2,000 times, and the return material is 2 kilograms of roasted C-grade fish meat. I was completely stunned when I heard the system's prompt. It wasn't the quantity that was returned, but the quality. C-grade fish meat was a big step up from D-grade fish meat. There were 3 small grades between C-grade and D-grade, and each small grade had a 10-fold difference. This time, the return was directly 2,000 times. Through this return, I roughly understood the difference between the grades. What surprised me even more was that Fong Linglong's return multiple reached 2,000 times. It was only 1,000 times in the morning, but now it has doubled. It seems that I've gained a lot of favor by building a bathroom for her. The look in my eyes when I looked at Fong Linglong changed. She's simply a treasure. I'm so lucky to get positive feedback. Fong Linglong was a little scared when she saw my changed look. I looked so resentful just now, but now I look like a different person. She couldn't help but feel a little worried. She quickly took back the fish in her hand and turned away. I'm going to rest first, she said as she hurried away, as if she was afraid that I would have any bad thoughts about her. I was speechless. Do I look so scary? Even if it was for the sake of goodwill, I couldn't do such beastly things. Suddenly, I realized that Fong Linglong might have some feelings for me. She took such good care of me. Maybe she had some small feelings in her heart. Thinking back to everything that happened today, I couldn't help but smile. I took out the returned C-grade fish meat from the warehouse. Looking at the fish meat in my hand, there was almost no difference between C-grade and D-grade in appearance. But I knew that the energy contained in it was absolutely extraordinary. Although I had eaten 2 kilograms of fish and felt a little full, I planned to finish the C-grade fish in one go. In 3 days, the native island will be open. By then, we may have to fight with the pirates on the island. Thinking of this, I decided to take this opportunity to improve my physique and strengthen my strength. After all, the future is full of unknown dangers. I took a deep breath and decided to start my feast. The energy of C-grade fish meat was stronger than I thought. I tore off a small piece and put it in my mouth. I immediately felt the energy in my body surge. As I ate more and more fish meat, I felt like I was being roasted by fire. Sweat kept evaporating from my body. My body temperature gradually rose. My face was red like a furnace. My whole body was hot and my skin began to burn. I couldn't bear it anymore and rushed to the bathroom, hoping to cool down with water. Fong Linglong was just sitting on the bed, browsing the Lord interface. She was attracted by my hurried movements and looked up at me. Seeing my embarrassed appearance, she suddenly lost color and asked hurriedly, "Ning Fan, are you okay?" I didn't answer her and rushed into the bathroom. Fong Linglong hurried over, slammed the bathroom door, and shouted anxiously, "Ning Fan." Fong Linglong felt a little relieved by the sound of running water, but she was still very uneasy. She stood outside the door, feeling nervous, and even began to think about what she would do if Ning Fan got hurt. Isn't it true? A shower won't take that long. She knocked on the door again, her voice trembling slightly. Ning Fan, at this time, The bathroom door suddenly opened. Fong Ling was stunned for a moment, her hand still suspended in midair. I stood at the door with wet hair, my face full of relief and comfort. Senior, are you going to the bathroom? I asked casually. Fong Ling didn't answer me. Her eyes stayed on me. She found that I had changed. The lines on my face were clearer, and my body was stronger. If I was a skinny little puppy before, now I'm simply an aggressive wolfhound. Hey, are you crazy? I chuckled and teased. Seeing her staring at me, I couldn't help but feel happy. In fact, I know how much I have changed. After my physical fitness was upgraded to D level, I felt that my strength has reached a new level. The image of the useless college student in the past has completely disappeared. Fong Ling rolled her eyes at me. What big wolf dog? It's that naughty yellow wolf. She paused and suddenly became serious. Are you okay? You look like something happened just now. It's okay, it's completely fine. I smiled and shook my head. It's just a breakthrough in your physical condition. I deliberately teased her. When you break through your physical condition in the future, you will also experience this feeling. Fong Ling asked in surprise. Then I don't want to break through my physique. She obviously didn't want to become like me just now, as ugly as a cooked duck. It's okay, it will be fine in a while. I comforted her. Anyway, there are only two of us here, and I won't tell others that you have become a red-faced monster. Not even for a while. Fong Ling suddenly shouted, as if she was very reluctant to let me see her ugly side. I touched my head and thought to myself that I might have gone too far. In fact, as long as you don't eat too much food at one time and break through slowly over a long period of time, it won't be like what happened just now. I summarized the rules. Through this breakthrough, I realized that if you take in too much energy at one time, your body will be overloaded. I almost got exploded, so next time I have to control my food intake. Fong Ling calmed down and looked at me suspiciously. Really? She obviously didn't completely believe me, but she knew that improving physical fitness was good for the body, so she didn't continue to refute. Yes, it's true. I nodded heavily. Fong Ling breathed a sigh of relief, but then asked me back. So, were you kidding me just now? I was suddenly embarrassed. She snorted coldly, turned around, and left, leaving me with her back. I looked down at the wet socks in my hands helplessly, thinking to myself, really, who would put washed socks in the bathroom to dry? It seems that I can only help you dry them. I carried the socks and walked toward the raft. Chapter 13. Sharing the same bed and dreaming together. Fong Ling returned to the bed and sat down. It wasn't that she particularly liked this bed, but there was no other place to sit on the raft except this bed. She came here in a skirt, so she couldn't just sit on the ground. In fact, she was not really angry, but every time Ning Fan teased her with words, she always felt a little at a loss. This guy was no longer the dull Ning Fan in school. She felt that she had to ignore him appropriately. Otherwise, she herself didn't know what would happen. She subconsciously thought that their relationship had not reached that stage yet. Her mind was a mess, and she couldn't make sense of it. So she decided to divert her attention and open the chat channel. As soon as she opened the chat interface, she saw Ning Fan secretly building wood next to her. When she looked closely, she found that he was drying socks, and those socks were actually her own white socks. Fong Linglong's beautiful eyes widened, and she almost wanted to hide in the ground. It was evening, and the afterglow of the setting sun shone on the pair of white socks, making them sparkle. Fong Linglong was so embarrassed that she quickly looked away, cursing in her heart. Bad guy. So shameless. Those are women's underwear. She couldn't imagine how embarrassing it would be if she had a change of clothes to see this scene. Fortunately, it was just a pair of socks. She turned over and buried herself in the quilt, pretending that she hadn't seen this scene. If you don't see it, it means it didn't happen, right? The sun completely set, night fell, and the bright moon rose above the sea. Under the moonlight, Ning Fan was doing a set of military boxing on the raft. He had never had such a strong body before, and he felt the pleasure of moving his limbs, which was extremely satisfying. He finished a set of moves, took a long breath, and slowly closed his fist. From D to D level, although it is only a small level increase, the change it brings is so huge. I wonder how strong my physique will be when I reach D plus or even C level. Maybe when I reach A level or S level, I can even walk on air. However, he also knew that in order to steadily improve his physique, he must eat high-level food for a long time. He went to check the automatic fishing net and found that it had caught a few ordinary fish, totaling 10 kilograms, but no high-quality fish. It seemed that the net was not very efficient in catching high-quality fish, and it was estimated that it would only catch one fish a day. Looking at the 22 kilograms of ordinary fish in the warehouse, Ning Fan had a plan in mind. I have to take some time tomorrow to process these ordinary fish and take them out for trading. The two of us can't finish them all, so we might as well sell them for a good price while everyone is still eating bread. He also knew that he had to use a return opportunity every day on graded food to ensure that he had enough high-grade food to improve his physical fitness. He had experienced that although C-grade food and D-grade food were 1 grade apart, the difference in effect was too great. Just as he was planning for the future, a familiar reminder sounded in his ears. Ding! The host consumed 100 milliliters of mineral water for Fong Ling Long. Return multiple 2,000 times. Return resource mineral water 200L. Please choose whether to return. 1 return available today. Ning Fan turned to look at Fong Ling Long and saw her drinking mineral water. In fact, since he gave her the mineral water in the morning, the reminder sound about the return of mineral water consumption has sounded several times today. But since he found out that the manufacturing diagram could also be returned, Ning Fan did not waste the opportunity to return the materials. After all, the value of the materials was far less than the manufacturing diagram, and there was no particular shortage of water at the moment, so he was not in a hurry to return it. There's only 1 return opportunity left today, and the mineral water is almost used up, so I might as well return it once. Ning Fan thought and decided to use the last return opportunity on the mineral water. Ding! Return 200L of mineral water. Remaining mineral water 201L. 200L of one-time reserve is enough. Although it seems like a large number, it is actually not much. If it is converted into bottled water, it is only about 10 barrels. If it is traded in the market, it is only worth 10 ordinary fishing rod manufacturing drawings, which is many times lower than the value of the sea-level automatic fishing net manufacturing drawing. But water is a necessary daily necessity, so Ning Fan decided to use the return opportunity to exchange it. He opened the Lord interface and gave Fong Ling Long some mineral water. Here is the mineral water for you. Drink as much as you want. I have more here after you finish it. Fong Ling Long lay on the bed and saw the empty mineral water bottle in her hand. Her face looked a little strange. How did this guy know that I finished drinking the water? She was a little curious and was about to get up to ask Ning Fan, but suddenly felt the quilt being pulled. There's a big black rat. Fong Ling Long was startled and quickly hugged the quilt and sat on the corner of the bed, nervously throwing the empty bottle out. Ning Fan, what are you doing? The bed was not big to begin with, and Ning Fan took up most of the space by lying on his side. The empty bottle hit him, and although it was just a light touch, Ning Fan pretended to look aggrieved and looked at her. Senior sister, I'm going to sleep. Fong Ling Long was stunned for a moment. Her mind went blank. He wanted to sleep in the same bed with her. No, absolutely not. She shook her head like a broken wave drum, and her long hair fluttered like silvery, white waves in the moonlight. But there's only one bed here. Ning Fan brought out his classic excuse. Fong Ling Long gritted her teeth, seeming a little helpless. After drifting for 4 days, she knew very well how precious a bed with a quilt was. She had been sleeping on the raft these days and woke up from the cold several times. After meeting Ning Fan, she no longer had to worry about food and water and could even take a hot shower. She knew how good Ning Fan was to her and how tolerant he was. If she occupied his bed again, it would be unreasonable. She whispered, "Okay, but you can't cross the line and mess around." Don't worry, I don't want to be kicked again." Ning Fan waved his hands, but he was smiling in his heart. They already slept in the same bed. How far is the day when they can mess around? Fong Ling Long glared at him shyly. Who wants to kick you? It's you who messed around. Yes, I was wrong. Auntie, can we go to sleep now? Ning Fan reached out and pulled half of the quilt over, lying down with his back to her, leaving only Fong Ling Long with his back. Seeing this scene, Fong Ling Long felt a lot of anger at her heart, but she had nowhere to vent. She sighed helplessly, feeling a little helpless and helpless. Chapter 14: Fish and Meat Controversy. Now that they could sleep in the same bed as he wished, Ning Fan stopped trying to provoke Fong Ling Long. Too much is as bad as too little. Just like on Blue Star, I have to check my phone before lying down. But here, what is being refreshed is the Lord interface. A virtual screen emitting a faint blue light appeared in front of Ning Fan. After clicking into the chat interface, Ning Fan noticed that Huang San from the fishing village had sent him a message. Ning Fan clicked on it since he had nothing to do. Boss, thank you very much for your fishing rod. I caught a few fish this afternoon. Please try them. Ding! Huang San from the fishing village will give you 1 kilogram of fresh fish meat. This guy really knows how to climb up the ladder. Ning Fan raised his eyebrows. Since the other party was willing to show goodwill, he accepted it calmly. Received. You have the means to handle fish now, right? Seeing that the other party sent fresh fish meat instead of fresh fish, Ning Fan became interested. He did not forget that there were still 22 kilograms of fresh fish in the warehouse. It would be best if he could find a worker to handle it. Not long after, the other party replied. Huang San from the fishing village. That's right, boss. I used the fish to exchange for a butcher knife from someone else and killed the pig myself. Are you skilled at killing fish? Huang San from the fishing village. I have been killing fish since I was a kid. Then you have found the right person. So Ning Fan stated his request. I have a batch of fresh fish to process. I'll leave this to you. How about a 10% commission? The other party was silent for a while, obviously struggling with something. After a while, the other party sent another message. Huang San from the fishing village. Thank you very much for your trust, boss. 10% is too much, 50% is enough. Boss, rest assured, I will do this job beautifully. Okay, I'll do as you say. There might be a lot of fish, so just give it to me when you're done. Ning Fan gave all the fresh fish to Huang San at once, not fearing that the other party would run away with the fish. Ning Fan didn't care about such a small amount of resources. Huang San looked at the prompt on the screen and took a deep breath. He fished for a whole day and only caught 5 kilograms, but the big guy caught 22 kilograms in one go. Only people who work hard can understand this kind of impact. It turns out that a big boss is a big boss. He is really unfathomable. Huang San sighed, and he was certain that it was just the appetizer, and the boss definitely had more fish in his hands. As long as you do this job well, the boss will definitely give the fish to you in the future. The half commission is definitely a good income. More importantly, you can also build good relationships with the big guys. Such benefits cannot be compared with just some commissions. If he wasn't afraid that the boss would think he was cheap, he wouldn't even want the half-cent commission. With this thought in mind, Huang San quickly reported the news to Ning Fan. Boss, I will process this batch of fish as quickly as possible and send it to you. No hurry, just leave it to me tomorrow. Good. The matter was happily decided, and seeing that the time was almost right, Huang San took the opportunity to express his little thoughts. Boss, can I tell others about the marine life attack? After the message was sent, Huang San stared at the chat box with a nervous look on his face. This information was an opportunity for him, but he knew that his relationship with Ning Fan was more important. If he annoyed Ning Fan because he was greedy for an opportunity, he would be picking up sesame seeds and losing watermelons. So he would specifically ask Ning Fan for instructions. Time passed minute by minute, and Huang San became restless and could not help but stand up and wander around, feeling as if the days were passing by like years. In fact, only a dozen breaths of time had passed. Ning San replied. Huang San quickly looked over and saw only 2 short words. Whatever. Huang San let out a long sigh of relief. It's settled, it's settled. Thank you, sir. Good night, sir. After thanking him again, Huang San couldn't wait to open the chat channel. The night gradually deepened, but Fong Ling couldn't fall asleep at all. Although she had tried her best to lie down on the edge of the bed, she could still clearly feel the temperature behind her. My clothes were pressed against my body, and I felt an inexplicable panic, yet also inexplicably a sense of security. Just now, she saw Ning Fan turn off the Lord interface and fall asleep with his clothes on. He hasn't fallen asleep yet, is he? What is he thinking about? He's not going to do anything rash, is he? Fong Ling began to have wild thoughts again. She rubbed her forehead secretly and forced herself to focus on the chat channel. Previously, she was just chatting and acting as a spectator. Chat channel. It's all bread. I've been eating it for 4 days. I'm really sick of it. Be content. It's good enough to have bread to eat. Some people are starving to death. If you are offended, please delete it. Thank you. Woo woo woo. Do you have any breadcrumbs for me? I haven't eaten all day. I will sell some fresh fish meat that can be eaten raw. I will trade water and daily necessities. The quantity is small and the transaction is private. After the transaction is completed, I will inform you of the information about the marine life attacks for free, revealed by the boss himself. 100% true. The appearance of a piece of news instantly attracted everyone's attention. As soon as I saw the ID, it was Huang San from the fishing village. Fuck, selling fish, is this true? Is there a big shot showing up? Huang-san from the fishing village. I don't dare to call myself a big shot. I just caught a few fish. What is the information about the marine life attack you mentioned? Can you tell me? Huang-san from the fishing village. No comment. You will know after the transaction. Huang-san spread this news in the chat channel just to take advantage of Ning Fan's popularity. He knew very well that as long as he told this information to others, it would be leaked sooner or later. He added a condition several times that he would only make a deal with you, just to attract more people to private message him and make an offer. The highest bidder wins. He doesn't have much fish in his hands, so he can only take this approach to maximize his profits. In addition, by building a reputation through this wave, it will be easier to sell fish in the future. Dude, is the boss you're talking about the Maple Leaf boss? Huang-san from the fishing village. Yeah. Fuck, brother, you are really good. You have connected with the boss right away. Can you take me with you? I see. You got the fishing rod that the boss was selling. I'm so envious. Not only did you get to eat the fish, but you also got some extra to sell. Huang-san from fishing village. If you need a trade, please chat with me immediately. There are less than half of them left. First come, first served. Fuck, so fast. I sent you a private message too, bro. Check it out quickly. Fuck, they all talk nicely, but they're so poor that they only have their underwear. When good stuff comes out, they grab it faster than anyone else. I can't buy it. I'm a poor guy. I just hope that everyone can tell me after knowing the information. After all, it is something that all the big guys care about. It is definitely not a trivial matter. Maybe if there's a wave, I will be gone. +1. Fong Ling looked at the message in the chat channel, and a hint of surprise flashed across her face. Maple Leaf. This ID is not unfamiliar to her, and is even very familiar to her. Isn't it just? Fong Ling glanced at Ning Fan. Ning Fan had turned over and was facing her without her noticing. His long, steady breathing showed that he had fallen into a deep sleep. He looks completely harmless. You are actually the big boss they're talking about. Fong Ling muttered to herself with a dazed expression. But she soon let it go. No wonder, if you're not good enough, how can you build a modern bathroom just like that? A smile appeared at the corner of Fong Ling eyes. She herself didn't even realize that the panic and helplessness in her heart had quietly dissipated. After looking at Ning Fan's face for a long time, Fong Ling withdrew her gaze like a thief. Perhaps it was because she had rested for a long time during the day, or perhaps it was because Ning Fan was lying next to her. Fong Ling did not feel sleepy at all. She could only continue chatting to pass the time, while also learning more about this world. At some point, a piece of news suddenly caught her attention. Ling, I'm wanting. If you see this message, please contact me. Chapter 15 Best Friend. Ling, I'm wanting. If you see this message, please contact me. Fong Ling often saw messages about looking for relatives and friends in the chat channel, but she usually just glanced over them. But she couldn't take her eyes off this piece of news. Not only did the other party call her name correctly, but what was even more coincidental was that she had a best friend named Mu Wanting. Fong Ling was a little excited. She had a strong feeling that this was coming from her best friend. So she quickly chatted with the other party privately. Wanting, is that you? There were no extra words. If the other person was really her best friend, he would understand everything after seeing her ID. Sure enough, not long after, the other party replied. It's me, Ling. I finally found you. Fong Ling was so excited that she was about to call her for a video chat, but the other party called her first. Fong Ling was about to answer the call subconsciously, but suddenly realized that Ning Fan was still sleeping next to her. She looked around and saw the small house in the bathroom, and she instantly had an idea. She got out of bed quietly and tiptoed toward the bathroom. It was not until she reached the bathroom, closed the door, and turned on the light that she immediately connected the video. As I was looking forward to it, a picture appeared on the screen. A girl appears in the picture. She is leaning on a wooden board, with her feet just wide enough for her to stretch her legs. The waves splashing on both sides of her hit the corners of her clothes from time to time. That originally beautiful face was now filled with fatigue. Messy bangs, dry hair, dull eyes. All these signs of haggardness seemed familiar to Fong Ling. Isn't this the me before? Fong Ling originally happy mood suddenly sank, and she asked in a trembling voice. Wan, are you okay? Ling, I'm so glad to see you again. Mu Wanting forced herself to smile. Her smile was sincere, but seemed so powerless. She was too weak. Seeing this scene, Fong Ling couldn't help but feel heartache, and tears flowed down her face. Don't talk anymore. I'll send you some food. Eat it and take a rest. Fong Ling thought that Wan was in the same condition as she was before, because she lacked water and food. It was late at night, and she was embarrassed to wake Ning Fan up, so she could only act on her own and send food to Wan Wan, and then explain to Ning Fan afterwards. She started to operate it in a hurry. However, Mu Wanting stopped her. "Sister, don't waste food on me. I can't do it anymore." Fong Ling Long did not stop and explained, "Wan Wan, you don't have to worry about me. I have enough food here. Just listen to me, eat a full stomach, and rest for a night. We can talk about anything tomorrow." "It's no use. I tell you the truth. I've had a fever and a headache since the second day. It's gotten so bad now that I can't even make it to the next day." Mu Wanting pretended to be relaxed and smiled at Fong Ling Long. "I'm already satisfied to see you." After saying that, she turned her head to look at the sea, and a tear fell where Fong Ling Long couldn't notice. She was so scared that after death she would turn into a rotting corpse, wandering alone on this eternal sea, leaving behind a pile of bones after being exposed to wind and sun. Hearing this, Fong Ling Long's hands paused and her mind went blank for a moment. Fong Ling Long suddenly came to her senses and shouted, "No, Wan Wan, let's try it, okay? Don't leave me." There was a hint of begging in the voice. Since she was a child, she has never been liked by girls because of her beauty. She only has Mu Wanting as a friend, a very good friend. "You present a bottle of mineral water to Ling Long, little cutie. You present a bottle of mineral water to Ling Long, little cutie. You present a bottle of mineral water to Ling Long, little cutie." Fong Ling Long was so confused that she even forgot that the resources could be given to others at once. She clicked on the gift button again and again, as if paralyzing herself, not daring to spare a moment to accept the consequences. Mu Wanting looked at the prompt that popped up on the screen and stood there in a daze, and her sad mood also stopped abruptly. How come her little cutie is still a little rich lady here? This is too much. In a short while, Fong Ling Long had delivered all the mineral water that Ning Fan gave her. There was only a lone piece of fish left in the warehouse. D-grade grilled fish 1 kg. This was the leftovers from her evening meal, and Ning Fan asked her to put away herself. When Fong Ling Long saw the food, she suddenly remembered something. Ning Fan told her that high-quality food can improve physical fitness, strengthen the body, and resist disease to a certain extent. "Wan Wan Wan Wan," Fong Ling Long said excitedly. "I think I have a way to save you." "Ling Long, what did you say?" Mu Wanting came back to her senses. "I said you can be saved." Fong Ling Long quickly handed the fish over. "Your gift to exquisite little cutie. D-grade roasted fish 1 kilogram. Wan Wan, eat it quickly." Mu Wanting looked at the half-grilled fish in her hand, which was still emitting residual heat, and the rich aroma assaulted her senses. She swallowed and asked in confusion, "What is this?" "It's good stuff. It can strengthen your physique and should be able to alleviate your condition." Fong Ling Long's eyebrows were curved, and there was a faint smile in her eyes again. She has experienced the effects of high-grade food, and it is certain that it can improve physical fitness and strengthen the body. As for whether it can eliminate diseases, she believed Ning Fan would not lie to her. Mu Wanting took a bite of the fish with doubt. The wonderful taste made her eyes light up, and she felt more relaxed. After finishing one bite, I couldn't help but take another, feeling like I was wolfing it down. Mu Wanting's face gradually turned red, like a bright rose blooming again. Fong Ling Long saw this and felt much more at ease, but she still asked nervously, "How about it? It's delicious." Mu Wanting blurted out. "Huh?" Fong Ling Long opened her mouth speechlessly. "Sister, I'm still waiting for your condition to get better, and now you're enjoying it. It's really good." Mu Wanting realized that she had said something wrong and quickly tried to make amends. "I feel warm all over, and my headache is gone. Ling Long, I think I'm really okay." She touched her forehead pretentiously. "Oh." Fong Ling Long rolled her eyes to express her protest against the perfunctory response, but the bright smile on her lips revealed her true feelings. Mu Wanting naturally noticed her little expression and smiled as well. She knows her own body best. Death had left her. There is no need for them to say thank you to each other. Everything is implied. Even after getting rid of the heavy burden, Mu Wanting did not forget to tease Fong Ling Long. "Ling Long, you gave me such a good fish to eat. You won't starve, right?" Mu Wanting placed the fish fillet in the most conspicuous position and chewed it with big mouthfuls, but her face showed concern. Fong Ling Long's eyes almost rolled up to the sky. "If you feel sorry for me, then you should share some of the fish with me. How can you let me watch you eat fish alone in the middle of the night?" "Gee, little tea princess." Fong Ling Long spat softly. This is the nickname Fong Ling Long gave her. In Fong Linglong's words, Mu Wanting appears to be a queen on the outside, very cool and aloof, but in fact, there is a seductive fairy living in her heart. Little white rabbit. Mu Wanting snorted lightly, unwilling to be outdone. It seemed as if she had no idea of Fong Linglong's true colors. She wore the appearance of a queen, but her heart was as soft as a little white rabbit. The two of them disliked each other for a while, but at a certain moment they laughed at the same time. Linglong, I'm really happy. Me too. Chapter 16, Communication. Linglong, how did you get so many resources? Mu Wanting swallowed the last bite of fish and joked, you didn't get hooked up with some rich guy. Fong Linglong pursed her lips awkwardly, not knowing how to answer for a moment. Seeing her reaction, Mu Wanting's smile froze. Sister, are you really sacrificing your beauty? As she spoke, she looked up and down at Fong Linglong's clothes with a look of suspicion, trying to find some evidence from them. You stupid Wan, what are you thinking about? Fong Linglong glared at her angrily. What's going on? Mu Wanting had a mysterious smile on her face. She understood Fong Linglong too well. Even if it was not what she thought, there must be something wrong with such a big reaction. Fong Linglong knew she couldn't hide it, so she could only stammer, I met Ning fan. Ning fan. Mu Wanting was stunned for a moment, and her expression became a little unnatural. The boy who confessed his love to you in college? Fong Linglong blushed and nodded. It was because of this relationship that she felt somewhat uncomfortable facing Ning fan. In the past, she would never be so conflicted when facing those boys. Mu Wanting frowned slightly, but quickly calmed down. So it was him. Did he give you all these supplies? Well, I handed over my lord's tablet to him and became his subject. Fong Linglong seemed a little embarrassed, like a prisoner being interrogated. So, it's all about sacrifice of beauty. Mu Wanting teased. Fong Linglong. If Mu Wanting was in front of her, she would definitely fight with her and would not stop until her clothes were torn. My relationship with him is not what you think. In order to prove her innocence, Fong Linglong told her everything that happened between her and Ning fan. That's what happened. Nothing really happened between Ning fan and me. Fong Linglong tried her best to defend herself. Well, I believe you just slept together. Fong Linglong bit her lip and looked coldly at her best friend. I've already made a decision in my heart that the next time they meet, I will definitely strip her clothes off and won't stop until she is so embarrassed that she dies. Mu Wanting understood what she meant from her eyes and smiled secretly. Every time you, little white rabbit, pounce on me with your teeth and claws bared, you are asking for trouble. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Mu Wanting changed the subject and asked in a serious tone. Linglong, what do you think of Ning fan? Fong Linglong looked at her suspiciously, wondering why she asked this. She felt something was wrong, but she answered seriously anyway. How can I describe him? Although he is a little unruly when it comes to getting along with others, he is very good at surviving. Oh, by the way, Wan, did you know that the big guy named Maple Leaf in the chat channel is Ning fan? Thinking of the abilities Ning fan had demonstrated, Fong Linglong's beautiful eyes became bright. I feel like he is completely at ease in facing the world, as if nothing can stump him. Ning fan is Maple Leaf? Mu Wanting was really surprised and fell in a deep thought. Fong Linglong was not unfamiliar with this. Whenever she encountered a problem, Mu Wanting would have this expression when she was thinking about a solution. Fong Linglong was already used to listening to her ideas, so she waited quietly. After a long while, Mu Wanting suddenly said, Linglong, I think you can try to get along with Ning fan. The sudden words caught Fong Linglong off guard. Wan, what do you mean? Mu Wanting sighed. Linglong, you know what I mean. As you said, Ning fan treats you very well. He has always liked you. I can see that you don't hate him. You even like him a little. Why don't you go with the flow and establish a relationship with him? Fong Linglong blushed and wanted to refute, but suddenly felt that everything she said was pale. Listen to my sister's advice. This is not Blue Star. There is no order here. Everything is decided by strength. No one cares about your feelings or your identity. It could be said that for us women coming here, it is a complete disaster. You are very lucky to have met Ning fan. It is even more of a blessing for you that he respects you. Have you ever thought about what would happen if you met another man? Fong Linglong shook her head subconsciously. Her mind was in a mess. Actually, before I contacted you, I contacted Kuchinian. Mu Wanting said calmly. Fong Linglong was shocked. Kuchinian was their classmate in college, an unpleasant guy who liked to say bad things about her behind her back and spread rumors about her. Wan even had a fight with her because of this. Wan actually had contact with her. Do you know what the first thing that mean woman said to me was after she contacted me? What? Fong Linglong blinked curiously. Considering the relationship between Wan and Kuchinyan, they probably wouldn't say anything nice. She told me to save her, Mu Wanting said with a hint of sarcasm. But only Mu Wanting herself knew that this ridicule was not directed at Kuchinyan, but at herself. Kuchinyan told me that she met an old man on the first day she came into this world. That old man not only violated her, he also imprisoned her and kept her as his concubine. Linglong, do you know that when she contacted me, her tone was so humble that she was like a completely different person. She told me all the things she had done to offend you, and kept apologizing, only asking me to save her and give her a knife. The self-mockery on Mu Wanting's face became even more intense. How could Kuchinyan know that, let alone taking out a knife to save her? I didn't even have a bottle of water at that time, so I had no ability to save her at all. But she still naively thought that I was the strong and powerful lady in school who could make it in this world. Mu Wanting didn't say these two sentences, but kept them in her heart. Kuchinyan didn't get what she wanted from me, so she never contacted me again. I don't know what torture she went through, and I don't care what happened to her. But for someone like her to abandon all her dignity and come to beg me, the pain she's endured must be 100 times greater than begging me. Linglong, if we don't make changes, what happened to Kuchinyan may very well be our tomorrow. Mu Wanting's eyes were firmer than ever before. In fact, she knew clearly what kind of pain Kuchinyan had suffered. In order to gain her trust, Kuchinyan not only told her the story in person, but also gave her photos. Every time she recalled it, she felt horrified. How could a woman be so ravaged? She would go crazy if she experienced something like this. She did not describe those dirty scenes to Fong Linglong because she was afraid of leaving her with psychological trauma. Fong Linglong covered her mouth with her hands. Just listening to Wan's description made her feel frightened and horrified. At the same time, a trace of pity for Kuchinyan's situation arose in my heart. After all, this was a person I met on Blue Star, but after coming here unexpectedly, he ended up like this. Compared with Kuchinyan, the suffering she had endured before seemed insignificant, nothing more than death. She didn't dare to think about what would happen if it was someone else instead of Ning Fan who saved her. Linglong, it's not a bad thing for us women to have someone to rely on in this strange world. At least there is someone to protect you. Mu Wanting paused. Ning Fan is pretty good. I think it's totally okay for you to be her woman. His woman? Fong Linglong's breathing became rapid. The words were so blunt that she couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Aye. Linglong, if you give these supplies to me, how will you explain to Ning Fan? Otherwise, you should take them back. Mu Wanting said in a sudden soft tone. The string in Fong Linglong's mind suddenly tightened. Yes, if I don't become Ning Fan's woman, what qualifications do I have to use the supplies he gives me? Wan is in such a dangerous situation now. In order to help her, I should become Ning Fan's woman. Fong Linglong convinced herself in her heart. It's okay, Wan, you can keep the supplies. I'll talk to Ning Fan. At worst, I'll just be his woman. Fong Linglong acted as if she was willing to go through thick and thin for her best friend, but her two red ears didn't seem fake. Mu Wanting smiled, with a hint of bitterness in her smile. One enemy. Her tea talk is really suitable for little white rabbits. Chapter 17, Day 5. The bathroom light was on all night. In the second half of the night, Fong Linglong was discussing with Mu Wanting how to build Mu Wanting's territory, or more accurately, shopping in the trading hall. Women love shopping. I have to compare prices when buying a few pieces of wood. After a whole night of hard work, they finally helped Mu Wanting expand her raft to 10 square meters at the lowest cost, so that she would not be left without a place to stay. If Mu Wanting hadn't been concerned that the two of them were squandering Ning Fan's resources, Fong Linglong wouldn't know when she would stop shopping. A hint of paleness appeared on the horizon. Fong Linglong walked out of the bathroom, her tired look yet filled with fulfillment. She kind of likes the feeling of building her territory bit by bit. The early morning sea breeze blew, and Fong Linglong woke up instantly. There was heating in the bathroom, but after staying in there for a whole night, her hands and feet were still cold. When the sea breeze blew, Fong Linglong shivered with cold. She quickly ran to the bed and crawled into the quilt like a kitten. A bed with someone warming it is extremely comfortable. Fong Linglong found a place to nestle in and squinted her eyes in comfort. It was so warm. Although she knew that Ning Fan was sleeping next to her, and that was why the quilt was so warm, her hands and feet still unconsciously moved closer to it. Well, anyway, Ning Fan is sleeping like a pig. If I get closer to him, I can warm his hands and feet for a while, and he won't notice. With this thought in mind, Fong Linglong and Ning Fan got closer and closer. Soon, Fong Linglong fell into a deep sleep due to the double impact of fatigue and comfort. The sun rises as usual. The mist rising from the sea gradually dissipated, and a new day began. Ning Fan, who was sleeping soundly, suddenly woke up. He didn't even look at the white arms that were pulling on him. He pushed them away, got out of bed, and rushed to the bathroom. The bathroom door slammed shut. Half an hour later, the sound of flushing the toilet was heard, and the bathroom door slowly opened. Ning Fan walked out with difficulty, supporting his numb thighs. My physical condition has obviously improved by a level. Why do I suddenly have diarrhea? Is the fish we ate yesterday not clean? It shouldn't be. Ning Fan scratched his head and couldn't figure it out. In the end, he could only blame it on the fact that it was too cold at sea at night, and he accidentally caught a cold. It seems that I need to build a bedroom sooner rather than later. It's really not suitable to sleep outdoors due to the strong humidity at night. Ning Fan thought about this matter very seriously. He would never have imagined that the culprit who caused his diarrhea was now occupying his bed with peace of mind, enjoying the remaining warmth he had vacated. After squatting in the toilet for half an hour, Ning Fan was no longer sleepy and simply started to work. He came to where the automatic fishing net was placed and collected all the night's catch. Changed the capture target of the automatic fishing net to the supply box. Open the Lord's warehouse. There were 25 kilograms of ordinary fish and a 4 kilograms D-grade fish in the warehouse. This was the catch of the fishing net for one night, which was within Ning Fan's expectations. However, the grade of the fish caught this time was one level lower than the previous one, so Ning Fan didn't worry too much. After all, any high-quality fish is many times better than ordinary fish. I wonder how Huang San is handling the fish. Ning Fan clicked on the chat and saw a prominent message prompt that Huang San had sent him a message. Boss, I have accomplished my mission. The fish has been killed. Please take a look to see if it meets the requirements. Fishing Village Huang San gives you 20 kilograms of fresh fish meat. 22 kilograms of fish. After removing the internal organs and taking half of the meat, there is 20 kilograms of pure fish meat left, and Huang San took a little less. Huang San sent the message early in the morning today. It looked like he had worked all night to kill the fish. Ning Fan calmed down. Since the other party was so kind, he naturally wouldn't be too stingy. You donated 25 kilograms of yellow mullet and 4 kilograms of D-fish to the fishing village. Yes, the fish is very clean. This batch of fish will continue to be handed over to you for processing. After processing the fish with a grade description, you can keep 1 kilogram of fish meat for yourself to taste. It will be good for you. After finishing his instructions, Ning Fan prepared to close the Lord interface. Unexpectedly, Huang San replied to the message within seconds. Received. Thank you for the reward. Ning Fan was surprised. Didn't he stay up all night to kill fish? Why did he wake up so early? Or, you didn't sleep? No, I'm awake now. I'm fishing in the morning when the fish need to eat. Seeing this reply, Ning Fan's expression of surprise deepened. Wow, this is a pure bull or horse. Do you have to fight so hard? Ning Fan glanced at Fong Linglong, who was curled up on the bed, sleeping like a pig, and sighed in his heart. Why is there such a big gap between people? However, Ning Fan did not wake Fong Linglong up. Go to sleep, go to sleep. You are so addicted to this bed that you won't even have the chance to get out of it in the future. Ning Fan's gaze returned to the chat interface. Boss, what is the use of this graded fish? After getting to know Ning Fan better, Huang San was no longer so reserved and would ask any questions in his mind whenever he saw the right opportunity. It's related to improving physical fitness. Eating high-quality food can improve one's physical fitness. Ning Fan explained, then piled up firewood and started grilling fish. For breakfast, I plan to grill a few pieces of ordinary fish. If possible, Ning Fan also wanted to roast all the fresh fish meat and sell it in the trading market so that he could get a higher price. This is too expensive, sir. I'll just take the commission from the ordinary fish. You can take the high-level fish back. Ning Fan, just take it if I give it to you. Eating high-level food doesn't improve your physique. 1 kilogram of D-fish is not as expensive as you think. At most, it can only help you strengthen your body. For me, it's better than nothing. Huang San, in that case, I will respectfully obey your command. Boss, please wait a moment. I will kill the fish and bring the meat over. I'm very worried about keeping such an important thing. It is better to hand it over to you as soon as possible. That's great. I was thinking of eating ordinary fish to deal with it, but it seems that's not necessary. Ning Fan immediately threw the ordinary fish meat in his hand back into the warehouse. Okowo. Not long after, the message alert sounded. Huang San gives you 3 kg of fresh fish meat. The speed was even faster than Ning Fan had imagined. He was indeed an expert at killing fish. Huang San. Boss, the fish is delivered to you. Ning Fan. Received. Huang San. Boss, I have something to tell you. I've already spread the secret that the expansion of the raft will increase the risk of attacks by marine life. Ning Fan. Just tell me what you want to say. There's no need to tell me about this. Huang San. I know, but there are some unforeseen consequences, so I wanted to let you know. What are the consequences? Ning Fan asked. After the news spread, many people stopped expanding the raft for fear of being attacked, causing the price of raft expansion materials in the trading hall to drop by half. Boss, will this have any impact on you? QEQ. Seeing this, Ning Fan was stunned and immediately opened the trading hall. After some browsing, sure enough, the prices of materials, such as wood blocks and ropes, were almost cut in half. Originally, 1 L of water or 2 kilograms of food could be exchanged for 5 of materials, but now it could be exchanged for nearly 7 of materials. You should know that on the 5th day, 5 supply boxes were refreshed, and the prices of water and food were cut in half compared to before. This shows how much people fear unknown attacks. It's ridiculous. This is something that only occurs when the area is over 50 square meters. Only people who are lucky and have abundant resources should worry about this, but the general public has started to worry about it. In comparison, the prices of daily necessities and manufactured goods remain strong and even show a tendency to strengthen. It can be seen that everyone has gradually moved from struggling to survive to construction and development. This is all thanks to the increase in supply boxes. Ning Fan sent a message back to Huang San. It's okay. I don't sell this kind of material anyway. Huang San felt reassured and replied immediately. That's good. I was just afraid I'd make some trouble. Boss, if you have nothing else to do, I will go kill the fish. Well, go ahead. Ning Fan turned off the screen and concentrated on grilling the fish. Chapter 18. The Emergence of the Cornerstone. Chat channel. It's comfortable. We have picked up all 5 supply boxes today and salvaged a lot of supplies. Now we don't have to worry about water and food. All they have is bread. They don't even give me a pack of instant noodles. I feel like a monk. Of course I am. I grabbed a small piece of fish yesterday, and it made me so hungry. Now I can't eat any bread when I think of the taste. Be content. Think about those hungry turtles, and you will know how delicious this bread is. Brother, with 5 boxes of supplies a day, is it possible that the bitter turtle can also eat bread? Damn, it turns out that eating bread is just bitter now. Yes, according to my observation, since this morning, drawings of fishing rods and fishing nets have appeared in the trading hall one after another, but they were taken down not long after. Be patient. Maybe there will be an order for fish tonight. I can't bear it. At Yutsu and Huang San, Big Pot, do you have any fish for sale? I can buy some at a high price. Huang San did not respond. Of course there was no response. Huang San was busy killing fish and had no time to pay attention to them. Ning Fan ate the grilled fish in his hand while looking at the messages in the chat channel, deep in thought. It seems that the fish trading market has been opened up by Huang San. There is a huge demand for fish. I can sell the fish in my hands while the price is high. But what to change? Ning Fan no longer cared about the ordinary supplies and materials. He could earn a large sum of money by returning them casually. However, if we're going to trade and create a map, fish as food does not seem that important at this stage. Everyone knows the function of the manufacturing map. There are probably few fools who would take out the manufacturing map in their hands just for the sake of satisfying their appetite. It's not like bread can't fill your stomach, that we can only trade daily necessities. But everyone only has 1 or 2 daily necessities in their hands, and there is no clear price when exchanging fish and meat, so the transaction will probably take a long time. For example, a lighter and a quilt are both daily necessities, but their prices vary greatly. Ning Fan has so many fish in his hands that he can't have so much energy to bargain with every person who comes to trade, and it's not worth it. Dozens of kilograms of fish meat are at most the extra output of the automatic fishing net in one day. If you really want to argue, it is not even worth a half piece of fish meat in his hand. And if he really needs any daily necessities, he can go to the trading hall to buy them. Basically, there is everything he needs, so there's no need to buy them specifically. After thinking it over, Ning Fan found that he had nothing to exchange. just when Ning Fan was scratching his head about this. The tone of the chat channel has changed. After a long time without getting a response from Huang-san, everyone lost interest and stopped discussing the fish and meat and started discussing other things. Have you ever gotten this thing? Foundation stone, a universal material used to expand territory. One foundation stone can expand 1 square meter of territory. I opened it too, and I thought it was some high-end item, but it turned out to be material for expanding the territory. I was disappointed for a long time. It turns out that everyone has opened it. We already have the materials to expand a raft, but why do we have to give them another one? 2 of these things appear in one supply box. It's really fucked up. The ignorant person above should stop talking nonsense. Are you really planning to live on a raft for the rest of your life? This is clearly a preparation for the island territory in the future. Damn, I see. The native island will appear in 2 days. No wonder this thing suddenly appeared. Does that mean that the cornerstone is very valuable? It's hard to say. I think I should keep it for now. Anyway, it's worthless now. I don't think any fool would use the foundation stone to expand the raft. Haha, if you want to die, that's fine. Even Maple Leaf Boss is wary of such an attack. Ordinary people like us will definitely not be able to handle it. To put it bluntly, Cornerstone is now just a piece of junk. No one would buy it if I sold it. Ning Fan's eyes lit up when he looked at the message in the chat channel. Others don't accept it, but he does. It just so happened that he had nothing to trade, so it was a good idea to use it as a short-term investment. Anyway, he was determined to develop on the island, and Cornerstone was a necessity for him. Since it is a necessity, you can't go wrong by getting it. Maybe the price will go up in the future. No, the price will definitely go up. Ning Fan was certain of it. Everyone wants to expand his territory, become a hegemon, and control his own destiny. If he doesn't want to, he is just short of money. So, Ning Fan immediately sent a message in the chat channel. A large amount of fresh fish meat is for sale. Only foundation stones are accepted for trading. 1 foundation stone can be exchanged for 200 G of fish meat. The prices are clearly marked in the trading hall. Those who are interested can buy it by themselves. It will be put on the shelf in 1 minute. The material required to expand a raft by 1 is now about 300 G worth of bread. Ning Fan's price of 1 cornerstone in exchange for 200 G of fish meat is already a very reasonable price. Wow, it's Maple Leaf Boss coming out. As expected, the boss's actions are different. 200 G of fish meat is only counted as 1 order. I fought for half a day last night, but only got 50 G of fish meat. It's not even enough to fill my stomach. We only accept cornerstone transactions. Are you going to hoard cornerstone? Even the big guys have seen the value of cornerstone, so everyone should consider it carefully. I'm serious, you uncle. If you can't talk, shut up. What's the rhythm? 1 piece of foundation stone can be exchanged for 200 G of fish meat here. Are you being wronged or what? What's your intention in saying this? That's right. Just hold on to those 2 broken foundation stones and lay eggs. I will definitely replace them. It's just 1 or 2 foundation stones, not meat. It's good to try something new. As soon as these words were spoken, those who were still hesitating whether to change immediately changed their minds. Yes, 1 or 2 foundation stones can only expand the territory by 2 square meters at most, and they can only be effective after occupying an island. Instead of calculating so much, you might as well eat some fish to improve your life and nourish your body. More importantly, the price you gave is very reasonable. 200 G of fish meat is enough for a good meal. A minute passed quickly. Ning Fan put all 20 kilograms of fish meat in his hands on the trading hall, a total of 100 pieces. Orders flashed across the trading floor. 2 seconds sold out. Ning Fan wiped his eyes and almost thought he had seen it wrong. These people's hand speed is really outrageous. Ning Fan smacked his lips when he saw the system prompt that he had earned 100 cornerstones. He originally thought that he had enough resources, but after seeing this scene, Ning Fan no longer thought so. As long as the base is large enough, the resources in your hands can only be considered a small ripple. Chat channel. Am I blind? All 100 portions of fish are gone. Fuck. I hesitated for just 1 second, really just 1 second, and I didn't get it. I'm really crying. Damn it. I shouldn't have advised you to buy it. I couldn't even get one myself. Woo, boss, you still have fish to sell, right? The person who spoke was the one who had been scolding others before, and his ID was castration with a knife. The name is weird, but easy to remember. Ning Fan had an impression of him, so he replied, "Not available for now, but we will put some fish on the shelves from time to time, and we will notify you in the channel when the time comes." He said, "Wow, you replied to me. Thank you. I will be well prepared next time. Seeing Ning Fan appear in the chat channel again, the group of people instantly became active. Boss Maple Leaf, do you need any accessories on your legs? I can do it for you. Master Maple Leaf, I don't have the cornerstone. Can I use something else in exchange? After all, someone brought up the matter, and Ning Fan simply responded. If anyone has a manufacturing diagram that they want to sell, they can contact me to trade. It's not limited to fish and meat. Water, materials, and even more precious food can all be traded. After saying this, Ning Fan left the chat channel. He just wanted to give it a try, and he would be happy if someone really came to trade with him. After all, the biggest benefit of his material return system is the returned manufacturing drawings. Of course, it must be useful at the current stage. Ning Fan would not spend too many resources to do stupid things like long-term investment. After all, there are always unknown risks, and the future is too far away. Chapter 19 House Manufacturing Drawing. After finishing his meal, Ning Fan fished out the 5 supply boxes that were caught by the automatic fishing net and opened them one by one. Ding, get plastic 4, rope 4, wooden board 4. Ding, get 500 G of bread, 1 cornerstone. Ding, get cornerstone 2. The harvest was ordinary, nothing outstanding. Only 3 foundation stones caught Ning Fan's attention. But compared to making 100 cornerstones from selling the fish, it is not impressive enough. It seems that if we want to obtain cornerstones in large quantities, it won't work just by opening supply boxes. This explosion rate is too low. So what if I give you 10 boxes of supplies a day? We have to collect more cornerstones in the past 2 days while the native islands haven't appeared. I guess it won't be so easy to get cornerstones in the future. By personally opening a batch of supply boxes, Ning Fan became more convinced of his previous judgment. The price of cornerstone will definitely go higher in the future. Ning Fan's scalp tingled when he thought that expanding a territory the size of a football field would require nearly 10,000 cornerstones. It's not enough, absolutely not enough. The resources he earned are not enough to support himself in developing a territory of decent size. Ning Fan calmed down and thought carefully about his future plans. First of all, it is definitely necessary to make full use of his system. Either you improve your favorability with Fong Ling Long and increase the multiple of resource return. Obviously, this can only be a gradual process, and there is no need to rush. The second thing is to find more women to bind with, which can also increase the number of system returns. Ning Fan gave up on this without even a second thought. Meeting people on the sea was something that could only be encountered by chance and was completely out of control. He was very lucky to meet his senior. After eliminating all the options, there was only one last path left. Create more resource acquisition tools like automatic fishing nets, and purchase cornerstones by selling advanced survival supplies. At this time, fish is considered a high-end survival material, commonly known as luxury goods. To obtain such tools, one can only rely on the return of manufacturing drawings. With an idea in mind, Ning Fan began to act. He opened the Lord interface and took a look at his private chat. Many people sent him private messages, but too many of them had bad intentions, and only a few actually took out manufacturing drawings to trade. Ning Fan looked at them one by one. They are all crooked and mismatched. The most valuable manufacturing diagram turned out to be a manufacturing diagram for an inferior bamboo fishing rod, worse than the ordinary fishing rod he had before. Even so, Ning Fan still took it with his nose pinched. There was no way. At least he knew that after the fishing rod manufacturing plan was returned, he would be given a fishing net. This was controllable, which meant that it still had some value. In Ning Fan's opinion, things like wooden paddles and wooden bed manufacturing drawings are not as valuable as a bamboo fishing rod. They are too marginal and obviously not tools for obtaining resources. After paying 1 kilogram of fish meat, Ning Fan easily obtained the inferior bamboo fishing rod manufacturing plan. It can be considered an unexpected gain. After all, he didn't hold out much hope that someone would come up with a good manufacturing blueprint for trading. Inferior bamboo fishing rod manufacturing diagram. The fishing depth is 5 meters, and only small ordinary fish can be fished. Once a large fish or a high-quality fish is caught, there's a great risk of the rod exploding. Required materials: metal sheets 5, plastic 5, bamboo 2, rope 1. Compared with ordinary fishing rods, this bamboo fishing rod is useless. There's a risk of breaking the rod when fishing for ordinary fish. No wonder people would trade it. If it breaks without catching any fish, the money would not be enough to compensate for the manufacturing materials. Although the required materials are much lower than those of ordinary fishing rods, the value cannot be said to be cheap. What's more, metal sheets, as a hardcore material, have been rising in price for several days. So considering the required materials, this manufacturing drawing is completely useless. Only a sucker like me dares to take this order. Ning Fan smiled self-deprecatingly. He then began to prepare the materials for the manufacturing drawing. Now that I've bought it, I have to try it. There are still hundreds of liters of water in the warehouse, so there's no need to worry about purchasing resources in the trading hall. After a while, all the materials were collected. Ning Fan clicks create. Ding! Consume 1 inferior bamboo, fishing rod manufacturing diagram, and obtain 1 inferior bamboo, fishing rod. Trigger consumption refund. Target Fong Ling Long. Refund multiple 1,000 times. Please choose whether to refund. Remaining number of refunds today 4. It's double the amount when I return the normal fishing rod manufacturing diagram before. I hope there will be a good result. Ning Fan chose to return it. Ding! A copy of the D-Class automatic fishing net manufacturing plan is returned. It turned out to be the same D-Class automatic fishing net. Ning Fan was overjoyed. Sure enough, there are many benefits to improving the relationship with Fong Ling Long. Now he has 2 D-level automatic fishing nets. The daily harvest output has increased, and more importantly, it has also solved the gap in high-level food. There is no need to worry about not having high-level fish to eat all day long. This is crucial for him to improve his physical fitness. With the experience from last time, Ning Fan was familiar with the process, and soon a new automatic fishing net was produced. There is a fishing net on each side of the raft. Ning Fan stood on the raft and watched this scene, a look of fulfillment and joy on his face. Watching his territory grow and develop bit by bit, he kind of likes this feeling. Lord, Ning Fan. Constitution, D. Territory, a wooden raft. Land area, 50. Territory score, 80. Area score, 50 plus building score, 30. Territory building. D plus bathroom, ordinary stone toilet. Not placed, not calculated in the score. Territory tools, D-level automatic fishing net 2. Warehouse, 1 bamboo, fishing rod, 103 cornerstones, 165 L mineral water, 24 kilograms ordinary fresh fish, 1 kilogram roasted D fish, 500 G bread, 5 wooden boards. After receiving the fish meat processed by Huang San, the resources in the warehouse seemed to be more abundant. Ning Fan was not in a hurry to continue to hang up his phone in the trading hall to acquire the cornerstone. Instead, he took these resources and walked around the trading hall. With the previous experience of the bamboo fishing rod, Ning Fan kept his expectations very low. Unfortunately, even so, after searching the entire hall, he still couldn't find any manufacturing drawings that would allow him to take action. Didn't they say that someone was selling drawings for fishing rods and fishing nets today? Why don't I see any? Ning Fan muttered, looking a little disappointed. Finally, his eyes fixed on an order. It is a transaction order for ordinary stonehouse manufacturing plan. The scene of diarrhea in the morning was still vivid in Ning Fan's mind, and he directly marked it as a necessity in his mind. So he turned around and chatted privately with the seller. In the trading hall, you can privately chat with the seller through the order, but it will be displayed anonymously. Generally, this is only done when you cannot afford the price but still want to get the order. Ning Fan is one of these people this time. But it's not that I can't afford the price, but that the other party didn't give a price at all and only left a note for private chat. Ordinary stone house manufacturing plan. How much do you plan to sell it for? Ning Fan sent a message. Similarly, Ning Fan's information is also anonymous to buyers. So everything is just official business. There's no such thing as personal relationships. The other party sent a message quickly. An ordinary fishing rod or a fishing net, or the manufacturing diagram of an ordinary water purifier. After seeing this news, Ning Fan almost turned around and left. What a big demand. It's just an ordinary stone house, not even a cement house, and it's just a manufacturing drawing. Yet he dares to ask for the manufacturing drawing of a water purifier. It's true that I can dream. Until now, Ning Fan had only known about the existence of a water purifier from bits and pieces of information in the chat channel, and had not even seen any specific instructions. This shows how rare this thing is. If he had the manufacturing drawings of the water purifier, let alone the fact that he had the system to return it. Even if he didn't have the system, he would not sell the manufacturing drawings of the water purifier. Water purifiers are real moneymakers. Without considering any factors, the fixed output of water resources is more stable than fishing with a net. From the price the other party asked, Ning Fan could roughly guess the buyer's character. It was obvious that he was a money grubber. But after all, it was just a deal, so Ning Fan didn't make a big deal out of it and still sent his offer to the other party. The price is too high. I have an inferior bamboo fishing rod here. Let's trade if you like. The other party was silent for a while, probably checking the requirements for the bamboo fishing rod. No, this rod is too rough. If you want, add 4L of water or 8 kilograms of food as compensation. Ning Fan ended the conversation without even thinking. He has no shortage of these resources, but he is not a big loser either. A bamboo fishing rod in exchange for a stone house manufacturing diagram. To be honest, he has already made a lot of concessions, but the other party still wants to go further. This is too disgusting. Keep it for yourself to lay eggs. Ning Sunspot. What's the matter? You look so angry. Who made you angry? Suddenly, a lazy voice came from behind Ning Fan. Chapter 20, I'm hungry. Ning Fan turned his head and looked. Fong Ling came from behind, with her fluffy hair flying in the wind, looking like she had just woken up. I'm still the kind of person who can't sleep well. It doesn't look messy, but makes her look lazy and cute. Nothing, I just ran into a profiteer and was dumbfounded. Oh, if he can make you think he is a dishonest businessman, then it seems that he is indeed a dishonest businessman without a doubt. Fong Ling said with a serious face. Ning Fan glanced at her. If you don't know how to speak, you can actually shut this hurtful little mouth. Fong Ling chuckled, then covered her stomach and put on a pitiful look. Ning Fan, I'm hungry. Just eat if you're hungry. Don't we have some fish left over from yesterday? It won't go bad if it's stored in the Lord's warehouse. Just take it out and eat it. Ning Fan said nonchalantly. Fong Ling looked embarrassed. How could she have any fish meat left? It had already gone into stinky Wan's stomach. You didn't eat it as a midnight snack last night. Ning Fan glanced at her body, his eyes sparkling as if he had discovered some secret. Isn't it said that women generally don't eat midnight snacks in order to maintain their figure? I can't believe that Senior is still a little greedy. No. Fong Ling's face turned red, and she stood there like a child who had done something wrong, stammering. I gave those fish away. Hearing this, Ning Fan was like being struck by lightning and stood there in a daze. Giving it away? Why doesn't he understand these words when they are heard together? Who did you send it to? There's no one here. Could it be the yellow hair guy on the internet? Male or female? Ning Fan asked hurriedly, his tone a little heavy. Seeing Ning Fan's expression, Fong Ling's body trembled, and she said in a fearful voice, Ning Fan, don't think too much, she's a girl. She didn't know why, but she was afraid that Ning Fan would misunderstand that she was having a relationship with other men. Then he added another sentence. Actually, you know her too. She's my best friend, Mu Wanting. We were in the same club in college. You should have met her a few times. After Fong Ling said this, Ning Fan had an impression. A girl with the image of a queen appeared in his mind. She was tall and slender, with a cold appearance, and was not approachable. She often went in and out with Fong Ling. Ning Fan met her more than once in college. But because of her aloof temperament, even though Ning Fan was attracted by her looks, he couldn't have any feelings for her. So, he finally chose to confess his love to Fong Ling. So, it was her. How did you get in touch with her? Ning Fan's complexion returned to normal, and his tone became much gentler, even a little excited, but he hid it well. We found each other through the chat channel. Ning Fan, Wan is having a miserable time right now. I'm giving all the resources you gave me to Wan. Fong Ling bit her lip. In the end, I didn't say whether I minded or not. It was wrong for her to control Ning Fan's resources on her own initiative. Now, if she turns around and asks Ning Fan for forgiveness, she is no different from Green Tea Girl. She lowered her head and stood obediently in front of Ning Fan, waiting to be scolded. Understand. After all, we know each other, so I'll help if I can. Ning Fan said calmly. I'll give you some more resources. If she needs them, feel free to use them. Don't worry about the resources. But Ning Fan changed the subject. It's limited to Mu wanting only, not others. Yeah, I know. Fong Ling warned him obediently. Seeing him act so nonchalant, she felt even more ashamed. She felt like she had become like the stinky Wan. She clearly didn't want to owe anyone anything, but her every frown and smile seemed so cheesy. We don't need so much. This is a lot. She doesn't lack anything. Fong Ling's voice became smaller and smaller as she watched Ning Fan transfer dozens of liters of water and several kilograms of fish. They're really a lot. What to do? She felt that only by selling herself could she help Wan repay the debt. It's okay, just use it slowly. Tell me if it's not enough. Ning Fan showed a smile with a cunning look on his face. Does he lack resources? No, he lacks women. Ning Fan finally found a target to conquer, so he naturally wouldn't let go easily. He hoped that the other party owed him as much as possible. Although the system will only be triggered when encountered offline, you never know when you will encounter it. As the territory grows and develops, the curtain of this world is gradually unveiled, and Ning Fan believes that there will always be such a day. Fong Linglong was unaware of Ning Fan's little thoughts. In her opinion, Ning Fan was doing this entirely for her own good, and she also saw the word care in Ning Fan's eyes. No matter whether it is the nervousness at the beginning or the calmness later, all of these made her feel a sense of security from the bottom of her heart. Fong Linglong had 1,000 things in her mind that she wanted to express, but she didn't know how to express it properly. In the end, she just said something in a soft voice. Ning Fan, thank you. She didn't know where she got the courage from, and she threw herself into Ning Fan's arms, which was unusual for her. Ning Fan, I like you. Fong Linglong spoke softly in Ning Fan's ear. Her voice was clear and lively, giving people the feeling that the spider spirit had finally eaten Tang Monk's flesh. Happiness came so suddenly that Ning Fan was a little confused. Feeling something soft in his arms, he was about to reach out to receive this unexpected tenderness, but Fong Linglong suddenly left his arms. While Ning Fan was still confused, Fong Linglong stood in front of him with a bright smile on her face. She blinked playfully. You confessed to me before, and I rejected you. Now it's my turn, and you can reject me. Hearing this, Ning Fan's brain circuits went crazy. No, is this right? So did she confess her feelings or not? Idiot. Fong Linglong rolled her eyes at him. He really was an idiot. Could he please give some reaction? She clearly wanted to act out a love story in a cool and casual manner, but Ning Fan didn't expect her to not accept it at all. What happened was beyond Fong Linglong's expectations. She didn't know how it would end. The little white rabbit in her heart was awakened again. She could only turn around with a blushing face and choose to run away. Ning Fan opened his mouth, but remained silent for a long time. Finally, he managed to say something. Aren't you hungry? I have grilled fish here, but you don't want it. Fong Linglong staggered, looking a little embarrassed, and then she quickly hid in the bathroom as if escaping. I asked you if you wanted fish, but you didn't say anything. Are you deaf? Ning Fan complained, trying to hide his inner uneasiness. But after calming down and staying alone for a while, the corners of his mouth suddenly curved up, and a smile appeared on his face. He saw clearly that the reason why the senior sister suddenly did this was actually because of the guilt in her heart. I felt guilty for using his supplies so casually, but also guilty for rejecting him in the first place. Senior's love for me has not yet reached the point where she is completely devoted to me, but if this trend continues, it won't take long. He had clearly sensed a change in the senior's attitude towards him. The relationship between the two is in an extremely sensitive stage. Ning Fan did not choose to disturb Fong Linglong, but instead sent the remaining 1 kilogram of D fish in the warehouse to Fong Linglong. It's what's left of the fish I caught this morning. There were 4 kilograms of fish, 1 kilogram was given to Huang San, and he ate 2 kilograms himself, leaving exactly 1 kilogram, which was exactly the amount of food the senior sister ate. Perfect. Chapter 21 Bestie's Advice. Is this what it feels like to confess your love to someone? Fong Linglong stood in front of the mirror. The scene of her throwing herself into Ning Fan's arms kept echoing in her mind, and the remaining blush on her face reappeared. Why am I being too reckless? Will Ning Fan think I'm a bad woman? She held her face in her hands, staring at herself in the mirror, a trace of regret rising in her heart. But thinking of Ning Fan's dazed expression just now, as if he was frightened, she quickly let it go. At least I didn't become a fool like him when he confessed his love to me. If he dares to laugh at me, I will use this to embarrass him. Who is afraid of whom? Fong Linglong, who was daydreaming, was frantically imagining the plot and muttering to herself. Suddenly, a prompt sounded. Fong Linglong opened the screen and saw that it was a video chat from Mu Wanting. She took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. When she felt she was ready, she finally answered the call. A familiar scene appears. In the picture, Mu Wanting is sitting on the ground with a medium-sized raft under her feet. The raft was obviously much larger than before, which was the result of their overnight work. After a night's rest, Mu Wanting was in good condition. Although she was still dressed in dusty clothes, her face with bright eyes and white teeth looked particularly beautiful. I thought you, lazy pig, hadn't gotten up yet. Mu Wanting joked when they met. Fong Ling Long rolled her eyes and said, when we were at school, I was the one who woke you up every time. Am I the one who likes to sleep in? That's hard to say. After all, there's a man on the bed. Mu Wanting smiled, asking for a beating. Fong Ling Long clenched her fists instantly, but she quickly loosened them, and a smile slowly appeared at the corners of her mouth. At this moment, she was like a cunning fox. She turned around and took out a piece of fish. It was the piece of D-grade fish that Ning Fan had just given her. Yeah, it's good to have a man. When I wake up, there's grilled fish to eat. I can get everything I want. I feel like I'm getting fat. So annoying. Fong Ling Long took a big bite of the fish in front of Mu Wanting without any hesitation and chewed it happily. In the picture, Mu Wanting's expression was visibly frozen. Goo goo. The sound of thunder in the belly reached Fong Ling Long's ears from thousands of miles away. Pfft. Fong Ling Long couldn't help laughing out loud. She quickly covered her mouth to suppress it, and then continued to play dumb. Wan, do you have a chicken in your territory? Why is there a clucking sound? Mu Wanting's face rarely showed a blush. The charming and lovely look appeared on the cold and aloof queen, embarrassing everyone for a moment, and Fong Ling Long was also stunned for a moment. This scene was fleeting, and Mu Wanting quickly came to her senses. She quickly put aside the shyness in her heart and spoke coquettishly to Fong Ling Long in a shameless manner. My dearest Ling Long, I was wrong. I shouldn't have teased you. Please give me some fish to try. Mu Wanting's trick never worked. Fong Ling Long had no ability to resist this. She pouted, but obediently gave half of the fish to Mu Wanting. Woo baby, thank you. Mu Wanting's expression changed instantly after receiving the fish. She started eating without saying a word, without even looking at Fong Ling Long. So perfunctory. Fong Ling Long pursed her lips. I should let Cho Wan watch me finish my meal and suffer the same pain I went through last night. I must be more ruthless next time. So, you have captured Ning Fan? Mu Wanting suddenly looked up and asked. The sudden question caught Fong Ling Long off guard. Did you get it? It seems like you got it, but it also seems like you didn't. Fong Ling Long didn't know how to answer the question about her and Ning Fan's current situation. If that idiot had been more proactive, she wouldn't have been so embarrassed and had to hide in the bathroom to eat. Although there was no peculiar smell in the bathroom, and it was extremely clean, it was still a bit disgusting. What's with that expression on your face? Did something happen? Mu Wanting frowned. I can't really explain it. Anyway, our relationship is quite complicated now. Maybe we just haven't reached that stage yet. Fong Ling Long answered after careful consideration. I think you haven't thought it through yet. Mu Wanting's eyes were sharp, and she saw through Fong Ling Long's thoughts at a glance. If you ask me, don't think too much about it. Just find an opportunity and push him down on the bed. How's the saying? Chop the raw melon with your hard work. It's a done deal. Fong Ling Long glanced at Mu Wanting speechlessly. That's what I mean, anyway. That's easy to say. If you, a military strategist who is only good at talking about military strategy on paper, were to do something, you would probably perform even more terribly than I do. Fong Ling Long ruthlessly exposed her disguise. I don't know who he is, but he has to cover himself up when taking a shower together. If she were really asked to push the man, Fong Ling Long couldn't imagine the scene at all. Upon hearing this, Mu Wanting remained completely calm. If you ask her, she is immune to it. If they really want to hurt each other, she has plenty of chips in her hand. I advise you to hurry up. If another woman snatches him away, you'll be crying. Mu Wanting said casually while biting the fish. The speaker has intention, and the listener has heart. Fong Ling Long's alarm bells immediately rang. Wan, what do you mean by that? That's just the surface meaning. Seeing her reaction so big, Mu Wanting had no choice but to put down the fish in her hand and ask seriously. Ling Long, do you think Ning Fan is okay? Fong Ling Long nodded subconsciously. You think it's good, and other women think it's good too. You seem to have monopolized Ning Fan now, but what about later? As his territory grows, there will definitely be other women joining his territory. Can you block all the women for him? Wan, do you mean that Ning Fan will have many women in the future? Fong Ling Long's face turned pale. Mu Wanting was silent. I hate to burst your bubble, but it's the truth. I can't guarantee that Ning Fan won't fall in love with other women. So what I can advise you is to take advantage of your opportunity and firmly occupy a place in Ning Fan's heart. But I don't want to share the same man with other women. Fong Ling Long said strugglingly. Mu Wanting shook her head. It's not that you don't want to, but you're not ready. Ling Long, this is actually not a big deal. Think about those ancient Chinese novels you read. The heroines can live very comfortably while competing for favor in the harem. You have to know that your life now is beyond the reach of most people. Look at this modern bathroom you are in, and then look at me here. Mu Wanting stood up and pointed the camera around the raft so that Fong Ling Long could see it clearly. The tin raft was almost empty. To be honest, I envy your situation. You can take a nice bath every day, have the means to take care of personal hygiene, have plenty of water and delicious food, and don't have to worry about safety issues. Believe me, you won't like living a wandering life alone. Fong Ling Long calmed down. After a long while, she spoke softly. Wan, I know. I didn't know how lucky I was. It's not that she hasn't experienced a wandering life, but Ning Fan's kindness towards her made her forget her situation. Mu Wanting smiled bitterly. There's no need to belittle yourself. You're lucky to be blessed, and Ning Fan can pamper you. But I just want to remind you that this is the environment of this world. As women, we just have to adapt to it. It's not a question of who is right or wrong. The words awakened the dreamer, and the fog in Fong Ling Long's heart quietly dissipated, and her beautiful eyes lit up. Understand, a woman who doesn't want to be a concubine is not a good woman. Poochie. Mu Wanting couldn't help laughing and gave her best friend a thumbs up. Then, my lady, please do your best. My future life depends on you. Fong Ling Long also burst out laughing, then pretended to be angry and said, what a bad woman with no ambition. Come here, drag her away, and send her to the Buddhist temple. Empress Dowager, do the monks in the temple provide meals? Mu Wanting quickly got into the role and wiped her eyes pitifully. In spite of, well, I still have some ambition. Is that so? Just wait for your decision. Fong Ling Long waved her hand. Hey, I obey your order. The two of them smiled and chatted with each other, creating a very joyful atmosphere. A layer of vague window paper was pierced, and a strange color appeared in Fong Ling Long's beautiful eyes, and she felt a little expectation for future life in her heart. Chapter 22, The Attack, arrives. Ning Fan added a new tool table on the raft, which was a wooden table and 2 chairs for him and Fong Ling Long to use for daily rest. As this work was nearing completion, a reminder suddenly came to my ears. Ding! The host consumed the materials to roast 500 g of D-level fish meat for Fong Ling Long, and the return multiple is 5,000 times. Please choose whether to return it. The remaining number of returns today is 3. Ning Fan subconsciously glanced at the bathroom. The door was still closed. Now he was confused. No, how could someone eat in the bathroom behind his back? Not only did he steal the food, but he also shortchanged the food. He clearly gave 1 kilogram of fish, but only 500 g was returned. Ning Fan almost couldn't help but walk over and kick the door to find out what was going on. But when Ning Fan saw the words, return multiple 5,000 times, he suddenly gave up the idea. It was only 2,000 times in the morning, and now it has become 5,000 times. This favorability is not growing too fast. Ning Fan despised himself fiercely in his heart. How could it be the senior's fault if there was a shortage of weight? The package is not. If the conditions were not insufficient, Ning Fan would have wanted to bring a bowl of tea over to ask about her well-being. Return. Ning Fan immediately chose to return it. The amount of fish consumed is a little less, but the return multiple is high, so it's not a loss no matter how you calculate it. Ding, return of supplies. 2.5 kilograms of roasted C-grade fish meat. 0.5 kilograms more than yesterday. Ning Fan happily put the fish meat into the warehouse. This would be his next food for the day. If he could continue to consume C-grade fish every day, it wouldn't be long before his physical condition improved again. At this moment, another reminder sound suddenly rang in my ears. Warning, a B-level marine creature, the evil shark, is approaching your territory and will attack in 5 seconds. 4 seconds. 3 seconds. Ning Fan was startled and the smile on his face disappeared. He immediately realized that the attack by marine creatures he had been worried about was coming. Before he could react, the huge raft suddenly shook violently. Ning Fan staggered and almost fell to the ground. Warning, the territory has been attacked, and the territory area lost is 1. Ning Fan quickly looked around and saw a huge black shark on the south side of the raft, biting the wooden boards on the edge of the raft. Damn, this is so exaggerated. Ning Fan's eyes widened. The shark's head was almost as big as a bathroom. Ning Fan's desire to rush up and drive it away was instantly extinguished. Because of his hesitation, the territory lost another 2 square meters. No. If this continues, the whole raft will be destroyed by this beast's mouth. Ning Fan picked up the kitchen knife used for killing fish from the tool table. This was the only sharp tool in the territory, so he could only take whatever was available. He was not reckless. He made sure that the big shark would have difficulty attacking the people on the raft before he slowly walked towards the shark. The big evil shark was still concentrating on using its hard teeth to bite the wooden board bit by bit, and did not show any further reaction to Ning Fan's approach. After all this time, it turns out to be a mindless beast. Ning Fan breathed a sigh of relief, then picked up a kitchen knife and chopped it hard on the head. Bang! A resistance came over him, and Ning Fan's hand holding the knife suddenly tensed up, almost letting it slip. Looking closely, the originally sharp blade was broken into pieces, and only a white crack appeared on the shark's head. Damn, it's so hard. It must be the iron head skill. Ning Fan swallowed. Fortunately, the shark was not completely unharmed. Its violent attacking posture showed that it also felt pain. Feedback is a good thing. Ning Fan no longer hesitated and continued to attack by waving his arms vigorously. For a moment, there were banging sounds in the territory, and those who didn't know would think it was iron forging. Every time Ning Fan chopped down with a knife, his entire arm would be shaken, and he almost let it slip out of his hand several times. The flying iron filings record the glorious achievements of this kitchen knife. Also broken into pieces were the wooden boards that made up the raft. Ning Fan was almost numb and kept cursing. This beast was like a masochist. The more it was hacked at, the faster it destroyed the board. Fortunately, it finally worked. After Ning Fan couldn't remember how many times he had chopped it, the evil shark shook its head and dived into the sea. The huge dark figure quickly left and soon disappeared into the depths. I finally drove it away. Ning Fan slumped on the raft, his right hand shaking uncontrollably, completely exhausted. The kitchen knife naturally slipped from his hands. Ning Fan turned his head to look and saw that the sharp blade had been cut off by 1 centimeter, leaving only an uneven blunt edge, which looked a bit miserable. It's more like a piece of iron than a kitchen knife. I've got to find a weapon that suits me when I get a chance. Ning Fan muttered to himself. If his physical fitness had not been upgraded by 1 level this time, allowing him to withstand such a high-intensity attack, he would have been fed to the sharks. Even so, the raft was still damaged beyond recognition. Ning Fan looked up. The original raft of 50 square meters has been damaged by nearly a quarter, resulting in a loss of 9 square meters of territory. Ning Fan was not upset by this loss, as he could make up for it in minutes. He was just afraid that the big, evil shark would come back again. There is no way to deal with it now. We can't even break its defense. We can only drive it away. If this happens a few more times, my hand will be crippled. Ning Fan smiled bitterly, raised his right hand, and found that he couldn't even make a fist. Fortunately, a subsequent reminder dispelled his concerns. Ding, the benevolent marine creature, great evil shark escapes. The attack is lifted, the probability of being attacked by marine creatures is reduced, the probability is less than the threshold, and there is no risk of being attacked for the time being. After the territory expands to 100, the attack probability will be higher than the threshold, and there's a risk of being attacked at any time. Ning Fan let out a long sigh. At least in the short term, we don't have to worry about attacks from marine life. He stood up and was about to clean up the scene, but suddenly found that Fong Ling had come out of the bathroom at some point and was standing not far behind him, staring at him blankly. Ning Fan, are you okay? Fong Ling asked with a worried look on her face. It's okay. We encountered a strange fish that attacked the raft, and it took some time. Ning Fan explained in a casual manner. But he didn't know that as soon as the attack came, Fong Ling was attracted by the huge noise and left the bathroom. If Mu Wanting hadn't dissuaded her from disturbing Ning Fan, Fong Ling would have just watched from the side with worry and didn't make a sound to disturb her. Having witnessed the ferocity of the fight, Fong Ling's worries about Ning Fan could not be dispelled with just a few words. She pointed at Ning Fan's drooping right arm. Your hands seem to be useless. Ning Fan was speechless. What did he mean by useless? He was very useful, okay? He just had some minor problems. No, that's not what I meant. I wanted to say that I can massage your arms. Fong Ling realized her slip of the tongue and quickly explained. I've learned some skills in this area. Maybe I can help you. There's such a good thing. Ning Fan raised his eyebrows. Thank you very much, senior. I'll go take a shower first. After the fierce fight just now, Ning Fan was now dirty all over. If he let the senior sister touch him in this state, it would only ruin her delicate hands. He had to take a good bath. Ning Fan walked towards the bathroom with brisk steps. Watching Ning Fan's figure disappear at the bathroom door, Fong Linglong's face showed a trace of confusion. Wan, was I a little hasty? It seems to me that he is really fine. Fong Linglong asked Mu Wanting. They did not hang up the phone, and Mu Wanting also witnessed everything from her perspective. But for some reason, Fong Linglong did not get a response from Mu Wanting. Thinking that something had gone wrong, Fong Linglong quickly opened the virtual screen. However, when Mu Wanting appeared in the picture, Fong Linglong was stunned. Mu Wanting was actually in a daze. For some reason, Fong Linglong felt a sense of loneliness and misery from her. Wan, Fong Linglong called softly. Mu Wanting raised her head slowly upon hearing the voice, her eyes gradually showing some color. After coming to her senses, she did not show much emotion, but just uttered it calmly. Linglong, he is really amazing. Fong Linglong blinked, not quite understanding what was said, and then Mu Wanting continued. Safety is like air. When we have it, we don't care about its existence. But when we don't have it, the feeling of suffocation always comes to our mind. Now, Fong Linglong understood what she meant, and also knew why she was acting so abnormally. Wan, don't worry. Ning Fan has already said that attacks like this will only occur when the raft area exceeds 50 square meters. Your current raft is only a dozen square meters, so you don't have to worry about attacks. Fong Linglong comforted. Mu Wanting smiled bitterly and shook her head. How could I not know that? But this is just a foreseeable risk. Drifting on this endless ocean, the dangers come mostly from the unknown. No one can guarantee that luck will always be on their side. Only strength can guarantee safety. Seeing Mu Wanting so pessimistic, Fong Linglong became anxious. She never thought that simply letting Wan witness a fierce fight would arouse such strong pessimism in her heart. Perhaps she was quick-witted as Fong Linglong suddenly thought of something. Wan, didn't you hear before that we could determine our relative positions through ocean currents? Look, Fong Linglong turned her gaze towards the sea. Our raft is also drifting from west to east. We are in the same ocean current as you. With Ning Fan's strength, I believe we will be able to find you in no time. Then you won't have to worry about safety issues. Mu Wanting stared at the ocean currents around her and asked in a low voice, will he agree? He will agree, Fong Linglong said firmly. Chapter 23, Clothing Design. The hot water was turned to the highest temperature and his skin turned red, but Ning Fan did not feel any discomfort. Instead, he felt a sense of comfort. The muscles all over the body relaxed, and all the fatigue brought by the battle just now disappeared. After a long time, Ning Fan put on his clothes and walked out of the bathroom. I don't have any clean clothes, so I feel like I didn't take a shower at all. Ning Fan smiled bitterly. The clothes I was wearing were already dirty after being worn for 5 consecutive days, and after being torn all the time, there were so many rips that I couldn't count them on one hand. The whole thing is simply unbearable to the eyes. Even so, I had no choice but to wear it. After all, there was a senior schoolmate on the raft. Ning Fan looked up and saw Fong Linglong sitting in front of the tool bench, staring intently at the Lord screen and occasionally reaching out to operate something. What are you doing? Ning Fan walked over, reached out to pull over a chair, and sat down next to Fong Linglong. Ning Fan's sudden appearance startled Fong Linglong. She subconsciously crossed her arms over her chest. Only after she saw Ning Fan's clean face, clearly did she relax her guard and lifted her hair. Nothing. I'm designing a set of clothes for you. Design clothes? Ning Fan looked puzzled. Well, I saw someone selling clothing designs in the trading market. I thought you didn't have any spare clothes, so I used the resources you gave me to buy them and prepare to make you a set of clothes. Fong Linglong lowered her eyes and didn't dare to look Ning Fan in the eye. Ning Fan was stunned. Yeah, designing clothes for me. Is this senior sister developing into a good wife and mother? Such gentleness that hits the bull's eye is really too considerate. Which cadre can withstand such a test? Ning Fan lowered his voice unconsciously. Clothes design? Let me see. There were tens of thousands of items in the supply box, many of which Ning Fan had never seen before, including clothing design drawings he had never seen before. Yes, Fong Linglong unlocked the permissions of the Lord interface and presented the contents on the virtual screen to Ning Fan. Ning Fan looked closely. Clothing design drawings. Provide a set of clothing design drawings that can be modified, including outerwear, outer pants, underwear, and underwear. After the clothing style is finalized, Plastic 40 is consumed, and the clothing can be manufactured, one-time manufacturing drawings. The style has almost been finalized. Take a look and see if it's suitable. If there are any places that need modification, please tell me, and I will help you modify them. Fong Ling said from the side. Ning Fan glanced at her with a strange look in his eyes. Is this still the senior schoolmate he knows? Noticing Ning Fan's little move, Fong Ling said coquettishly, "Why are you looking at me? Look at the picture. There's no need to look. As long as the clothes are designed for me by my senior, I'll be satisfied." Ning Fan said with a slight smile. By the way, senior, you need to change your clothes too. Remember to design a set of clothes for yourself as well. Afterwards, Ning Fan sent another batch of resources to Fong Ling in front of her. There's no need to be stingy with resources. If you like anything else, just take it. Lord Ning Fan gives you 100 L of mineral water. Fong Ling beautiful eyes flickered, and her heart was filled with unrest. This is the feeling of being pampered. She took a deep breath, looked up to catch Ning Fan's gaze, and a relaxed smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Okay, then don't blame me for spending money recklessly. I wish so, Ning Fan snorted. Fong Ling's heart trembled when she saw his doting look. She quickly looked away and changed the subject. Just wait a moment, this design will be completed soon. As she spoke, she continued to tinker with the design. Okay, Ning Fan nodded and didn't bother her anymore, nor did he mention the massage. As the sun sets, there is a wooden table and 2 chairs. The two sat together, and the emotions of just enough time were intertwined and fermented in their hearts. Everything seems quiet and warm. After secretly admiring the senior sister's beautiful profile for a while, Ning Fan opened the Lord interface with satisfaction. As soon as he switched to the chat interface, Ning Fan noticed a message. Brother, I have thought it through. I agree to your terms and will trade you the inferior bamboo fishing rod. The anonymous ID is the seller of the previous ordinary stone house manufacturing plan. Seeing this news, Ning Fan sneered. It's obvious that he didn't find a big enemy to take over and was afraid that the money would be worthless, so he came back to do the same thing. It's not that easy. That was the price in the morning. You have to pay more now. Ning Fan replied simply and clearly. If Ning Fan hadn't been unable to find a replacement for the time being, he wouldn't even bother to deal with it. After a while, the other party replied, Tell me, how much to add? Ning Fan, 5 cornerstones plus a crafting map for a fishing rod. The other party was silent for a while. Too many. I only have 3 cornerstones. Forget it then, Ning Fan said decisively. He didn't care whether the other party could afford it or not. This was his price anyway. If someone dares to ask for too much from you and controls you by relying on a broken picture, then you'd better not look back. If you turn back, you will pay the price for me honestly. This is Ning Fan's consistent principle. After a while, the other party did not reply. But Ning Fan was not in a hurry at all, because he knew that once someone like him looked back, he would definitely be extremely impatient. Sure enough, not long after, the other party replied. Good. It's just a simple word, but it carries a sense of hatred. Ning Fan didn't care whether he had any emotions or not. Business was business, and the price had to be lowered to make a profit. He quickly pulled up the deal. Bamboo fishing rod trading, stone house manufacturing diagram. Transaction successful. The other party closed the deal quickly, clearly looking impatient. After getting the things, Ning Fan prepared to close the chat interface. But at this moment, a new prompt came. The other party has blocked you. Ning Fan shook his head and smiled speechlessly. Another idiot. This was the second idiot he had met. The previous one was the girl whose ID was Don't Eat Coriander. What are you so happy about? Fong Ling suddenly looked up and asked. I got a good thing. I'll give you a surprise later, Ning Fan replied, leaving the question a little bit in suspense. Although it is just a stone house manufacturing plan, after returning thousands of times, it should be able to give a good house manufacturing plan. So mysterious. Fong Ling pouted, but her eyes revealed a little excitement and anticipation, and her hands moved much faster. Ning Fan took out the manufacturing diagram. Ordinary stone house manufacturing diagram. A small house made of stones with an area of 10, a must-have residence for survival in the wilderness. Require materials. Stone 40, wooden board 2. Judging from the materials required, it is a very simple shelter. I'm afraid that anyone with good hands-on skills can build a house like this using stones. But this doesn't matter to Ning Fan. He didn't plan to live in such a house anyway. After consuming some water resources to gather the required materials from the trading hall, Ning Fan immediately clicked on manufacturing. Consume 1 ordinary stone house manufacturing map to obtain an ordinary stone house, which can be placed in the territory. Trigger resource return Target Fong Ling Long. Return multiple 2,500 times. Please choose whether to return. Remaining times today, too. Yes. Ning Fan waited with bated breath. The next second, the system prompt arrived as expected. Ding! A copy of the Modern Apartment Manufacturing Map is returned. Chapter 24, Exquisite Apartment. Modern Apartment Manufacturing Plan. Normal, fully decorated single apartment. 1 bedroom and 1 living room. Area 50. Require materials. Stone 400, wood 50, plastic 40, metal 40, glass 20, rope 5. Ning Fan was dazzled by the long list of required materials. This was the manufacturing drawing that required the most materials that he had ever seen, but it was only for the sake of novelty. Ning Fan was not bothered by it, as he had no shortage of resources. On the contrary, the more materials were required, the more complete the functions were. The word hardcover alone is enough to explain everything. Get to work. Seeing that he was going to live in a decent house, Ning Fan put all his effort into it, waved his hand, and swept down a large number of orders from the trading market. With millions of people in the trading hall, there is no shortage of materials, and it can fully meet any demand. It is just a matter of price. After half of the remaining water in the warehouse was consumed and all the materials were in hand, Ning Fan chose to manufacture without stopping for a moment. Ding! Consume 1 modern apartment manufacturing map and obtain a modern apartment, which can be placed in the territory. Tip: the territory is not big enough to accommodate the people. Please expand the territory. Seeing this prompt, Ning Fan was stunned for a moment and suddenly realized the problem. The apartment covers an area of 50 square meters. Not to mention that the raft has been torn apart by sharks and only has about 40 square meters left. Even the original area is not enough to accommodate this apartment. After all, the raft is not empty. There's also a bathroom. Fortunately, they repelled a round of attacks, and the safe area of the territory could be expanded to 100 square meters. Otherwise, Ning Fan would have been scratching his head. Without the risk of attack, it would not be difficult to simply expand the area of the raft, especially since the price of materials has dropped significantly. Without spending much resources, the raft ushered in a new wave of expansion. Consume 5 wooden boards, 2 ropes. Expand the raft by 1. Consume 5 wooden boards, 2 ropes. Expand the raft by 1. Consume 5 wooden boards, 2 ropes. Expand the raft by 1. The area of the raft increased little by little until it reached 80 square meters, and then Ning Fan stopped. The reason why it was not expanded directly to 100 square meters is simply to leave some room for error. When the moon is full, it will wane. The area of 80 square meters is already very large for a raft. Ning Fan could clearly feel that the drifting speed of the raft under his feet had slowed down a bit. This is not a big deal. It is just an aimless drift, and the speed does not matter. The expansion of the raft had attracted Fong Ling Long's attention early on. Seeing Ning Fan stop, she couldn't help but ask curiously, "Ning Fan, why did you expand the raft so much?" Ning Fan didn't say anything, just smiled mysteriously and clicked on the screen. The next second, a house appeared out of nowhere on the raft, instantly occupying most of the raft. Fong Ling Long was stunned, and her beautiful eyes widened. The creamy white exterior walls, matched with neat doors and windows, are exactly the same as those exquisitely decorated apartments on Blue Star. Fong Ling Long opened her mouth and was greatly shocked. She really suspected that Ning Fan was here for vacation. How on earth did he build such a house? Let's go in and take a look at our new home. Ning Fan chuckled and walked straight forward. Fong Ling Long pursed her lips and followed. When you open the door and enter the house, you will see a living room with white tiles, sofas, coffee tables, chandeliers. Everything is decorated the same as Blue Star, even with a large LCD TV. The whole living room is small and exquisite, full of life. Fong Ling Long stood there at a loss, looking a little restrained. If it were on Blue Star with her family background, such a small living room would not interest her at all. But she knew clearly that this was not Blue Star, but a cruel alien world where living a primitive life to survive was the norm. It was precisely because of this that she felt a little uneasy when such a modern apartment was placed in front of her. She felt that she did not deserve such a situation. Ning Fan did not notice Fong Ling Long's abnormality. He walked to the wall, pressed the switch on the wall, looked up, and found that the chandelier above his head was not on. What a pity! There is no electricity. Such a nice decoration is wasted. Ning Fan couldn't help but sigh. Without electricity, the LCD TV becomes just a decoration. There's also a small kitchen next to the living room. Ning Fan walked in and took a look around. As expected, there was no gas or water. Fortunately, the infrastructure is sound and we can use it when electricity and water are available. Ning Fan comforted himself. Although there are some imperfections, this is after all just a house built according to an ordinary manufacturing plan. It is already good to have such a large space and standard furniture. If you want to have futuristic technology similar to the bathroom, you probably need a higher level of manufacturing drawings. Ning Fan returned to the living room and found Fong Ling standing there blankly. His eyes moved and he asked, "What's wrong, senior? Don't you like this house?" "No, I like this house very much." Fong Ling came back to her senses and said quickly, "I'm glad you like it. Let's go to the bedroom and take a look." Ning Fan stretched out his hand to invite her. Fong Ling stared at the hand he extended to her, her heart trembling, and for some unknown reason, she gently placed her hand on it. Ning Fan did not act rashly. He held Winru firmly in his palm and led her towards the bedroom. When I opened the door, it was just an ordinary bedroom. The only thing worth mentioning is the large double bed. Mattresses, quilts, and pillows are all available. Finally, I don't have to sleep on that stiff wooden board anymore. Ning Fan touched the soft mattress with a satisfied look on his face. He turned to look at Fong Ling. "Senior, what do you think?" The two were still holding hands. Fong Ling, who was already feeling depressed, blushed instantly when she saw the two pillows neatly placed at the head of the bed. Probably they can't escape the fate of sleeping in the same bed. She pulled her hand out of Ning Fan's and whispered, "The clothes haven't been designed yet. I'm going to do something first." After saying this, Fong Ling fled in panic. Ning Fan chuckled, not caring, and turned to walk to the bedroom window. Through the window, the afterglow of the setting sun shone on his face. Standing here, he could see the slightly rough sea at a glance. Ning Fan's mood was indescribably relaxed at this moment. He stretched lazily. "Finally, there's a harbor that can shelter me from the wind and rain." After saying that, Ning Fan opened the Lord interface. Lord, Ning Fan. Physique, D. The lowest level is D-. The highest is SSS, and physical fitness determines personal strength. Territory, a wooden raft. Land area, 80. Territory score, 160. Area score, 80 plus building score, 80. Territory buildings, D plus toilet, 1 ordinary apartment, unplaced buildings, ordinary stone toilet, ordinary stone house. Territory tools, D level automatic fishing net, 2. Warehouse resources, 108 cornerstones, 35 L drinking water, 24 kilograms ordinary fresh fish, 2.5 kilograms roasted C-grade fish, 500 G bread, 5 wooden boards. The apartment was completed, and the territory score increased by another 50. Before he knew it, Ning Fan's territory score reached 160. I don't know what the use of his territory score is. Logically speaking, my territory score should be far ahead now. Ning Fan murmured, looking into the deep sea in the distance. Ning Fan had the confidence to say this. Whether it was the 80 square meters of territory or the 2 modern and ultra-modern buildings, they were not something that ordinary people could achieve, let alone the combination of the two. Unfortunately, he has not yet discovered the role of scoring. As Ning Fan was sighing, a notification sound suddenly rang in his ear. Ding! 1 set of clothing design is consumed. The target is Fong Ling. The return multiple is 2,500 times. Please choose whether to return it. The remaining number of times today is 1. Chapter 25 Emergency. Ding! 1 set of clothing design is consumed. The target is Fong Ling. The return multiple is 2,500 times. Please choose whether to return it. The remaining number of times today is 1. Seeing this tip, Ning Fan's eyes lit up. Clothing design drawings are, after all, manufacturing drawings, so a 2,500-fold return is understandable. Should I return it? Ning Fan wasn't sure what he would give after returning it. I looked out the window at the sky. Night was about to fall, and I had 1 return opportunity left, but didn't have anything good to return. Ning Fan decided to use the last return of the day for this. After all, it is something that is closely related to life and will not be wasted. Return. Ning Fan stared at the screen, holding his breath. The next second, a prompt appeared on the screen. Ding, 2,500 clothing design drawings returned. Ah. Ning Fan smacked his lips. How can the quantity be returned directly? This return is somewhat rough. He thought he would be given something new, but when he thought about it, he quickly understood. No matter how much the clothing designs are improved, the quality seems to be just that. From this perspective, there is nothing wrong with the return amount. Ning Fan scratched his head in confusion when he saw 2,500 more design drawings appear out of nowhere. There are so many design drawings that I can't even use to buy a wardrobe for my senior sister, so I can only sell them. Opening the trading hall, Ning Fan searched for the transaction prices of similar items. The moment he saw the exact number, he instantly gave up the idea. Keep it for now. It would be a waste to sell it now. Items similar to those in manufacturing diagrams were sold at prices lower than daily necessities. It turns out that not everyone considers the issue of personal hygiene. It's only the 5th day since I came into this world. No matter how shabby the clothes I have on me are, I can still wear them. Worst case, just not wear it. Not everyone has a senior sister. After figuring out this logic, Ning Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The design drawings returned this time will be a waste of time for a short time. The only good news is that I can buy a few more clothes for my senior. Ning Fan then walked out of the bedroom. In the living room, Fong Ling was sitting on the sofa, arranging her clothes in an orderly manner. Upon closer inspection, they were men's clothes. Seeing Ning Fan coming out, she immediately stood up and handed the neatly folded clothes to Ning Fan. Change your clothes quickly. A strange look flashed across Ning Fan's face. If you're going to wear it, why do you fold it so neatly? Ning Fan kept these words in his heart and did not speak out. He reached out and took the clothes. Thank you for your hard work, senior. Take it and try it. If it doesn't work, I'll come back and help you cut it. Fong Ling said crisply. Don't worry, I have something for you. What? Fong Ling looked puzzled. Hadn't she just been given so many supplies? Why was there still something else for her? She was about to refuse, but the next second, a notification sound came. Lord Ning Fan gives you clothing design drawings 20. If it's not enough, just ask me for more. I have quite a lot here. Ning Fan's voice rang in her ears, and Fong Linglong's head was buzzing. She had snatched this design from the trading market at Wan's reminder. Although the price is cheap, the quantity is rare. It is an item that is fine to have, but doesn't matter if you don't have it. It is a typical commodity that is unsaleable and priceless. She didn't expect Ning Fan to be able to come up with so many design drawings at will. So what is this unique gift of hers? Is it a clown? Fong Linglong blinked her beautiful eyes. Ning Fan's figure was reflected in her pupils. She really wanted to ask Ning Fan how he got so many design drawings, but she didn't know how to start. I remember that my senior sister studied design, so I bought a batch of design drawings from the chat channel. Ning Fan, who saw through Fong Linglong's thoughts, told a small lie. Fong Linglong frowned. She didn't quite believe it. Ning Fan immediately said, I'd also like to trouble you to design a set of universal templates. 2 sets, one for men's clothing and one for women's clothing. I plan to do something with them. One thing after another, the logic becomes much more rigorous. You want to stock up on clothes? Fong Linglong's beautiful eyes lit up. Yeah. Ning Fan nodded without changing his expression. Although his design drawings were not hoarded, there was still a considerable number of them that were not. The train of lies turned again and again, but finally returned to the right track. But the difference was that Fong Linglong was in a much happier mood. Okay, give me some time and I'll help you design it. She felt that she had finally made some difference and could help Ning Fan. Although it was comfortable to blindly accept Ning Fan's favor, deep down she didn't want to be just a vase. She is very satisfied if she can play a small role within her ability. The mood that had been suppressed for a long time was finally released, and the smile on Fong Linglong's face became much brighter. Ning Fan's heart skipped a second, and at that moment, he almost even decided on a name for the child. Don't worry, just treat it as something to kill time. It won't be sold in a short time anyway. I'm going to prepare dinner first. After giving the instructions, Ning Fan turned around and walked out of the house. He was afraid that if he stayed any longer, he would not have fish for dinner. Fong Linglong watched Ning Fan's departing back, her eyes as gentle as water. It was not until Ning Fan left the room that she withdrew her gaze and sat down, wrapping her body in the soft sofa and letting her heart indulge in Ning Fan's love. On the raft, Ning Fan pulled up 2 automatic fishing nets. Ding, get 30 kilograms of common fish. Ding, obtain 22 kilograms of common fish. 3 kilograms of D-grade fish for kilograms of D-grade fish. With 2 fishing nets, the whole day's catch doubled. There were 2.5 kilograms of roasted C-grade fish in the warehouse, enough for Ning Fan to have a meal, and the rest was just a prepared dinner for the senior. After keeping all the graded fish, Ning Fan sent the other 52 kilograms of fish to Huang San for processing, as usual, while he processed the grated fish himself. If nothing unexpected happens, these D-level fish meat will become Fong Linglong's food in the future. He is just waiting for the return. After handling the fish skillfully, Ning Fan built a fire and started grilling the fish. Time passed, night fell, and the sky was filled with stars. The fire was burning red, illuminating the situation on the raft, and a fragrant aroma filled the raft. After designing the clothes, Fong Linglong was like a kitten stealing fish. She followed the smell and went out of the house, then sat down obediently beside the fire. It's a little dark in the room. Seeing Ning Fan looking at her with a smile, Fong Linglong explained. Just wait a little longer and you can eat, Ning Fan said slowly. Fong Linglong's face instantly turned red, but luckily under the light of the fire, her face was already red, so nothing unusual could be seen. The crackling sound of firewood continued. The two of them waited quietly for the fish to be cooked. After a while, seeing that it was almost done, Ning Fan took the grilled fish and handed it to Fong Linglong. I grilled some extra fish for you. It should be enough for you and Mu want to have a few full meals. If you run out, tell me. Don't starve yourself. Hearing this, Fong Linglong felt a warm feeling in her heart. Ning Fan actually considered all her best friends for her. Yeah, I understand. Fong Linglong responded in a sweet voice. Let's eat. And just as the two of them were enjoying the food and quietly admiring the night sky, suddenly, a bright meteor streaked across the sky, leaving a beautiful trail. Before the two could react, a fierce warning sounded in their ears almost at the same time. Warning, emergency. Severe rainstorms are about to hit the area. Please be prepared. Warning, emergency. Severe rainstorms are about to hit the area. Please be prepared. Chapter 26. Mu Wanting is caught in the rain. Warning, emergency. Severe rainstorms are about to hit the area. Please be prepared. This was the first time Ning Fan and Fong Linglong encountered such a thing. They were both a little confused and had no reaction for a while. At this moment, a flash of lightning exploded in the sky without any warning. In an instant, the whole world was illuminated. A deafening thunder followed, as if the sky was falling. Fong Linglong was frightened and dropped the fish in her hand in panic. Ning Fan came to his senses immediately and hurried over to hold Fong Linglong's body. Don't be afraid, it's just thunder. Let's go inside first. Fong Linglong nodded in shock, her face visibly turning pale. Ning Fan helped Fong Linglong into the house. Although it is said to be supporting, it is actually no different from hugging. However, Ning Fan did not linger. Just as they stepped into the door, raindrops began to drip on the raft. By the time Ning Fan protected Fong Linglong and sat on the sofa, the rain outside was already pouring down. The whole process took no more than a dozen breaths. The changes in the information were beyond Ning Fan's expectations. He subconsciously walked to the window to check the situation. The raindrops hit the glass desperately, forming streams of water. Outside the window, the fire that was originally burning brightly was swaying in the rain, and the fire gradually became smaller until it was completely extinguished. The last ray of light disappeared, and the whole world became dark, and the living room was plunged into darkness. Is this an emergency? The rainstorm came suddenly. It's scary, Ning Fan murmured softly. It's even more exaggerated than the torrential rain on the blue planet. Ning Fan was glad that he built the apartment in time. Otherwise, with such heavy rain, he would have to take Fong Linglong to hide in the cramped bathroom. It's a pity that there is no electricity, it's dark, and you can't see your hand in front of you, which is not very convenient. At this moment, a light blue light suddenly appeared in the living room. Ning Fan looked back and saw that it was Fong Linglong who opened the virtual screen of the Lord interface. Then I heard Fong Linglong say anxiously, Ning Fan, Wan is also experiencing a rainstorm. She has nowhere to hide from the rain. Do you have any way to help her? Hearing this, Ning Fan responded quickly, I happen to have a small house. It should be no problem to take shelter from the rain. I'll send it to you. In order to return to manufacturing drawings, Ning Fan built ordinary stone toilet and ordinary stone house in the past 2 days, but they have been idle and not dealt with. It comes in handy now. Ning Fan sent the ordinary stone house to Fong Linglong. After receiving the item, Fong Linglong's face lit up with joy, and she immediately sent it to Mu Wanting without saying a word. After a while, Fong Linglong stopped her busy actions. Ning Fan sat next to her and asked with concern, How is it? Wanwan has moved into the house and doesn't have to get wet in the rain anymore, but she's been soaked all over. As she spoke, Fong Linglong hugged Ning Fan's arm for the first time and started to act coquettishly. I gave Wanwan 2 sets of clothes. I hope you don't mind. Why is it so tea, but I like it so much? I've already told you that you could decide this little thing on your own. No need to ask me. Ning Fan said in a relaxed tone. Hearing this, Fong Linglong happily leaned her head on Ning Fan's arms, her body pressed against Ning Fan, and said in a soft voice, Ning Fan, thank you for your understanding. Ning Fan's pupils dilated slightly, as if he had seen something incredible. Is the senior throwing herself into his arms? Should he do something? Ning Fan, who was feeling very confused, was about to respond and was about to raise his hand when the next second, Fong Linglong's Lord screen lit up. There is news coming in. Fong Linglong glanced sideways and saw that it was a message from Wanwan. Then she left Ning Fan's arms without any hesitation and went to reply. Ning Fan was left alone, disheveled in the wind. This scene was very similar to the one where a boy was being perfunctory with his girlfriend while playing games, but the roles were reversed and Ning Fan became the one being perfunctorily treated. Ning Fan glanced at Fong Linglong with a resentful look on his face, then opened the Lord interface as well and started to check the news on his own. Chat channel. What a sudden incident. Why is it raining so hard? I am soaked like a drowned dog. Wow, it's wet. It's all wet. This is the quilt I just made today. If you keep showering like this, you'll definitely catch a cold. Don't you have any means of shelter from the rain? I built a simple shed with wooden planks, and it feels much better. I also held up 2 boards so I was less exposed to the rain, but it still felt a bit cold. I heard that someone has developed the blueprints for building a house and is living in one. I'm so damn envious. I don't know when the rain will stop. If it continues the next night, I really don't know how I'll get through it. Brother, think about the bright side. At least it's raining. We can collect some rainwater and store it, so we won't be short of water in the next few days. Fuck, why didn't I think of this? No more chatting. I'm gonna go get some water first. Haha, me too. Finally, I don't have to worry about water resources anymore. It's over. The mineral water I stockpiled is going to be wasted. Watching the discussion on the chat channel, Ning Fan turned his head and looked out the window. This downpour is also a feast. It can be predicted that after this heavy rain, the price of water in the trading hall will drop significantly, and it is very likely that water resources will withdraw from the trading market for a period of time. Suffering and benefits coexist. Perhaps this is the nature of emergencies. Ning Fan sighed and then smiled bitterly. To him, this benefit seemed non-existent. Not only is he not sure of water, on the contrary, he is a profiteer who resells water resources. Water is worthless, and the water he gave to Fong Linglong has also lost its monetary value. The only use left is daily drinking. Ning Fan opened the trading hall. As expected, all water-related trading orders were taken down. Instead, the prices of daily necessities such as iron pots, matches, and lighters have risen rapidly. Understandably, rainwater is safe to drink only after it has been boiled and disinfected. Of course, if you don't worry about diarrhea, you can drink it raw. What surprised Ning Fan was that after water lost its monetary properties, part of the trading resources used as currency turned into cornerstones, while the other part remained food and materials. This suggests that the value of the cornerstone is increasing. It seems that everyone is not stupid. They know that resources with fixed value like cornerstones are the least likely to depreciate. Ning Fan was neither happy nor sad about this discovery. Although the value of the cornerstone has increased, you'll have to pay more resources to obtain it through trading. But at the same time, once the cornerstone completely becomes the base currency, it means that he only needs to continuously obtain resources to easily obtain the cornerstone. Since the value of cornerstones is not too high right now, we need to collect some quickly. Ning Fan turned to look at Fong Linglong and asked, Senior, have you finished designing the 2 sets of clothing templates I mentioned to you in the evening? Chapter 27 Water Purifier Manufacturing Diagram. The heavy rain did not bring any benefits to Ning Fan on the surface, but it brought many benefits in secret. It's just like selling umbrellas when it rains. The rain was so heavy that many people got their clothes wet. Even Mu Wanting was no exception. You can imagine how great the demand for a set of clean and dry clothes was. Ning Fan was originally worried about the backlog of more than 2,000 clothing designs in his hands, which was a bit wasteful. Unexpectedly, an unexpected incident brought a turning point. If all the designs in hand could be sold, the loss of a few bottles of mineral water would not be worth mentioning at all. Ning Fan, Are you planning to sell your clothes? Fong Linglong looked up. Yes. Hearing this, Fong Linglong smiled happily. Wanwan and I happen to be discussing this as well. Wanwan's idea is that it's best to sell only a portion of the clothes first, and then sell the rest after the rain stops, so that you can maximize your profits. Fong Linglong leaned forward, her big eyes extremely bright, and she continued. Wanwan is a marketing major. I think what she said makes sense. We can take advantage of this heavy rain to try out some hunger marketing tactics. What do you think of her suggestion? Ning Fan looked at her deeply, and it seemed that what the two best friends were discussing was for his own good. Then he would reluctantly forgive the senior for her previous neglect. That's good. You can try it. Great. The suggestion was adopted, and Fong Linglong happily reported the news to Mu Wanting. Ning Fan's mouth curled up unconsciously. Hire a senior sister who is good at design, and also give yourself a best friend who is good at marketing. The fact that such a good thing happened to him was probably because he helped an old lady cross the road in his previous life. Ning Fan felt very happy. Suddenly, Fong Linglong turned to him and asked, Wanwan asked me to ask you, how many design drawings do you have? About 2,400. Ning Fan said truthfully. How much more? Fong Linglong's voice rose a degree. She looked at Ning Fan in disbelief, her beautiful eyes round and dull. The specific number is 2,490 clothing design drawings. Ning Fan waved his hand, looking innocent. You asked it yourself, so don't blame me if you're scared. Fong Linglong took a deep breath, and her heart couldn't calm down for a long time. She and Mu Wanting both thought that Ning Fan would only have a few hundred copies at most, and they never expected there would be so many. Then the marketing plan they had been discussing for half a day would be invalid. With such strong capital, a monopoly can be formed in a short period of time, and the price can be set at whatever price they want. Please wait a moment. Don't rush to sell. Wanwan and I will discuss how to sell it to maximize the profit. Fong Linglong did not ask Ning Fan how he got so many design drawings. Instead, she accepted the fact and quickly adjusted her thinking. Ning Fan felt warm in his heart, and he suddenly realized that Fong Linglong already had a place for him in her heart and was slowly developing the mentality of a mistress. There's no need to go through so much trouble. I'll give you the design drawings, and you can just run the business. Ning Fan said casually. Fong Linglong's movements paused. What did you say? I said I'll leave this business to you. Is it really possible? Fong Linglong's tone was a little nervous and a little excited. She has a special liking for doing business, and she likes the wonderful feeling of being thrifty and making money and saving money. This love has been around for a long time, especially when she runs a business with Wanwan, but I'm afraid that I don't have the ability and will mess it up for you. Forget it. There was a hint of unconfidence in his voice. If it fails, it fails. It's just a matter of making less money. You can't possibly make me lose money. Ning Fan chuckled and joked. That's of course impossible. Fong Linglong answered almost without thinking. That's it, Ning Fan said with a smile. It's settled. If you're not sure, ask your bestie more. Anyway, I'll leave this to you too. Okay, right. Fong Linglong nodded weakly, with a hint of joy in her eyes. How can you not be happy when you get what you want? Ning Fan was also happy. Not only did he relieve his stress, he also made his senior happy, and he could also establish some connection with Mu Wanting. It was really a three-pronged approach. He immediately sent all the design drawings in his hand to Fong Linglong. Fong Linglong, who received the item, was so excited that she took off her slippers, stepped onto the sofa, sat with her legs together, and before preparing to share the good news with Mu Wanting, she did not forget to perfunctorily greet Ning Fan. Ning Fan, you are so kind. Ding. Nice guy card. Ning Fan curled the corner of his mouth and said, Give me some practical benefits. After secretly glancing at the familiar white socks for a while and finding some comfort, the Lord system suddenly sounded a prompt that someone had sent him a message. This reminder will only sound if you have chatted with him or his friends have sent him messages. Ning Fan thought it would be Huang San, but found out when he entered the chat. The person who sent him the message was actually the idiot who sold the Stonehouse manufacturing plan before. After this guy put him on the blacklist, he didn't expect to slap himself in the face and released him. Probably he had a request. Ning Fan smiled disdainfully and glanced at the message. Brother, can you give me the manufacturing diagram back? I will return the fishing rod to you, but I don't want the cornerstone anymore. Consider it a gift from me. As expected, this guy saw the heavy rain and couldn't stand getting wet, so he ran back to ask for the house. Such familiar stupidity. In fact, Ning Fan didn't mind returning the goods. After all, He had already earned a refund manufacturing map, and it was raining so hard outside, so it wasn't impossible for him to be a good person. But look at what he said. What do you mean he doesn't want the cornerstone anymore and gave it to me? So does that count? With such an attitude, no one will be treated well. You deserve to get wet in the rain. Go home and play in the mud. It was just a small episode. Ning Fan didn't take it seriously, blocked him, and continued to browse other received messages. There are a lot of unsolicited messages, most of which are just empty attempts to get close to you. Ning Fan browsed around bored. Suddenly, an ID caught his attention. Cut off one's own sword. Isn't this the guy who helped me to fight back in the chat channel last time? What does he want from me? Ning Fan clicked into the chat, and a message appeared in front of him. Boss, do you have a shelter from the rain? I have a manufacturing diagram for a common water purifier here. I want to change a shelter. Water purifier manufacturing diagram? Shit, are you going to trade this thing? Or change the shelter? Ning Fan's mind was filled with confusion, but he soon figured out the reason. It's still the same problem. After this heavy rain, no one will be short of water in the short term, and water is not valuable at all. So the value of a water purifier manufacturing drawing plummeted. Unless you're prepared to hold it for a long time, once the rainwater in everyone's hands is consumed, it may be able to restore its previous value. But it's hard to say. After all, who knows if there will be any unexpected incidents in the future? With this in mind, it's no wonder that he would put it up for trade. It seems that this heavy rain has helped me invisibly. If it hadn't rained, no one would have sold the manufacturing blueprints for the water purifier. Ning Fan showed a hint of joy. In other people's hands, the water purifier manufacturing map might not be as good as a shelter, but it is different in his hands. It is no exaggeration to say that it is far better than that. He has resources to return. The water purifier manufacturing drawing itself is not important. What is important is how it is returned. A machine that can produce water and return thousands of times the amount can't be bad. It just so happened that he had an ordinary stone toilet building that could serve as a shelter. Ning Fan sent a message to castration of oneself. I don't have a proper house for the time being. Ordinary stone toilet. I wonder if you want this one? Chapter 28. Marketing ideas of two best friends. Add another 1 kilogram of fresh fish meat. After thinking it over, Ning Fan added a sentence. After all, using a toilet as a shelter in exchange for a water purifier manufacturing blueprint was somewhat unfair to him. And the other party was quite sensible and gave more as asked. After waiting for a while, the other party replied, Sure, thank you. Thank you, you're so kind. You also gave me fish. To be honest, I've been craving for fish for a long time, but I have never had the money to buy it. The other party initiates the transaction. Ordinary water purifier manufacturing diagram transaction, stone, ordinary toilet, plus 1 kilogram fresh fish meat. You can tell between the lines that this person is carefree and more open-minded than Huang San. Ning Fan readily agreed to the deal. Ordinary water purifier. The manufacturing diagram is in hand, but there are no more chances to return today, so Ning Fan will put away for now and wait until tomorrow. What's your name? The other party was so straightforward and gave such a big gift. Ning Fan had a good impression of him, so he asked a few more questions. Boss, you could just call me Xiao Dao. Cut off one's own body with a knife? A knife? He's an interesting person. Okay, Xiao Dao, let's add me as a friend. If you have any and use manufacturing drawings in the future, you can show them to me. If I like them, I will guarantee that the price will satisfy you. Boss, you are embarrassing me. I'm just a poor bastard. If I could gather all the materials for the water purifier, I would not have traded it. How could I have other manufacturing plans? There's no need to belittle yourself. As the saying goes, the world is uncertain. You and I are both dark horses. Who knows, you might become successful in the future. You must believe that you can change your circumstances. Ning Fan replied, That's all good news. If I get other manufacturing plans in the future, I'll make sure to show them to you first. The other party sent a cool expression. Ning Fan smiled slightly. Okay. After turning off the chat, Ning Fan glanced out the window. The heavy rain is still falling, and there is no sign of it slowing down. It looks like it will not stop tonight. Fong Ling was still immersed in the Lord in her face. She didn't know when her whole body stretched out, and her long white legs were stretched straight on the sofa. Ning Fan could see it clearly with just a glance. He touched his nose guiltily and asked, How are you two tinkering with this? Fong Ling looked up and said happily, It's already on sale, and the response is pretty good. Oh, Ning Fan looked curious. Take a look. Fong Ling moved closer, unlocked the permissions, and showed the contents on the Lord's screen to Ning Fan. It's a discussion on the chat channel. Chat channel. Maple Leaf's Secret Store Assistant. Maple Leaf's Secret Store is now open. Grand opening sale. We are now offering a discount product. For only 3 cornerstones, you can take home a brand new set of clothes. Limited to 500 copies. First come, first served. Come and buy it. Attached below is a dress pattern. The outer coat, trousers, underwear, and briefs are all blue, and at first glance they look like auto repair clothes. Maple Leaf's mysterious shop assistant. In addition to discounted products, the assistant also offers a variety of clothing styles. You only need to pay an additional 2 cornerstones to choose the clothing style you like. Maple Leaf's mysterious store assistant. Exclusively authorized by Maple Leaf Boss. Follow the assistant and get discount products from time to time. Warm reminder, is not limited to clothes. It may be other items obtained by the boss. The entire page of the chat channel was dominated by messages from the assistant. Fong Ling Long scrolled down, and comments about other people slowly came into view. Maple Leaf Boss's mysterious shop. Is that the Maple Leaf Boss I know? Who else could be so generous? There is only one boss like him on our channel. Maple Leaf Boss is awesome. Not only did he open a store, he even has a little assistant. At Maple Leaf's mysterious shop assistant. Assistant, are you a man or a woman? No, the guy above is desperate. The assistant must be a woman. Maybe she's the woman of Maple Leaf Boss. I advise you to hide quickly. Maybe your ID has been remembered by the boss. Instead of discussing the assistant's gender, why don't you try to contact the assistant and buy a discounted product? Do I need you to tell me? I've already contacted you. All 500 discounted clothes are sold out. How can I wait until you react? Damn, it's so fast. It's a bit exaggerated. I thought everyone would check the situation. Look at the situation outside now. Everyone is soaked like a dog. They finally built a wooden shed, but their clothes are soaked. In this situation, people with a little savings are eager to buy a piece of clothing. Not to mention it's so cheap. At Maple Leaf's mysterious store assistant, can you offer another round of discounts? It's really freezing. Maple Leaf's mysterious store assistant. Sorry, the number of clothes is limited. It is impossible to meet everyone's needs. If you need clothes urgently, you can pay extra to buy other styles of clothes. There are still stocks. Hey, I want to raise the price, but I don't have enough cornerstones. I'm poor. Can the assistant use other resources to pay? Maple Leaf's mysterious shop assistant. We are not accepting other resources for payment at this time. We suggest you redeem enough cornerstones before buying. All right. What a professional assistant. No wonder Maple Leaf is so powerful. It turns out he has a team behind him. I feel like Maple Leaf's development speed is beyond the reach of the likes of us. I think we can also learn from the big guys model, develop in groups, and make the best use of each other's strengths. What do you think? It's not that simple. Trust alone is a big problem. Unless they are real friends, I won't trust anyone else. No, even real friends won't work. I just got backstabbed. All feelings are bullshit when it comes to interests. How did the boss do it? Simple, just exchange benefits for benefits. I'm going to set up a guild. Is there anyone who wants to join? What guild? Please tell me more. The following is some irrelevant discussion. Of course, it was insignificant relative to their business, but in fact, it gradually evolved into an important topic in the chat channel. This also laid the foundation for the subsequent formation of guilds and federations. And the fuse of everything came from the play performed by 2 women. Ning Fan looked at Fong Ling Long with complicated eyes and slowly raised a thumbs up. Senior, you 2 are amazing. Sincere praise. He would never have thought that 2 delicate women could make this business so successful. This all requires building a brand. I'm just borrowing your fame. I'm not as great as you say. Fong Ling Long felt a little embarrassed by the compliment and lowered her head shyly. Don't be modest. If I were to do it myself, I would definitely not be able to do it as well as you do. Ning Fan continued to praise him. Then he changed the subject and asked with concern. However, it would be very tiring for you to do customer service on your own. If you have to reply to everyone, the workload would be too heavy. No. Fong Ling Long shook her head. We put 500 items in the trading hall. As long as they are set as private orders, anyone who chats with me privately will automatically receive an order number. If they want to buy, they can place the order themselves. So only those who come to buy other styles of clothes need me to reply personally. Fong Ling Long winked at Ning Fan, looking a little cute and a little cunning. Is it possible to do this? Ning Fan looked surprised. Automatic reply plus order code. Isn't this the same as the Blue Star online shopping method? Does the Lord system have such a function? Yes, these are what Wan discovered during her free time. Wan is so amazing. Fong Ling Long showed off to her bestie. It's really amazing. A simple chat and trading system allows these two women to have fun. Ning Fan's horizons were broadened. He continued, even so, there are still many people who come to you to buy other styles of clothes. Actually, there are not many. Fong Ling Long suddenly lowered her voice, with a hint of cunning in her eyes, as if she had done something wrong. Wan has calculated that the cornerstone only appeared in the supply box today. There are very few people who can get 5 cornerstones, so you understand. Oh my god, it turns out there is such a trick here. Ning Fan was shocked again. These two best friends seem to have some dirty thoughts, but why do I feel like they like them more? Hiss, if 3 unscrupulous businessmen live in this house in the future, I can't even imagine how fast they will make money. Wan means that we should sell all the remaining clothes at a discount tomorrow morning. The price is 4 cornerstones. Fong Ling Long stretched out 4 plump fingers. Ning Fan swallowed his saliva. Routine. It was all a routine. So you didn't intend to sell those styles of clothes at 5 cornerstones from the beginning? Fong Ling Long nodded with some pride. Ning Fan felt that his innocent school beauty senior was led astray by wanting. One last question. How do you deal with the plastic used in making clothes? 1 piece of clothing requires 10 pieces of plastic, and the plastic required for more than 2,400 sets of clothes is a considerable expense. Ning Fan originally thought that they would just sell the designs, but they ended up selling ready-made clothes. Ning Fan couldn't understand where they got so many resources to pay the costs. Use the mineral water you gave us. Fong Ling Long chuckled. Wan saw that the value of water resources in the trading market had depreciated significantly, so she immediately put all the mineral water we had on the trading floor and only traded plastic. Just like that, all the mineral water was sold out in a short while, and the plastic problem was solved. Wonderful, wonderful. Ning Fan almost couldn't help but applaud them for their operation. Why didn't he think of this? After a heavy rain, everyone is no longer short of water, but there's still a shortage of drinkable water for a short period of time. Rainwater must be boiled to be safe to drink. With so many people in the area, it is impossible for everyone to have the means to boil rainwater. There is always a small number of people who are thirsty or even parched when heavy rain falls. At this time, an order for mineral water to trade plastic appeared. Who would drink rainwater and risk getting sick? Plastic is just the most common material. It is not a difficult choice to pay a little bit of plastic in exchange for a few sips of water that can quench your thirst immediately. After all, it was during this heavy rain that Wanting keenly observed that there is a very low-end market for drinking water. As expected, he studied marketing and has a sharp eye. Ning Fan exclaimed. He didn't see the deep-hidden sinking market and just thought that mineral water would have no market after a heavy rain. The timing was right, too. It's too late to discover it now. The sinking market is gone, or it has been saturated by boiling rainwater. For the sake of health, you can choose mineral water over rainwater and mineral water, or you can choose boiled rainwater over boiled rainwater for the sake of cost saving. It's all about value choices. What do you think? Wan is smart, right? Fong Ling Long looked at the confused Ning Fan. Her sense of pride instantly filled her chest, and she began to show off to her bestie again. Ning Fan came back to his senses and glanced at Fong Ling Long speechlessly. The fox's tail was raised to the sky, and he immediately said something sarcastic. So what role did you play in this? I'm the assistant, and I'm in charge of the money. It's very useful, right? Fong Ling Long pouted, unconvinced. Yes, this is what we got tonight. Leader Fong Ling Long gives you a cornerstone, 1,500. 1 discounted piece of clothing costs 3 cornerstones, so 500 pieces would cost 1,500. Why give it all to me? Why don't you keep some for yourselves? Do you really think I'm your boss? Do I still have to pay you? Ning Fan joked. You think too much. This is pure profit. Fong Ling Long snorted and said proudly. Smart workers have already paid themselves wages. Ah. Ning Fan was stunned. Is there such an operation? Poochie, looking at Ning Fan's familiar dazed look, Fong Ling Long couldn't help but laugh out loud. Well, you don't have to worry about the two of us. The fish and ordinary meat you gave us have now become hard currency. We haven't consumed it all yet. We don't need that much money. The word diligence and thrift suddenly popped up in Ning Fan's mind for no reason. Okay, if you need resources, just ask. Don't worry, don't worry. Fong Ling Long waved her hands and ignored Ning Fan. There are quite a few priced orders waiting for her to reply, and she is busy making some extra money. She moved her body back to her original position, and her attention just fell on the screen. Suddenly, a figure approached her quietly, and before she could react, her whole body fell into someone's arms the next second. It was Ning Fan who picked her up by the waist. Fong Linglong's mind went blank in an instant, and she subconsciously asked, Ning Fan, what are you doing? Don't worry, I won't do anything rash. I'll just carry you to bed. It's so late, the living room is a bit cold. You might catch a cold. Ning Fan chuckled. Smelling the faint masculine scent lingering in the air, Fong Linglong felt dazed for a moment. Then, looking at the resolute face so close to her, her body could no longer support the slightest resistance, and her face flushed uncontrollably. Put me down quickly, I'll go to bed and sleep on myself, that's it, she said in a mosquito-like voice. Ning Fan ignored him and walked towards the bedroom with Fong Linglong in his arms. I've already picked him up. How can I put him down? Ning Fan wouldn't have been so aggressive if he hadn't seen Fong Linglong obsessed with small amounts of money and had no intention of sleeping at all. He was also worried that the senior would work very late and spend the night on the sofa, and if she got used to sleeping on the sofa, that would be the end of her. Especially since he felt that his relationship with his senior schoolmate had reached the critical point, sleeping in separate beds at this time was not a good thing. Seeing that Ning Fan had no intention of letting her go, Fong Linglong no longer had any resistance in her heart. She buried her head in Ning Fan's arms, acting like a well-behaved ostrich. Only after Ning Fan gently put her on the bed and covered her with a blanket did she slowly come back to her senses. You can work if you want, but don't play too late, Ning Fan warned. Fong Linglong nodded like a little cutie. At this moment, her mind was back, but her heart was still locked with Ning Fan. Seeing this, Ning Fan immediately walked to the other side of the bed. The moment he turned around, the corners of his mouth involuntarily curled up. With this alone, it shouldn't be long before I can win over the senior. The bed was big enough. After Ning Fan climbed onto the bed, he did not try to take advantage of the senior sister. Instead, he lay quietly in his own half, closed his eyes, and went to sleep. In relationships, being aggressive and conservative are two different seasonings, and Ning Fan carefully maintains this balance. Fong Linglong was deeply involved in this. She hid herself in the quilt, her body tense, as if there was a little man in her mind, reminding her all the time that the guy who made her heart beat abnormally was sleeping on the other side of the bed, to the point that she had no time to think about the order at all. Her mind was in a mess, and her emotions were extremely complicated. She was reminiscing about the feeling of collapsing in Ning Fan's arms just now, but she was also afraid and worried that Ning Fan might suddenly do something wrong. Amidst such an interweaving of emotions, time passed slowly. Suddenly, a light and gentle breathing sound was heard behind me. Fong Linglong was slightly stunned and couldn't help but prick up her ears. After confirming that there was no change in the breathing sound, she poked her head out of the quilt like a little rabbit. Ning Fan fell asleep. She breathed a sigh of relief, her worries gone. All that remains is a warm sense of security and ambiguous desire. After secretly glancing at Ning Fan for a while, Fong Linglong returned to her work. If you can't confirm your true feelings, avoiding it is also a good choice. Chapter 29, Zhao Hua. The early morning of the sixth day arrived with the end of the heavy rain. Ning Fan guessed wrong after all. The heavy rain came quickly and went away quickly, and it could not be judged by common sense. The world is in a mess after the rain. In the sea under the dark night, a small raft was swaying in the waves. Zhao Hua huddled under a wooden shed made of several planks. It was the early morning after the rain. His clothes were soaked, the room was leaking, and he was trembling. It all makes sense. At his feet lay a bamboo fishing rod. The fishing line is cast out, and it seems that it is night fishing. As the saying goes, the bigger the storm, the more expensive the fish. That's about it. Zhao Hua placed all his hopes on this fishing rod, but unfortunately, most of the night had passed, and there was still no movement. He was numb, and his lips were trembling. The wooden board above his head was leaking all the time, and at one point a bean-sized drop of water fell straight on his face. Zhao Hua could no longer hold back his emotions, and stood up, spitting and cursing. Shit, if that damn profiteer hadn't stolen my stone house, I wouldn't be standing here in the rain. He lifted the fishing rod suddenly, but the hook floated back to him lightly, with a smooth surface. The Air Force, for sure. Zhao Hua was so angry that he smashed the fishing rod to the ground. What the hell? What kind of wall-breaking fishing rod is this? I can't catch a single fish. You damn profiteer, you dare to fool me with this thing? You'd better not let me know who you are, otherwise I will kill you. Zhao Hua kicked the wooden board next to him to vent his anger. Suddenly, a beam of light came into his sight without any warning. Zhao paused for a moment, turned his head in astonishment, and saw a light source on the sea in the distance. Zhao wiped his eyes subconsciously. You're not mistaken. The light source is still moving slowly. Did I run into someone? Zhao's breathing became rapid. He had paid a lot of attention to the news about people getting rich through robbery in the chat channel, and he was extremely envious of it. If he had been unlucky and had not met anyone like that, he would have taken action long ago. After waiting for so many days and having no hope at all, he never expected that he would actually meet someone at this time of poverty and destitution. Still a big fat sheep. It is not easy to find something that can be illuminated in the middle of the night. Without saying anything, Zhao picked up the plank and paddled towards the light source. The raft slowly moved. My chance to get rich overnight has come. While rowing, Zhao did not forget to cheer himself up. With the light source as a guide, Zhao finally approached the light source after great effort. A lord's raft indeed, but the scene on the raft left him dumbfounded. On the raft that was bigger than the house, there stood a concrete house, which was several times larger than his raft. That's not all. That glowing thing turned out to be the light in the toilet. Zhao muttered to himself with his eyes wide open. The next second, a huge joy surged in my heart. It's rich now, it's rich now. Zhao jumped up excitedly. As long as he killed everyone on the raft, he could take the raft for himself. The house and the toilet are all his. He immediately continued to paddle his raft closer, stealthily and quietly. As soon as the raft came close, Zhao's eyes flashed, and he walked up holding a wooden stick. However, as soon as he landed, the bathroom door creaked open. The dazzling light instantly brightened the surrounding vision by several degrees. Zhao reacted quickly and found a dark corner to hide in. He was not stupid. After all, it was a matter of life and death. He would not be able to rush him blindly. It would be best to launch a sneak attack, if possible, and to find out the situation first. He stared at the entrance of the bathroom, ready to rush in and strike at any time. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. A woman appeared at the bathroom door, and Zhao's pupils dilated instantly. The woman had a slim figure and a beautiful face. Although she was wearing pajamas and slippers, it did not affect her elegant temperament at all. Zhao swore that this was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen in his life. No doubt about it. Especially after so many days of primitive life. Suddenly seeing such an exquisite woman felt like seeing a fairy. Zhao's breathing became heavy. He lost all his rationality, and only one voice remained in his mind. Get this woman. He kicked his feet hard and rushed towards the woman like a wild beast. And then he fell flat on his face. Bang! The loud noise instantly alerted Fong Ling Long. Boo! No response. Fong Ling Long looked around suspiciously, a creepy feeling coming over her. Suddenly, there was a loud noise in the middle of the night, which would scare anyone. She cautiously took half a step back, stepped on the door frame, and consciously grasped the toilet door handle with one hand. If there is any sign of trouble, she will definitely turn around and hide in the bathroom. Fong Ling Long kept this position motionless for a long time, and there was still no movement. She couldn't help but wonder if the sound just now might have been an accident, perhaps caused by a box falling to the ground. However, just as she relaxed her guard, a dark shadow suddenly rushed out from the darkness. Fong Ling Long was almost defenseless, but at the critical moment, the physical enhancement brought about by being raised by Ning Fan for so many days and fed with high-quality food, as well as the enhanced instinctive reaction saved her. But when she saw clearly that the person who pounced on her was a ragged and sloppy man, she instinctively turned around and hid in the bathroom, closing the door and locking it neatly. The whole process went smoothly. With a bang, Zhao hit his head on the glass door. Looking at the blurry shadow on the door, Fong Ling Long came back to her senses. Her face turned pale, and her heart was filled with fear. Open the door for me, or I'll break it down and you'll be in trouble. A man's rough voice came from outside the door. Fong Ling Long took 2 steps back in fear, her body shaking uncontrollably. She had never seen such a scene before, and without a backup plan, she was at a loss for a moment. Bang! 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 Getting no response, Zhao started banging on the door. Fortunately, this bathroom is not an ordinary bathroom, but a D-plus bathroom. It is built with future technology, and the quality of the glass door is naturally excellent. Zhao couldn't break it open in a short time. But Fong Ling Long didn't know this. Hearing the banging on the door, she was so scared that her legs went limp, her mind went blank, and she completely forgot to ask for help. The other side, in the bedroom, Ning Fan, who was sleeping soundly, heard the sound of someone knocking on the door and suddenly opened his eyes. After his physique was upgraded to D-level, his hearing became different from that of ordinary people, and his sensitivity was greatly improved. Therefore, although the apartment built in the Lord's world had good sound insulation, he still heard some sounds. I moved my ears slightly, and the sound of people banging on the door outside became more and more real. He subconsciously looked to the side. Fong Ling is missing. Realizing that something had happened, he quickly got up and went out to check the situation while calling Fong Ling. Fong Ling, who was hiding in the bathroom, saw Ning Fan's call and immediately answered the call as if she had seen a savior. Ning Fan, come and save me. Chapter 30, What You Wish For. Ning Fan, come and save me. Hearing Fong Ling's crying, Ning Fan's heart suddenly tightened and his pace quickened a little. Where are you? What happened? He asked hurriedly. I'm hiding in the bathroom now. Someone is banging on the bathroom door. I have no idea what's going on. Wow, Ning Fan, I'm so scared, please come and save me. Fong Ling sobbed, her emotions already broken. Hearing this, Ning Fan immediately realized what had happened. We must have encountered those so-called sea bandits. Fuck, you are blind. How dare you hurt my woman? He cursed angrily, his adrenaline rushing, veins bulging, and he ran out of the house. On the way, he did not forget to remind and comfort Fong Ling, no matter what happens later, remember not to open the door. Trust me, wait for me to call you. Soon, when he got outside, Ning Fan locked onto his target at a glance. A short man was kicking the bathroom door frantically, and he didn't even notice him appearing behind him. Seeing this scene, Ning Fan's eyes flashed with murderous intent. We can't let him kick the glass door any longer. Every extra kick will hurt the senior sister's soft heart. He made a prompt decision and rushed forward. Hearing the hurried footsteps behind him, Xiaohua turned around suddenly and kicked someone in the face. In shock, Xiaohua hurriedly raised his hand to block. The next second, he was kicked far away like a kite with a broken string. Ah! Xiaohua screamed after falling heavily to the ground. Ning Fan's physique is now one level higher than that of an ordinary person, so this kick must be painful. But it is impossible to cause death. At most, it will cause a little pain. After struggling on the ground for a few times, Xiaohua climbed up with difficulty and looked at Ning Fan gloomily. I was wondering how a woman could have such a luxurious territory. Turns out it's just your canary. You dare to attack me from behind. You have guts, I will kill you. After I kill you, I'll slowly deal with that woman, and then no one will bother me anymore. Such a beautiful woman. It's time for me to enjoy myself. Xiaohua licked his tongue, his eyes full of lust. Looking for death, Ning San hoped coldly. After interrupting Xiaohua's kicking the door, he was not so anxious anymore. He opened the Lord interface and took out a wooden spear from the warehouse. He had placed this in the warehouse a long time ago. He had made it in the beginning to guard against encountering people with bad intentions, and now it came in handy. It may not be enough to use it to deal with a shark, but it is enough to deal with a small bandit. You want a weapon? Do you think I don't have one? With a sneer, Xiaohua also had a wooden stick in his hand. A wooden stick is enough to deal with a pretty boy like you. Xiaohua rushed towards Ning Fan and hit him on the head with a wooden stick, looking very crazy. Ning Fan remained unmoved. The moment he rushed over, he used his physical advantage to gain agility and gently leaned sideways to avoid the attack of the stick, then stretched out his leg and kicked him away. Then Ning Fan quickly rushed towards the direction where Xiaohua landed. Under Xiaohua's astonished and terrified gaze, Ning Fan approached him like a rabbit. Before he landed and could react, a spear stabbed into his crotch. Screams like the howling of ghosts and wolves resounded through the sky. Kick the bandit's dream to pieces with 2 kicks. I am a eunuch, remember that. Everything happened so fast that Xiaohua had no idea why he was defeated so completely. He covered his crotch in pain and looked at Ning Fan with fear in his eyes. This pretty boy looks weak, but the power contained in his body is simply terrifying. I was wrong. Seeing Ning Fan lifting his collar, Xiaohua reacted and begged for mercy. He was scared, really scared. He doesn't want any woman anymore. He wants to live. Ning Fan ignored him completely and dragged him to the edge of the raft like a dead dog. One step further is the sea. Half of Xiaohua's body was hanging in the air. He had a premonition of what Ning Fan was going to do. He didn't even care about the pain in his body and tried his best to resist. Unfortunately, it was in vain. If you mess with me in your next life, remember not to think about my woman, so that I can leave you with an intact body. Ning Fan said lightly, and then under Zhao Hua's desperate gaze, he gently let go of his hand. Zhao Hua immediately fell headfirst and plunged into the sea. Help! Help me, I was wrong. Ning Fan looked at Zhao, who was struggling in the sea with an expressionless face. Although it was his first time to kill someone, and it was a torture method, he did not feel much emotion in his heart, and even felt a hint of pleasure. Anyone who dares to think about and hurt his senior deserves to die. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Zhao Hua, whose body was already broken, had no strength to struggle anymore. After choking on the water a few times, he sank straight into the sea. It's over. After confirming that Zhao Hua was dead, Ning Fan breathed a sigh of relief. He did not immediately go to the bathroom to call Fong Ling Long, but walked around the raft. There was no danger, so he stepped onto Zhao Hua's raft. The raft was very simple, and there was basically nothing valuable on it, but one thing caught his attention. A bamboo fishing rod. Ning Fan picked it up, looked at it carefully, and was surprised to find that this was the fishing rod he had sold earlier. The texture is exactly the same. It is common sense that even items made with the same manufacturing drawings cannot be exactly the same. So if it could only be his fishing rod, what a coincidence. I didn't expect that the person I solved the problem with personally turned out to be an ignorant idiot. It should be considered as returning the item to its rightful owner. Ning Fan chuckled, then showed a hint of annoyance. I should have stabbed him a few more times and charged him more emotional fees. It was too easy for him to die. Ning Fan looked towards the place where Zhao was sank. No body floated up. It seemed that he had entered the stomach of the fish. It's a pity that we can't whip the corpse. Ning Fan sighed, put the fishing rod into the warehouse, and walked towards the bathroom. It's time to go and comfort the senior. She must be scared. Arriving at the bathroom door, Ning Fan knocked gently. Ling Long, it's me. It's okay. Come out. As soon as he finished speaking, the door opened. Before Ning Fan could react, there was another person in his arms. Wu Ning Fan, you're finally here. I was so scared. Fong Ling Long collapsed in Ning Fan's arms, crying her heart out. It's okay. It's okay. I've already dealt with the person. Seeing the senior schoolmate being so frightened that her body went limp, Ning Fan regretted it even more. It was still too easy for Zhao Hua to die. He should be cut into pieces first, leaving him with a breath, and then drowned alive. Fong Ling Long said nothing, just sobbed. Ning Fan didn't know how to comfort you, so he could only say, let me take you back to bed first. She is still wearing her pajamas and has already been frightened. If she continues to be cold for a while, she might catch a cold. Without waiting for Fong Ling Long to respond, Ning Fan took the initiative to pick her up. Surprisingly, Fong Ling Long cooperated very well this time. She didn't put up any physical resistance and just let Ning Fan do whatever he wanted. Ning Fan carried Fong Ling Long into the house. During the whole process, Fong Ling Long quietly stopped crying and leaned quietly on Ning Fan's chest, as if she had forgotten what had just happened. Return to the bedroom quickly. Ning Fan carried Fong Ling Long to the bed, thinking that the story would develop the same as last time. However, just as he bent down and put Fong Ling Long on the bed, Fong Ling Long suddenly grabbed him and spoke in a low voice with a blushing face. Don't sleep separately. Hold me when I sleep. I'm scared. Ning Fan's eyes widened. Sleeping in his arms? Was it what he thought? Or to sleep in arms? Okay. Ning Fan swallowed his saliva. No matter which one it was, he would just hug it first. Ning Fan took off his clothes, lay down beside Fong Ling Long, and gently put his arms around her waist, but did not do anything wrong. If it were normal, at this point, Ning Fan would definitely have pushed the issue too far, but today was different. Fong Ling Long had just experienced a dangerous situation, so he had to carefully consider her thoughts so as not to really hurt her. As the saying goes, if the mountain doesn't come to me, I will go to the mountain. Ning Fan did not take the initiative, but Fong Ling Long did. She leaned her head gently on Ning Fan's arms, her body pressed tightly against Ning Fan, almost merging herself into Ning Fan's body. After doing all this, Fong Ling Long's face flushed, but a satisfied smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. She feels so safe. After what happened just now, she completely understood what Wanwan had said to her. Safety is like air. When you have it, you don't care, but when you lose it, you feel suffocated. When she was hiding in the bathroom, alone, and facing the banging on the door, she clearly felt the suffocation, which made her unable to muster any strength. And when Ning Fan appeared in front of her, she felt like she was reborn, as if all the warmth in the world was pouring towards her. At that moment, she also lost all her strength. It's just that I'm melted by the warmth. I can rely on someone wholeheartedly without having to put up any defenses. Just like this moment. Thinking of this, Fong Linglong gently climbed onto Ning Fan's shoulders and whispered in his ear, "Ning Fan, take me." As soon as she finished speaking, Fong Linglong's body instantly went limp, looking completely ready to be taken advantage of. Even if Ning Fan was a piece of wood, he could still feel the changes in Fong Linglong's body. Without further ado, Ning Fan, who had been unable to hold back any longer, stepped forward. Chapter 31, Favorability Improvement. Water Purifier returned. Several times? Nine times. Muwani took a deep breath and looked at Fong Linglong, who was sitting on the bed with a strange look. "Sister, I'm so glad you're still alive." "He is very gentle," Fong Linglong said shyly with her eyes lowered. Thinking back to the madness of last night, she even felt a little tempted. Hearing this, Muwani held her forehead. Is this still the little white rabbit she knows? Just spoil him. Muwani waved her hand, no longer dwelling on this topic, and turned around and said, "Hurry up and launch today's discounted products. We have already missed the best time. If we delay any longer, it will be difficult to sell when the weather clears up." The two of them agreed to sell all the remaining clothes at a discount early this morning. However, Fong Linglong slept until noon and was delayed. Muwani knew this was the reason and felt helpless. Fortunately, it is not too late to mend the fold. Although the heavy rain stopped early this morning, the weather was still gloomy after daybreak, and the wet clothes could not dry at all, so the market demand has not changed. It's not too late to sell now. Yeah, Fong Linglong nodded ashamedly. She quickly started to operate. Ding! It is detected that Fong Linglong's favorability towards the host has increased to level 5. Love is stronger than gold. The resource return multiple has reached 10,000 times, and the number of times that can be returned today has been corrected to 5 times. Ning Fan, who had just woken up and was fishing for supplies, couldn't help but show a smile of joy when he heard this reminder. He had blocked all the notifications while arranging flowers and playing with Jade last night. It was only until he unblocked them just now that the notifications from last night started ringing in his ears one by one. The favorability has finally been upgraded. It's worth all my hard work last night. After salvaging all 6 supply boxes, Ning Fan immediately took out the water purifier manufacturing drawings he had obtained last night. Ordinary water purifier manufacturing diagram. It can purify seawater to make it drinkable. Purification efficiency. 5 L of seawater can be purified every day. Required materials. Metal sheet 30, plastic 5, glass 2. The return multiple suddenly increased to 10,000 times. It's just right to return this manufacturing map first. Ning Fan did what he said and started collecting materials. In terms of required materials, the resources consumed by the water purifier can be called expensive, mainly 30 metal pieces, which is a bit exaggerated. According to the current market price, if converted into cornerstones, 6 are needed. Although it seems like a small amount, the average output of an ordinary person opening a supply box in a day is about this number. This was not until the 6th day, when more supply boxes appeared, that this output was achieved. If it were a few days ago, if you didn't have luck, you might not be able to get the materials needed for the water purifier by opening the supply boxes, even if you tighten your belt and live a hard life for 2 days. This is the reason why Xiao Dao was able to keep the treasure but failed to fulfill his promise. Ning Fan glanced at the number of cornerstones in his hand. Warehouse resources, cornerstone 1605. Well, he didn't need to worry about that. Finger leak, only 7 cornerstones are paid and all materials are collected. Put up. Ding. Consume 1 ordinary water purifier manufacturing diagram and obtain 1 ordinary water purifier. Trigger consumption refund. Target Fong Linglong. Refund multiple 5,000 times. Please choose whether to refund. Remaining number of refunds today, 5. Yes. Ding. Get a C-class water purifier manufacturing diagram. It's actually a C-level manufacturing blueprint. Ning Sun Eflaimet. I didn't expect that after the favorability was improved this time, the return manufacturing drawings would reach the C-level threshold, or to the manufacturing drawings of precision instruments, such as water purifiers. Ning Fan was overjoyed and quickly opened the newly acquired manufacturing drawings. C-grade water purifier manufacturing diagram. Can purify seawater and produce C-grade water. Seawater. After drinking, it can effectively remove impurities in the body and slightly improve physical fitness. It is more effective when paired with edible-grade food and can also eliminate adverse physical conditions. Purification efficiency, 5 LC, grade water can be routinely produced every day. Special function, you can increase the output by adding foundation stone. Because it is overloaded, the purification quality decreases. The water purified by this method can only reach D level. One cornerstone can increase the production of 1 LD, level water, and the maximum daily increase is 50 LD, level water. Required materials, metal sheet 80, plastic 10, glass 3. It's worthy of being a C-level manufacturing blueprint. It has such powerful functions. Ning san marabelet. This was the first time he had seen this special function. With the previous experience of graded food, Ning Fan was not surprised at the appearance of graded water. On the contrary, the appearance of graded water further verified his previous conjecture. Level items are the core of this world. What surprised Ning Fan was that the cornerstone actually had the effect of increasing production. Why does it feel a bit like the energy stone mentioned in the movie? Ning Fan took out a cornerstone and held it in his hand. The black appearance and irregular shape make it look like a piece of waste stone, but if you look closely, well, it's just a broken rock. Not finding anything valuable, Ning Fan was cautious and took the cornerstone back to the warehouse. The more he learned, the more Ning Fan felt that the world was opening up to him in a magical dimension. The material cost of nearly 20 cornerstones is so terrifying. After making some daily complaints, Ning Fan started buying materials again. Ding! Consume 1 C-Class water purifier manufacturing diagram and obtain 1 C-Class water purifier. The prompt sounded and a water purifier appeared in the warehouse. Ning Fan came to the kitchen. The kitchen was not in use at the moment, so even though the area was not very large, there were not many sundries in it. Ning Fan chose a corner and put out the water purifier. The main body of the water purifier is about the same size as a microwave oven, but it is suspended and equipped with a large water tank to store the seawater that needs to be purified. Place the water tank outside the house and connect it to the main body with pipes. After doing all this, Ning Fan drew water from the sea to fill the water tank, and then couldn't wait to press the run button. The water purifier started working immediately. A sound similar to that of a fan running was heard, and information began to appear on the electronic screen above the water purifier. Normal mode, purifying. All that's left is to wait. The water purifier has a built-in water tank to store purified water. It is about 5L in size and can store 1 day's output. Of course, it's a different story if you use the production increase mode. Ning Fan decided to try out the special functions of the water purifier. He took out a cornerstone, placed it into the conspicuous groove, and then manually changed the operating mode of the water purifier. The information on the electronic screen changes accordingly. Increase production mode, switching. The water purifier made a dripping sound and stopped its current operation. The next second, like a bolt of thunder, the water purifier suddenly became agitated. There's a kind of beauty in the mad twisting of the throttle on a motorcycle. The sound was so loud that it startled even Fong Ling, who was in the bedroom. Curious, she got up from the bed, put on a pair of slippers, and went to the kitchen. Husband, what are you doing? Chapter 32. The sensation caused by level water. Husband, what are you doing? Hearing the voice, Ning Fan looked back and saw Fong Ling standing at the door, curiously sticking her head out to look into the kitchen. Ning Fan opened his mouth awkwardly. I feel like I bought a counterfeit or shoddy electronic product and didn't know how to explain it to my wife. He could never have imagined that the so-called production increase mode of the water purifier would behave like this. Otherwise, buddy, you'd better not force yourself. An old ox pulling a cart doesn't look as strenuous as you do. Ning Fan really wanted to say this to the water purifier. Just as Ning Fan was preparing to explain to Fong Ling, suddenly, a stream of water flowed out from the faucet of the water purifier. The water fell to the ground and splashed up. Ning Fan was startled and quickly dodged. Damn, it's gone like this. I can't even act anymore. There is no water tank to store water when using the production increase mode. It is undoubtedly a counterfeit and shoddy product. Ning Fan quickly took out something to get the water. After a flurry of activity, he finally got the water. Ning Fan and the kitchen were in a mess, with traces of splashing water everywhere. Only Fong Ling escaped the disaster. She hit the door and laughed secretly. When I see someone being stupid, I can't help but curl up the corners of my mouth. Ning Fan turned to face Fong Ling. tugged at his clothes with a look of grievance and tears. The new clothes I changed into this morning were all wet. The suit I wore last night was wet and hasn't dried yet. Poochie, Fong Linglong laughed unkindly, and only stopped laughing after Ning Fan rolled his eyes at her. She pressed the corners of her mouth and said, "Okay, go change your clothes quickly, or you'll catch a cold. I made a few more sets of clothes for you and put them in the closet." Hearing this, Ning Fan's eyes lit up, the grievance on his face disappeared, and then he ran happily to change his clothes. When he went out, he did not forget to give Fong Linglong a kiss on the face. "Wife, you are so considerate." Even though she had already had sex with Ning Fan and established a relationship, Fong Linglong couldn't help but blush. When Ning Fan entered the bedroom, the blush slowly turned into sweetness, making her indulge in the aftertaste. After she calmed down a little, she raised her head and continued to look into the kitchen. The tireless flow of water is still flowing out of the water purifier. Although it is small, it has already collected a lot of water. Linglong couldn't help but feel curious and walked in. When Ning Fan changed his clothes and returned to the kitchen, Fong Linglong was holding the water and looking at it curiously. The water purifier had already stopped working at this point and no longer made any noise. The foundation stone placed in the groove had also turned to ashes and was completely consumed. "Honey, what's with this water?" After I tasted it, I found it to be sweeter and clearer than the water we usually drink. Fong Linglong asked when she saw Ning Fan coming back. Ning Fan chuckled when he heard this. This little greedy cat really dares to try everything. "Fortunately, this water is not a bad thing," he explained. "This is grated water, just like the grated fish you ate these past 2 days. It can strengthen your physique and eliminate adverse reactions in your body, but the effect is a little smaller." "You mean this water has the same effect as high-grade food?" Fong Linglong asked in surprise. "Yeah, what's wrong?" Fong Linglong did not answer, but continued to ask, "Then how much water can be produced in a day?" There was a hint of excitement in his expression. Ning Fan raised his eyebrows, realizing that she might have some ideas, and explained them to her in detail. For D-grade water like this, 50 foundation stones are consumed every day to produce 50 L, while under normal circumstances, 5 L of higher-grade C-grade water can be produced every day. 50 litres? So much. Fong Linglong widened her beautiful eyes, but she was stunned for only a moment before she came to her senses. "If you ask, it's because I'm used to it." She began to count on her fingers. If it is divided into 50 milliliters portions, 50 L is 1,000 portions. If each portion is sold for 1 cornerstone, minus the cost of 50, the profit is 950 cornerstones, nearly 20 times the return rate. After getting this result, Fong Linglong took a breath of cold air. Why did she feel uneasy about earning this money? Listening to Fong Linglong's mumbling, Ning Fan finally understood her intention. "You plan to sell the water?" Fong Linglong nodded slyly. She walked up to Ning Fan and put her arms around his neck coquettishly. "There are many people outside who have caught a cold because of yesterday's heavy rain. Many have even caught a cold. If this water really has the effect of high-grade food and can eliminate lesions, then we can definitely put on sale. I'm sure it will be very popular." "Husband, don't you think this is the truth?" Fong Linglong personally witnessed that Mu Wanting recovered from a severe cold after eating high-grade food. So when she heard that level water also had the function of level food, she immediately thought of the current situation in the chat channel and had the idea of selling it. Ning Fan scratched her nose and said lovingly, "Okay, go ahead and do what you want, but don't touch the 5LC grade water. That's the water we drink every day. 50 LD water looks like a lot, but it is actually just a byproduct of the water purifier." Ning Fan doesn't care much about it. Since he can sell it, Ning Fan is happy to see it happen. What Ning Fan really values is the 5LC grade water. After yesterday's battle, he deeply realized the importance of physical fitness. If I hadn't improved my physical fitness, the result last night would have been unpredictable. "I know, husband. You're so good to me." Fong Linglong was very happy and couldn't help but return a kiss. Probably a reward? But Ning Fan was not very satisfied with this reward. Seeing Fong Linglong letting go and leaving his arms, Ning Fan hugged Fong Linglong's delicate body. Through a layer of soft pajamas, he could clearly feel the delicate curve. "Hubby, what are you doing?" "Certainly." Under Fong Linglong's silly gaze, Ning Fan carried her towards the bedroom. Chat channel. "Family members, does anyone have medicine for the common cold? Please help me. Do you want children's cold granules?" Yes. Name your price, brother. 5 cornerstones, not even one less. Fuck you, you're robbing me. Get out of here. Tisk, love it or not, no one will take your body away anyway. The things that came out of the supply box were all kinds of strange. If someone was sick, naturally someone would have medicine, so the chat channel became what is now. Brothers, don't waste your energy. These drug dealers are so poor that they dare to sell a cold medicine at such a high price. Is there any need to bargain with them? I don't want to, but I have to treat my headache and dizziness. Yeah, because of the cold, I missed picking up one of the supply boxes today, and I didn't have the energy to paddle at all. I'm even worse off, 3. I think it would be better to drink some hot water, warm yourself by the fire, and take a nap. No, buddy, it's not painful to talk while standing. You don't have a single piece of dry clothing on your body. Can you sleep through it? I thought everyone bought clothes from the assistant. Get lost. I don't want to buy anything. It's because you beasts have snatched all the clothes away. 2,000 pieces of clothing in 10 seconds. 10 seconds. A bunch of beasts. Beasts. Seeing someone's defense break, someone considerately tagged his assistant. At Maple Leaf's mysterious shop assistant, have mercy on the child and put some more clothes on the shelf. Everyone originally thought that the assistant would ignore it. After all, it looked like a teasing no matter how you looked at it. But when the next message appeared in the chat channel, everyone was stunned. Maple Leaf's mysterious store assistant, taking everyone's situation into consideration. With the approval of Maple Leaf boss, the assistant will launch a batch of new discounted products. Maple Leaf's mysterious shop assistant. This discounted product is D-grade drinking water. Drinking it can slow down your condition or even eliminate the lesions. The more you drink, the more obvious the effect will be. Even if you don't have any physical abnormalities, drinking it can still improve your physical fitness and level. Maple Leaf's mysterious store assistant. The number of discounted products is limited this time. There are a total of 1,000 units on the shelves, 50 milliliters each. Friends who need it can contact the assistant in 1 minute to get the order number. The reason why Fong, Ling, and Mu wanting did not directly put the orders on the trading hall, but added a seemingly useless step, was actually to increase customer stickiness. The two of them planned to operate this account for a long time. When doing business, credit and reputation work everywhere. As everyone waited for the assistant to send out all the messages, the chat channel instantly became popular. What is D-grade drinking water? Why have I never seen it before? +1, I haven't seen it either. Does water have levels? I'm ignorant. I only know that manufacturing diagrams and items have levels. At Maple Leaf's mysterious shop assistant, little assistant, can you explain it to us? Maple Leaf's mysterious shop assistant. In this world, not only do items and manufacturing diagrams have levels, but our food and water also have levels. The level classification is the same as the item manufacturing diagram. Maple Leaf's mysterious shop assistant. Maple Leaf has verified that improving our physique can give us great power beyond our physical bodies, and eating graded food is the key to improving our physique. Graded water combined with graded food will have a better effect, which is probably similar to the relationship between main medicine and secondary medicine. Maple Leaf's mysterious shop assistant. As we all know, the better your physique, the stronger your ability to resist pathogens. This is why high-grade food and water can remove the lesions. After this explanation, the chat channel was silent for a full minute. The experienced Ning fan, summarized from his leading position, gave them a lasting shock. The power that transcends the flesh. Does that mean it literally means that it can go to heaven and into the earth? Someone asked the question that most people have in mind. Maple Leaf's mysterious shop assistant. If your physique reaches a certain level, you should be able to do it. Fuck, this really opened my eyes. I thought that physical fitness was related to physical fitness. I saw that my physical fitness level was so low, and I insisted on exercising every day. I didn't expect that I had to improve it by taking high-level food and water. If I had known, I would have laid down. No more talking. Assistant, please place the order quickly. I can't wait to experience the effects of D-grade water. No, what are you guys making a fuss about? Isn't this a discounted product prepared for us patients? If you want to improve your physical fitness, go get some high-grade food yourself. I'll give you 2 words, hee. Fong Ling lay lazily on the bed, looking at the feedback in the chat channel. The joy between her eyebrows had not yet faded, and a touch of happiness was added. She reached out and tapped the screen. Order has been placed. Chapter 33, Encounter. Order has been placed. 10 seconds later. Order sold out of stock. Okay, now you can rest assured. Go and have a rest. Mu Wanning's voice rang out. It turned out that the two had been on the phone. Mu Wanting was involved in the entire process of Fong Ling selling water. Really? Even though she's been abused like this, you still have to worry about making money for him. Aren't you afraid of dying in bed? Mu Wanting frowned and scolded. His words were filled with heartache for Fong Ling. She never thought that just after a short period of no contact, the two of them would actually do it again. Fong Ling grabbed the quilt and shrank her head angrily. What could she do? Ning Fan insisted, so she couldn't just refuse to give it to him. And my current physical condition can withstand it, Fong Ling defended in a low voice. Mu Wanting's eyes went dark. It's against the will of heaven, sisters. Forget it. I don't want to talk to anyone with a man today. You can do whatever you want. Mu Wanting hung up the call while cursing. Looking at the disappearing screen, Fong Ling stuck out her tongue, then obediently followed Wan's advice, turned off the Lord interface, and went to sleep. Fong Ling didn't worry about the subsequent matters anymore, because she knew Wan would definitely keep an eye on it for her. This is a tacit understanding between the two of them. Sure enough, after Mu Wanting ended the call, she turned around and opened the chat interface. Chat channel. You guys are so abnormal. What's your hand speed? I didn't get it. I often feel proud that I'm not as fast as you guys. Can anyone tell me how it feels after drinking it? Don't make a noise. I'm still savoring it. Is it that serious? Can't 50 milliliters of water be swallowed in one gulp? You don't understand. It feels like a car without gas suddenly has a tank of gas. It feels full of energy. I have the same feeling. My body feels warm, and I have never felt such a wonderful state. After drinking the grated water, I realized how conscientious it is to sell 50 milliliters of water for only one cornerstone. Plus one, it's really kind of the boss to sell such a good thing. Wow, thank you, Maple Leaf boss. Thank you, assistant. My cold is finally healed. Fuck, is it really that mysterious? It makes me want to try it. At Maple Leaf's mysterious shop assistant, can you sell me some more water? Seeing the good response, Mu Wanting happily closed the chat. Originally, she and Fong Ling tinkered with the store's affairs just to share Ning Fan's worries and to make some contribution within their abilities to repay Ning Fan's care. But as Fong Ling and Ning Fan confirmed their relationship, everything seemed to become interesting. Mu Wanting took out a bottle of water from the warehouse, and its information was displayed on the screen. 1 LC grade water. This was what Fong Ling had just given her, saying that it was the daily drinking water that Ning Fan prepared for them. The water is so popular. Who would have thought that Ning Fan has a higher grade of water and is so generous in spending it? Mu Wanting looked at the water in her hand with complicated eyes. After running this store, she saw more clearly what life was like for everyone after they came to this world. Because of this, she understood even more how powerful Ning Fan was. Mu Wanting opened the bottle cap and took a small sip. As the water went down her throat, she could clearly feel a trickle of water flowing through her body like a gentle breeze. Ding! Physical fitness breaks through to D level. Seeing this tip, Mu Wanting's beautiful eyes moved, her long eyelashes fluttered slightly, and a violent storm surged deep in her heart. Is this a breakthrough? In fact, this is not surprising. After all, she has eaten a lot of high-quality fish from Fong Ling in the past 2 days. Mu Wanting lowered her eyes to look at her hands and slowly clenched them. The white little fist still looks harmless from the outside, but only she herself knows how terrifying the power in her body is now. No wonder Ling said she could handle it. It looks like she had already achieved a breakthrough under Ning Fan's care. So this is how the body is perceived when the physical condition is broken through. Mu Wanting muttered to herself. She realized that she had wronged Fong Ling 9 times, 10 times is far from the limit. Mu Wanting carefully screwed the bottle cap on, fearing that the liquid would leak out. Although she had tried her best to overestimate the effect of seawater, after drinking it herself, she found that she was extremely wrong. Dewater and seawater seem to be only one level apart, but their effects are worlds apart. The former can only cure a cold, but the latter can bring about a complete transformation. After collecting the water back to the warehouse, Mu Wanting looked into the distance with a deep gaze. I don't know when I'll be able to meet Ling and Ning Fan. The improvement in her physical condition has given her a greater sense of security and increased her expectations for the future. Suddenly, Mu Wanting's pupils shrank sharply. In her field of vision, a small black dot appeared close to the horizon. Mu Wanting stared at it again and again to make sure she was not mistaken. That was definitely a raft. Her heart sank, and a hint of panic appeared on her face. The thing I least wanted to see happened. Drifting on this ocean, Meeting other people is definitely the most dangerous thing. But she quickly calmed down. After all, she had imagined this happening countless times in her mind. It just happened a little earlier. The most important thing is that she has made a breakthrough in her physical condition. She is no longer a weak woman who cannot lift anything with her hands or carry anything on her shoulders. Mu Wanting clenched her fists. A hint of an ambiguous smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. She immediately ran to the edge of the raft, took a plank from the warehouse, and began to paddle. The raft under my feet began to speed up, but he did not escape, but went straight to the raft in the distance. Mu Wanting decided to go to the meeting alone. If Ning Fan were here, he would probably be shocked and angrily call her tiger bitch. It's a pity that Ning Fan will never know about her heroic feat, because Mu Wanting has no intention of telling Fong Ling about it. She felt that it was pointless to tell him. It would only add to her worries and was unnecessary. Mu Wanting also has her reasons for doing so. If the person who comes has bad intentions, they can be seen clearly on the sea and there is nowhere to hide. It is just a matter of you chasing me and me running away. It is better to just confront him directly. Time passed slowly, and the originally small black dot gradually became a concrete object. It was undoubtedly a raft. However, the size of the raft was beyond Mu Wanting's expectations. It was actually half the size of her raft. This discovery made Mu Wanting's expression even more solemn. The other party's raft is so small, which means they're living in poverty. In this world, poor people are more likely to show their cruel and vicious side. When they have nothing to worry about. Mu Wanting immediately took out the wooden stick that had been prepared long ago from the warehouse, held it tightly in her hand, and prepared for a conflict. The two-leaf raft slowly approached. However, when Mu Wanting saw clearly the situation on the raft opposite, she was stunned. On the raft, which was clearly visible, there was a girl in a short skirt lying there. Mu Wanting opened her mouth, her mind blank. She had prepared herself mentally for so long, and this was the result? It feels like drawing a sword and looking around, feeling confused. Boom! The two rafts collided with each other. Mu Wanting took a deep breath and finally walked towards the other raft. Chapter 34, Selling Oneself. The raft was only 5 or 6 square meters in size and was very simple. Apart from a few supply boxes, there was nothing else, not even a simple bed. The girl was lying flat in the middle of the raft. Looks a bit dead. Mu Wanting came to the girl, who was wearing white over-the-knee socks and a pink Lolita skirt. Her petite figure made her look like a loli. She was dirty all over, and her cute and pretty face was dimmed at this moment. Mu Wanting bent down and probed her nose, and the result made her frown. Not dead. This is a bit difficult. If this was a man, she would leave without hesitation, or even throw him into the sea to send him off. It's not about good or bad. It's a rule of survival. But this is a woman, and a harmless loli, so she really can't bear to do this. And she had other considerations in mind. With the resources she has now, it is no problem for her to raise a loli. In addition, the supply boxes that are refreshed every day will double, so the probability of obtaining new manufacturing drawings and items will be higher. Secondly, you can have one more person accompany you along the way. Of course, the premise of all this is whether this loli is suitable to be raised. You can never judge a person by his appearance. She may look like a cute little girl now, but you never know where in her heart lives a vicious woman. Mu Wanting looked at the loli in front of her, her eyes moving around. Her eyes were full of ideas, without a trace of pity. My current strength is far beyond that of ordinary people. I'm just a loli and cannot cause any waves. Let's save her first. Finally, Mu Wanting made up her mind. She took out the bottle of sea-grade water from the warehouse, pointed it at the loli's white and purple lips, and gently fed it to her. After feeding about half a cup, the little girl's face gradually showed some life, and her skin, which was as white as a corpse, slowly became smoother. Seeing this, Mu Wanting stopped. Just survive. Knowing that the little girl would not wake up for a while, Mu Wanting picked her up and returned to her raft. Suya had a nightmare. In her dream, she came to the king of Hell's palace. The king of Hell said that her obsession was too deep and she didn't even have a bite of fish before she died, so he sent her back to the human world to suffer another life. Before Suya could figure out the situation, she smelled the aroma of fish, and then she woke up. She opened her eyes and saw the dark roof. The completely unfamiliar environment made her unable to react for a moment. Suddenly a woman's voice was heard. Woke up. Suya straightened up suddenly and saw a woman sitting leisurely at the door, holding a piece of grilled fish in her hand, looking at her with a smile. The woman was extremely beautiful, and her cold temperament made Suya stunned for a moment. Then she secretly breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that it was most likely the sister in front of her who saved her. So she asked, "Sister, you saved me?" Mu Wanting nodded. Yeah, thanks, sister." Suya said sweetly. "Don't be happy too soon. I saved you not just out of kindness. There's a price to pay," Mu Wanting said bluntly. The cold expression made Suya tremble involuntarily. The aura was too strong. Suya is not a fool. After wandering for so many days, she has learned a lesson. If you want to get something, you must give it first. Everything has a price. She bit her lip and said, "Sister, if you have any request, just tell Yaya. As long as sister is willing to take me in, that's all." Mu Wanting curled the corners of her mouth. "If you can see the situation clearly and are not a fool, then it will be easy." She uttered two words lightly. "Selling yourself." "Selling yourself?" Suya's beautiful eyes were wide open. "There is such a good thing. That means you won't have to worry about food and drink in the future." Since she exchanged the bread in her hand for water with the profiteer that day, she basically had not eaten anything. She wanted to find someone to help her, but unfortunately, there was no such opportunity while drifting alone on the ocean. Now she has a big leg to hold on to, and she's a sister, not a stinky man. This is a blessing for her. Thinking of this, Suya couldn't help but shed tears of sweetness after bitterness. "Wow, sister, you are so good to me. I will sell it. I will sell it." Morality, personality, and dignity are of no importance to someone who has died once, especially to a little girl. Mu Wanting was stunned. She had never expected her to react like this. She frowned and reminded her, "Think carefully, I'm talking about selling my body. You know about the maids in ancient times." I know. I like reading ancient Chinese novels the most." "Don't worry, sister. I know what a prostitute maid does." Suya nodded quickly, fearing that Mu Wanting would abandon her. She didn't want to experience the days of being poorly clothed and poorly fed again. Mu Wanting raised her eyebrows slightly. This tactful man saved her a lot of trouble. She threw the fish in her hand to Suya. "Let's eat something first. Remember, you are mine from now on. As long as you are obedient and keep your identity in mind, I will definitely not let you go hungry." Suya reached out to catch the fish meat. Looking at the fragrant fish meat in her hand, she said excitedly, "Don't worry, sister. From now on, whatever you say will come true." After she finished speaking, she started biting without saying a word. The fish in Mu Wanting's hand were all high-grade fish given by Fong Ling. High-grade fish tasted better than ordinary fish. Suya had been hungry for a long time, so after just a small bite, she couldn't help but shed tears of happiness. Woo, it's so delicious, Mom. I can finally eat fish." Mu Wanting watched Suya wolfing down the food quietly, and her eyes unconsciously fell on Suya's outfit. White over-the-knee socks, paired with a warm-colored skirt, also look great. Such a sexy and cute image may not attract women, but it will definitely attract men. She suddenly thought of something and asked, "If I ask you to use your body to please a man, will you do it?" Suya paused for a moment, looked around, and tilted her head. "Who does my sister want me to please? There doesn't seem to be any man here. Don't worry about whether there are men here or not. I'm asking you if you can do it." Mu Wanting's eyes turned cold. Although Suya was somewhat reluctant in her heart, she still said it obediently. "As long as my sister tells me to, I can do anything." "Okay, you'd better remember this," Mu Wanting said. Then she opened the Lord interface. "What's your Lord ID? Add me as a friend." "No cilantro." Suya answered softly, feeling quite nervous. She didn't know what Mu Wanting was going to do, so she could only quietly eat the fish in her hand and wait for what happened next. After a while, Mu Wanting's voice sounded again. "I've added you as my friend. Please agree. I sent you 2 sets of clothing designs. You can design 2 sets of clothes for yourself later, based on the styles you are wearing. According to the style on me?" Suya looked down at her clothes and reacted instantly, her face flushed. "Sister, I'm just wearing this for fun at home. I'm not that kind of girl." She didn't expect that Mu Wanting really intended to let her please a man and even prepared clothes for her. This was definitely not a joke. "Is it important?" Mu Wanting said coldly, "I told you this so that you can be mentally prepared, not so that you can question it." Seeing Mu Wanting's unhappy expression, Suya instantly became timid. Okay, I get it, sister. Don't be angry. I will listen to you." Now that things have come to this, She can only hope in her heart that the man Mu Wanting asked her to please is not an old man, and then she will grit her teeth and do it. Chapter 35 Brother Xiao Dao. Boom, boom, boom. On the raft, Ning Fan knocked the last piece of wood into place, and a small wooden house was completed. He spent an entire afternoon making this. A small unit workshop, the purpose of which is to house the water purifier. There was no other way. The performance of the water purifier's increased production mode was too poor, and the huge noise forced Ning Fan to place it outside the house. After relocating the water purifier, Ning Fan clapped his hands in satisfaction. The reminder sound in my ear just happened to ring. Ding! The host consumed materials to roast 1 kilogram of D-level fish for Fong Ling Long, and the return multiple is 10,000 times. Please choose whether to return it. The remaining number of returns today is 4. Ding! The host consumed 100 milliliters of C-grade water for Fong Ling Long, and the return multiple is 10,000 times. Please choose whether to return it. The remaining number of returns today is 4. Ning Fan looked into the room, and through the window, he could see a pretty figure sitting in the living room. It seems that the little greedy cat has woken up and is ready to eat. Ning Fan showed a doting smile on his face. Then he chose to return it. Ding! Return of supplies. 1 kilogram of roasted C+ grade fish meat. Ding! Return of supplies, C+ grade water, 10L. The return multiple reaches 10,000 times, and the return fish meat is also increased by 1 level accordingly. Although it is a little less, it is valuable because of its high level, which is 4 levels higher than Ning Fan's physical level. With C+ fish and C+ water, my physique should be able to reach a higher level. It had been a few days since he last improved his physique, and he had been adhering to the concept of eating high-grade fish meat, even using his refund times for this purpose. The energy accumulation in the body has reached a new level. It's time to reach a higher level. Ning Fan took out the returned fish meat and water and started to fill his stomach. Perhaps it was because of the level of water, or perhaps it was because of the improvement in physical fitness. Ning Fan did not have the same problem as last time after swallowing the fish. The energy generated by the C+ grade fish meat surged gently in his body, and every acupuncture point in his body sent out exciting feedback as if rain had finally come after a long drought. The tickling-like feeling made Ning Fan feel extremely comfortable. After a while, there seemed to be a clicking sound from somewhere, and the next moment, a prompt appeared in front of Ning Fan. Ding! Physical fitness breaks through to D+. A breakthrough already? Ning San blinket. He was a little uncomfortable with such a smooth process. After adapting to his body's strength, Ning Fan felt that the power in his body was becoming more restrained and powerful, like a sword hidden in a box. He was very satisfied. Open the personal data panel. Lord, Ning Fan. Constitution, D+. Territory, a wooden raft. Land area, 80. Territory score, 160. Area score, 80 plus building score 80. Territory building, D+ bathroom, 1 ordinary apartment. Territory tools, D-level automatic fishing net 2. Warehouse resources, cornerstone 9588. Ordinary drinking water 35L. C+ grade water 8L. D-grade fish meat 10 kilograms. Ordinary fresh fish meat 90 kilograms. Bamboo ordinary fishing rod 1. After a day's accumulation and the harvest from the automatic fishing net, the resources in the warehouse gradually became abundant. The number of cornerstones reached 9,588, most of which came from the proceeds from Fong Ling Long and Mu Wanting selling clothes for him. There were more than 2,000 pieces of clothing, and I seized the opportunity to sell them for around 9,000. However, it is unrealistic to sell for such huge profits now because the weather has cleared up and the temperature has risen. So many cornerstones are enough for me to expand a territory the size of a football field. I just need to wait for the native island to appear tomorrow, occupy an island, and develop on the island. Ning Fan suppressed his excitement. It is still too dangerous to drift on the sea. The so-called territory does not feel like a territory at all. In fact, it is more like being a wanderer. Only by going to the island and becoming the lord of the island can you be considered to have a foundation. Sell whatever resources you have. Take advantage of the low prices these 2 days and quickly collect more cornerstones. The area of a football field is far from enough. Ning Fan said to himself ambitiously. What he wanted was never a place to live, but vast mountains and rivers. Ning Fan opened the trading hall and hung up all the fresh fish and meat he had. At present, More and more lords have fishing rods, fishing nets, and other fishing methods. Fish is always available in the trading market, and the price has depreciated from 200G per cornerstone to 500G per cornerstone. This is naturally also due to the appreciation of the cornerstone. 90 kilograms, 180 pieces in total, priced at 180 cornerstones. Although it seemed small compared to the more than 9,000 cornerstones in his hand, a mosquito was still meat, so Ning Fan did not despise it. Order sold out of stock. In a short while, all the ordinary fish meat hung up were sold out. Earn 180 keystones. Ning Fan's eyes were on the 10 kilograms D fish in the warehouse. Now there were 2 automatic fishing nets. Fong Ling ate D-grade fish every day, and she still had quite a bit of stock. She couldn't finish eating all the D fish. Why not let Ling sell in the store? Ning Fan thought. High-level food is now a rare thing for other people. Compared with ordinary fish meat, graded fish meat is obviously more suitable for sale and specialty counters, and can also help enhance the visibility and brand value of mystery shops. Thinking of this, Ning Fan prepared to send the fish to Fong Ling. Just then, the message alert sound suddenly rang, and a message came in. Ning Fan subconsciously put the matter of the fish meat aside and stepped out to take a look at the news. It was sent to him by Xiao Dao. Boss, are you here? I got a new manufacturing diagram here. Take a look at it and see if you need it. Ordinary mass canvas manufacturing diagram. Traditional mass canvas controls the wind direction and speed of the hull by adjusting the direction and tension of the sail, but the speed is limited by the wind speed and the size of the hull. Theoretical maximum speed. 6 knots, about 10 kilometers per hour. After reading the manufacturing diagram information sent by Xiao Dao, Ning Fan's eyes lit up. Good stuff. Although the speed is not fast, Ning Fan thinks that the raft can be controlled autonomously. At least when facing sudden danger, there is a certain amount of room for maneuver, so it is not completely out of control. Okay, what do you want to exchange? Ning Fan asked in a message. I bought 50 milliliters of grade water from the big boss's store and drank it. I felt the effect was very good. I heard that level food is more effective in improving physical fitness than level water. I wonder if the boss has any level food. Ning Fan raised his eyebrows. What a coincidence. I was just about to sell high-grade food when he came to my door. It doesn't matter who you sell it to, Ning Fan said. Yes, for KGD, fish meat trading. How about the manufacturing diagram in your hand? 4 kilograms is enough for a day, even if you eat as much as you want. It's top-grade fish meat. If you really calculate its value, it's slightly better than a mast and sailcloth manufacturing plan. Apparently Xiao Dao also understood this truth, and he immediately said, Okay, thank you, big boss. You are really generous. 4 KGD, fish trading mast sailcloth manufacturing diagram. Transaction successful. It was another deal that everyone was happy with. After Ning Fan received the manufacturing drawings, he couldn't help but ask a few more questions. You didn't get this manufacturing diagram from a box again, did you? If this is the case, then his luck is a bit incredible. God knows it has been 6 days, and he has not yet opened a manufacturing blueprint from the supply box. No, it was obtained by a friend of mine. I helped him sell the stolen goods. Boss, you wouldn't mind, right? Ning Fan was in a mess when he saw this news. Sell stolen goods. Damn, I thought you were an honest kid, Xiao Dao, but it turns out you're a brother Xiao Dao. What does your friend do on Blue Star? Mercenary. So that's how it is. Then it makes sense for him to come to this world to rob and become a pirate. Ning Fan asked again, what about you? 2. Well, it turns out that the personalities on the internet are all fake. Brother Xiao Dao continued, Boss, I've contacted 3 brothers now, and they have all started working as pirates. As long as you don't mind, we brothers can show you the stolen goods we get in the future. What do you think? It's something I got by my own ability, so it's not called stolen goods. Just give it to me. I don't mind. Ning Fan doesn't have such a high moral standard. At most, he would sigh that people's hearts have changed. That's all. Unless the other party provokes him, Ning Fan will not care whether he wants to be a pirate or not. He is so happy that he can get another way to obtain the manufacturing map. Okay. Thank you, big boss. I knew you were open-minded and wouldn't bother with us. If you need our brothers in the future, just let us know. There was a hint of soldieriness in his words, and Ning Fan rolled his eyes. How come I didn't notice it when we were chatting before? Without thinking too much, Ning Fan turned off the chat and took out the ordinary mass canvas manufacturing diagram. Chapter 36 Engine and Monitoring Device. Ding! consume one copy of the ordinary mass canvas manufacturing diagram to obtain one ordinary mass canvas, which can be placed on rafts, wooden boats, and other marine vehicles. After placement, it can only be removed manually and the placement cannot be canceled. Ding! One copy of the ordinary mass canvas manufacturing diagram is consumed, triggering the consumption refund. The target is Fong Ling Long. The refund multiple is 5,000 times. Please choose whether to refund. The remaining number of refunds today is 2. A power device is essential for sailing on the sea. Even if you have a territory in the future, you will still have to go out to sea. Moreover, Ning Fan is still thinking about bringing Mu Wanting to the territory, so a good power device is indispensable. After some consideration, Ning Fan chose to return it. Ding! Get a D-Class wood-fired ship steam turbine manufacturing plan. D-Class wood-fired ship steam turbine manufacturing diagram. The steam engine powered by burning wood has a theoretical maximum speed of 18 knots, 30 kilometers per hour. Require materials: metal sheets 60, plastic 10, glass 4, stone 4, wood 4. Ning Fan's eyes widened. This was the first time he had heard of a steam turbine that burned wood. What surprised him even more was that this type of engine could allow the raft to reach a speed of 15 knots. The technology tree in this world is really weird. Ning San Ziket. Burning would made it convenient for him to use, but if it was a coal-burning steam engine, he could only watch helplessly. From his perspective, it's pretty good, but I don't know how it actually performs. With the previous experience of water purifiers as a reference, Ning Fan has reservations about this. As usual, after purchasing the materials from the trading hall, Ning Fan clicked on Build. Ding! Consume a D-level wood-burning ship steam turbine manufacturing blueprint. Obtain a set of D-level wood-burning ship steam turbines, which can be placed on the edge of the raft. Seeing the prompt, Ning Fan came to the workshop of the wooden house, which was right at the edge of the raft. Select the wood-fired steam turbine for placement. A device the size of a toilet suddenly appeared before my eyes. The lower half was the engine sunk underwater, and the upper half was a steering wheel and a steam engine and its instruments. Looking at the old-fashioned appearance, Ning Fan always felt that it would fall apart when it was put into operation. Let's try the effect first. He took out a few wooden boards from the warehouse, threw them in through the burning window, and turned the hand crank to ignite it, similar to a tractor. With a roar, the steam turbine started to work and the underwater engine began to hum. The raft slowly picked up speed, dragging behind a long trail of white waves. Cuckoo! Streams of black smoke were pouring out of the exhaust vents, and the steam turbine was fully operational. Fuck awesome crass. Watching the raft gradually speed up, Ning Fan couldn't help but admire it. With this thing, he had the foundation to explore the ocean. Just determine Mu Wanting's location. I can pick her up anytime. Ning Fan looked deeply at the ocean current in the distance, then turned off the engine. They're now in the same ocean current as Mu Wanting. It would be bad to act rashly before determining their position. Just keep drifting for now. After the engine was completely shut down and he confirmed that there were no problems, Ning Fan turned and walked towards the house. He was going to share the news with Fong Ling Long. However, after taking just 2 steps, a familiar message alert sounded. Ning Fan's forehead jumped. Who is this? Why are there so many things going on every day? He opened the chat and saw familiar contacts. Swinging a knife. Boss, could you please take another look at this manufacturing diagram? Wooden watchtower. A watchtower often built in ancient military camps. After being modified by the power of the world, it can automatically monitor the situation within a 100-meter radius of the territory. Once an unknown creature is found approaching, it will automatically alert the lower dot. Required materials: metal sheet 5, wood 40. There are more good things. Ning Fan raised his eyebrows. It seems that Xiao Dao and the others have tasted the sweetness of high-level food, so they took out all the good stuff from the bottom of the box. This watchtower manufacturing diagram is much better than the previous mass canvas. This is something that can truly save lives. If Ning Fan had this thing last night, Zhao Huo would definitely not have been able to steal his raft quietly, and subsequent events would not have developed to such an extreme. Okay, I want it. Or should I trade for level food? Ning San replied. Master, you have a keen eye? My brother's physique improved after he ate the fish meat I traded with you. When another brother heard about this, he was very envious and took out his most valuable manufacturing diagram and asked me to trade it for him. He hopes to trade you for a bit more high-grade fish meat, because his physical fitness is slightly worse than the previous one. Of course, the price is still up to you. It's whatever you say. So that's how it is. Ning san understood. With only 4 kilograms of fish meat, his physical fitness has been improved. As expected of a mercenary, his physical fitness is really good. I thought that I had to eat so much fish to make a breakthrough, but compared to this, I still lost at the starting line. However, when it comes to level D, everyone is on the same starting line, and the resources he possesses now are an absolute advantage. He now has a D+ physique, and this one level difference is enough for them to catch up. Ning Fan glanced at the warehouse storage and saw that he still had 6 kilograms of fish meat in his hand. So he said, I can give you a price for 6 kilograms of fish. How about that? It's 2 kilograms more than the last order. We've done our best. He was so generous because you contributed 2 manufacturing drawings to him in a short period of time. Now, there's no need to find Ling Long to sell high-grade fish meat. Ning Fan smilet bitterly. A group of pirates were easily dealt with by him. It is true that a horse cannot grow fat without night grass, and a man cannot become rich without unexpected wealth. After a while, Brother Xiao Dao replied, Okay, thanks sir, I'll pull up the deal. Wooden watchtower trading 6 kgd fish. Transaction successful. If you have any treasures, tell your brothers to take them out. I have a lot of things better than fish meat. It depends on whether your things are worth the price. Ning Fan got another good manufacturing blueprint and decided to motivate these pirates. Who knows, he might be able to get something out of them. Haha. Okay, boss. I'll go tell them right now that I don't have anything here. Brother Xiao Dao said. After turning off the chat, Ning Fan became busy again. Collect materials, build, and return. Ding, 1 copy of the wooden warning watchtower manufacturing diagram is consumed, triggering a consumption refund. Target Fong Ling Long. Refund multiple is 5,000 times. Please choose whether to refund. Remaining number of refunds today is 1. Return. Ning Fan did not hesitate. Ning Fan never hesitated to give anything to ensure the safety of him and Fong Ling Long. There's a future only when you are alive, and you will get your rewards every day anyway. Ding, get a copy of the D-Class high-power radar manufacturing plan. Huh? Ning Fan was startled. This return was completely beyond his expectations. It is a bit exaggerated to skip so many generations of technology and directly unlock the radar. Although the level is not high, this is indeed modern technology. The value can be much higher than an ultra-modern bathroom. Ning Fan quickly checked the instructions. D-Class high-power radar manufacturing diagram. Placed in the territory, it can monitor all dynamic activities within a 10-kilometer radius of the territory in real time. The monitoring screen will automatically bind to the Lord after placement. It comes with solar power supply and is ready to use after purchase. Required materials: metal sheet 100, plastic 5, glass 5. 10 kilometers. What else is there to say? Just gather the materials and start making it. With such a wide monitoring range, basically all dangers can be prevented. Ding consume a D-level high-power radar manufacturing diagram and obtain a D-level high-power radar. Ning Fan continued to walk to the wooden house workshop. There was a wood-fired steam engine on the left, and the right was still empty. After placing the radar on the right, Ning Fan received the detection image on his Lord screen. It is completely different from the radar map in the previous life, and is more like the UI map of a game. The topography and living things are all displayed on it. Looking at the radar map, the area within 10 kilometers is filled with endless sea and dense fish. After filtering out marine life, the radar chart instantly becomes clean. No signs of unknown biological activity. After setting up the non-marine life monitoring, Ning Fan turned off the radar map. Now we don't have to worry about other people suddenly breaking in. With the power engine, even if someone forms a group to hunt me, I can detect it in advance and escape safely. Ning Fan turned his head to look at the steam turbine beside him, revealing a proud smile that he hadn't shown for a long time. The 2 returns this afternoon were totally worth it and solved many safety issues at once. The wooden lookout tower and mass canvas in my hand can also be combined into a low-level defense suit. It is completely sufficient to defend against sneak attacks by ordinary pirates. I can give it to Mu, wanting to ensure her safety. Ning Fan suddenly thought. He turned and walked back toward the house. Chapitre 37 Confession Bureau. In the living room, the evening glow shines through the window onto the sofa, and the living room seems to be covered with a layer of golden wallpaper. Fong Ling Long leaned on the sofa with her legs stretched naturally and her 2 white socks swinging cutely, as if announcing the owner's joy. She was talking to Mu Wanting. Mu Wanting finally broke her promise. She said she would not call anyone who was in a relationship today. So, you really became a lady from a wealthy family and found yourself a maid? Fong Ling chuckled. Otherwise, I had no intention of saving her. If I hadn't seen how pitiful she was, I would have given her a helping hand. She and I have no relationship, and I am already doing her the best I can by just letting her sell herself. Muwani said calmly. Even though she said it lightly, only she knew that she had a deeper plan in mind. She was extremely tired of wandering on the sea, and the daily anxiety was gradually destroying her pride. She longed for Ning Fan to come pick her up, and for this, she was ready to give herself to Ning Fan. But at the same time, she also has a slight desire for emotion. It was under the influence of such complex emotions that she made this choice. Give a woman to Ning Fan so that he could be more proactive in his emotional pursuit. It seemed selfish, but she didn't care. She knew the world too well, and how many people want to humble themselves and work like slaves for others, but have no way to do so? It is very lucky for her that I can keep her by my side as a maid. You don't have to feel sorry for her. Muwanting explained to Feng Linglong. It's also giving myself an explanation. I'm not feeling sorry for her. Fong Linglong pouted. I just think that if I were you, I would definitely not be as rational as you. And I might even treat her as a sister. Muwanting glanced at her sideways. You were just trying to find a way to say that I am cold-blooded. No way, don't accuse me. Fong Linglong said innocently. I was clearly praising my Wan for doing the right thing. Really? Then I have wronged my Linglong. Muwanting smiled. That's right, that's right. A pleasant and cute laugh was heard in the living room, and Ning Fan came in at this moment. What are you laughing about so happily? Fong Linglong looked up and saw Ning Fan coming over, and subconsciously called out, Husband, are you done? She turned around and said to Mu Wanting on the other side of the screen, Wan, let's talk later. Mu Wanting's expression dimmed unconsciously. Just as she was about to agree, she heard Ning Fan say, Wait, don't hang up yet. I just happen to have something to give to Mu Wanting. There are some things that need attention that I need to tell her in person. Hearing this, Mu Wanting's body trembled, and a strange color appeared in her beautiful eyes. What is it? Fong Linglong asked curiously. I'll send it to you. You can take a look at it and then send it to Senior Wanting. Ning Fan came to Fong Linglong with a smile, sat down next to her, and looked at the chat screen. The woman in the picture is tall, with fair skin and delicate features. Her long dark hair is simply tied behind her head. She is wearing a simple sportswear, but it can hardly hide the steep cliff. Although she is not wearing any makeup, she is still as pretty as a beauty in the painting. What attracted Ning Fan's attention the most were those thin, pale red lips, which were small and delicate. It would definitely feel great if he could hold them in his mouth. Hi, Senior Wanting, long time no see. Ning Fan greeted her generously. If he was in the past, he would have been a loser if he had come here, but now it is different. The boy has finally become a man. Ning Fan, long time no see. Mu Wanting tucked her hair by her ears, lowered her beautiful eyes, and said sweetly. Fortunately, Fong Linglong's attention was not on the screen at the moment, otherwise she would have been dumbfounded. When did her Wan become so shy in front of boys? Shouldn't she look at him with contempt, like a dead child? Honey, these two things seem very powerful. Fong Linglong, who missed the time to looked up at Ning Fan. What is it? Mu Wanting asked curiously. Oh, I forgot to send it to you, Wan. Wait a minute. Fong Linglong turned around, smiled awkwardly, and then quickly sent the item to Mu Wanting. Mu Wanting received the item and took a closer look. Her eyes were full of colors, and at one moment her long eyelashes trembled slightly. This, Ning Fan, this is too valuable. Her voice trembled uncontrollably. I was surprised, excited, and confused. After wandering alone for so long, she knew very well how valuable these two items were. Compared with your safety, these two items are nothing. Ning Fan said. That's right, Wan, don't be polite to Ning Fan. Safety is the most important thing. Fong Linglong agreed. Since both husband and wife followed suit in the mixed doubles match, Mu Wanting didn't know what to say and could only nod slightly. Seeing this, Ning Fan continued. After you place the mast and sail, remember to set the speed to 3 knots. This way, even if you encounter other people, you can speed up and get away immediately. As for direction, it's best to follow the direction of the ocean current and make sure we are in the same ocean current as you. This way, after we determine our positions, I can quickly find you and pick you up. Okay. Mu Wanting responded obediently completely losing her aloof demeanor in front of Su Yiye. At this time, Fong Ling Long interrupted and asked, "Husband, how long will it take for us to meet Wanwan?" Hearing this, Mu Wanting looked at Ning Fan hopefully. Being stared at by two women like this, Ning Fan couldn't help but blush. He scratched his head and said, "It shouldn't be long. Once the native island appears, there will be a reference point in the sea, and it will be much easier to determine the positions of the two." "Really? That means it's only 2 days. That's great." Fong Ling Long was so excited that she hugged the pillow and went crazy. Mu Wanting was a little more reserved, with curved eyebrows and a pretty smile on her lips. All the emotions that she could not suppress were released with a slight shake. "You guys chat. I'm going to take a shower first." After saying that, Ning Fan didn't stay here to be an eyesore anymore. He stood up and walked out the door. Across the screen, Mu Wanting watched Ning Fan's departing back with a hint of admiration in her eyes. "Stinky Wanwan, why are you being so crazy?" When Fong Ling Long's voice sounded, Mu Wanting was startled and quickly looked away, only to see Fong Ling Long looking at her angrily. She was suddenly at a loss as to what to do, feeling as if she had been discovered having an affair by her ex-wife. Ling Long, she was about to hide it, but saw Fong Ling Long suddenly smile, with the corners of her mouth curled up slyly. "Stinky Wanwan, are you in love with Ning Fan?" "Ai, Tin Thing. Don't explain. We are such close friends, and we are girls. Do you think you can hide your strange behavior just now from me?" Fong Ling Long pointed at Mu Wanting's body with a playful look on her face. Mu Wanting lowered her eyes, and her face instantly turned red. It's so embarrassing. She now wished she could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. "Hee hee, it's not like I haven't seen your slutty body before. Why are you shy?" Fong Ling Long snorted lightly, then propped up her chin and looked at Mu Wanting. "But I didn't expect that a fairy like you who doesn't care about worldly things could actually be moved." Mu Wanting roughly understood what Fong Ling Long meant. She bit her lip, and, feeling ashamed as ever, she simply made up her mind and spoke straight to the point. "Ling Long, do you mind?" "Of course, I don't mind." Fong Ling Long put her hands on her hips and said with a look of disappointment on her face, "Stinky Wanwan, are you stupid? You've done so much ideological work for me, and you know that Ning Fan will definitely have no shortage of women around him in the future. You're also interested in Ning Fan, so why can't you turn around?" I'm worried about hurting you." Mu Wanting avoided his gaze. Dizzy, Fong Ling Long rolled her eyes. "You are still my dearest best friend. I wish you could help me deal with Ning Fan. He's so powerful. I can't handle him alone." Fong Ling Long lowered her head with an unnatural look on her face as she spoke. Mu Wanting opened her mouth slightly, wondering when did the little white rabbit become so shameless. After a long time, she finally gave a warning. "Good. Then let's happily make a deal. You will be responsible for cleaning yourself, and I will take care of the rest." After saying that, Fong Ling Long quickly hung up the phone. "It's so embarrassing." Fong Ling Long fell onto the sofa with her face hidden in the pillow. Don't be fooled by her light words. She was actually just trying to maintain her composure in order to reassure Mu Wanting. It's really a bargain for that bad guy Ning Fan. Mu Wanting's situation wasn't much better. Looking at the off-screen, she couldn't bear it any longer and collapsed to the ground. When she thought of Fong Ling Long's last words, the blush on her face could not be stopped. At this time, Su Yiye came out of the house, and when she saw her like this, she immediately spoke in a hurry. "Sister, are you okay?" "It's okay. Go prepare a bucket of hot water for me. I want to take a shower." Mu Wanting mustered up a little energy and ordered. "Okay." Su Yiye was very obedient and turned to go into the house to boil water. Mu Wanting looked at the sexy white over-the-knee socks on her legs, suddenly thought of something, and called her. "Wait, sister, is there anything else?" Su Yiye looked back puzzledly. "Design me a set of clothes like the one you're wearing. I'll send you the design later." "What? Sister, you're going to wear this kind of clothes too?" Su Yiye looked at Mu Wanting with strange eyes. "What are you talking about? Just go if I tell you to." Mu Wanting narrowed her eyes, and the air around her seemed to have cooled down by several degrees. Su Yiye's body trembled, and she dared not say anything more. She hurriedly turned around and went into the house, her short skirt fluttering as she ran, revealing her infinite beauty from time to time. Seeing this scene, Mu Wanting blushed and murmured, "If I dress like this, Ning Fan will probably like it very much. 9 times, isn't that a bit too much?" Chapter 38 Lease. At night, Ning Fan sat on the bed, scrolling through messages, feeling refreshed. As for Fong Ling Long, she lay beside him with a tired look on her face, breathing slowly. "My dear husband, I'm going to sleep first." Fong Ling said weakly with drooping eyelids. Ning Fan, with a look of heartache on his face, smoothed the sweat-soaked hair off her face. He wanted to be gentle, but it was just his nature that dictated it most of the time, and when his emotions were so deep, he couldn't help himself. Do you want me to carry you to take a bath? Ning Fan asked. My dear husband, please forgive me. Well, I swear to God, he really didn't mean that. Ning Fan felt wronged in his heart, but he had no choice but to give up the idea and cover Fong Ling with the quilt. Then you can sleep well. After a murmur, Fong Ling found a comfortable position and fell asleep peacefully. After watching Fong Ling fall asleep peacefully, Ning Fan turned his attention back to the chat channel. Chat channel. Haha, everyone look what I caught. Below is a picture with the information. A 2 kilograms D-grade salmon. Fuck, level fish, I'm so jealous. Brother, are you selling fish? No, you think I'm some rich, inhumane tycoon. I've worked so hard to catch this fish in a few days, but it's not enough for me to eat. I heard that eating high-grade food can improve your physical fitness. Is it true? Really? I have a friend who ate grade fish meat, and his physique broke through to grade D. In his own words, he can now carry an old lady across the street and walk briskly. Is it so exaggerated? It will only get more exaggerated. Doesn't that mean that level food is very important now? Nonsense, unless you are a confused person who would sell the high-level food in your hand. You must use it to upgrade your own physique first. That's not necessarily true. At Maple Leaf, big man, don't you think so? The boss is not in the same dimension as us, so he is not within the scope of discussion. At Longzhou, brother, did your friend also get the level food through fishing? Wolf, no. How was that acquired? Longzi said casually, it was stolen by pirates. The chat channel fell silent. There is something absurd about wolves and sheep chatting and coexisting. It's over. The pirates have improved their physical fitness. If we meet them again, we won't be able to resist at all. At Longzhou, brother, if you see me in the future, can you please show some mercy? Longzi, we pirates are just ordinary people. We don't have any special skills. We commit crimes randomly. So you just pray that you're lucky enough not to run into us. If you do run into us, I'm sorry. What are you afraid of? The native islands will appear. When the time comes, we can conquer an island and develop on it. Why would we be afraid of a mere pirate? That's easy to say. Take a good look at the notice with your big eyes. There are native pirates stationed on the native island. Do you really think you can take it down so easily? In the final analysis, it still depends on strength. Everyone agreed with this statement. In the past, resources were important for survival. Now, strength is important for survival, but resources are still the most important. Suddenly, a rather strange message appeared in the chat channel. Rent out an ordinary fishing rod for 8 hours. The price is 2 cornerstones. Those who are interested can bid in the trading hall. Order number. Note. A deposit is required, which will be automatically refunded after the rod is fully returned. Ning Fan exclaimed, what a good fellow. It turns out that people with quick minds can make money anywhere. In order not to waste time at night, he actually rented out his fishing rod. It's still a good time to post it now, and there will be no doubt that someone will buy it. After all, 8 hours means anything is possible for fishermen. As much as they don't want to admit it, the Air Force is their norm. Ning Fan scrolled down to read the news, and it turned out to be just as he expected. Which son of a bitch rented my fishing rod? I'm ready to take over this sea, damn it. I felt like I was going to burst, and you told me I couldn't rent it? Is there any other brother who would like to rent me a fishing rod? I'm a great fisherman. How about a 50-50 split? The fishermen who usually don't show up often, now seeing 1 or 2 cornerstones, can rent a fishing rod. They all show up in an instant, lighting up the entire chat channel. I never thought of renting out the fishing rods during my rest time at night. Wait for me. I'll rent out the fishing rods right away. Haha, another extra income. Even though it's not much, it's free. Whoever figured out the rental feature is a genius. Well, as soon as this news came out, some wonderful ideas emerged like the opening of the Run and Do Meridians. After a while, all kinds of rental information appeared in the chat channel. I'm renting out a lighter. If anyone needs a lighter, place your order now. Rent out 1 supply box, open a box for a friend in need, and return 2 tomorrow. I'm renting out a pair of underwear for 1 day. I need to change into it the day after tomorrow. Don't let it get damaged by me. Seeing this information, Ning Fan curled his lips. It's outrageous. It's really outrageous. Why are all these things put out for rent? What's even more outrageous is that even so, there are still people renting it. No, guys who rent underwear Aren't you afraid of getting sick? Well, to be honest, I'm afraid, but compared to the wind blowing on my balls, a little illness doesn't seem that hard to accept. My friend, you have been floating in the air for too long. You don't know the hardships of us low-level people. +1, please give me more underwear for rent. I haven't rented any yet. Time passed slowly, and the entire chat channel was lively all night because of the rental issue. Ning Fan also made a small contribution to those poor buddies by renting out the bamboo fishing rod in his hand. The 7th day arrived quietly in such an atmosphere. At exactly midnight, an announcement suddenly flooded the entire chat channel. Announcement: in 12 hours, the native island will appear and the exploration era is coming. Lords, please be prepared. Chapter 39, Exploration Era. Announcement: in 12 hours, the native island will appear and the exploration era is coming. Lords, please be prepared. Exploration Era. Various initial resources will be generated on each native island, and a varying number of native pirates will be stationed there. The pirate's physical level is limited to D level. The larger the area of the native island, the more initial resources there are, and the more pirates there are. Moving the Lord's stone tablet to the native island is considered as occupying the island. All resources will be automatically stored in the Lord's warehouse. The area of the native island will automatically shrink to 10 and become the Lord's island. If you do not choose to occupy the island, all resources can only be collected manually. In the exploration era, supply boxes will be refreshed from time to time in the sea, and 7 supply boxes will be refreshed near each territory every day. Unlocking boat-type transportation can become a territory's authority. Choosing a boat as the lord of a territory will make you a wanderer. The wanderer's territory cannot be expanded, it can only be replaced. After 30 days, all lords' rafts will sink. Please hurry up and change your territory. The map function will be unlocked in 12 hours. There is map fog. You need to explore the map yourself. Lords, start your great exploration. No way. The physical fitness level of the native pirates is D level, so I can't deal with any native pirate. It's okay. We've been given 30 days to improve our physique. Do you still want to occupy an island as soon as it appears? Can I really raise my physique to D level in 30 days? I can't even touch level food right now. The above poster thinks the problem is too simple. Improving physical fitness to D level is not enough. At most, you could trade 1-for-1 with the pirates. The question is, who told you that there's only one pirate on the island? Is there another group? Otherwise, use your pig brain to think about it. A pirate who can defend an island by himself is still a pirate. He is called the Pirate King. Doesn't it mean that you need to improve your physical fitness to D+ level before you can occupy an island? Probably. Or if you have great martial arts skills and good equipment, that should work too. Don't say such nonsense. If I were very good at martial arts, I would be a pirate. +1, +2. So my final destination is to be a wanderer. Wow, I don't want to wander anymore. Please come and take me in. I'm going to vent my anger on you. Didn't they say that the map function will be opened soon? Then we can form a team and attack the island together. There are always more solutions than problems. Stand up for me. Hey, that makes sense. That makes no sense. How do you know that the person you're teaming up with isn't a pirate? There aren't enough pirates hiding in this chat channel. At Longja, do you want to team up with him? Well, the people who had just seen a little hope were instantly poured a bucket of cold water. Yes, the trust issue is a big problem after all. Who knows whether behind the seemingly decent online persona is a ruthless pirate who kills people without blinking an eye. After all, teaming up is only suitable for close friends in real life. The chat channel was filled with depression. Just then, an announcement suddenly appeared and covered the entire chat channel. Announcement: a sign of exploration. A large number of supply boxes are coming to this world. Please pay attention to pick them up. While everyone was stunned, a lot of news came one after another. Everyone, go pick up the supply boxes around the raft. There are many supply boxes floating in the sea. I have already picked up one. Look, what did I get out? A Nepalese saber. There are so many boxes of supplies. We are rich. We are rich. Now everyone was getting nervous and scrambling to log off to pick up supply boxes. The chat channel soon fell silent. Ning Fan also exited the chat channel. He was just about to get up and go out to see what was going on. Suddenly, a reminder sounded. A large number of supply boxes have been detected entering the vicinity of the territory. It's a warning from the radar. Ning Fan then remembered that he still had this thing. He quickly opened the radar map. What he can see are densely packed red dots. There were dozens of supply boxes within the entire 10-kilometer area. Ning Fan opened his mouth slightly, startled by such a grand occasion. He got up, walked outside, and went straight to the automatic fishing net. Without saying a word, he changed the target of the fishing net to the supply box. Even though he no longer relies on supply boxes to obtain resources, nothing can withstand excessive quantities. After changing the capture targets of both fishing nets to supply boxes, the speed of capturing supply boxes became significantly faster. It's a pity that the capture range of the D-level automatic fishing net is only 100 meters, which wastes the radar's wide detection range. Ning Fan sighed. He discovered that the radar's detection effect could help the automatic fishing net catch material boxes faster and more efficiently. But the coverage of the D-level automatic fishing net was limited. By the way, with so many supply boxes popping up, someone must have opened up the manufacturing plans for fishing rods and fishing nets. I can definitely buy 1 or 2 at high price, and in return I can get a few automatic fishing nets. Then I can take advantage of a burst of supply boxes and catch more supply boxes. I can make my money back in one wave, and even make a profit. Ning Fan suddenly thought. He did it right away. He opened the chat and sent a message. Maple leaf, 1 L of seawater. If your physical quality is high enough, it will help you improve your physical quality to D level after taking it. And a fishing rod or fishing net manufacturing diagram. Limited to 3 copies, the best one wins. The reason why it is limited to 3 is that Ning Fan doesn't want to use all of today's returns on this. Moreover, the refund multiple has reached 10,000 times, and the level of the return manufacturing diagram is definitely higher than the 2 automatic fishing nets currently available, which should be able to meet the needs. Ning Fan was originally planning to use the C+ water in his hand to exchange it, because C+ water was the only resource of the same level he had. But he suddenly remembered that it was already early morning, and the output of the seawater purifier would be refreshed with a new day, so he used seawater to exchange it. The Maple Leaf boss has appeared again. Welcome him. See, sea level water? Damn, the boss's moves are extraordinary. It's something I can't even imagine. After taking it, your physique will most likely be raised to D level. Such a good thing. Are you sure you want to exchange it for the fishing rod manufacturing plan? What the boss can trade is definitely not the best thing he has. As I said before, don't use your ant-like cognition to speculate on the world of Maple Leaf boss. What we're selling is not water, but a pass to the island. If we can trade for seawater from the boss and add the weapons from the supply boxes this time, it won't be a problem to capture an island. Did everyone overlook the previous sentence? You need to have a high physical fitness to drink it before you can break through the level. Is there anything wrong with this? Do you still need the boss to guarantee you something? Use your pig brain to think about it. The D-water that the assistant sold before was so good. How can seawater be bad? The boss must be being conservative when saying this. That's right. If you're a weakling and you're worried about not being able to break through, then don't buy it. That'll be one less competitor. Boss Maple Leaf, please check the private message. I have sent you the manufacturing diagram. Boss, look at my... Woo, boss. I didn't make the picture. Can you sell me? I'm a soft girl. There were more and more private messages. Ning Fan didn't stay in the chat channel for long and left to check the private messages. After filtering out the meaningless private chats, there's still $9.99 plus messages sent to him to create the picture information. It seems that everyone has benefited greatly from this wave of supply box benefits. We had just started picking up boxes, and so many people had already opened up manufacturing drawings. This would be unimaginable under normal circumstances. Ning Fan had a vague premonition in his heart that after giving so many sweet precursors, when the exploration era truly arrived, unimaginable crises would probably occur. Chapter 40. The Magical Use of Radar. Ordinary Fishing Rod Manufacturing Diagram. Ordinary Fishing Rod Manufacturing Diagram. Ordinary Fishing Rod Manufacturing Diagram. In exchange for 3 L of seawater, Ning Fan traded 3 copies of the same fishing rod manufacturing diagram, but not a single fishing net. It's not that he doesn't want to trade, but there is really no one to trade with. Compared with fishing rods, fishing nets are still more valuable. You only need to lower and pull up the net to get a relatively stable harvest, which is far beyond the reach of fishing rods. It's normal that no one takes it out for trading. If it were Ning Fan himself, he would not give up a high-quality long-term asset just for a chance to upgrade his physique. After gathering all the materials, Ning Fan began to return. Ding, 1 copy of the ordinary fishing rod manufacturing diagram is consumed, triggering a consumption refund. The target is Fong Ling Long. The refund multiple is 5,000 times. Please choose whether to refund. The number of refunds remaining today. 5. Return. Ding, get a D+ grade automatic fishing net. D+ level automatic fishing net manufacturing diagram. Place around the raft, you can set the capture target, fish or material box, and it will automatically capture targets within a range of 1,000 meters. When setting the capture target to fish, there is a small chance of capturing fish within the D+ range, and the fishing efficiency is elementary. Require materials: metal sheet 60, rope 40, plastic 20. 1,000 meters. 1 kilometer capture range. It is an order of magnitude higher than the capture range of a D-level fishing net, although it is still 10 times lower than the 10-kilometer radar monitoring range. As long as the number increases, the efficiency of fishing material boxes will not be too low. As for the fishing efficiency, which was still at the elementary level like the D-level fishing net, Ning Fan didn't take it to heart. After all, it's just a small upgrade. Why do you need a villa? Ning Fan then returned the other 2 fishing rod manufacturing drawings. Ding, get a D+ grade automatic fishing net. Ding, get a D+ grade automatic fishing net. After obtaining 3 D+ grade automatic fishing nets, Ning Fan came to the edge of the raft. Lower 3 fishing nets into the water from 3 different directions. As the 3 newly launched fishing nets began to work, the supply boxes within a radius of 1 kilometer began to be gradually cleared. From near to far, the sea is clean again. Looking at the increasingly full net bag, Ning Fan showed a smile like a profiteer. While others were still manually salvaging supply boxes one by one, he had already activated the cheat. If others saw his efficiency, they would probably be attacked by a group. Robbery. This is naked robbery. However, even such huge profits are far from satisfying Ning Fan's appetite. He came to the steam turbine and started the engine by hand. A rumbling sound was heard, and the raft began to slowly accelerate. Ning Fan directly pulled the steam valve to the maximum, and the engine ran at full power. He wants to be a sweeping robot and sweep the ocean. The raft raced across the sea, leaving a trail of white waves. Wherever it went, not only was there no grass growing, but only a few boxes of supplies were missed. However, such rough fishing process did not last. As the raft sailed away from the original range, Ning Fan was surprised to find that the number of supply boxes on the sea had obviously decreased a lot. It seems that the supply boxes just refreshed in a concentrated manner around the territory raft, providing a wave of benefits. Besides this, the supply boxes that appear on the sea are randomly refreshed. Ning Fan said to himself. Fortunately, even so, because the sweeping range is 1 kilometer and the covered area is not small after all, the automatic fishing net still catches supply boxes from time to time. Keeping the raft moving at full speed and letting the fishing net work, Ning Fan turned and went into the house. The harvest will be seen tomorrow morning. Ning Fan snuggled back in a bed, turned on the Lord's screen, and found that Mu Wanting had sent him a message. In the evening, at Fong Ling Long's instigation, he added Mu Wanting as a friend. The message was sent a few minutes ago. Ning Fan, the watchtower warned me that there are a lot of supply boxes around my raft, but it's too dark, I can't see them at all, and there's no way to salvage them. Do you have any ideas? It just so happens that the 2 original D-level automatic fishing nets are of little use, so they could be used to salvage the supply box from Mu Wanting. Ning Fan immediately replied, "Wait a moment, I have 2 fishing devices here. I'll send them to you." Okay, Mu Wanting replied. Before his but could even get comfortable, Ning Fan got out of bed again and went outside. He picked up 2 D-level fishing nets and sent them to Mu Wanting. You set the automatic fishing net's capture target to the supply box, and it can help you automatically catch the surrounding supply boxes. By the way, remember to link the watchtower's monitoring function with the automatic fishing net, so it will be more efficient. Ning Fan added. He also didn't expect that the monitoring device, which was originally used to guard against pirates, would eventually be used on fishing material boxes. It's a matter of timing and luck. Not long after, Mu Wanting replied. Ning Fan, this automatic fishing net is amazing. I caught a lot of supply boxes. Ning Fan chuckled and replied, you could try to pull the sail to its fullest and take this opportunity to catch more supply boxes. Understand. Thank you, Ning Fan. You are welcome. After turning off the chat, Ning Fan returned to the bedroom. But as soon as I got into bed, an urgent reminder sounded. A large supply box has been detected entering the territory. Please pay attention, Lord. It is a radar monitoring prompt. Ning Fan opened the radar chart and saw a large red dot appearing on the edge. Large supply box? Ning Fan was shocked. This was the first time he heard such a description. It turns out that supply boxes come in different sizes. I don't know what the difference is between this large supply box and an ordinary supply box. It should be a good thing. With anticipation, Ning Fan got out of bed again and went outside. The sea was pitch black, and we could only determine the location of the large supply box based on the position shown on the radar map. He came to the steam turbine and turned the wheel to adjust the direction of the raft. As the raft moves forward, the radar image shows that the raft is getting closer and closer to the large supply box. After a while, it came into the range of the automatic fishing net. An automatic fishing net identifies the target and then launches the net. A rustling sound was heard, and in an instant, the rope of the fishing net was stretched straight. Target captured, recovering. Ning Fan's face lit up with joy, his eyes fixed on the rope that was being retrieved. After a while, the fishing net was retrieved. There was a square supply box in the net bag. Even in its shrunken state, it is still several times larger than an ordinary supply box. Ning Fan took it out, and the next second, a supply box the size of a container appeared in front of him. Ning Fan was frightened by its huge size and took several steps back. Fuck, it's so big. How much supplies must be packed in it? While I was wondering, a prompt popped up on the Lord interface. Large supply box. Anything can be opened. A variety of items will definitely be opened, and items above sea level will definitely be opened. There is a small chance of opening A-level items. The large supply box is a limited supply box and will only appear during special events, era benefits, emergencies, etc. Chapter 41, Dynasty Guild. Ning Fan stretched out his hand and gently touched the surface of the large supply box with his fingertips, his eyes full of heat. You will definitely get items of C grade or above, and there is even a small chance of getting a grade items. With such a generous prize pool, it goes without saying that this large supply box must be very rare. Ning Fan was glad that he installed the radar, otherwise he would have missed out on a big gift package. The large supply box is a limited supply box that only appears in special events. If you miss it, you really miss it. Taking a deep breath, Ning Fan prepared to open the supply box and receive the first level item from it. However, he suddenly thought of something and his outstretched hand froze in midair. That's not right. According to the properties of my eyebrow pencil, it says that it will definitely give out items above sea level. So it can only give out sea level items, without a doubt. Thinking of this, he suddenly withdrew his outstretched hand as if he had been electrocuted. No, I can't ruin this large supply box. Let's wait until Ling Long wakes up and let her open it. She seems to have always had good luck. Ning Fan thought secretly. Then he looked at the supply box reluctantly and turned away resolutely. You can't open the box of eyebrow pencils, especially the box with a guarantee statement. Otherwise, you will find that this guarantee is set for you. Ning Fan returned to the bed coldly, warmed his hands and feet with the little greedy cat next to him, and then opened the radar map. He kept a close eye on the changes on the radar map, hoping that another large supply box would come in. Unfortunately, until he couldn't bear it anymore and fell asleep, the radar prompt sound never sounded again. Ning Fan fell asleep happily, but for others, it was a sleepless night after all. It feels good. I picked up more than 10 boxes and opened a fishing rod manufacturing plant. I can finally go fishing by myself. Tisk, there are only more than 10 boxes, and I picked up 25. Concrete house manufacturing map. Do you know what this is? I don't even bother to show off things like fishing rods. Wow, how come you guys are so lucky? I opened 10 boxes and they were all junk. I won't say any more. I'll continue picking up boxes. Haha, look what I got. D-grade steel broadsword. Wow, level weapons? I've learned something new. What's the use of this thing? Maybe it can help me kill D-rank pirates? I'm not sure, but it will definitely increase my strength. So strong? Can I ask you a favor, bro? No, don't ask for it. I won't rent this thing out. If it gets damaged, I'll cry my heart out. And I'm not trying to belittle you, but can you afford the deposit? Well, a variety of items appeared in the chat channel, triggering another wave of rental craze. No, it should be reserved rental. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the native island that would appear in a few hours. As long as they had a weapon, no matter its level, as long as they put it out, someone would contact them to make a reservation for rental. There are more and more items, such as fishing rods and fishing nets, which is reflected in the trading market, with sporadic orders for high-quality fish appearing from time to time. Although the number is still small, It at least gives other people who don't have fishing rods or nets some hope of obtaining high-quality fish. All in all, this wave of supply box benefits has greatly increased everyone's confidence in occupying the island. At a certain moment, a recruitment message appeared in the chat channel. It was sent by a person with the ID Huang Chao Tanshare and attracted a lot of attention. The Dynasty Guild is recruiting people. We sincerely invite all lords to join. There are no mandatory rules in the guild. We are currently only focusing on providing rental facilities. Guild members can rent fishing nets, fishing rods, and various daily necessities in the guild. The deposit is high and the rental period is long. Everyone is welcome to join. Lords who are interested in renting out items are especially welcome to join. As long as you rent out one item, you can join the guild unconditionally, and the guild will effectively protect the rental interests of all lords. Once the items are damaged, not only will the deposit be compensated, but the guild will also give corresponding compensation. The trading hall has a leasing function whereby the items will be automatically returned once the lease expires, but damage to the rented items is unavoidable. The deposit is used to compensate for damage to the items. It is because of this characteristic that many lords who rent out items are troubled by it. If the deposit is set too low, you will lose money if the property is damaged. If the deposit is set too high, others will be discouraged and the property will not be rented out. Even if you think you have paid a deposit of equal value and can get a satisfactory amount of money after the item is damaged, it will be difficult to buy the same item in the trading market, so you will not be satisfied. After all, at this stage, there are very few items with rental value circulating in the trading market. The reason for renting is not because you don't have money, it's because you can't buy. So when everyone saw the recruitment information of Dynasty, they were instantly excited. Is it true that if you join a guild and your rented items are damaged, the guild will give you an extra compensation? It's fake. This is not how charity is done. Besides, I don't think anyone except the Maple Leaf boss can afford such compensation. At Huangchao, please show me your assets, otherwise I doubt this is fake. Dynasty World. Foundation Stone 856. Is this number enough? The guild is only planning to recruit 1,000 people at the moment. I think I still have the confidence to fulfill my promise. 1,000 people? That's certainly enough. How can I join the Dynasty Guild? Dynasty World. It's simple. If you're ready to rent out items, you can chat with me directly to join. Due to restrictions, the guild currently has only one chat group. Dynasty World. If you simply want to join a guild to rent items, you need to pay a cornerstone to get a place. Wait. Do I need a cornerstone to join a wall-breaking guild? I was wondering why they were so generous, but it turns out they were illegally raising funds to defraud money. He could have just lied directly, but he still made up such a long recruitment message. He must have been very deliberate. This is really confusing. Let me see which idiot will join in. When they heard that they had to collect money, everyone's faces changed immediately. Are you kidding? There are no uncles in this world. If you're cheated, you're cheated. There's no place to cry. You can only bear it by yourself. In such a situation, everyone's vigilance has increased. Huang Chao Tianxia, who was squatting in front of the screen, saw the slander flying all over the chat channel, but did not show the slightest anger. On the contrary, he seemed to have expected it. He curled the corners of his mouth in disdain, then edited a message casually and sent it out. D+ grade exquisite crossbow, modified by the power of the world. One load has 10 rounds, and the range is 50 m. When used with D+ grade crossbow arrows, it can injure creatures with D+ physique, posing a fatal threat to creatures with D grade and below. Using only ordinary crossbow arrows, it can also cause damage to D-level physical creatures. Dynasty. Any member who joins the Dynasty Guild can rent this crossbow to fight pirates. No need to pay rent. Just pay a deposit, and you can rent it for free for 1 hour. The guild encourages all members to occupy the island and develop on the island. In order to attract people to join, Huangchao Tianxiao went all out and threw out a trump card. The effect was surprisingly good, and it directly reversed the reputation by 2 levels. Really? Free rental of D+ grade weapons. Anyone who can produce a D+ weapon is not a liar. Brothers, let me add some for you and see the situation. Get lost. There are only 1,000 places. Don't think I don't know what you are up to. I can still afford 1 cornerstone. Huang Chao Tianxia watched the private message go straight to $9.99+, and there was a hint of success in his gloomy eyes. As expected, I am the one who is destined to succeed. The limited intermediate supply box is a godsend to me. Without this crossbow, I think it would take a lot of effort to build a guild. That Maple Leaf is such an idiot. He has so many resources in his hands, but he only wants to open a store. If I had so many resources... The guild's organizational structure has been established. It won't be long before the resources in my hands will surpass Maple Leaf and make me the #1 boss in this channel. Chapter 42, Harvest Supply Box. The sun is shining on your butt. Fong Ling was awakened by a ringing phone. She lay on Ning Fan, wiped her eyes, and looked intently at the screen. It was Mu Wanting who called. She turned her head to look out the window. The sun was shining brightly. She then looked at Ning Fan, who was blowing bubbles beside her, and rolled her eyes. Without disturbing Ning Fan, she lazily got out of bed, put on her clothes, and then tiptoed into the living room. Wan, good morning. Fong Ling answered the video chat and yawned. Mu Wanting's figure appeared in the picture. Fong Ling glanced at it casually, but her movements froze instantly and her eyes widened. Wan, what did you do last night? You didn't sleep, did you? Why do you have such big panda eyes? Mu Wanting's haggard appearance immediately refreshed Fong Ling, and she lost all sleepiness. Don't mention it. The whole world refreshed a wave of supply boxes last night, and I picked up supply boxes all night long. Mu Wanting gently rubbed the bags under her eyes, and a few tears caused by sleepiness squeezed out of the corners of her eyes. I envy you. You don't have to worry about anything. All you have to do is eat well, sleep well, and be a lazy pig. Fong Ling stuck out her tongue, too lazy to argue, so she turned to ask, So what did you get last night? When talking about the harvest, Mu Wanting's eyes lit up instantly, and she curled her lips. Not bad. I picked up more than 40 boxes. More than 40? Fong Ling exclaimed. She had been here for so many days, but she had never heard of anyone picking up so many supply boxes. Seeing her like this, Mu Wanting's lips curled up even more. That's not all. In addition, I also picked up a medium-sized supply box. Medium-sized supply box? Fong Ling was puzzled. Here, this is what I took out of the box. Mu Wanting casually sent her a picture. 10 kilograms C-grade spiritual rice seeds. C-grade crops, edible and plantable, need to be planted in soil above C-grade. The higher the soil grade, the richer the yield. Fong Ling looked at the introduction with her mouth wide open. Wan, you are amazing. Now that we have the seeds, we just need to find the soil, and we can mass-produce high-quality crops. Then the store will have one more high-value commodity. Fong Ling said excitedly. That's right. This is almost the highest level item that can be found in a medium-sized supply box. Mu Wanting said elatedly. It seemed that her physical and mental fatigue had received the greatest comfort at this moment. However, she was still clear that she could achieve so much, and it was inseparable from Ning Fan's help. And even Ning Fan's help accounted for the majority. So, after enjoying Fong Ling fangirl-like admiration for a while, she told the truth. In fact, it's all thanks to Ning Fan's help. Otherwise, I wouldn't have gained so much. Ning Fan, did he help you? Yes, it was he who gave me 2 automatic fishing nets, which allowed me to fish for the supply boxes so smoothly. Thinking of what happened last night, Mu Wanting's brows relaxed, and she smiled sweetly. I have fished out so many boxes of supplies. Ning Fan must have gotten even more last night. Really? Fong Ling subconsciously glanced at the bed. Ning Fan was sleeping soundly like a pig. She pulled the corner of her mouth helplessly. I think he is more like a lazy pig than me. Fong Ling turned her gaze towards the bedroom and glanced at Mu Wanting. Mu Wanting chuckled and then joked. It's obviously you who emptied him out. Hearing this, Fong Ling slightly lowered her eyes and a faint smile appeared on her face. If she wore a white shirt at this time, she would probably be no different from a female ghost who eats children. Beautiful and creepy. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. You don't understand the working principle of the automatic fishing net. It doesn't need anyone to watch it. It doesn't matter whether he is watching it or not. Mu Wanting explained. You can go to the raft and see if there are any fishing nets on the edge. If there are, last night's catch should be in the net bag. Fong Ling stood on tiptoe and looked out the window. Apart from a large box, there was no sign of any supply box on the raft. Feeling as if Wan's words were verified, she asked curiously, Then I'll go out and take a look. After saying this, Fong Ling walked out of the house. After one night, the fuel of the steam turbine had been exhausted and it was now shut down, and the raft was drifting normally with the ocean current. Fong Ling came onto the raft and followed Mu Wanting's instructions. After walking around the edge of the raft for a while, she found a fishing net. Wan, is this the thing? She focused her view on the fishing net. When Mu Wanting saw the situation inside the net bag, her scalp instantly went numb. There were countless tiny supply boxes densely packed together, and the supply boxes in this net bag alone far exceeded what he had harvested last night. Ling Long, hurry, bring it up, Mu Wanting said hurriedly. Fong Ling Long then picked up the net bag. Be careful and step back a little. Mu Wanting suddenly thought of something and reminded. Fong Ling Long hadn't reacted yet. The next second, a large pile of supply boxes appeared out of nowhere and fell onto the raft in front of her. Fong Ling Long's face turned pale, and she took a few steps back awkwardly. Not until all the supply boxes were stacked up did a reminder sound rang in her ears. Ding, 98 supply boxes captured. How much? The experienced Mu Wanting asked at the right time. 98. Fong Ling Long swallowed, her face turning from pale to red, suppressing her excitement and surprise. His man is so strong. With one move, he achieved results that a cheap goblin could never hope to achieve. The two women pondered in shock for a long time before Mu Wanting suddenly spoke. Ling Long, look to the side. I think there may be more than one fishing net. Is there anything else? Fong Ling Long blinked in confusion. What huge gain that would be. She looked to the side nervously, and after a while, she really found another fishing net. After capturing the supply boxes in the net bag, a small hill was piled up on the raft. How many? 100. Fong Ling Long murmured. She felt a little numb. All she could see were supply boxes. It was like a dream. Continue. Anything else? Fong Ling Long's heart was pounding. Too many, really too many. This is not the way to play robbery. When Fong Ling Long arrived at the location of the third fishing net, she felt relieved. There really is more. As usual, I lifted the net bag up, and another pile of supply boxes appeared in front of me. Fong Ling Long counted and found that there were a total of 300 supply boxes piled on the entire raft, stacked in a circle around the raft. The only place with room to stand was where the large box was placed in front of the house. Fong Ling Long stood next to the big box, looked at the densely packed supply boxes in front of her, and took a deep breath. Wan, I feel so uneasy. What's wrong? Mu Wanting retracted her bright eyes and stared at Fong Ling Long in confusion. Have you ever heard the saying, poor people eat chicken, rich people deliver goods? I'm afraid that if I get so many resources at once, I'll be targeted by others. Fong Ling Long said matter-of-factly. Hearing this, Mu Wanting burst out laughing. I say, what are you thinking about every day? This is not a game. This is survival. This is the Lord's world. The more resources Ning Fan obtains, the stronger he will be, and the better he will be able to protect you. Don't let your imagination run wild. Just be a rich wife. Mu Wanting pouted and taught her a lesson. However, after he finished speaking, there was no response from Fong Ling Long. Mu Wanting couldn't help but look up and saw Fong Ling Long staring blankly at the big box in front of her, as if she had seen something incredible. Ling Long, Mu Wanting called out. Fong Ling Long came back to her senses with a strange look on her face. She pointed at the big box and stammered. Wan, a large supply box. Chapter 43, Ling Long, Unboxing. Fong Ling Long forwarded the prompt message that popped up on the screen to Mu Wanting. Large supply box. Will definitely give out a variety of items, will definitely give out C-level or higher items, and has a small chance of giving out L-level items. Seeing this explanation, Mu Wanting covered her lips, her pupils shrank slightly, and her shock was beyond words. This was many times more generous than the reward from the medium-sized supply box she received. The upper limit of the level of items that can be obtained from a medium-sized supply box is just the minimum level of a large supply box. She looked up at the big box in front of Fong Ling Long, and her eyes became complicated. This large box looks ordinary on the outside, but it actually contains such a huge world inside. What's even more abominable is that Ning Fan is so thick-skinned that he lies naked on the raft. Isn't he really afraid that someone will steal it? Mu Wanting stamped her feet, a hint of annoyance rising on her face for no apparent reason. Fong Ling Long glanced at her in surprise. Sister, you are so double-standard. When you were counting so many supply boxes just now, you didn't have this expression on your face. Didn't you say confidently, there's no need to worry about others? Why do you change your face now? Feelings are not precious enough to enter your heart, right? Fong Ling Long naturally kept these words deep in her heart and didn't say them out loud. However, Mu Wanting still noticed Fong Ling Long's speechless eyes and understood what she meant. She instantly felt that her disguise was shattered and her pretty face turned red. After all, Mu Wanting is still a little money grubber at heart. Otherwise, she would not have left the watchtower and the automatic fishing net working normally, but would have kept an eye on them herself, counting the boxes of fish caught one by one, and was busy all night. Ling Long, do you want to open this big box? Mu Wanting suddenly said. Open the box. Fong Ling Long turned to look at the large supply box beside her and said hesitantly, it's not good. Ning Fan is still sleeping. If I open such an expensive box without telling him, he will be unhappy when he wakes up. How could that be? Mu Wanting waved her hands and continued to instigate. You have to understand that you are his woman now, the mistress of the house. You are not selling the box, you are just opening it. You can still enjoy this, right? Besides, don't you want to see what you can come up with? Fong Ling Long was so excited by what she said. Who could refuse to open the box? Really? I'm afraid I'll be out of luck. Why don't you go wake Ning Fan up and ask him? Seeing her indecision, Mu Wanting's face turned serious, and she said unhappily. Fong Ling Long subconsciously glanced at the bedroom. Lazy Pig changed his sleeping position again. Forget it. If I wake him up later, he'll still be in a bad mood and might play tricks on me again. Fong Ling Long pouted. Instead of that, I might as well open the box. The worst that can happen is that I'll get bitten. That's right. Go ahead. I believe you will have good luck. Mu Wanting smiled like a fox. Fong Ling Long took a deep breath and reached out to touch the supply box in front of her. It is not difficult to open the supply box. You just need to touch the supply box, and the basic information of the supply box and the open button will pop up on the Lord's screen. Looking at the flashing start button on the screen, Fong Ling Long suddenly came back to her senses. That's not right. Why should I provoke Ning Fan to bite me? Wouldn't it be fine if I don't open the supply box? I was fooled by that bad girl Wan Wan. Fong Ling Long rubbed his forehead and smiled bitterly. What has been put here, so just open it. At worst, I can give Ning Fan another chance. Fong Ling Long thought secretly. Then her eyes returned to the supply box, and a sense of excitement and anticipation gradually arose in her heart. She held her breath and gently pressed the button. Ding! Open the large supply box. Obtain an A-level automated farm. Obtain a C-level trebuchet manufacturing diagram. Obtain an ordinary iron or vein. And obtain cornerstone 200. A-level item. She opened an A-level item. Fong Ling Long jumped up and down with excitement, looking extremely adorable. What did you find out? Seeing her expression, Mu Wanting asked curiously. Of course it's a good thing. After going crazy for a while, Fong Ling Long calmed down and straightened her chin proudly. If Ning Fan wasn't still sleeping, she would have to run to Ning Fan and show off. It was such a great success, Ning Fan couldn't possibly be angry with her again. Maybe he would even reward her well. Fong Ling Long thought happily, and then sent the description map of the A-level farm to Mu Wanting. A-level automated farm. A-level building can be directly placed in the territory, increase the territory score by 10,000. It covers an area of more than 10 acres, 10,000 square meters, with a planting area of 10 acres, all covered with grade A soil, and can plant crops below grade A. The farm uses all future technology, and all facilities are automated. You only need to supply seeds to automatically grow crops without human intervention. A-grade building. Mu Wanting exclaimed. So, I'm lucky, right? Seeing Mu Wanting so surprised, Fong Ling Long's little tail lifted up even higher. Mu Wanting slowed down, calmed down her emotions, and looked at Fong Ling Long with a complicated expression. For some reason, she suddenly felt a hint of jealousy. He racked his brains to add some value to Ning Fan, and even did dirty things, trying to steal some favor from Ning Fan like a thief, but the effect was not as significant as Ling Long's casual effort. If this A-level item was opened by myself, Ning Fan would probably like me a little more. Mu Wanting had so many thoughts in her mind that there was a hint of confusion in her eyes. Wan Wan. When Fong Ling Long's voice sounded, Mu Wanting was stunned for a moment. She suddenly came to her senses and looked into Fong Ling Long's cute big eyes. She felt a sense of guilt in her heart. What's wrong with me? I was shamelessly wanting to share Ning Fan with my bestie, seeking spiritual and physical comfort. But in the end, I ended up having such dirty thoughts. Mu Wanting, you are such a shameless woman. Mu Wanting slapped herself hard in her heart. Wan Wan, are you okay? Fong Ling Long asked with her head tilted. It's okay. Mu Wanting shook her head and secretly bit her tongue hard, trying to get rid of all the negative emotions in her heart. After her mind cleared, she smiled at Fong Ling Long. It's my first time seeing such a high-level item, so I can't help but lose my mind. Seeing that she was fine, Fong Ling felt relieved and hummed softly. Has your weak mind suffered a shock? As she spoke, she winked slyly. It's understandable. After all, this is an A-level item. I just behaved worse than you. Mu Wanting twitched the corners of her mouth, and a feeling of death almost surged into her heart again. With this A-grade farm and the C-grade spiritual rice seeds in your hand, we will be able to grow C-grade spiritual rice and then sell it. As for C-grade food, it will definitely be very popular. We're just waiting for you to come over. If we run this business together, we can make our store bigger and stronger. Seeing Fong Ling imagining their future with a look of longing on her face, Mu Wanting's nose suddenly felt sore and a hint of moisture appeared in her beautiful eyes. While Fong Ling was not paying attention, she reached out and gently wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Her slender fingers stroked across her cheek, taking away the dirty villain in her heart. After putting away her old mood, she softly said, "Okay." Chapter 44, Huge Harvest. Afterwards, Fong Ling sent the information of the remaining 2 items to Mu Wanting. C-Class Trebuchet Manufacturing Diagram. Ordinary iron or vein. The former 2 knew nothing about military equipment, and the latter had never seen one. So the 2 of them discussed it for a while, but couldn't come to any conclusion. When Ning Fan wakes up, show them to him. He should know how to use these things. Mu Wanting said. Fong Ling nodded, leaving such matters to men to worry about. She turned her head and looked at the bedroom. She changed her position again, but she didn't wake up. Mu Wanting also saw Ning Fan's condition from Fong Ling perspective. She glanced at the piles of supply boxes around her, and suddenly an idea flashed in her mind, and then the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. She looked at Fong Ling with a smile and said, "Ling, how about we open these small supply boxes while Ning Fan is still asleep?" Fong Ling was startled and subconsciously looked at the supply boxes around her and said timidly, "This is not good." "What's wrong with that? The best boxes have already been opened, so why would we care about these ordinary boxes?" Mu Wanting continued to persuade him. "Besides, you are so lucky. Maybe you can help Ning Fan get more good things." Seems to make sense. "Then open a little more?" Fong Ling asked tentatively, with a hint of excitement in her tone. "Walk." At Mu Wanting's command, Fong Ling jumped toward the supply box like a little rabbit. Soon, her figure was submerged in the piles of supply boxes. "Don't just drive for yourself. Give me some, and I'll drive too." "Oh, okay." From time to time, women's exclamations and laughter could be heard on the wooden board. It was almost noon when Ning Fan finally woke up. When I opened my eyes and didn't see anyone beside the bed, the first thing I did after getting up was to look for my wife. I came to the living room and didn't see anyone, so I continued walking outside. However, when he opened the door and came onto the raft, the scene that came into his sight stunned him. The originally clean raft was now piled up with small mountains. Upon closer inspection, they were all empty boxes that had been opened. In addition, there were scattered boxes all around, leaving no place to step. "No, was there a thief at home?" Ning Fan looked confused. In response, an empty box fell from the sky. Ning Fan dodged it quickly and almost got shot in the head. It was then that he was surprised to find that among the many obstacles, there was a clever figure squatting on the edge of the raft, busy with something. The box just now was thrown from that side. There's no need to think about it to know that it must be Fong Ling. Having almost experienced the murder of her own husband, Ning Fan walked towards Fong Ling with a frown on her face and slowly came behind her. I wanted to scare her so that she would remember not to mess around after opening the boxes and remember to recycle them. But the closer he got to her, the more empty supply boxes there were around him, and it was very messy, so Ning Fan accidentally made a noise. A thud was heard. Fong Ling looked back in confusion, and when she found that it was Ning Fan, she instantly smiled. "Honey, you're awake." Fong Ling threw the supply box aside, stood up, and rushed towards Ning Fan. "Hug him tightly." "Well, after forcing a piece of candy in her mouth, what reason do I have to be mean to her?" Ning Fan smiled bitterly in his heart and had to enjoy her hug with a clear conscience. "Honey, I opened the large supply box you put there. You won't blame me, right?" Fong Ling pointed to the side and said coquettishly. Ning Fan looked in the direction she pointed and saw a large empty box. He smiled gently. "What a coincidence. I was planning to let you open it, but you fell asleep last night, so you stayed here." "Really? That's great." Fong Ling's inner entanglement disappeared. The smile on her face became brighter, and then she said mysteriously, "Honey, I have a surprise for you." Seeing her like this, Ning Fan instantly guessed something. Did she find something good? Hubby, you're so smart. Fong Linglong reached out and turned on the Lord screen. She fiddled with it briefly and sent the things to Ning Fan. Prince Fong Linglong gives you 1 A-level automated farm, 1 C-level trebuchet manufacturing diagram, 1 ordinary iron or vein. Ning Fan's eyes widened. Did you open all of these from the large supply box? Of course. Fong Linglong nodded proudly. After getting a positive answer, Ning Fan couldn't help but lower his head and kiss Fong Linglong on the face. He was right. Linglong has always had good luck. Even the A-level item with the lowest probability was opened. If it were him, the C-level manufacturing diagram might be his limit. The only slightly unfortunate thing is that the A-level automated farm is a building, not a manufacturing plan, and cannot be used for return. But Ning Fan is already content. It's already an A-level item. Why do you need a bicycle? Senior sister, you really are my precious little treasure. Ning Fan became more and more excited the more he thought about it. So he simply acted as a woodpecker. Fong Linglong felt dizzy from the kiss, and her heart was filled with confusion. After Ning Fan stopped, she slowly came back to her senses and whispered, "Honey, Wan is still on the phone with me." The smile on Ning Fan's face froze instantly. "No, I've already kissed you, and you're telling me this?" Ning Fan's scalp tingled, and he felt that his image as a man was gone forever in Mu Wanting's mind. Fong Linglong unlocked the permissions casually, and the next second, a picture appeared in front of Ning Fan. He gritted his teeth and looked up, but he was stunned after just one look. In the picture, Mu Wanting lowered her eyes slightly, her cheeks flushed, and a hint of red suddenly appeared on the tips of her ears, making her look drooling. "No, sister, why are you blushing? Shouldn't I be the one blushing?" "Ning Fan, good morning." Mu Wanting called out crisply when she saw Ning Fan looking at her. "Good morning." Ning Fan scratched his head. The atmosphere was very awkward. Seeing this, Fong Linglong interrupted at the right time and said, "Hubby, Wan and I opened all the boxes of supplies you caught last night. We have sent you all the things. Come take a look." Hearing this, Ning Fan turned to look at the screen. Leader Fong Linglong gives you Cornerstone 822, Ordinary Fishing Rod Manufacturing Diagram 5, D-Class Wooden Sailboat Manufacturing Diagram 1, Iron Javelin 4, Ordinary Iron Broadsword 4. Mu Wanting gives you Cornerstone 611, Ordinary Fishing Rod Manufacturing Diagram 5, Ordinary Water Purifier Manufacturing Diagram 1, Nepalese Army Knife 6. Ning Fan was dazzled by the long list of supplies. He did a quick count and found that there were more than 1,400 cornerstones, 10 fishing rod manufacturing drawings, and 25 ordinary weapons of various kinds. In addition, there are also D-Class wooden sailboat manufacturing drawings and water purifier manufacturing drawings. These are still items of considerable value, and there are countless other items of moderate value, such as materials and small daily necessities. After browsing through them all, Ning Fan looked at Fong Linglong and Mu Wanting with complicated eyes, and wondered in his heart how people's luck could differ so greatly. "I opened boxes for so many days, but didn't get a single manufacturing blueprint. But these two girls opened more than 10 in just this morning." Fortunately, these two girls have a deep connection with him. Otherwise, Ning Fan would be so jealous. "Honey, what's wrong? Do we drive badly?" Seeing Ning Fan's expression was not right, Fong Linglong asked nervously. Hearing this, Ning Fan smiled bitterly. "If you guys are all considered to be driving badly, then no one can drive well." He patted Fong Linglong's head lovingly. "I'm just thinking about whether I should leave the unpacking to you two in the future." Chapter 45, Stone Cannon. "Okay, from now on, let us open the boxes." Fong Linglong agreed readily. She wished she had boxes to open every day. It would be such a happy thing. Wan, what's your opinion?" "I could do anything," Mu Wanting said in a low voice. "Look, Wan has agreed too." Fong Linglong turned to look at Ning Fan and said playfully, "When are you going to take Wan over and let her officially start working?" Ning Fan raised his eyebrows slightly. After talking around for a while, he brought up this topic again. Why did he feel that the little cutie was more anxious than him? He turned to look at Mu Wanting. Mu Wanting lowered her head nervously, not daring to look him in the face. "It should be soon. In about an hour, the map function will be unlocked. And we just need to confirm Wanting's location. I will definitely find a way to bring you over." After receiving Ning Fan's clear promise, Mu Wanting's body trembled, and the stone hanging in her heart finally fell to the ground. She secretly raised her head and glanced at him. Her beautiful eyes moved. "Yeah, that's great." Fong Linglong pecked Ning Fan on the face excitedly. Ning Fan felt a little dizzy, and before he could feel the feeling clearly, the person in his arms suddenly slipped away. Just as I was wondering, I saw Fong Linglong waving her hand. How about you go ahead and do your thing? Wan Wan and I are going to talk about something private. Looking at Fong Linglong's departing back, Ning Fan showed a trace of helplessness on his face. Such a familiar feeling of perfunctoriness. She just patted her butt and walked away, leaving the mess behind, and Ning Fan had to clean up the place by himself. Fortunately, recycling the material boxes is not a difficult task. With just a touch, they could be returned to the warehouse and used again as wood. In the morning, waking up at noon is the time when Ning Fan has the most energy, so he works very quickly. After a while, the raft returned to its former cleanliness. There are still 2 unopened supply boxes left. Ning Fan came to the place where Fong Linglong had just squatted and picked up the 2 supply boxes. Just open it. Ding, get cornerstone 1, plastic 4, wooden board 3, rope 2. Ding, get cornerstone 1, bread 500G, metal sheet 1. It was a pile of broken copper and rotten iron. Ning Fan's face turned green, and he pointed at the hand that had just opened the box and cursed. You're so naughty. How can a pencil like you touch the supply box? After this incident, Ning Fan no longer had any intention of opening the box. After a small incident, Ning Fan opened the Lord interface and came to the construction page. It clearly displayed the manufacturing drawings that Fong Linglong and the others had just given. C-Class Trebuchet manufacturing diagram, modified by the power of the world, uses cornerstone as ammunition, has a range of 500 m, has strong destructive power, and can cause damage to buildings and life forms below C-Class. Required materials. Iron or 20 can be replaced by metal sheets, wood 40, rope 4. So powerful? Not only does it have a range of 500 meters, but it can also cause damage to life forms below level C. Isn't that a bit exaggerated? Ning Fan sighed as he looked at the powerful data of the catapult. Originally, he was a little worried that relying solely on his D+ physique might be a bit difficult to face a group of pirates. With this trebuchet, there is nothing to worry about. The pirates' physique was limited to level D, and they could not withstand the bombardment of the catapults. The 500 m range means that he can easily deal with the pirates on the island without having to go to the island to fight. What surprised Ning Fan was that this thing actually used cornerstones as ammunition. Now, the more than 10,000 cornerstone deposits in his hand instantly turned into an ammunition depot, and he would not feel sorry for firing a few rounds whenever he wanted. I feel like this C-Class Trebuchet manufacturing blueprint is more useful than an A-Class farm. Ning-san murmuret. At this stage, with such a powerful weapon, we can basically do whatever we want. If I were to become a pirate, I could definitely kill anyone I saw in 1 second. But Ning Fan just thought about it. He couldn't give up being an island lord and become a pirate. I don't know what kind of powerful weapon this thing will give out after it's returned. Ning Fan must return this thing. The original manufacturing drawing is so amazing that I can't even imagine what the manufacturing drawing will be like after it's returned. It is estimated that it is enough to support the defense needs of the territory's development for a period of time. Ning Fan was not in a hurry to return it, and continued to look at another item, a very novel item. Ordinary iron or vein. The main body is a piece of refined iron core. If you place it in the island territory, it can grow into a small iron mine. Every month, 1,000 pieces of diggable iron ore will be refreshed in the iron mine, and the output resources can be accumulated. Note, do not overmine. Once the mineral vein is damaged, the iron ore will face the risk of reduced production or even depletion. Fixed refreshing of mineral resources. Ning Fan's eyes lit up. It's just an ordinary vein, which produces 1,000 pieces of iron ore every month. If there are a few more, wouldn't it be a treasure trove? Good stuff. We'll put it down once we get to the island. Having made up his mind, Ning Fan continued to look at other manufacturing drawings. There's still 1D-class wooden sailboat manufacturing diagram and 10 ordinary fishing rod manufacturing diagrams left in the construction interface. There is nothing special about the D-class wooden sailing ship. Its only feature is that it can accommodate the core of a territory and serve as a territory. Ning Fan had no intention of becoming a wanderer, so he just took a quick look at it and put it aside. It's time to build the trebuchet. Ning Fan glanced at the warehouse and found that he had enough materials. It was rare that he didn't need to go to the trading hall to purchase materials. It's just that there is no iron ore, so metal sheets need to be used instead. Not only did he not have any iron ore in his hands, There was no iron or circulating in the trading market. Currently, all metal materials are replaced by metal sheets, which is why the price of metal sheets remains high. It can be predicted that as the lords gradually have more metal veins in their hands, the price of metal sheets will gradually drop. When I have more resources that are refreshed regularly in the future, I won't have to go to the trading market to buy materials. Ning Fan said secretly. Click build. Ding. Consume a sea-level trebuchet manufacturing diagram. Obtain a sea-level trebuchet and put it in the warehouse. Ding. A sea-level trebuchet manufacturing diagram is consumed, triggering consumption refund. Target Fong Ling Long. Refund multiple is 7,000 times. Please choose whether to refund. The number of refunds available today is 2. Ling Long's favorability towards me has increased again. Ning Fan's face lit up with joy. This morning, the discount multiple was still 5,000 times, but after a good night's sleep it became 7,000 times. This kind of intuitive positive feedback made Ning Fan's love for Fong Ling Long even stronger. Return. Ding. Get a C+ grade magic modified stone cannon manufacturing diagram. It was just a C+ manufacturing drawing. Ning Fan frowned. This was somewhat beyond his expectations. In his opinion, a 7,000-fold return should be considered a B-level reward. Stone shooting cannon, and it's a magical modification. I hope you won't let me down. Ning Fan pursed his lips and opened the instructions. Manufacturing diagram of C+ grade modified stone cannon. Modified from ordinary stone cannon. With a range of 1 kilometer, using common cornerstone ammunition. The firing rate is greatly improved, and the projectile will produce an explosion effect after hitting the target, which can cause destructive damage to buildings and life forms within the C+ grade range. When hitting the target, it can even cause damage to B-level targets. Magic modification features can bind monitoring equipment to implement precise strikes. Features are an important element of the Lord's world. The existence of features affects the return level. Features will not appear in ordinary manufacturing diagrams. Chapter 46, Native Island appears. After binding the monitoring equipment, precise strikes can be carried out. Ning Fan muttered this with blank eyes. He clearly knows all these words, so why can't he understand them when they are put together? Etc. Precision strike? Ning Fan was stunned, and then his pupils dilated. Isn't this a term only used for rockets, or even missiles? Fuck, your range is 1,000 m, and you gave me this thing? After realizing what was happening, Ning Fan couldn't help but swear. This is like a dog riding Lu Bu. In order to verify his guess, he quickly began to gather materials and build it. Ding. Consume a C+ grade magic modified stone cannon manufacturing diagram and obtain a C+ grade magic modified stone cannon. After a while, a newly manufactured stone-throwing cannon appeared on the raft. The nearly 3-meter-long iron gun barrel is mounted on a 2-wheeled wooden cart. The black muzzle looks up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, which looks old yet oppressive. Ning Fan, like a child who had obtained a new toy, curiously walked around the stone shooting cannon a few times. Satisfied, he opened a radar chart. As soon as I entered the interface, a prompt popped up. New device association detected, whether to bind. Wow, it actually works. Ning Fan was surprised and immediately chose to bind. Binding successful. As the prompt sounded, an option suddenly appeared in the upper right corner of the radar chart. Stone shooting cannon radar operation interface. After clicking in, the scene that came into view shocked Ning Fan so much that he was speechless. Current status of the stone cannon. Unloaded. Need to load ammunition manually. Radar operating status. Normal. Target unlocked. You can manually click on the monitored target to lock it. Looking at the scene in front of him, Ning Fan seemed to have returned to the scene when he was playing games on Blue Star. The operating interface is not exactly the same as the game, but it is very similar. The operation process is so simple and clear that even people who know nothing about it can get started quickly. Try the effect first. Ning Fan looked at the radar map and saw 2 or 3 red dots within a radius of 1,000 meters. They were all supply boxes drifting with the ocean currents. The nearest one was only 200 meters away from the raft. Ning Fan stretched his head and looked over the sea, and could vaguely see the silhouette of the supply box. So I decided it was this. Ning Fan reached out and lightly tapped the radar chart. The gun barrel was seen slowly lowering down until it was almost level with the sea surface, with the muzzle facing the direction of the supply box. Target locked, ammunition not loaded. The ammunition for the stone-throwing cannon must be loaded from the rear end of the barrel. Conventional stone-shooting cannons use iron and stone ammunition, which is too heavy and makes their operation cumbersome and inconvenient. The modified stone cannon uses cornerstones as ammunition, so the entire loading process becomes extremely convenient. Ning Fan took out a cornerstone and easily stuffed it into the barrel from the rear end. The stone cannon has been loaded, the target is locked, and it can be fired. Emission. With a bang, a flash of fire flashed at the muzzle, and almost at the same time, a huge wave exploded on the sea in the distance. The waves splashed everywhere, and fragments of the supply boxes were scattered along with them. Accurate hit. Ning Fan was very excited to see such a result. With such a powerful weapon in hand, taking over an island is absolutely foolproof. Simple operation, accurate strike, and powerful power. As long as he wanted, no one could get within 1 kilometer of his territory. Ning Fan gently touched the wheel of the stone-shooting cannon, and he liked it more and more. As for the catapult, it was complicated to operate, relied on intuition to strike, and had just enough power. Ning Fan had long forgotten about it. As a C-rank weapon, he fell out of favor before he even gained it. There is probably no more aggrieved situation than being with Ning Fan. It was noon, 12 hours had passed since the last announcement. The new announcement arrived on time. At this moment, everyone was staring at the Lord interface. Ning Fan was no exception. Announcement: the era of exploration has officially arrived, and native islands have appeared. Map function unlock. Raft self-destruction countdown starts. Remaining time: 29 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes. Slightly improve the quality of items in the supply box, and the refresh rate of the supply box has been adjusted. A new emergency will come in 1 day. Please pay attention, lords. The world has changed a little. Announcements appeared before his eyes one after another, and Ning Fan read them all carefully. Suddenly, a prompt sound rang in his ears. Ning Fan glanced sideways and found that it was the radar map that was alerting him. So he immediately opened the radar map. An unknown island was detected 5 kilometers southwest. Detect that the map function has been turned on, whether to bind the radar map. Can all maps be bound? Ning Fan was stunned. There is an additional function on the interface, which is the map function. He clicked on it and found that the map was full of fog, and only the area within 1,000 meters around him was visible. As the raft slowly floated, the fog on the map dissipated a little. Obviously, the map fog will only dissipate in places that have been explored. After figuring this out, Ning Fan did not hesitate and immediately chose to bind. After the binding was successful, a large area of fog dissipated on the map in an instant, and what dissipated was exactly the fog within the monitoring range of the radar map. Ning Fan looked again, and the map clearly showed that there was an island 5 kilometers away, which was in the southwest, just as the radar indicated. Fortunately, we have a radar. Otherwise, with the map fogged up, we would have been groping in the dark just trying to find a native island. Ning Fan was thankful. Let's go to that island first and take a look at the situation. If possible, we can occupy it directly. Although the larger the native island, the more resources it has. Ning Fan clearly knows that the current priority is to settle down on the island first, putting resources aside for the time being. Anyway, it doesn't mean that after becoming an island lord, you can't attack other native islands. At worst, you can settle down and then go to other islands to suppress bandits. The roar of the engine sounded, and the raft changed direction and headed towards the island 5 kilometers away. The visible distance on the sea is about 4 kilometers, so it didn't take long for the shadow of an island to appear in Ning Fan's field of vision. It doesn't look that big. As the distance got closer, the appearance of the island slowly revealed itself to Ning Fan. There are grass and trees on the island of several hundred square meters. Ning Fan's eyes turned red when he saw these land plants after a long time. Finally, we are going to the island. However, just as the raft slowly approached within 1 kilometer of the island, a hurried warning suddenly sounded. Warning, you have entered the territorial waters of the original island of C-33302. Please be alert to pirate attacks on the island. The original island C-33302 is occupied by 4 pirates. The resources on the island are as follows. Ordinary watermelon 30 kg, ordinary coconut tree 2, ordinary small copper mine 1, ordinary bow and arrow 4, ordinary javelin 4, cornerstone 200. Island core resources, a random D-level manufacturing map. Other resources can be stolen or robbed. but the core resources can only be obtained by destroying all pirates on the island. Chapter 47, Easy Solution. There are only 4 native pirates stationed here. It seems that this island is quite ordinary. Ning Fan muttered. Judging from the supplies on the island, it can be seen that this island is not very good. Apart from the core resources, there's only a small copper mine that is worth looking at. Suddenly, there was a rapid sound of surfing. Ning Fan subconsciously looked up and saw 2 small rafts rushing towards the island from the left and right at a very fast speed. On each raft stood 2 pirates in dark clothes, holding a knife in their left hand and a bow in their right hand. They looked ferocious and whined from time to time. Fuck, such a big welcoming ceremony. They came out in full force at the first sign of disagreement, just like bandits, simple and rough. I was just thinking about how to defeat them head on, but I didn't expect them to come to me on their own accord. It saves trouble. Ning Fan loaded the stone-throwing cannon with ammunition with ease, then lightly swiped it on the radar map. The stone cannon has been loaded with ammunition, the target is locked, and it is ready to fire. Boom! With a loud bang, a bright wave rose on the sea. When the wave subsided, only 1 raft was left out of the 2 rafts that were originally moving forward side by side. The 2 pirates on the raft were completely confused when they saw the fragments of their companions splashing on them. What happened? Where am I? Mom, I want to go home. Ning Fan did not give them time to repent. With another loud bang, the family of 4 walked in neatly. Done. Ning Fan clapped his hands, without breaking a sweat from beginning to end. But it would be abnormal if he was sweating. Using C+ level weapons, or thermal weapons at that, to fight a group of D-level pirates is no different from using a cannon to kill mosquitoes. Ding! Congratulations to the Lord for obtaining the core resource of the native island C-33302, a D-class 3-masted sailing ship manufacturing plan. Eliminate all the pirates on the island, and you will receive rewards. It was another ship manufacturing blueprint, 1 level higher than the previous one, and the ship's structure was also more advanced. But it wasn't something he needed urgently. So Ning Fan just took a quick look at it and put it away. There are more important things to do now. That means landing on the island. The engine was running at full speed, and the raft was heading toward the island at full speed. Ning Fan stood at the bow, with his hands behind his back, quietly watching the island getting closer and closer. Fong Ling had been paying attention to the situation on the raft. Seeing that Ning Fan did not make that horrible noise again, she timidly walked out of the house and walked to Ning Fan in small steps. Honey, are we going to the island? She asked. There was a slight tremor in her voice. The scene just now really frightened her. Ning Fan turned around and saw that she looked unhappy. He reached out and pulled her in front of him, pointing at the small island in front of them. This island will be our home from now on. Regardless of the resources he could harvest, he had already decided to land here. Too many things require becoming an island lord to do. For example, if you don't go to the island, you can't use the A-level farm at all. Therefore, the longer you delay going to the island, the greater the loss will be. What are you going to do about Wan? Fong Ling suddenly asked. Has her location been determined? Ning Fan asked back. Yes. Fong Ling nodded. I just shared the location with her. She is more than 1,000 kilometers away from us. She's coming towards us now, but... She changed the subject and looked worried. Wan's raft is too slow. It will probably take 7 or 8 days to get here. Now that we can share our location and determine where each person is, it will be easy. Ning Fan reached out and stroked her frowning brows. Don't worry, I have a faster engine here. When we get to the island, I'll dismantle it and give it to Wanting. Then he pointed to the steam turbine nearby. The power provided by the steam turbine can allow the raft to reach a speed of 30 kilometers per hour, which is much faster than a mast and canvas. If nothing unexpected happens, she will be here in just 2 days. Really? That's great. Fong Ling climbed onto Ning Fan's neck excitedly. Ning Fan took the opportunity to hug her, and the 2 of them snuggled together. However, Ning Fan did not push his luck any further because the raft had already reached the shore. When I got a close look at the island, I realized that although it is called an island, it is actually just a flat land with an altitude of 1 m. The area is not very large and is basically covered by grass and shrubs. There are 2 coconut trees standing alone. Apart from this, there is nothing to be commended. But even such an ordinary scene made Ning Fan and Fong Ling stop and admire it for a long time. After all, compared to the monotonous sea, any little embellishment seems precious. After a long while, Ning Fan said, I'll go up and check the situation first. You wait for me on the raft. I'll call you when you're ready. Well, go and get busy. Fong Ling Long nodded obediently. It just so happens that I also need to tell Wan Wan about the engine, so that she won't keep worrying about it. Fong Ling Long left Ning Fan's arms and went back to the house. One characteristic of a native island is that there are no beaches. Perhaps because of its size, the entire island looks more like a platform floating on the sea or a port. So no matter which direction you go, you can park your boats and rafts at will. Ning Fan came to the steam turbine, controlled the raft to park safely against the shore, and turned off the engine. He walked to the edge of the raft, raised his foot, and stepped lightly onto the island. The feeling of being down to earth made Ning Fan dazed. After adjusting for a while, he slowly walked towards the island. There is actually not much to visit on an island of several hundred square meters. Ning Fan saw traces of the indigenous pirates living on the island, several burnt-out fires, beds made of leaves, and remnants of animal fur that seemed to have fallen off clothes. I also saw several wildly growing watermelon vines and several big, lush, green watermelons hidden in the weeds. The resources on the island are basically matched. Only the small copper mine was not found. It should be hidden underground and not mined. Ning Fan thought. He did not dwell on it. Anyway, it would be automatically collected after occupation. Returning to the place where he first came to the island, Ning Fan took out the Lord's Steel. An unowned island has been detected. Should we transfer the territory and occupy the island? Note, this island is a native island. After occupation, all materials on the island will be automatically collected into the warehouse, but the area of the island will be initialized to 10. We have finally come to this point. Ning Fan took a deep breath and made up his mind solemnly. Yes. As soon as the words fell, the prompt came. Ding obtained ordinary watermelon 30 kilograms, ordinary coconut trees 2, no fruit. Ordinary copper or vein 1. Need to be replaced. Copper or 1,000. Cornerstone 200. As for the bows and javelins mentioned earlier, they had long since been reduced to ashes along with those native pirates. After the resources were collected, the island began to change. A rumbling sound was heard, and large tracts of land began to sink, and sea water poured in and submerged them. The collapse trend spread towards where Ning Fan was. They didn't stop until only a small area around Ning Fan was left. The change happened in a moment, and when Ning Fan looked again, the place he had just walked through had turned into a vast ocean. Ding, congratulations to the Lord for changing your territory to an island. Your personal data has been changed. Please check carefully. Current territory area 10. Warning, due to the change in territory, the raft will lose its territorial characteristics in 24 hours. When the raft is sailing on the sea, it will no longer be protected by the territorial characteristics and will return to being a normal raft. Chapter 48, Going to the Island. The reason why rafts can sail safely on the sea is because they will not capsize. Now that the territory has changed, this feature is gone. It seems that the shipbuilding issue needs to be put on the agenda. Otherwise, it will be inconvenient to go out to sea in the future. Ning Fan turned his head to look at the raft behind him and murmured. He didn't dare to go sailing on the raft without territorial characteristics. If it capsizes or sinks, he won't have anywhere to cry. Fortunately, he had 2 ship manufacturing drawings, so he didn't have to worry about this. Let's put shipbuilding aside for now. The most important thing right now is to build the framework of the territory. Ning Fan glanced at the number of bases in his hand. Cornerstone 11430. Leave 430 cornerstones, and use the remaining 11,000 cornerstones to expand the area. He made the decision. The main thing is that a Class A farm requires an area of 10,000 square meters, and the remaining 1,000 square meters is enough to place other things. Ding, consume cornerstone 11,000, expand the island area by 11,000. A wave of all in. I have been saving up the cornerstones just for this moment of arrogance. With a loud bang, the sea water began to recede, and a vast piece of land slowly rose from the sea. Compared with this, the previous movement was nothing. After a while, the noise stopped, and the expansion of the island was completed. The new land was barren, with nothing but soil. Ning Fan went to the construction interface and placed the Class A automated farm. In an instant, a farm surrounded by wooden fences appeared before our eyes, and the entire island no longer seemed monotonous. At the same time, general information about the farm appeared on the screen. Ning Fan looked closely. The farm has 10 acres of fertile land with grade A soil and several warehouses for storage. All daily work is handled by 5 agricultural intelligent robots. You just need to provide seeds, plan the planting area, and then wait for the harvest. If the Lord requests, they can even set aside a portion of the harvest and cultivate it into seeds. It's worthy of being an A-class building. Its functions are really powerful. Ning Fan exclaimed after reading it. At the moment, he has 10 kilograms of C-grade spiritual rice seeds given by Mu Wanting. According to the farm's requirements, it is just enough to plant 10 acres of land. Ning Fan sent the seeds to the robot through the Lord's system, and after specifying the planting area, he gave it orders. The agricultural robot received the command and started working. Ning Fan looked up and saw several various types of agricultural machines driving out of the farm warehouse and then working in the fields in an orderly manner. After observing curiously for a while, Ning Fan sent a message to Fong Ling, telling her that she could go to the island. After a while, footsteps were heard behind me. "Honey, is this our future home? It's so big." Fong Ling looked around with surprise in her eyes. The area is close to 2 football fields, which is indeed much larger than a cramped raft. This is all thanks to you 2 best friends who earned so many cornerstones. Ning Fan chuckled and took her hand. "We are just the icing on the cake. Without the supplies you provide, even the best cook cannot cook without rice." Fong Ling shook her head. She knew clearly that everything she enjoyed was given by Ning Fan. Although she seemed to have achieved something, it was nothing more than standing on his shoulders. Ning Fan scratched her nose lovingly and didn't bother with her about this topic. "Play by yourself for a while. I'll go move the things on the raft to the island." People were not allowed to stay inside the building while it was being relocated, so he called Ling to the island. Ning Fan turned and walked towards the raft. Once on the raft, he began to move. The first thing is to take back the 2 buildings of the apartment and the bathroom, and, through the construction interface, place the 2 buildings next to the farm. Then he dismantled the steam, turbine, and engine and gave them to Fong Ling, asking her to give them to Mu Wanting. Take 3D plus grade automatic fishing nets to the island and place them there. The radar was moved to the island, and everything of value was moved to the island. Finally, Ning Fan looked at the empty raft. An idea suddenly came to his mind, and then he simply dismantled the raft. "I don't dare to keep it, and it takes up space, so it's better to recycle it into wood and use it again. It can be considered an honorable retirement." This means we've finally reached the island. Ning Fan looked at the place where the raft disappeared, his eyes flickering. After briefly mourning the past, he took out the ordinary iron or vein from the warehouse. It is a stone darker than the foundation stone. Everything else has been put in place. Only this thing needs to be put in place. I don't know what the small mineral veins formed after the settlement will look like. It is precisely because we don't know what it will become that we leave it to the last to deal with. The territory area is 11,000 square meters, of which the farm occupies 10,000 square meters. Excluding the living area, there's about 500 square meters of land left out of the remaining 1,000 square meters. Ning Fan came to this open space. This place is diagonally opposite to the apartment and is the farthest away. He planned it specifically to facilitate future mining and not affect the living area. Ding! The common iron or vein has been placed. Should we start to stimulate the vein and form a small iron mine? Do you want to induce labor again? Ning Fan scratched his head. Why does it feel like making the earth pregnant? Select agree. Ding! Small iron or is being generated progress 1%. 1.1%. The larger the territory, the faster the mineral veins will be generated. Please be patient. Estimated remaining time. 1 day, 22 hours, 23 minutes. Ah. Ning Fan was speechless. I really got you pregnant, and you even have a period. But it was only less than 2 days, so Ning Fan didn't care too much. He took out another mineral vein stone. Ordinary copper or vein. This was just collected from the island. It was originally a mature copper ore, but after being collected it turned into vein stone. However, he harvested 1,000 more copper ore. Ning Fan put it down. Small copper mine is being generated progress. Estimated remaining time. 2 days, 20 hours, 20 minutes. Huh, why is the time different? Is it true that the more valuable the mineral, the slower the mineral veins will be generated? That should be the case. Ning Fan guessed. Without thinking too much, Ning Fan returned to the apartment, leaving the 2 mineral veins to form. Fong Ling was not in the house, but was outside, visiting everywhere. After all, it was a new home, so she was somewhat excited. Besides, she had finally reached land, and she had to release the depression that had accumulated in her heart for a long time. Ning Fan took out some food and sat on the sofa to eat alone. He can finally take a break. Ding ding. Just then, news came in. Good man. Who knows how to pick the time? I haven't even sat down yet. Ning Fan suspected that he was being monitored, but had no evidence. When he opened it, he saw that it was a message from Huang San. Boss, do you have any extra fishing rods to rent out? Chapter 49, Huang San's Fishing Alliance. Huang San has been in some trouble recently. To be more precise, it is a happy trouble. He contacted his father, an old fisherman who had been fishing and drying nets all his life. Through his father, he also got in touch with many uncles, all from the same village as him, a fishing village. Only then did he realize that the older generation of fishermen and anglers like them already had a secret chat group. There are quite a few people inside. All of them are like-minded people. Or rather, old stubborn. Why do I say this? Because although there are many of them, none of them knows how to adapt to this world. There is such a huge communication group, and what they usually communicate are actually some little tips on adapting to the environment. For example, how to fish with a rope. Can breadbait increase the probability of catching fish, and so on? Anyway, the main focus is on how to catch fish from the sea using the existing simple conditions. It seems very practical, but in fact you can only struggle in the quagmire at the bottom. They don't understand anything about resource replacement. As a result, everyone is living a very difficult and poor life, and they are still struggling to make ends meet in the past few days. Even the group owner who created this group chat died of starvation 2 days ago. After learning that Huang San was living a good life, several younger uncles suggested that he become the group leader. It would be best if he could set up a guild as mentioned in the chat channel and lead them, the elders. Huang San agreed. It was not because he was embarrassed, but because he found that this matter was indeed profitable. There are so many people in the chat group, and it's not that no one has ever obtained items such as fishing rods and fishing nets, but because of fear of trouble, no one has ever rented out such items in the chat group. They all choose to rent them out on the trading market. In their view, chat groups are places to discuss things, not places to buy and sell things. If you dare to place an order with them, they will bargain on the spot, use personal connections, and flatter you, anyway, to get you to reduce the price. We are all cousins. How can I ask for money? There are no clear rules. A few days of environmental change is not enough to change their lifelong cognition. Huang San saw through this, so he took over and established the Fishermen's Alliance. Fishing Alliance currently only does one thing. It means the leasing and renting of fishing tools. Huang San set rules for them and determined the rental price. At the same time, learn from the practices of the dynasty guild to ensure the interests of the lessors. Let the meat rot in the pot. Don't those old fishermen have any demand for leasing? Of course not. They're just not good at asking for help. To put it clichédly, they are willing to suffer for their loss. Also, because he was not good at using information systems and could not compete with others in the trading hall, he ended up like this. If a rental order with a clear price is placed in front of them, they will pay for it. The Fishing Alliance allows them to rent fishing tools at a lower cost. So when the Fishing Alliance was established with great fanfare, almost everyone in the chat group joined in. But this also brought new problems to Huang San. That's because the gap in the fishing tools is too big. We are all fishermen and anglers. We have fishing tools, but we will only rent them out in our spare time. This results in the number of people renting far more than renting out. Even if a fishing rod is rented by the hour, there will always be many people queuing up. It was for this reason that Huang San thought about it and found Ning Fan. He saw someone in the chat channel discussing that Maple Leaf Boss had a fishing rod for rent, so he wanted to come and ask. Huang San waited nervously for Ning Fan's reply. If this problem is not properly resolved, it will inevitably have an impact on the current structure of the entire Fisheries Alliance, and may even cause the newly budding Fisheries Alliance to completely become a wild alliance. Everyone believes in you and joins you just because they want to rent fishing tools. What if you can't even rent fishing tools? These old stubborn people won't give him this face. On the contrary, if he could rent or even buy some fishing rods from the Maple Leaf Boss, it would undoubtedly be a powerful boost to his prestige. He could even use it to develop and expand the Fishing Alliance and gain some fame from the dynasty. As the earliest established guild, Dynasty is extremely popular. The later established guilds are far inferior to it in terms of scale and reputation. Originally, Huang San had not expected that the Fishing Alliance could surpass the Dynasty, but now the Dynasty seemed to have some problems. This gave him some hope. If he could get enough resource support from Maple Leaf Boss, he was confident that he could take advantage of this opportunity to snatch the entire fishing equipment rental business from Dynasty. Ding! The message alert sounded, and Huang San was startled and immediately looked at the screen. Why do you want to rent a fishing rod? Don't you already have one? Ning Fan asked. Huang San did not dare to hesitate and explained truthfully, Boss, I set up a fishing alliance to rent fishing tools, and now there's a big gap. Fishing alliance? Ning Fan paused while chewing when he saw the news. It's only been a short time since the guild started to come out and engage in leasing business. It turns out that this world is never short of people with quick minds. Ning Fan sighed and casually asked, Yes, there is. How do you plan to rent it? I wonder how much you have, sir. Ning Fan glanced at the construction interface. Not more, not less, just 10 ordinary fishing rods. How many? 10 fishing rods? Huang San widened his eyes in shock. If we calculate based on one order every 8 hours, 10 fishing rods can satisfy the demands of 30 people. If we calculate based on one order every hour, 10 fishing rods can satisfy the demands of 240 people. 240 people. You should know that the largest guild now, Dynasty, has less than 1,000 people. Being able to meet the demands of 240 people is enough to solve all current problems. Don't think that 1 hour is too short. For these veteran fishermen, 1 hour can create miracles. They would be grateful to Huang San for renting the room to them for 1 hour every day. Huang San took a deep breath and tried his best to calm himself down. His brain was working rapidly, and he soon came up with a reasonable plan. Boss, how about this? I'll rent out all the fishing rods for you. I won't charge you a penny for the rent. And whether others rent them or not, I'll charge you the rent for a full 24 hours. In addition, if you are willing, I will reserve the position of honorary president for you. No matter what the guild becomes in the future, whether it rises or falls, you can enjoy the rights of the president. What do you think? 24-hour rental? Ning Fan raised his eyebrows. Not bad. Although for him, this amount of rent is better than nothing, but he admires Huang San's attitude. He is a man who knows how to get things done. There is no point in keeping the 10 fishing rod manufacturing drawings in his hand, and it would be a waste of return quota to use them to return them. There were many things that needed to be returned right now, and it was impossible to use up the quota on returning fishing rods in a short period of time. As time goes by, you may not necessarily value the items returned from ordinary manufacturing drawings. After careful consideration, it would be better to make the fishing rod and rent it to Huang San. Sure, wait a minute and I'll give you the fishing rod. But forget about being the honorary president. I'm not planning on joining the guild. Are you kidding? He finds it troublesome to even start a guild. So how could he possibly join one? If he has the time, he might as well find another woman and get more returns. That would give him far more resources than starting a guild. Huang San jumped up excitedly when he received the reply. Done. With these 10 fishing rods, he, as the guild president, can finally gain a firm foothold. Excited, he quickly reported back. Thank you for your support. It's just a small token of my respect. Huang San from the fishing village gives you 2D level apple saplings. Chapter 50 Backlash. Huang San from the fishing village gives you 2D level apple saplings. This gift is very thoughtful. Ning San Tuklet. You say it's not precious after all. It's a leveled item, but if you say it's precious, what can 2 saplings do? Maybe they're not as useful as the 2 coconut trees in his warehouse. It is just a plant landscape to embellish the environment in front and behind the apartment. Ning Fan gave the 2 saplings and the coconut tree to Fong Ling Long. Anyway, it just needs to be placed there and there is no need to do anything yourself. Let her decide how to plant it beautifully. When they had almost finished eating, Ning Fan took out a watermelon from the warehouse, cut it into several pieces with a knife, and gave some to Fong Ling Long to try. The rest is served as dessert. The bright, juicy, and delicious colors made Ning Fan salivate. Show off vigorously. After eating a few pieces in a row, he burped with satisfaction. Great! The sweet and refreshing taste between the lips and teeth makes the whole person feel much more comfortable. Watermelon always brings leisure to people. Ning Fan touched his round belly and lazily lay on the sofa. I haven't checked the chat room today, and I don't know what the situation is like outside right now. It's a good time to check it out while I'm taking a break. He opened the chat channel. Chat channel. Fuck, where on earth is this native island? I've been looking for it all afternoon, and I can't find anything. Same, I haven't encountered that either. The dynasty leader. If you encounter a useless chicken and you can't beat it, it will only make people jealous. It's better not to encounter it. Seeing someone speaking with the prefix of dynasty, someone immediately asked, Guy upstairs, aren't you from Dynasty? I remember that people in your guild can rent D plus crossbows for free. Didn't you get one? The leader of the dynasty, haha D plus crossbow. That thing is just a hook 8. I've already quit the guild, and I will change my name soon. Damn, I was almost tricked to death by that stupid president. Wow, what's going on? Is the D plus crossbow a scam? The boss didn't answer this question, probably because he changed his name, but someone answered it for him. Dynasty student, the D plus crossbow is not fake, but it is useless against pirates. Why is it useless? Are the pirates so powerful? Huang Chao Shaosheng. Not really, it's just that the indigenous pirates on the native island are very special. When the raft approaches the native island within 1 kilometer, the pirates on the island will take the initiative to attack. Huang Chao Shaosheng. You've heard of pirate speedboats, right? The rafts that the native pirates ride on are that fast. Just imagine, the D plus crossbow has a range of 50 meters. When the pirate's raft approaches this range, you basically only have one chance to shoot, and you have to hit a target that is moving at high speed. Huang Chao Shaosheng. This is very difficult. Unless you are a professional shooter, ordinary people can't do it at all. Once the pirates land on your raft, you can only deal with them in close combat, and the crossbow will lose its effect. Is it so outrageous? Pirates will take the initiative to attack. If that's the case, then the crossbow is really useless. In a sea battle, even with bows and arrows, you have to fire all the arrows at once to hurt the enemy. Just thinking about a crossbow is useless. Fortunately, I didn't rush into joining Dynasty, which saved me another cornerstone, hee. Huang Chao drew his sword. I've already run away with my bucket, so I could just treat that cornerstone as food for the dogs. Ha! This is really unlucky. The will of the dynasty cannot be violated. That dog even banned people in the guild group, so I rented a crossbow before I discovered this trap. Fortunately, as long as we escape from the 1 kilometer territorial waters, the pirates will not chase us far, otherwise I will have to give up today. Silly dog dynasty. Look at my ID. Brothers who haven't joined the game yet, listen to my advice and quickly give up this idea. Brother Huang Chao. Anyway, I haven't seen anyone in the guild take down the island with a crossbow, and that stupid dog doesn't have one either, a Huang Chao Tianxia. Come out and say something. When the cornerstone of membership fee was mentioned, the entire chat channel instantly became like a powder keg, and those who felt cheated came out to speak. Huang Chao Tianxia was also paying attention to the chat channel at this time. Seeing more and more people joining the slander team, his face turned purple. Yesterday, he was a highly sought-after new boss, but today he has become a stupid dog that everyone wants to beat. Such a huge gap made him a little out of control. He used his hands and feet to quickly edit a piece of text on the screen and send it out. Dynasty World. Since you have left the guild, you should know the principle of parting ways in peace. If we cannot be brothers, please do not make us enemies. It's true that although Huang Chao Tianxia was very angry, his words were quite restrained. Unfortunately, no matter how much he restrains himself, the people whose interests are actually harmed will not reason with him. Seeing him show up, a group of people immediately started fighting. Gangbanger, resurrection version. Let's get along, uncle. That sounds nice, but why don't you return my foundation to me? The will of the dynasty cannot be violated. When you banned me, why didn't you know how to part ways in peace? Come on. I scolded you, you ban me again and try. The third brother of the dynasty. Pa, it's nothing. Fight, fight. Seeing such a wonderful show, the outsiders in front of the screen stopped speaking and handed the stage to them. Ning Fan was no exception. He leisurely picked up a piece of watermelon, crossed his legs, and started eating the watermelon. This melon is fresh. Huang Chao Tianxia clenched his fists tightly, and his muscles trembled as if he was going to punch the screen to pieces in the next second. But in the end, he held back. Exhaling heavily from his nose, he calmly edited the message. When I first posted the D plus crossbow instructions, you all saw them. Now you're blaming the D plus crossbow for being useless. That doesn't make sense. No one can predict the logic of pirates' behavior. The D plus crossbow didn't work. It was purely an accident. We are all adults. No one is forcing you to join the dynasty. You must be responsible for the decisions you make. And the dynasty hasn't treated you unfairly. At least you can rent out items within the guild. Isn't it that the guild is there to back you up? As soon as these words were spoken, the chat channel fell silent. It seems that this is indeed the case. At least that's what outsiders think, and there are people who think they see everything come out to flatter. What the dynasty boss said is right. Adults must be responsible for the decisions they make. It's stupid to argue for 3 points without any reason. Silly dog dynasty. I'm so mad at you. Simple bad breath, ultimate enjoyment. Everyone in front of the screen burst into laughter. Silly dog dynasty. At Dynasty World, why are you pretending to be so high and mighty? Don't think I don't know what kind of silly dog you are. Do you really think we quit the guild because the D+ crossbow is useless? Isn't it you, the stupid dog, who has been whitewashing the situation and silencing people to prevent the true effect of D+ crossbow from being exposed, causing us to fall into traps one after another? You just want us to die so that you can take away the items we rent out. Chapter 51 Guild Operation Mode. There are two ways for a guild to rent out items. One is short-term rental, in which case members can rent out the property themselves within the guild. The other is long-term rental, just like Ning Fan renting the fishing rod to Huang San, directly handing the item to the president, and the guild will rent it out on behalf of him. The difference is that the president will give a deposit as collateral to the lessor, and the final decision on how to rent the items is made by the president, and the rent is generally divided verbally. The existence of long-term leases is the key to maintaining the prosperity of the guild, because it can concentrate resources in the hands of the guild, thereby increasing the guild's attractiveness. If all rentals are short-term, then the guild will become a simple rental platform. There are a lot of intricacies involved here, and the guild will generally give members excess compensation to encourage them to rent items for a long time. The risk of long-term leasing is that whether the contract can be kept depends entirely on the credit of the president. Since the rented items cannot be rented out again, the members mortgage the items to the president as an agent. This is only a verbal agreement without any system binding force. As for the deposit, for an item that can be rented for a long time, it is basically just a psychological comfort. If the president really wants to cheat, the deposit is not enough to compensate for the true value of the items. However, since the guild was established, there has never been a case where the president broke the contract and kept the items. It's not that these presidents have high credibility, but that they are constrained by longer-term interests. They generally do not rely on a leasing business to make money, and some, like Huang San, even put their own money into it. Their profits all depend on the added value of the guild. For example, Huang Chao Tianxia charges a membership fee, while Huang San buys fish from veteran fishermen and sells them on a unified basis. The 8 immortals cross the sea, each showing their magical powers. The only constant is that the stronger the guild, the more benefits they will gain. Therefore, no president would dig his own grave and steal other people's things, unless your brain is short-circuited and you are greedy for short-term profits. The dynasty belongs to this category. He was a little different in that he saw that the effect of D+ crossbow was seriously overestimated and felt that the core competitiveness of the guild would be weakened. He had evil thoughts in his mind and wanted to make a fortune in this way before leaving the mountain to protect his interests. At the same time, he wanted to maintain his own image, so he made money in such a unique way. Fuck, this is killing someone with a borrowed knife. Luckily, I didn't join any guild. It's too insidious. Long-term rentals are risky. Agents need to be cautious. I thought Huang Chao Tianxia would be the next Maple Leaf boss, but after all this time, he turned out to be a liar. Bah, is he worthy of being compared with Maple Leaf? He has such a low level of character. He's a complete hypocrite. I really hope that Maple Leaf Boss can also set up a guild. Only if Maple Leaf Boss is the president, I will dare to mortgage my things for long-term rent. Brother, don't be so suspicious. Dynasty World is just a small fry. The presidents of other guilds are still very good. You can safely mortgage your things to them. The one above, stop pretending. You must be the leader of some guild. Seeing the character he had worked so hard to maintain being torn apart, Huang Chao Tianxia's face was so gloomy that water could be squeezed out of it. Just then, someone knocked on his door. The house was a cement house that he bought with the membership fee he earned from harvesting. The man was a subordinate he had just recruited who brought him to the raft by sharing his location. His ID was Huang Chao Dihu. President, many people in the guild have canceled their long-term leases and asked us to return the items, Dihu said hesitantly. He had been following the chat channel and naturally knew what was going on. If more and more people hadn't come to cancel their long-term leases, he really didn't want to come in and disturb their president at this time. Huang Chao Tianxia remained silent, with a gloomy face. President? How about we take the things and run away? Dihu suggested in a low voice. He has little morals and credibility, and running away is not a psychological burden for him at all. Bang! Huang Chao Tianxia slammed the table hard. Dihu, a 150-pound strong man, was so frightened that his whole body trembled. Give them to them. Give it to them. Dihu was stunned for a moment and asked in confusion, President, if we give them the things, they will definitely quit the association immediately after taking them back. Isn't this a bargain for them? You know shit. Huang Chao Tianxia gave him a fierce look. If we take the goods and run away, we will become real rogues. No one will buy our account if we want to gain power again. After all, we have not breached the contract. At most, our conspiracy has been exposed, and we have failed for a while, which has caused some people to stay away from us. But if the white way doesn't work, we can still go the black way. As long as our credibility is still there will always be some like-minded people who will become our supporters. Huang Chao Tianxia walked to Dihu. He was surprisingly calm now. He patted Dihu on the shoulder. Returning the things to them as promised is not for them to see, but for those who stay. Dihu nodded as if he understood, then turned around and went down to deal with the matter. The door is closed. There was a sinister look in Huang Chao Tianxia's eyes. He remembered today's shame, and he would repay those who embarrassed him 100-fold in the future. He swore fiercely in his heart. Suddenly, the door was opened again and Dihu came back. President, please check the chat channel. Something big has happened. There was panic in his tone. Why don't you knock when you come in? Huang Chao Tianxia was so angry that he slammed the door and locked Dihu outside. I was just swearing a vow in my heart, with all my emotions built up, but it was suddenly interrupted, and no one could have held it back. The muscles on his face trembled with anger for a long time before he slowly calmed down and opened the chat channel again. Chat channel. Huang San from the fishing village. Don't miss it if you pass by. The Fishermen's Alliance Guild has started recruiting people. There is no membership fee to join the Fishermen's Alliance. You can't afford to lose or be cheated. Come and have a look. Huang San started selling fish in the chat channel a long time ago and has been selling it ever since. So many people in the chat channel know him. Someone asked immediately, Boss Huang, what does your fishing alliance do? Huang San from the fishing village. The Fishermen's Union currently only rents fishing gear. As long as you have fishing gear that you want to rent out, you can become a member of the Fishermen's Union and the guild will provide you with a guarantee. If you want to rent fishing gear within the Fishermen's Union, you can also enjoy a more favorable price than outside. This is the same path that Dynasty takes, and most guilds do the same, so it is easy for everyone to understand. What about the rental efficiency for long-term rental? How much is the deposit? Someone asked the question that everyone was most concerned about. Huang San from Fishing Village. The rent is calculated based on 22 hours per day. The rent is the market price, and the guild does not charge a penny. I can't give you much as a deposit. The guild is just starting out, and I don't have many resources. I can only give you a normal deposit. Whether it's more or less, you could decide for yourself, but I, Huang, promise here that I will never break the contract. These words were spoken with true feelings and were what Huang San really thought. Having seen the real world from the Maple Leaf boss, he would not ruin a good situation for some ordinary rental items. Chapter 52 Decline. Boss Huang is a very honest person. A normal deposit is a normal deposit. I think it is enough. Yes, you want to make money by renting for a long time, but you don't want to take any risks. There's so many good things. Anyway, he's better than that stupid dog from the dynasty. I've already changed my allegiance, said the leader of the fishermen. Huang Chao Xiaosheng. President Huang, I wonder if your guild can rent other items. I don't have any fishing gear, but I have some daily necessities. Royal Dynasty Lu Di. I've also quit the guild. I can't stand seeing the guild president being so stupid. I wonder if the Fishermen's Alliance can accept long-term clothing rentals. If they can, I'll join. I'm the same. Huang San from Fishing Village. Sorry, we don't provide long-term rentals for other items at the moment. If you need to rent other items, you can rent them out within the guild, but the guild cannot provide guarantees for short-term rentals. It's not that Huang San doesn't want to relax the restrictions on long-term rentals, but mainly because he doesn't have so many resources to pay the deposit, so it's better for him to focus on one aspect. Moreover, the majority of members of the Fishery Alliance are veteran fishermen, and expanding the business will only cause chaos, which will not be worth the cost. Is that so? Then I'll wait and see for a while. Someone said disappointedly. You could try joining other guilds. The conditions of other guilds are no worse than those of the Fishermen's Alliance. Someone suggested. As soon as these words were spoken, people from other guilds spoke up. The White Alliance sincerely invites all lords to join. Lords with any rental needs can enjoy preferential treatment in the White Alliance. Wuqian Guild. Taking in brothers who were backstabbed by the dynasty. Golden Alliance is here. When a whale dies, all things come to life. Seeing that the dynasty was really in big trouble, those small guilds started to emerge and start recruiting people. The recruitment information was varied, but they all had one thing in common. That means there is zero threshold and no membership fee. All of a sudden, everyone in the chat channel started to get excited. No membership fee? Then it's okay to join one. Maybe you can get some benefits. Huang Chao Tianxia looked at the grand scene in the chat channel with a dark face. He turned his head and glanced at the guild group. The number of notifications to quit the group on the screen has reached 99 plus. Looking at the remaining members of the guild again, in just a few moments, there were less than 300 people left. He just watched the number of people decrease second by second until it finally stopped at 200. Purified. Huang Chao Tianxia took a deep breath and comforted himself in this way. After holding his breath for a while, he opened the door. Dihu was still standing outside the door. When he saw Huang Chao Tianxia coming out, he didn't dare to breathe and stood aside with his head slightly lowered. Do you think I have failed miserably? Huang Chao Tian asked expressionlessly. Dihu shook his head and said nothing. Huh? Huang Chao Tianxia suddenly sneered. Sheep travel in flocks, but the Wolf King only needs a team. That idiot Fengye did one thing right. If you want to stand out, you must make your team the core. As for those dependent sheep, just hold them up with a carrot. After this incident, I finally see things clearly. Huang Chao Tianxia patted Dihu's shoulder. What I need is not sheep, but wolf cubs like you. Dihu understood instantly and stood up straight. President, what do you need me to do? Huang Chao Tianxia looked into the distance. In that direction, not far away, there was a native island. He had failed there before. First, you should take advantage of the time to train yourself in the use of the crossbow and strive to capture an island as soon as possible. The D+ crossbow is not completely useless. At least it can kill the pirate in one blow if it hits the vital part. So as long as the shooting is accurate, it can still be useful against pirates. No one has occupied the island yet. If we can occupy an island with the help of D+ crossbow, there will be great scholars to debate for us. Huang Chao Tianxia murmured. Maybe we can use this opportunity to develop new businesses, such as training on the use of crossbows or playing on native islands on behalf of others. Then the dynasty could come back to life. As long as the dynasty regains its former glory, he will definitely learn from this lesson and take the opportunity to develop more confidence like Dihu, and it would be best if they could be brought into the territory. Now, with most of his income cut off, he simply cannot spare the resources to train more subordinates. The other side, after watching the show, Ning Fan saw that Huang San took the opportunity to recruit a lot of people. So he freed up his hands to make 10 fishing rods and sent them to Huang San. Then he received a prompt. Your friend Huang San from Fishing Village gave you cornerstone 600. Thank you, sir. This is 10 days rent. Please accept it first. The rental fee of 600 for 10 days is evenly distributed to each fishing rod, which means the rental fee of each fishing rod is 6 cornerstones per day. This is already twice the market price. Not bad, not bad. I made another small profit. Ning Fan chuckled and accepted Huang San's compliment frankly. In this world, resources are king. The so-called guild is nothing more than a way to collect resources. The reason for its creation is that most people, whether members or presidents, can benefit from the exchange of resources. A system formed around resources must pay the price for the resources. If 10 fishing rods are rented out at one time, the market price should not be used. Ning Fan opened his personal interface. Lord, Ning Fan. Constitution, D+. Territory, an island. Land area, 11010. Territory score, 21,090. Area score, 11,010 plus building score, 10080. Territory buildings. A level automated farm, D+ bathroom. 1 ordinary apartment. Unplaced buildings. None. Territory tools. D+ automatic fishing net 3, D-class high-power radar, C-class water purifier. Warehouse resources, 1,030 cornerstones, 6 LC plus drinking water, 2 LC. Drinking water, 25 kilograms watermelon, 20 common standard weapons, 1,000 copper or other materials. Large weapons, sea-level catapult 1, C+, level modified stone cannon 1. My cornerstone has exceeded 1,000 again, but I've been picking up supply boxes these past 2 days and haven't had time to fish. My level and food are almost gone. Ning Fan fell in a deep thought. I don't know when the C-grade spiritual rice I just planted will mature. For now, fish is the only food source. Let's continue fishing. With this thought in mind, Ning Fan stood up and walked out of the house. He came to where the fishing nets were placed. Although they had already reached the island, supply boxes were still drifting around the territory from time to time. In one afternoon, the 3 fishing nets caught nearly 10 supply boxes. The efficiency is much lower than last night. After all, it is a kind of fishing that waits for the rabbit to come to you, which is different from drifting on the sea. This is probably the disadvantage of being on an island. At least as a wanderer, I can encounter more supply boxes. Ning Fan said to himself, but he does not regret it. Going to the island and becoming a wanderer each have their pros and cons. As for who is better, everyone is voting with their feet. Ning Fan changed the capture targets of the 3 fishing nets to fish. If you miss a few boxes of supplies, you miss them. The quantity is so small that you might as well get more from fishing. When I returned to the living room, it was already dark. Fong Ling also came in from outside and was sitting in the living room. The first thing she asked when she saw Ning Fan was, "Honey, how many watermelons do you have? Can you take them to the store and sell them?" Chapter 53, Planting Watermelons. Honey, how many watermelons do you have? Can you sell them? Fong Ling stood up and threw herself into Ning Fan's arms, asking coquettishly. Women who have tasted the forbidden fruit for the first time are so clingy. Selling watermelons? Ning Fan was stunned for a moment and let Fong Ling scratch him in his arms like a kitten. I don't have many left, just a few, just enough to satisfy my daily cravings. Oh, okay. Fong Ling was slightly disappointed. Watermelon is only available on islands. She looked at the trading hall and found that there were no watermelons circulating on the market, so she thought of selling watermelons to make money. Although it is just an ordinary fruit, it has great prospects. She and Wanwan have already discussed it. At this stage, fruit is a completely blank area in the market. Basically, all the lords eat high-calorie convenience foods, and only a few can eat fish. If they sell fruits, there will definitely be a lot of people buying them. Even if it is not for the sake of satisfying appetite, people will instinctively want to eat some fruit for the sake of their health. If you want to make money by selling watermelons, you might as well start planting them now. Ning Fan said thoughtfully. It suddenly occurred to him that robots planted on farms could help with breeding. At the same time, ordinary plants do not require high-grade soil to grow. You can just circle a piece of land within the territory to grow watermelons. The land was no problem for him now. With the 600 cornerstones he had just harvested, he could easily expand the land into a watermelon field. In addition, growing watermelons is not difficult. Just pull the robots in the farm outside the farm to work overtime. No overtime pay is required. With this calculation, it seems that there is no cost to really try to grow watermelons. Can we plant it? Fong Linglong's eyes lit up, but soon dimmed again. Isn't it too late to plant it now? Watermelons take more than 100 days to mature. By then, everyone may have fruit to eat, and the watermelons we planted may not be able to sell. Don't worry. Ning Fan chuckled and comforted. Watermelon is a consumable product. Some native islands will have some, but not too many, far from meeting market demand. Even if someone else starts growing watermelons later, we are the first to do so. As the first to try it, we will be the first to make money. And even if we lose money, it's no big deal. We don't lack the cost of trial and error. After hearing these words, Fong Linglong felt relieved, and the joy in her eyes reappeared. Hubby, you've thought it through. So let's start planting now. Good. Ning Fan nodded happily, then took out a big watermelon from the warehouse and placed it on the table. Looking at the thick and round watermelon in front of her, Fong Linglong blinked, looking puzzled. Husband, why are you taking out the watermelons? Aren't we going to grow watermelons? Ahem, there are no watermelon seeds yet. Ning Fan scratched his head. I can only eat the watermelon now and spit out some watermelon seeds. As for the watermelon boy before, well, it should see the light of day soon. Oh, but I can't eat anymore. Fong Linglong touched her bulging belly and pouted. That won't work. You came up with this idea yourself, so you have to do your best. Ning Fan chuckled, took out a kitchen knife, cut the watermelon in half, and handed a piece of watermelon to Fong Linglong. Fong Linglong started biting the dough with great pains, but halfway through, she suddenly froze. An idea suddenly occurred to her mind, and she thought of a good idea. I almost forgot to send some watermelons to Cho Wan want to try. It's a good opportunity to ask her to do it for me. As she spoke, she quickly turned on the screen and started operating. Remember to tell her to keep the kid here. Ning Fan silently put down the watermelon in his hand. It's good. He's full too. I know, don't worry, husband. By the way, how many watermelons do you want her to eat? Ning Fan. What good friend she is. It's a big deal for her to eat one watermelon, but she wanted several because I was afraid she would die of fullness. Night. The raft was sailing rapidly in the sea. Mu Wanting stood on the bow, staring blankly at the sea ahead. The Lord's screen in front of him was open, displaying a map. As the raft moved forward, the fog on the map dissipated little by little. In the fog, the destination of this voyage was clearly marked, which was the Unowned Island, 1,000 kilometers away from her current location. At the current speed, we will arrive at noon the day after tomorrow. Behind her, Suya was sitting on a small stool, holding a watermelon in one hand and a watermelon seed in the other, with a pile of watermelons in front of her. Take a bite on the left and spit a few on the right. How leisurely. Sister Wanwan, don't you really want to eat a few pieces of watermelon? These watermelons are really sweet. Seeing that she had eaten half of the watermelon in front of her and Mu Wanting was still standing in a daze, Suya finally spoke up to persuade her. Mu Wanting did not respond. Sister Wanwan, I know you are anxious to reunite with them, but we are so far apart, it is impossible to rush this matter. Relax and wait patiently. Suya was grumbling like an old woman, giving earnest advice. She had already learned the truth from Mu Wanting. She knew that they could have their current lives thanks to Ning Fan's support, and she also knew that it was Ning Fan that Mu Wanting wanted her to please. So her mentality became very optimistic, and she even had some expectations. Isn't such a young and wealthy boss what she has always dreamed of? For this purpose, she secretly prepared several sets of beautiful clothes in the past few days. Mu Wanting still ignored her. Suya stuck out her tongue and reached out her hand to the other half of the watermelon with peace of mind. Woo woo woo, it's so delicious. The sweet and refreshing feeling made the little girl enjoy it so much that she squinted her eyes and her white and delicate legs were tightly pressed together. Just then, Mu Wanting turned around. When she turned around and saw Suya like this, she couldn't help but frown. Her eyes fell between Suya's thighs. A few drops of watermelon juice had gotten on the white over-the-knee socks at some point, soaking them all in bright red, making them look extremely seductive. Just enjoy the watermelon and don't get it all over your body. Mu Wanting scolded in a low voice. After spending a few days with Suya, she found that although Suya was already a college student, she really had the mentality of a lowly in everything she did. I don't know if it is right to give her to Ning Fan. It feels like I have found a daughter for Ning Fan. Mu Wanting rubbed her forehead and began to have wild thoughts in her mind again. The closer he was, the more anxious she became, and she didn't know how to face Ning Fan. Hearing Mu Wanting's words, Suya came back to her senses from her immersion in eating watermelon, looked down, and said with a smile, "It's okay. I'll go change my socks later. I can rent this dirty pair to someone else, so I won't lose money." Chapter 54, Rental Stockings. Mu Wanting was stunned. Renting out dirty white stockings to others? Why does this sound so familiar? Suddenly, she seemed to think of something. Her expression froze, and she looked at Suya with her beautiful eyes wide open. You're not using the dirty stockings to satisfy someone's special fetish, are you? Suya oluset instanti. Sister Wanwan, what are you thinking about? I rented it to some young ladies, and they wanted to wear it. Really? Mu Wanting asked with a look of doubt on her face. The stockings were dirty, and she didn't quite believe that anyone would rent them. Isn't it disgusting? Of course it's true. I joined a guild called Tinang League. There are only girls in the guild. Even the president and vice president of the guild are sisters. Many members of the guild will rent out their extra clothing and daily necessities to help other sisters survive in this world. Don't even mention renting out stockings. Even underwear is fine. Sister Wanwan, not every girl is as lucky as me to meet a noble person like you. Many of them don't even have warm clothes. They were teleported to this world in pajamas or short tops and skirts. Stockings are the cheapest warm clothes they can rent. And stockings are also the most popular. But she didn't say this because the Tinang League was full of sisters like her. After listening to her explanation, Mu Wanting nodded as if she understood. So, I was wrong, but she changed the subject and her tone became colder. I still want to remind you that everything you eat and wear now is given by Ning Fan, including yourself. You all belong to Ning Fan. So before you do anything, you'd better think carefully. If you get angry with Ning Fan, whether Ning Fan beats you, kills you, or ravages you, you will be the only one to bear the consequences. I won't say anything for you. After saying that, Mu Wanting turned and went into the house. Suya's smile disappeared. She pursed her lips and looked down at the stockings on her legs. After thinking it over, she took them off and stored in warehouse. Well, I'd better not rent it out. If it really falls into the hands of a loser, I'll be wrongly accused. Suya thought secretly. Who knows if there's a girl behind a female ID profile picture? Even if it's a girl, Ning Fan might mind it, so it's better not to touch such a minefield. Anyway, I have thighs to hug, so at worst I can just keep the dirty stockings and change into a new pair every day. I guess the boss wouldn't mind paying for the stockings. Thinking of this, she turned on the screen, clicked on a chat, and sent a message. Lin, I'm so sorry. The stockings I was planning to rent to you are torn. Can I rent you a new pair at the same price? Lin is a girl she met in the guild. The two chatted frequently, and she eventually learned about Lin's situation, which was very difficult. So she rented her dirty clothes to Lin at a low price to help her through the difficult times. It is said to be a low price, but in fact it is the normal price of dirty clothes, which is just slightly lower than clean clothes. It's just that the supply is insufficient to meet the demand, so being able to rent the clothes to a specific person is already a great honor. After all, it's really freezing to death in the early morning on the sea. Not long after, Lin replied, thank you. I just got a plan for making a fishing net. It won't be long before I can get out of poverty. When the time comes, I will definitely repay you for your kindness. Seeing Lin's reply, Suya subconsciously glanced at the edge of the raft. There, 2 D-class automatic fishing nets were working hard. A fishing net can help us get out of poverty. So what if we take out these 2 automatic fishing nets, she murmured. The problem is that these 2 D-level fishing nets were just what the boss let slip from between his fingers. Suya didn't want to dampen Lin's fighting spirit, so she just said something simple. Congratulations, keep up the good work. After turning off the chat, Suya silently opened a clothing design drawing. After Lin's stimulation, she suddenly felt that she had to design 2 more sets of slightly more seductive stockings. Otherwise, if she fails to please the boss, she will have to live a hard life like Lin. Ordinary fishing nets not only need to be cast and collected manually, but the harvest is also uncertain. Just thinking about such a life is tiring. Even buying a piece of watermelon requires careful consideration. Suya muttered, and then continued to pick up a piece of watermelon and eat it. This time she learned her lesson and did not rush to put on her stockings. Her soft and delicate feet were exposed to the air, and her trembling calves were enough to show the joy in her heart. It was during this sweet enjoyment that she felt more and more that Lin's life was not that of a human being. Why does a girl have to work so hard? So, for some unknown reason, she secretly sent a piece of watermelon to Lin. It was this piece of watermelon that opened the door to a new world for Zhu Lin. Late at night, Ning Fan and Fong Linglong sat side by side at the head of the bed, Fong Linglong leaning on Ning Fan, and both of them stared at Ning Fan's screen intently. Watermelon seeds are already available, and because they are very easy to raise, automated farms have already screened the seeds. Ning Fan started to operate on the screen. Ding! Consume 1,000 cornerstones, expand the territory area by 1,000. A flat area was expanded around the living area. The entire 1,000 square meters of land is planned as regular vegetable land. Ning Fan then gave orders to the agricultural robot, instructing it to cultivate the land and plant crops. A Class A automated farm comes with 5 agricultural robots, which are more than enough to take care of 10 acres of land within the farm and can also take care of other agricultural activities. I guess another 100 acres of land would be the upper limit of their work efficiency. The effect of A-level items is really powerful. Ning Fan sighed in his heart again. The accompanying items alone solve so many of his troubles and pain points. I really don't know how powerful its core function, grade A soil, will be. Now Ning Fan is looking forward to what kind of harvest he will get from growing C-grade spiritual rice on A-grade soil. At least the instructions say that the higher the soil grade compared to the crop grade, the higher the yield. Grade A is 2 levels higher than grade C, so the output should be exaggerated. While Ning Fan was guessing, several agricultural robots started working one after another. Fong Linglong looked at the automated control interface on the screen, her big eyes flashing brightly. Hubby, is it over now? We don't have to worry about it anymore. Certainly. Ning Fan smiled softly and then turned off the screen. Seeing the screen go black, Fong Linglong subconsciously looked towards Ning Fan with her big eyes. Then he was arrested. I'm sorry. You committed the crime of cuteness. Put your hands behind your back and stand still. Ning Fan stepped forward. Chapter 5,500 times speed up. The night passed quietly. The two people making the baby in the house did not know that while they were nurturing life, life outside the house was also growing wildly. On the barren land, little grasses popped out one after another. The night conceals their changes. If someone could go deep into the seabed at this time, they would notice that the sea base composed of cornerstones just below the island was emitting a faint light. Wisps of gray energy were drawn from the cornerstones, transmitted to the land above the sea, and finally disappeared into the land. And this is what causes the significant changes in the organisms in the territory: accelerated growth. This scene does not appear during the day, because the cornerstones of the sea base also need to draw energy from deep in the continental shelf, thereby continuously providing energy to the land base. This is one of the basic rules for the operation of the Lord's world. Ning Fan has already come into contact with this rule. Later island lords will also be exposed to this rule. Early the next morning, Fong Linglong dragged her tired body to go to the bathroom. Come to the courtyard. It is called a courtyard, but in fact it is just a small yard surrounded by the apartment and the toilet. There are 4 trees planted on both sides of the courtyard, 2 coconut trees and 2 D-grade apple trees. Fong Linglong suddenly discovered that the apple sapling she planted yesterday was already half a person's height. She was stunned for a moment, then turned to look at the coconut tree next to her and saw a bunch of coconuts of different sizes on the tree. This is so weird. Fong Linglong wiped her eyes and found that she was not mistaken. She felt a chill on her back and hurried back to the bedroom. "Hubby, wake up, wake up." Fong Linglong knelt on the bed, bent over, and prostrated herself on Ning Fan's chest. She did not scream loudly, but called out timidly in a low voice. It was as if there was something dirty chasing after him, and he was afraid of attracting attention. Ning Fan was awakened by her soft voice. He opened his eyes drowsily and asked with a dry cough, "What happened?" Seeing that he woke up, Fong Linglong breathed a sigh of relief and whispered in Ning Fan's ear, "Honey, the coconut and apple trees outside the door seem to be possessed by evil spirits. They have grown a lot overnight." Is the tree possessed? What is the way to open this? Ning Fan rolled his eyes, wondering if he was dreaming. "Really? Husband, you'll know if you get up and take a look." Seeing that he didn't believe it, Fong Linglong shook his shoulders. With this shake, the sleepiness was completely gone. After glancing at Fong Linglong suspiciously, Ning Fan reluctantly turned over and got up. As soon as he got out of bed, Fong Linglong hurriedly took his hand and walked out of the house. His mind was still a little confused, and he just thought Fong Linglong was making trouble, but when he arrived at the door, the scene that came into his sight made his pupils shrink. Patches of green suddenly appeared on the originally barren land of the courtyard. That was obviously a weed that had grown. What is going on? Ning Fan walked out of the house quickly and looked at the 4 fruit trees. Sure enough, they were just as Fong Linglong had said. His mind suddenly shook, and he realized that this was definitely not as simple as being possessed by evil spirits, but most likely accelerate growth. When he woke up in the morning, his mind was unprecedentedly sharp, and Ning Fan immediately guessed the reason. The magical world should be understood with magical thinking. Without waiting for Fong Linglong to say anything, he took Fong Linglong's hand and walked out of the yard. When he arrived at the vegetable garden, everything he saw confirmed his guess. The territory was just expanded yesterday, and the seed were just planted. Logically, it should be barren. The result is that this is totally not the case now. The 1,000 square meters of land is covered with thick watermelon vines. The huge watermelon leaves cover the entire land with lush green, with occasional weeds standing tall among them. But the most eye-catching thing is the big watermelon hidden under the leaves. She is holding the people with her face half covered, which is the most eye-catching. Fong Linglong was stunned. 1, 2, 3. All looked like this, and without exception, they were all ripe. "Hubby, what's going on? Why did it become like this overnight? Did we sleep for 3 months?" What unique train of thought. Ning Fan pulled the corner of his mouth and said, "Let's go to the farm first. If I'm not mistaken, it should be because the island has the effect of accelerating growth." Accelerate growth? Fong Linglong followed Ning Fan towards the farm in a daze, trying her best to understand this concept in her mind. The two quickly arrived at the farm and entered through the main gate, having a clear view of the situation inside the farm. As expected, there have been tremendous changes on the farm. In the 10 acres of field, the rice grown by Ling has reached more than 1 meter high. The sea breeze blows, causing waves. However, what surprised Ning Fa was that the rice had not yet headed, which meant it was not ripe. He opened the Lord interface and went to the Farm Automation Control Center. The crop monitoring system reports to you. The current maturity of C-grade Lingmi rice is 50%, and the growth condition is good. Monitoring the entire crop maturity cycle is one of the basic functions of automated farms. The ripening period of watermelon is about 100 days, and it matures overnight. The acceleration effect of the island should be 200 times. Ning San Gwisit. By analogy, the maturation period of C-grade spiritual rice is 200 days. Ning Fan was extremely excited when he got this result. The acceleration effect is 200 times. Even if this effect is only available at night, 1 day on the island is equivalent to 100 days on the blue planet. Such an exaggerated plant growth-inducing effect is simply a huge asset. We still have to go to the island after all. Ning Fan was glad that he had arrived at this island early so that he could enjoy this effect before others. At the same time, he also realized that he should take advantage of this period when few people go to the island and grow more common fruits to sell. Otherwise, as more and more people come to the island, relying on such exaggerated productivity, the market for ordinary fruits will probably be saturated soon. Of course, the market for graded food should not be shaken. After all, to grow graded food, you need not only corresponding graded seeds, but also corresponding graded soil. These 2 points limit production. Ning Fan ordered the harvesting robots to start harvesting watermelons, and then said to Fong Ling Long, "The watermelons are already being harvested. I will give you all the harvested watermelons later. It is up to you to decide how to sell them. But I have one request, which is to sell them all, because there may be more tomorrow." Watermelon is definitely the most economical and affordable planting option right now. 1 harvest a day is just right, the demand is high, and the consumption is fast. Therefore, he must expand a watermelon planting area and take up more market share as quickly as possible. For fruits grown on trees like coconut and apple, even if the growth cycle is shortened 100 times, it still takes nearly half a month from seedling to fruit, which is not suitable for large-scale planting and sale. At least not now. Now we mainly take advantage of the information gap and grab money. Okay, then I'll go back and study it. Realizing the importance of this business, Fong Ling Long turned around and left without hesitation. She and Mu Wanning had discussed some details about the watermelon sales last night, but now the harvest cycle and output have changed dramatically, so everything has to start all over again. Not long after Fong Ling Long left, all the watermelons were collected. Harvested 400 ordinary watermelons, a total of 2,000 kilograms, 10 gene each. 1,000, more than 1 acre of land. Harvesting 400 watermelons is neither too much nor too little. It seems that ordinary soil has no yield bonus for ordinary crops, which is similar to Blue Star. Ning Fan sent the watermelon to Fong Ling Long. Chapter 56. Shock in the chat channel. Chat channel. Shit, I was just attacked by a marine creature. A B-level shark almost bit my raft to pieces. I spent half my life to finally drive it away. Brother, you are a little bit of a coward. It is a common knowledge that a raft larger than 50 square meters will be attacked by marine life. How dare you expand a raft so much? There's nothing I can do. I built a new house, so I have to find a place to put it. Then you are really lucky to survive the attack. You won't have to worry about running out of space on the raft for a long time. What a pity. When the shark attacked, the items on the raft could not be relocated and my new house was sunk into the sea. My condolences. Think of the good things. At least you have 100 square meters of safe expansion area. I'm curious about what it would be like if the expansion exceeded 100 square meters. Has anyone tried it? Probably not. You can tell with your toes that the attack is definitely more violent than the one from 50. Alas, the raft is not a place to stay for long. What can we do? Now that the native island has appeared, we can't take it down. Yesterday, 3 pirates from the Martial Alliance gathered together and prepared to attack a native island. There were only 4 pirates on it, but they failed to take it down and lost one of their own. Martial Alliance Wolf. Not only was 1 killed, the other 2 were also seriously injured. The native pirates seem to have rich military experience. Their archery and close combat skills are very sophisticated. It is difficult for ordinary people of the same physical level to compete with them. Fuck, the Vice President of the Martial Alliance has come out to testify. The Vice President of the Martial Arts Alliance is just a pirate federation. At first I thought that if my physical fitness level reached D, I would be able to fight against a native pirate. I didn't expect that the native pirates had such extraordinary skills and their weapons were more complete than ours. It seems that if we don't break through to D plus physical fitness, we won't be able to capture the island. I heard that Dynasty will make some moves today. Dynasty is gathering its members now, and it seems that they want to use the D plus crossbow to shoot the pirates. Just listen to him. He's just a declining guild that wants to make a name for itself. That's right. I don't think anyone will be able to go to the island within a week, unless a guild gathers a large number of members to besiege the island. However, the cost is too high. The resources from conquering an island are not even enough to pay a fraction of the reward. Rewards are actually secondary. The main issue is trust. Now that the map function is enabled, no guild leader dares to expose his coordinates. If they are leaked and pirates are attracted, everything will be over. So they only dare to summon some trusted people in private. This dog has been staring at the chat channel the whole time. I'm so annoyed. I think this map function makes it easier for these pirates to find people. I really want to go to the island. That green area is really attractive. Just wait. Once those guild bosses arrive on the island, the resources at the top will slowly flow to ordinary people like us. We should hurry up and pick up more supply boxes. Otherwise, we will be screwed if we don't have the money to rent resources. That makes sense. Let's go pick up the supply boxes. Wait, now that you mention that, I suddenly thought of someone. Who? Maple Leaf Boss. Fuck, I wouldn't have thought of this until you said that. Where's Maple Leaf Boss? I haven't seen him for 2 or 3 days, and I haven't seen him forming a guild. Not only have I not seen Maple Leaf Boss these past 2 days, but even the little assistant's mysterious shop hasn't opened. I don't know what's going on. Is Boss dead? Gah, it shouldn't be that serious. After all, he's such a big shot. I feel like Maple Leaf Boss has become just like everyone else. He didn't choose to form a guild, so how could his resources possibly keep up with the top guild bosses? Even if he still has some capital now, the gap will only get bigger in the future. If that's the case, I can understand that he didn't keep up with the development trend. Retiring gracefully is a good way to end his life. Hey, I thought Maple Leaf Boss would be able to ride away with everyone. It has been more than 2 days since Ning Fan last appeared in the chat channel. The period of his disappearance happened to be the time when guilds were booming. One guild after another appeared on the scene and attracted most of the traffic in the chat channel. Because she was busy with things going to the island, Fong did not launch any new products in the mysterious shop in the past 2 days. So when everyone realized this problem, it seemed as if Ning Fan had disappeared. A famous person suddenly disappears from the public eye. Either his crime is exposed or he dies. There will be a third situation, but you won't hear it from the public. Just when everyone was excitedly discussing whether Ning Fan was dead or fallen, a piece of news came out that shocked everyone. Maple Leaf's mysterious shop assistant. The mysterious shop is open. 2 items are on sale today. One is D-Water, 100 milliliters per serving, 2 cornerstones per serving, 1,000 in total. If you need it, please contact the assistant in 1 minute to get the order number. Fong did not sell the D-Water produced by the C-Class water purifier yesterday, but sold it together with today's output, totaling 100L. The prices of graded food and graded water remain strong, especially graded water. The price offered by Fong is no different from before, except that the quantity per serving has doubled, making it easier to meet everyone's needs to improve their physical fitness level. Maple Leaf's mysterious shop assistant. Another item is quite special. It is an ordinary watermelon, 10 kilograms per watermelon. Because it is not convenient to sell it in retail, in principle this item is only sold to guilds. Each watermelon is worth 5 cornerstones, 10 in a pack, 40 in total. Guilds interested in purchasing can contact the assistant to obtain an order. Fong and Mu Wanting discussed for a long time and finally decided to sell watermelons as wholesalers. The main reason is that there are very few people who can afford to buy it individually, and even if they can afford it, they may not be willing to buy it because the price is a bit painful after all. So they came up with this method, which might make them a little less profitable than retail, but while it is convenient, it can also establish a wholesale channel. In the future, you will have more and more resources, and only the guild can afford the price for large resources, so it is better to establish contact with them earlier. As soon as the 2 products were launched, the entire chat channel exploded instantly. The former is understandable as it has been sold before, but what is the latter? Watermelon? Is this something that could appear now? Yes, the boss is still the boss. His moves are so terrifying. I'm afraid my raft can't even hold 4,000 kilograms of watermelon. Hey, you missed the point upstairs, okay? Do you know what watermelon means? What? It means the boss has arrived on the island. When these words were spoken, many people who were confused were instantly shocked. Go to the island? Chapter 57, Renting a Trebuchet. The man from before continued to explain. From the first day until now, there's never been any fruit in the trading market, and the only place that can be verified to have signs of fruit is on the resource list of the native island. So you understand the value of 4,000 kilograms of watermelon. As soon as these words came out, the chat channel fell into familiar silence. 1 minute, 2 minutes, more and more people flooded into the chat channel. These people came in quietly, but began to flip through the message records in a hurry. Maple Leaf Boss is on the island. This news spread like a virus in various chat groups and guild groups. No, it's scarier than the virus. It's an instantaneous coverage. This became everyone's topic. The reason for such an impact is that by the next day, everyone was deeply aware of the difficulty of getting to the island. Going to the island is not something that can be done overnight. But now you tell them that someone has landed on the island, which is like a nuclear bomb dropping on their heads. How is this done? After the shock, this confusion lingered in everyone's mind. But no one dared to ask. At this stage, the map is out. If you accidentally offend a big shot of this level, you might die without knowing how you died. This is no joke. The big boss who came to the island the next day had methods that were definitely beyond their imagination. Finally, it was Huang San, under the instigation of the guild members, who took the lead in asking their questions. Huang San bought a fishing rod from Maple Leaf Boss. Many people knew about this, so everyone thought he was the most suitable person to be the first to take action. Huang San from the fishing village, little assistant, has Maple Leaf really come to the island? When asking this question, Huang San was extremely nervous. This is too crazy. Not only did they go to the island, but they also took out 4,000 kilograms of watermelons. Could this be an ordinary island? The assistant didn't answer, but Ning Fan came out to answer. Maple Leaf. Yeah, it was just one simple word, but it dealt a heavy blow to everyone's heart. Really on the island? Oh my God, how could there be such a powerful guy in the same area as us? In a short moment, countless latest news were spreading wildly in various chat groups. Even those who did not originally open the chat interface and were busy in the real world were attracted to the chat channel by the frequent notification sounds. The 99.9% online rate refreshed the record of online users in the chat channel. However, no one still dared to speak in the chat channel, and everyone's madness was vented in the major chat groups. Ayutsu and Huang San quickly asked the boss what the situation is like on the island. Ayutsu and Huang San asked the boss how to get to the island quick. In the guild president group, Huang San was tagged. Huang San, whose scalp was tingling, asked Ning Fan the second question despite the pressure from everyone. Boss, did you collect these 4,000 kilograms of watermelons on the native island? Ning Fan said truthfully, no. Seeing this answer, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. If there are 4,000 kilograms of watermelons on a native island, I can't imagine how big the island would be. It would have to be thousands of square meters. However, Ning Fan's next words almost suffocated them. I planted it yesterday. The island has a special effect that can accelerate the growth of organisms about 100 times. As soon as these words came out, they broke the sky. Upon learning that the island had a 100-fold acceleration effect, huge benefits came to their minds, and a group of people could no longer hold back and spoke out. Boss, is this true? Is there really a 100-fold effect of accelerating plant growth on the island? Fuck, this is crazy. Is this still real? The watermelons we planted yesterday could be harvested today. If we go to the island, we will be rich. Wait, the boss went to the island yesterday. Looking at the information in the chat channel, Ning Fan smiled slightly. This is exactly the effect he wants. The reason why he chose to reveal this news was because he was planning to rent out the C-class catapult in his hands. Only by making everyone understand that the benefits to be gained from going to the island are much greater than they expected will it be convenient for him to rent out the catapult at a higher price. The fruit market business itself would not last long. Anyway, he had already seized the initiative and could still sell for 2 more days. As he didn't know when the secret would get out, it would be better for him to tell it himself. Actively sacrifice some interests in order to seek greater benefits. Seeing that everyone's emotions were almost aroused, Ning Fan immediately sent out the rental information. I'm renting out a C-class weapon. If used properly, it can easily destroy pirates. I only accept C-class manufacturing images for rent. The length of the lease depends on the value of the item. If you're interested, please chat privately. C-Class Catapult, modified by the power of the world, uses cornerstones as ammunition, has a range of 500 m, has powerful destructive power, and can cause damage to buildings and life forms below C-Class. After the message was sent, the chat channel messages paused for a while. Then a new round of news bombardment came rushing in. C-Class weapon. It's actually a C-Class weapon, with a range of 500 m, and it uses cornerstone as ammunition. This is a bit exaggerated. No wonder the boss was able to capture an island so easily. The pirates' alert range is only 1 kilometer, and the range is 500 meters. Even if they miss a few times, they can retreat calmly and regroup before trying again. I feel like even if I don't know how to use it, I can kill the pirates one at a time and grind them to death. The boss is really arrogant. He even rents out things like this. I seriously suspect that he has better things in his hands. Compared to the C-Class trebuchet, the broken crossbow in the hands of Dynasty World feels like a fire stick. Silly dog Dynasty. Please don't mention that stupid dog. It's disgusting. Unfortunately, the boss only accepts level-made pictures as rent, and I can't afford it. Being poor is your problem, not the boss's problem. Thank you. It's already a kindness from the boss to let it out for rent. If I had a level manufacturing map, I would definitely rent it. As long as I can get to the island, the growth effect will be 100 times greater, so I won't have to worry about not making money. Yes, the boss has already placed the opportunity to make money in front of us, but we can't grab it. I won't say anything more. I'm going to pick up the supply boxes. As long as I have the goods, there will definitely be opportunities in the future. +1. After the rental message was sent, the chat channel became a meeting place for the minions. The guild leaders and some people who had received benefits from the previous wave of supply boxes reacted early and chatted with Ning Fan privately. Ning Fan's private message was so familiar again. But this time Ning Fan didn't read the private message because someone intercepted it directly. The person who sent the message was Brother Xiao Dao. Martial Alliance Dao Yi. Boss, it's me, Xiao Dao. We in the Wooming Alliance would like to rent your trebuchet for a long time. Do you think this is acceptable? 1 copy of the D+ grade wood-burning generator manufacturing plan, plus 50% of the resources on the island we destroyed with your trebuchet. Don't worry, I have a special item treaty conclusion in my hand. We can conclude a treaty with you. Once we violate the profit sharing, the Lord system will automatically terminate the treaty and impose a huge fine. We plan to rent it for 30 days. If you're interested, we can negotiate the terms. Chapter 58 Treaty reached, new emergencies. 30 days is exactly the deadline for the raft to sink. It can be seen that the Wooming really wants to take down the catapult and make a big deal during this period of time. The conditions offered are quite generous. However, Ning Fan was unmoved because he saw a clue from it. He sent a message asking, how are the random manufacturing maps for the core resources on the island distributed? It's not that he hasn't obtained the resources on the island. 50% may seem like a lot, but in fact it's not worth mentioning. At most, the permanent minerals are of some value. Of course, it is also possible that the native island he encountered was too small. But there is no doubt that the random manufacturing map provided by the core resources is the top priority. Ning Fan also wanted to go out to sea to find native islands in order to obtain core resources. However, he was entangled with many issues in the territory, and his safety could not be guaranteed if he left, so he put this idea aside for the time being. Now that someone is offering to work for him, of course he's happy to do so, but the benefits have to be negotiated. The C-Class catapult is the key to taking down the native island. Without the C-Class catapult, no matter how many ideas the Wu Alliance has, it will not be possible to take down the island easily. So he must have absolute control over this matter. Xiao Dao seemed to have his soft spot touched, and he hesitated for a long time before replying. How about this? You will be given priority in choosing the manufacturing plans given by the core resources. If you like them, you can compensate us with some resources. As for the original resources on the island, we will still distribute them at 50%, and you will also be given priority. This time I was completely sincere and didn't dare to have any intention of being sneaky or dishonest. Ning Fan smiled slightly. Dealing with smart people is convenient, and they know how to advance and retreat. However, this condition is not enough to buy out the 30-day lease. You have to know that a 30-day rental period is basically equivalent to giving them the things. Who knows how the sea-level weapons will depreciate later? A large sea-level weapon is enough to become the treasure of a guild at this stage. Ning Fan then asked, what is your current position in the martial alliance? He guessed it wouldn't be low, but Xiao Dao's answer still surprised him. Replying to the boss, I am the vice president, but if I can complete this deal with you, I can be promoted to president. It's like this. The core circle of our martial alliance is me and my brothers. We implement the round table elder system. The president takes turns, depending on who brings more benefits to the martial alliance. Well, after all this time, it turned out that the woman was established by them. That's easy. Ning Fan got straight to the point. After you take over the island, will you occupy it directly or just collect resources? Xiao Dao. Of course we're just collecting resources. We pirates can't develop on the island. Development is not as fast as robbing and pillaging. And once we move our territory to the island, our rafts and boats will lose the protection of their territorial characteristics, which is fatal to our long voyages. You should know this, sir. Ning Fan was slightly surprised. He didn't expect that Xiao Dao and the others also knew this. However, he soon figured out the reason. He guessed that someone in the Martial Alliance had moved the territory to the ship, so he discovered the characteristics of this territory. Without the territory characteristic of not capsizing, a raft would definitely not be able to sail long distances, and a small ship would probably be in trouble as well. It would have to reach the level of a three-masted sailing ship to have the initial ability to sail long distances. But the three-masted galleon is already a D-level item. How can it be so easy to obtain? So from this perspective, it is indeed not easy to develop the profession of pirate on the island. So you mean that after you collect the resources, you won't want the islands you conquered? Shout out, that's it, boss. Ning Fan. Then in this case, in addition to the conditions you mentioned above, the islands you conquer will also belong to me. I agree to this deal. Xiao Dao asked in confusion. Boss, we all came across the island randomly and took it down randomly. How can we hand it over to you? Don't worry about that. When the time comes, just send me the coordinates of the island and I'll take them to the auction. Ning Fan directly expressed his ideas, not afraid that they would copy him. To make this kind of business, you need to rely on credit. Who would dare to trade an island with pirates, unless they want to risk their life? Xiao Dao was shocked when he saw the news. Is there another way to play this? Trading islands? Damn, the boss is indeed a boss. He is very smart and has so many ways to make money. However, he also knew that this business was not something he could do, so he replied honestly. Okay, sir, I promise you that we will not leak the coordinates given to you, and we will not go back to invade the island again, so you can rest assured. Rest assured? Then it will be a ghost. Ning Fan said calmly. Write this condition into the treaty and let the system supervise it. Only black and white can make people feel at ease, and he doesn't want his credit to be ruined by pirates. Although he has so many resources in his hands and no longer needs to care about his credit, he cannot leave any loopholes that would disgust others. Okay, boss, please wait a moment. I will draft the treaty. After waiting for a while, a prompt sound rang. Ding, your friend Wuming Daoi has used the treaty conclusion book. The treaty has been delivered. Please read it carefully before signing. Once signed, the treaty will take effect immediately. As soon as he finished speaking, a thin piece of rice paper appeared in Ning Fan's hand. The black and white words become concrete at this moment. You know what? The sense of ceremony is full. Ning Fan was already familiar with the magic of this world, so he was not surprised by the appearance of the treaty. He carefully read the contents on the paper and confirmed that the conditions were the same as those just discussed and there were no other traps. So he waved and signed his name. Ding, the treaty has been reached. The Lord system will monitor whether both parties to the treaty abide by the agreement. Once one party breaches the contract, the treaty will automatically terminate. Thank you, boss. I hope you're safe. Xiao Dao will leave first. Xiao Dao hurriedly thanked him after receiving the reminder. There was joy in his words. Ning Fan took a look and then closed the chat. The C-class catapult in the warehouse has disappeared. It seems that it has been teleported to Xiao Dao's hands. Now all he has to do is wait for the rent. This is what it feels like to be a landlord. Ning Fan stretched himself, feeling refreshed. He looked at Fong Ling, who was competing with the presidents who came to buy watermelons. Her expression was very focused. Ling, how are you doing? Today's watermelons are all sold, but Fong Ling rubbed her neck, a look of fatigue on her face. The wholesale price of 5 cornerstones will be given to the guild leaders, who will then sell them in small quantities to the members of the guild. It is just a little troublesome, but there is still room for profit. Therefore, there is a constant stream of presidents coming to pick up goods. This also made Fong Ling very busy. Seeing this, Ning Fan sat down next to her and rubbed her shoulders with his hand. But what? When it comes to tomorrow's share, these presidents are trying to lower the price, as if they are in collusion, so we haven't reached an agreement yet. What's the reason given? Ning Fan asked. Fong Linglong lazily leaned against Ning Fan's arms and said, what they mean is that the production of ordinary fruits on the island is so high that the price of fruits will come down sooner or later. Maybe it won't be this price tomorrow. So if you want them to book, it's better to lower the price expectations a bit. Hearing this, Ning Fan frowned. Reservation is the most common method for choosing a dealer, which is beneficial to both buyers and sellers. The seller can return funds in advance, and the buyer can get fixed goods and fixed output profits. But it's all about this attitude. Then don't make a reservation. Let's just put tomorrow's shares on the trading market for them to grab. Ning Fan made the decision. It is true that the fruit production on the island is high, but the prerequisite is that there must be people able to go to the island. Now that the catapults are monopolized by the pirates of the Wumong, it is no different from not renting them out. There's still a lack of means to attack the pirates outside. We have to see whether the fruit market will fall easily. He originally wanted to collect some more cornerstones to expand the watermelon planting area, but since they couldn't come to an agreement, then forget about it. He didn't really need these cornerstones. The worst that could happen was that he could just sell some resources. Okay. Fong Linglong nodded slightly. She naturally would not object to Ning Fan's intervention, but she still asked a question. What about the guilds that have already reserved their shares? What are they? The Fishing Alliance, Martial Alliance, Tianxiang Alliance, and Golden Alliance have reserved a total of 10,000 kilograms of watermelons. Just give it to them as usual. Try to take care of these 4 guilds in the future. Ning Fan said, there is nothing wrong with considering the interests of your own union, but don't bring this attitude into business. What does it mean to put pressure on wholesalers? If you don't want to buy, don't buy. As for those who are sincere in doing business, Ning Fan is naturally very welcome and can even give them special care. After figuring out Ning Fan's attitude, Fong Linglong nodded and went back to her business. A moment later, almost all guild leaders received a message. Maple Leaf's mysterious shop assistant. The reserve quota has been canceled. If you're interested in purchasing watermelons, please pay attention to tomorrow's order and purchase them on your own. Upon hearing this news, the presidents felt mixed emotions. Looks like it went wrong. However, what made them regret even more was yet to come. An announcement appeared in the chat channel. Emergency. Hot weather is coming for 3 days. Please take precautions. Chapter 59 High temperature is coming. Turn on the power. Emergency. Hot weather is coming for 3 days. Please take precautions. After the prompt sounded, Ning Fan turned his head and looked out the window. The sunlight outside the window became noticeably brighter and visibly hotter. It was as if we had suddenly gone from the warm spring to the scorching summer. After a while, the temperature in the living room rose significantly. The moisture began to evaporate gradually, and heat waves were in the air. Ning Fan felt his body and mind getting hot, but he could still bear it for the time being. After all, his physical fitness level had reached D+. Fong Linglong looked a little disheveled. She had taken off her coat and was fanning herself with her hands to cool down the body. Her bangs were slightly wet. Honey, it's so hot. Wait a moment. It will be fine soon. Ning San comforted. A manufacturing diagram was displayed on the screen in front of him. D+ grade wood-burning generator manufacturing diagram. It uses wood to generate electricity. The generator set occupies an area of 6 square meters. When running at full power, it can stably supply daily electricity for a small apartment. The daily consumption of wood is 100. Require materials: iron or 50, copper or 20, tungsten or 10, stone 40. The apartment they live in now has no electricity, but they only need electricity to use the electrical appliances in the house. For example, air conditioning. With this thing, we should be able to get through this emergency safely. In terms of materials, Ning Fan only has enough copper ore and iron ore and tungsten, or can only be replaced by metal sheets. Just now, after a period of time, Ning Fan had already purchased enough metal sheets from the trading market. It can be built. Ding! Consume a D+ wood-burning generator manufacturing diagram and obtain a D+ wood-burning generator. Ding! Consumption return is triggered. Target Fong Linglong. Return multiple is 8,000 times. Please choose whether to return. Remaining number of returns today. 4. 1 level fish meat has been returned daily. I finally got a manufacturing blueprint for a generator. Although it can meet the current needs, as the territory grows bigger, the demand for electricity will definitely increase in the future. So I should just go all the way and return a more powerful manufacturing blueprint. Ning Fan thought to himself. So he chose to return it. Ding! A C-Class Micro-Cornerstone Generator Manufacturing Diagram is returned. C-Class Micro-Keystone Engine Manufacturing Diagram consumes keystones to generate electricity, a micro-generator set covering an area of 5 square meters. When running at full power, can meet the electricity needs of a small village with a population of 100, consuming 10 keystones per day. Future technology. Using non-radiative wireless power supply technology, there is no need to rely on traditional wires for power supply. Just place the generator set in the territory and connect the receiver to the home power grid to power the electrical appliances in the territory. Good. This is another futuristic technological device that can meet the electricity needs of a small village. We don't have to worry about power shortages for a long time in the future. Ning Sun Eflaimet. He stood up and prepared to place the generator, then turned around and said something to Fong Ling Long. Ling Long, when the power comes off, remember to turn on the air conditioner immediately. The temperature is getting higher and higher. It feels like at least 40 degrees. This is still inside the house. It would probably be even more terrifying outside. Fong Ling Long's bangs were soaked, and her whole body was covered in sweat. When she heard Ning Fan's words, she was stunned, stopped fanning the wind, and suppressed her excitement in her eyes. Honey, did you get the generator? Yes. Ning San noted it. The refrigerator will be ready for use soon. Remember to cut some watermelon and put it in there to freeze it. We'll eat the chilled watermelon later. Great. Fong Ling Long jumped up excitedly. Hubby, you're great. She walked forward to hug him, but stopped suddenly, because she found that she was covered in sweat, but Ning Fan looked completely fine. She felt bad for dirtying his clothes, so she could only say awkwardly, Honey, go get busy. She shyly withdrew the hug. Ning Fan chuckled, didn't care, turned around, and walked out of the house. After his physical condition improved, his body's endurance to heat also increased to a certain extent, which could be seen from his and Fong Ling Long's performance. However, after Ning Fan opened the door and came out, the temperature outside really surprised him. The scorching light shining on his skin actually made him feel a faint stinging pain. The sweltering weather can no longer be described as a furnace. It's simply like being roasted on fire. Ning Fan began to sweat after just standing at the door for a while. Seeing this, he hurriedly walked to the side. In such hot weather, the longer you stay outside in the sun, the greater the risk of heat stroke. We came to an open space next to the apartment, which was the previously planned living area. Ning Fan did not choose any other location and quickly released the C-Class Cornerstone Generator set. It is a closed room the size of a toilet, and it is unknown what is going on inside. Ning Fan directly put dozens of cornerstones in. When he heard a low, buzzing sound and the engine started to work, he hurried back. No, it's too hot. The forehead covered by thick hair was originally a severely affected area by heat. After a while, he felt as if there was a pile of fire on his head, transmitting heat to the nerve center. Moreover, Ning Fan clearly felt that being active in such hot weather consumed a lot of energy. It was just a short distance, and he was already out of breath when he jogged back to the door. This is definitely not normal. He has a D+ physique. How could he be so weak? After paying a little attention, Ning Fan pushed open the door. As he stepped into the living room, a cool breeze blew towards him, and Ning Fan couldn't help but feel refreshed. So comfortable. Looking up, I saw that the hanging air conditioner on the wall was already working and the temperature was 16 degrees. Ning Fan stood in the air vent for a while to cool himself down before sitting back on the sofa. Just at this moment, Fong Ling Long came out of the kitchen with a plate of sliced watermelon in her hand. Hubby, you're back. Come and eat some watermelon. Fong Ling Long virtuously placed the watermelon in front of Ning Fan, then sat down beside him. After staying outside for a while, Ning Fan felt a little thirsty, so he quickly picked up a piece of watermelon and started eating. The sweet and cool taste in the mouth dissipates the last trace of heat in the body. Resurrected with full health, feeling relaxed. Eating watermelon, enjoying the air conditioning, leaning on his wife, and then turning his head to look at the intense and chilling sunlight outside the window, Ning Fan suddenly didn't want to move. In this kind of weather, it is suitable to lie down. Working is basically tantamount to seeking death. He lay back, leaning lazily on the sofa, and then opened the Lord interface. As soon as the screen opened, a prompt was thrown in his face. Warning: due to lack of irrigation water and high temperature and drought, the condition of crops is rapidly deteriorating. Please replenish fresh water resources as soon as possible. Current C-grade rice health, 73%. Below 50% will cause irreversible loss of yield. Below 30% rice will stop growing. Chapter 60 Spring Eye. Ning Fan was startled and suddenly remembered this. He has not yet planted today's watermelons, and the C-grade spiritual rice is being looked after by an automated farm, so he subconsciously ignored the impact of the hot weather on the crops. Fortunately, the farm's monitoring system sounded an alarm, otherwise by the time he reacted, all the rice in the field would have dried up. Ning Fan quickly uploaded the remaining ordinary drinking water in the warehouse. But the warning signs have not disappeared. Obviously, this amount of water is not enough. Ning Fan's thoughts were racing as he thought of solution. Suddenly, an idea flashed across his mind. He does have things that provide water resources. When the water purifier manufacturing drawings were returned before, the ordinary water purifier that was manufactured has been sitting in the warehouse gathering dust because ordinary water resources are not valuable. Now it can come in handy. Moreover, there is a common water purifier manufacturing drawing lying on the construction interface, which can also be manufactured to deal with the current situation. With a countermeasure in mind, Ning Fan took action immediately. Click on the construction interface and focus on the water purifier manufacturing diagram. Ordinary water purifier manufacturing diagram. This manufacturing blueprint was obtained by Fong Ling and Mu Wanting when they opened the supply box for him yesterday. There were not many returns yesterday, so he did not touch it. This thing is still more valuable than a fishing rod, so it needs to be returned. Ding! Consume 1 ordinary water purifier manufacturing diagram and obtain 1 ordinary water purifier. Ding! Consumption refund triggered. Return a copy of the C-Class water purifier manufacturing diagram. With a return multiple of 8,000 times, the return level is 1 level higher than the existing water purifier. The effect is the same, but the level of water produced is also improved accordingly. Helplessly, Ning Fan got up and worked for a while and finally installed all the water purifiers. 2 ordinary water purifiers started working, providing clean water to the farm continuously. But the output of water purifiers is limited after all. Finally, Ning Fan bought some rainwater in the trading market, and the warning status disappeared. Current C-grade rice health, 73%, 74%, 75%. Looking at his slowly rising health level, Ning Fan breathed a sigh of relief and murmured, I hope we can have a good harvest tomorrow. The configuration of this crop is really maxed out, with an A-level farm, C-level seeds, and an additional 10,000 square meters of territory. Now, a sum of water resources has been invested. If there is not a good yield, Ning Fan will really vomit blood. He walked to the window, from which he could vaguely see what was happening inside the farm. Several spraying robots are watering the crops. The water consumption of 10 acres of land is terrifying, but this is not the most terrifying thing. Ning Fan couldn't help but frowning when he thought about the watermelons he was going to plant in the evening. The hot and dry weather lasted for 3 days. Any moisture in the ground evaporated. The watermelons must be watered once or twice at night. This is not a problem of a few acres of land, but dozens of acres. Unless he doesn't expand the watermelon planting area. But that's impossible. With the arrival of this round of hot weather, the value of watermelon in relieving summer heat has been magnified many times, and the market demand is definitely very large. It's time to make a lot of money. At worst, I can go to the trading market and buy 3 days' worth of rainwater. The cost is a bit higher, but I'll still make some money. Ning Fan thought to himself. Because of the existence of the warehouse space, and it is 100 cubic meters, basically everyone has dozens of cubic meters of rainwater stored. Apart from Ning Fan, there was really no room for rain in his warehouse space. So even if hot weather comes, everyone will have enough water to drink, and the price of rainwater in the trading market will only increase slightly. This is good news for Ning Fan. He opened the trading market and was just about to buy some rainwater to store on the farm. At this moment, Fong Ling on the side suddenly spoke. Honey, what do you think of this thing? Fong Ling came over and showed Ning Fan the contents on the screen. Ning Fan put down what he was doing and looked over curiously. Special item, D-level spring. A spring, placed in the territory, will continuously produce spring water, which can help evolve a small river in the territory. It can be retrieved after being placed, but the river evolved after being retrieved will dry up and gradually return to its original state. Ning Fan widened his eyes and looked at Fong Ling in confusion. Where did you get this from? Isn't this like a pillow for you when you're sleepy? With this thing, you don't have to worry about the shortage of water resources anymore. It will be a one-time solution. It's just an illustration someone else sent me. I haven't received it yet. Fong Ling explained, the Tinang League wants to use this thing to get you to help them capture an island. Not only that, they also want 100 L of D water. As she spoke, she tilted her head and asked, Honey, is this thing useful? In her opinion, the Tinang League's demands were a bit excessive. It works. Ning Fan nodded seriously. Let me think about how to trade with them. This thing must be taken down. Even if it wasn't for the water, the sentence at the end, evolved into a river, was enough to attract him. Fong Ling waited quietly without disturbing him. By the way, why do they need so much D water? Ning Fan suddenly asked. He had to figure out the other party's core needs before he could bargain. Helping to capture an island is easy. Just bring out the stone-throwing cannon and fire a few shots, and it's done. But it is not so easy to get 100 L of D water. It accounts for 2 days' output of a seawater purifier. He cannot get so much in a short time. It seems that many girls in their guild have suffered from heat stroke. Graded water has a healing effect, so they need to purchase graded water in large quantities. I see. That's understandable. But has it been such a short time and so many people have suffered from heat stroke? Ning Fan felt that he still underestimated the impact of this incident on everyone. If the situation outside was already so serious, then the price of watermelon will go up tomorrow. Having strayed from the topic, Ning Fan came back to his senses and said to Fong Ling, tell them that you can help us conquer an island, but we can only give them the share of grade water they can buy. They have to pay for it themselves. However, we can sell them 50 L of the higher grade D-grade water. 50 L of D-grade water is exactly the daily, increased production share of the newly manufactured C-grade water purifier, and it is also the grade of water that Ning Fan can currently produce in large quantities. Although there is 50 L less, it has been upgraded to a higher level, and the effect of curing the root cause of the disease is more obvious, which is definitely beneficial to them. Okay, I'll talk to them right away. Fong Ling responded, and then sent them a message. After a while, Fong Ling showed a smile. Honey, they agreed. For 1,000 cornerstones and a D-level spring in exchange for you helping them conquer an island, as well as 50 L of D-level water. But they don't have that many cornerstones. They need to sell the water to the guild members before they can pay us. Ning Fan waved his hand. No problem. I'll give you the water later. You send it to them, and ask them to send the D-level springs to me. Tell them that when the payment is made, I will help them conquer the island. After saying that, Ning Fan stood up and adjusted the mode of the water purifier. After all the water was purified, Ning Fan sent it to Fong Ling immediately. Not long after, a prompt appeared on his screen. Your subject Fong Ling gave you a special item, D-level spring water. Items that can be reclaimed will not trigger a consumption refund. Chapter 61, Preparing for the Auction. After receiving the D-level spring, Ning Fan once again braved the scorching sun to come to the watermelon and vegetable field and place the spring. The spring is only square in size, similar to a well. The cave is bottomless. After a few breaths, a gurgling sound was heard, and a stream of water quickly gushed out from the cave entrance, covering the entire cave entrance in the blink of an eye. The water overflows from the spring, from the small puddle around it, and then flows towards the low-lying areas. The outline of a stream began to take shape. Ning Fan did not interfere with the flow of the stream, allowing it to develop on its own. It is certainly not an easy thing to evolve into a small river. If the process is interrupted due to his interference, it would be a waste of time and effort. Moreover, it was such a hot day that even if he had the intention, he didn't have the strength to do it. Ning Fan returned to the living room. Compared to outside, it was more comfortable inside the house. He even shivered as soon as he entered the door. Hubby, you're back. Fong Ling was holding an empty supply box and filling it with ice cubes. Teacup-shaped ice cubes. It looks like it was specially frozen in the refrigerator. What are you doing? Ning Fan came and sat down next to her and asked. I froze some ice cubes and prepared to send them to Wan. She doesn't have air conditioning. It's so hot today, I don't want to let stinky Wan get too hot. Fong Ling said. Hearing this, Ning Fan raised his eyebrows and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. What a pair of good friends. He didn't say anything else, turned around and turned on the screen. At this time, the chat channel was already filled with the howling of ghosts and wolves. How can it be so hot? This damn emergency is a disaster. I feel like the fat on my body is evaporating. It's about to be cooked. It's really not a good place to stay under this sun. I went out to pick up a supply box and almost fainted on the road. You're a real warrior if you still want to work in this weather. It's too hot to even move. I don't want to move. I'll just not pick up the supply boxes for the day. I feel like I have heat stroke, dizzy and hot. Brothers, do you have any way to relieve the heat? Drinking high-quality water is guaranteed to work. It not only helps to reduce heat, but the more you drink, the longer you can maintain your strength. Well, if you can buy it, who doesn't know how to drink this? Let me tell you a more civilian way. Manhwa leader, brother, let me teach you a practical method. You can learn from me. Below is a picture. Ning Fan zoomed in and saw a picture of a slightly dark-skinned man with well-developed limbs. He was floating in the sea with his raft next to him. He had a rope around his waist. The other end of the rope was tied to the raft, apparently to prevent him from drowning or drifting away. He had a piece of watermelon rind on his head, with only his head sticking out above the sea and one arm stretched out to greet everyone. It looks cool just like this. Leader of the Fishing Alliance, brothers, those who don't have the conditions should learn from me and soak in the sea. It's not hot at all. Fuck, this method is amazing. I'm going to try in the sea right now. I'm going to. What if we don't have watermelon rinds? Does anyone have extra watermelon rinds? Fishing Alliance leader, yes, I still have a bunch of watermelon rinds like this. Don't worry, I've put them on the trading market. Buy them if you need them. Well, poof. Ning Fan couldn't help laughing like a pig when he saw this scene. It's amazing. He can even discover business opportunities with this. He is truly a business genius. But Ning Fan just watched it for fun. He didn't care about these little tricks in the secondary market at all. Hubby, the guild presidents have all come to our house and said they want to rebook the watermelon shares for tomorrow. Fong Ling suddenly turned her head and said. Hearing this, Ning Fan sneered in his heart. When something is priced at a premium, people will flock to it, and they won't get any good things. There's no need to pay attention to them. The notice has been sent to them. Just do as it says. Okay, husband, I understand. Fong Ling nodded, turned around, and went back to work. Wait. Ning Fan suddenly raised his hand to interrupt her. Fong Ling couldn't help but look over in confusion. Husband, do you have any other instructions? Ning Fan lowered his eyes, weighed the pros and cons in his mind, and finally made a decision. Well, you send them a group message and tell them that if they want to share the watermelon, they can attend the auction in the evening. Auction? Fong Ling tilted her head with a curious look on her face. She couldn't help but move over and get closer. Honey, you are planning to hold an auction. I have never heard you mention it before. I'm telling you now. Ning Fan scratched her nose. In fact, he also made a temporary decision to hold the auction tonight. The only reason is to harvest a large number of cornerstones. Adding the 4,000 cornerstones that Tianxiang League had not yet paid, he only had a total of 8,000 cornerstones in his hands, all of which were earned from selling water and watermelons today. This foundation is not enough to grow many watermelons. Now the value of watermelons is skyrocketing, and he must take advantage of this unexpected event to make some money. Please post an announcement in the chat channel later. The mysterious store will hold an auction at 10 o'clock tonight, and the grand finale item will be an island. Ning Fan said. As for where the island is, it depends on whether Xiao Dao and the others can help. If it really doesn't work, he will go and conquer an island by himself. He has the confidence to do so anyway, so it's just a little troublesome. Yeah. Fong Ling nodded, and then took advantage of Ning Fan's unpreparedness to launch a sneak attack on Ning Fan. A wet mark was left on Ning Fan's cheek. Honey, can you let me host the auction tonight? She said playfully. Ning Fan glanced at her strangely. No, who taught you that? You are so good at it. Well, if you want, I'll give it to you. Great. Husband, I knew you were the best. Fong Ling happily threw herself into Ning Fan's arms, rubbed him, and acted like a little woman. Everything about running a business is her interest. Everyone wants to show their value. Ever since she gave herself to Ning Fan, she increasingly felt that being with Ning Fan was the right choice. Not only can you enjoy a high quality of life every day, you don't have to worry about any safety issues, and you can do what you like. Except for Ning Fan being a little more energetic in that aspect, it can be said that there are advantages in every aspect. Moreover, you won't have to worry about that problem soon, because Cho Wanwan will be here soon. Thinking of this, Fong Linglong's face showed an abnormal blush. I don't know if Cho Wanwan can withstand it so many times. Ning Fan had no idea what his dainty wife in his arms was thinking about, and he didn't make any move, just let Fong Linglong be as affectionate as she was. He turned on the screen, and began preparing for tonight's auction. All the useless resources we have are packed up and auctioned off. In addition, we need to prepare a few heavyweight items. For the first auction, it must gain sufficient reputation and not be all talk and no action. This is the only way to achieve long-term success. With this thought in mind, Ning Fan opened the construction interface, which still had 2 manufacturing drawings left. D-Class Wooden Sailboat Manufacturing Diagram. D-Class 3-Masted Sailing Ship Manufacturing Diagram. It's time to build the ship and return it. Chapter 62. Master Dao and Master Ling. Ding. Consume a D-Class Wooden Sailboat Manufacturing Plan. Trigger consumption refund. Get a C-Class 5-Masted Sailing Ship Manufacturing Plan. Ding. Consume a D-Class 3-Masted Sailing Ship Manufacturing Plan. Trigger consumption refund. Get a copy of the C-Class Ship Manufacturing Plan. Items with spatial attributes, including buildings, that are built using manufacturing drawings will be stored in the building interface and will not take up warehouse space. After using up the remaining 2 returns today, Ning Fan had 4 more ships. The 2 D-Class ships were nothing to behold, but the 2 C-Class ships caught Ning Fan's attention. First, the information about the 5-masted sailing ship. C-Class 5-masted sailing ship, pirate flagship ship, can accommodate 200 people, driven by sails. Conventional sail-driven speed can reach 20 knots, about 34 kilometers per hour. There are no attack means on board. You need to equip yourself. When encountering danger at sea, the wooden paddle can be driven by human power, and combined with the sail, the speed can be increased to 30 knots, 50 kilometers per hour, at most. Due to the hull structure, there's a risk of the hull disintegrating when traveling at a speed exceeding the normal speed. Once it is hit, the risk of disintegration increases. After reading it, Ning Fan had only one feeling in his heart. This ship is worthy of being a pirate flagship. The main attributes are speed and desperado. There is also the risk of disintegration, so he will definitely not use this ship. Auction item +1. Ning Fan continued to look at the other ship. C-Class ship, 8-story ship, modified by the power of the world, mechanically driven, no manpower required, can accommodate up to 500 people, with a maximum speed of 18 knots, 30 kilometers per hour. There are no attack means on board. You need to equip yourself. With the defense capability of sea-level facilities, it is not afraid of being harassed by marine life below sea level when sailing on the sea, and can defend for a long time when attacked by weapons below sea level. Although its speed is a little lower than that of a pirate ship, its large size and excellent defense capabilities make it a truly suitable ship for a territory. Ning Fan looked at the information about the building ship and nodded continuously. This thing is good. I'll keep it for now. I just happen to be lacking a ship that can sail long distances. One of the 4 ships was left, which means there are 3 more items for auction. Moreover, ships are very scarce at this stage, so these 3 ships can be regarded as heavyweight auction items. That's almost enough. Now everything is ready. Only the east wind is missing. Ning Fan said to himself. He could have provided some more high-level items, but he was afraid that the guilds would not be able to take them all. After all, it's only the 8th day, and the guild presidents definitely don't have that many cornerstones in their hands. In this case, you can't take out a lot of high-end items, otherwise their value will drop. Now we just have to wait for news from Xiao Dao. Ning Fan subconsciously raised his eyes and looked out the window. Thousands of miles away, a raft was parked near a native island. There were 2 men standing on the raft, one in front and one behind, and they looked like the elder brother and the younger brother. The man in front, with a handsome figure and standing like a knife blade, was standing in front and looking into the distance. At a certain moment, a raft appeared in his sight, sailing towards this side from afar. Here it comes, he said in a low voice. The younger brother behind him was moved and stepped forward and asked attentively, Master Wolf, is the catapult in Master Dao's hand really useful against the natives on the island? The Wolf Master I'm referring to is the Vice President of the Martial Alliance, Wolf. I bought this from a big boss at a huge price. It's not your turn to question whether it's useful or not. Longzi scolded calmly. Wait a minute, Brother Dao is here. Don't be stupid. My brother kills without blinking an eye. Master Wolf, don't worry, I understand. The younger brother nodded and bowed. After a while, the raft in the distance came closer. There was a man standing on the raft, also looking over here. He is none other than Xiao Dao, who has been doing business with Ning Fan, Martial Alliance, Dao Yi, whose real name is Zhao Yi Dao. Longzi and Zhao Yi Dao looked at each other with a smile on their faces. After meeting again, after a long separation, There was passion in the old man's eyes. As soon as the raft touched the water, Wolf immediately rushed forward. Brother Dao, I'm finally looking forward to seeing you here. You're doing well, kid. I have brought my little brother with me. Zhao Yidao came up to him and patted his shoulder with his big hand. How can we compare to Brother Dao? If it weren't for you, Brother Dao, mediating with the boss, we don't know when we can conquer another island. As he spoke, Longzi gave a look to his younger brother behind him. The younger brother understood and quickly took out a glass of water and bent over to offer it to him. I, Lu San, have met Master Dao. Zhao Yidao glanced at the water in his hand and asked Longzi, what is this? I bought D-water from a big guy. In this hot weather, drinking it can keep me energetic for an hour or two. You are really considerate. Okay, after I finish drinking this glass of water, we will go meet the pirates on the island. Zhao Yidao took the water from Lu San and patted him on the shoulder. The force was so great that the unprepared Lu San's legs twisted and he almost fell down. Seeing this, Zhao Yidao couldn't help but laugh out loud. Boy, just follow your big brother. With your body, you still have a long way to go if you want to become a professional pirate. Yes, Master Dao is right. Lu San nodded repeatedly. Brother Dao, let's go. The island is just ahead. Longzi spoke at the right time. He walked to the center of the raft and hoisted the sail. The raft slowly began to move. The medium-sized supply box on the island hasn't disappeared, right? Zhao Yidao finished drinking the water, walked up to him, and asked. No. From what I've observed, the native pirates won't touch the supplies on the island. That's good. Zhao Yidao's face lit up. If it weren't for this medium-sized supply box, he wouldn't have come here on purpose. Later, you take Lu San to guard the raft, and I will deal with the pirates who rush over. If only 1 or 2 pirates sneak onto the raft, fight them. If too many pirates slip through, you can seize the opportunity to steer the raft away. We'll grind slowly. Zhao Yidao was talking about the strategy. It was also his first time to annihilate pirates, so he could only make a rough plan. Okay, Brother Dao, don't worry. I'm best at escaping when the situation gets bad. Longzi curled his lips. Zhao Yidao chuckled. When he was on Blue Star, among all his brothers, he liked to go on missions with Longzi the most. Because he doesn't have to worry about retreating, because the wolf is watching. After a while, the island appeared before them. Warning, you have entered the territorial waters of the native island B20401. Please be alert to pirate attacks on the island. Zhao Yidao reacted quickly and released the catapult immediately. A catapult more than 3 meters long appeared on the raft. Brother Dao, the pirates are coming out. Longzi warned loudly. Zhao Yidao raised his eyes and looked. 4 rafts came rushing in on the waves. The B-series islands are garrisoned by 8 pirates. Zhao Yidao was not at all flustered. After getting the trebuchet, he practiced using it dozens of times, and his hard work finally paid off. He extended his thumb and pointed it secretly at a raft that was speeding towards him. After predicting the distance the raft would travel, he immediately placed a cornerstone on the catapult, turned the trebuchet to adjust its direction. Everything was ready. When the raft reached the designated position, he pressed the catapult hard without hesitation. Put. Chapter 63 Auction List. The cornerstone was thrown out in an instant and soon turned into a fireball, drawing a short arc in the sky, and then hit the target. The pirates and their boat disappeared into the waves. Seeing this scene, Zhao Yidao couldn't help but burst into laughter. It was worth it that he practiced for so long, and he sank a raft right away. Such an effect was the best consolation for him. However, he didn't feel happy for long. Then came the urgent voice of Wolf. Brother Dao, the other 3 pirate rafts are coming up. We have to retreat. Zhao Yidao was stunned and looked up. The 3 pirate rafts were only a few hundred meters away from them, which was not enough for him to aim and fire another shot. We were careless. Zhao Yidao's expression darkened, and he quickly shouted, Retreat! Retreat quickly! The first time he faced the pirates head-on with a trebuchet, he certainly didn't consider the problem of continuous firing. Some are too blindly confident. Fortunately, we had a successful start and destroyed a pirate raft. At least we can regroup and try again with less pressure. Longzi commanded Lu San, and the 2 of them started paddling frantically with wooden oars. There are still 6 pirates left. If we let them land close to us, it will be no joke. Zhao Yidao took a look at the situation and quickly took out the wooden paddle and started paddling. Soon they were out of the warning range, but the pirates were still chasing after them, just at a much slower speed. The pirates stopped chasing and returned home only after the raft had sailed a full 2 kilometers away. Finally out of danger, the three of them sat down under the wooden shed to rest exhausted. They all looked breathless. Zhao Yidao and Longzi were better off, just a little embarrassed. After all, their physical fitness had reached level D. And Lusan performed very poorly. He lay on the ground exhausted like a dead dog, his tongue sticking out vividly, and he was breathing heavily through his nose as if he would suffocate in the next second. Brother Dao, here you go. Longzi took out a glass of grade water and handed it to Zhao Yidao. Zhao Yidao didn't hesitate to take it and gulped it down. After drinking all the water in the cup, he slowly put the cup down and said, I miscalculated this time. According to the speed at which the trebuchets are loaded and the speed at which the pirates attack, the trebuchets can only fire once at a time and must be withdrawn, otherwise they will be besieged. After a pause, he looked at Longzi and Lu San respectively before continuing in a serious tone. So, we have to make at least 3 trips back and forth before we have a chance to completely occupy the island. Hearing this, Longzi looked worried and said in a deep voice, Brother Dao, I don't have much level water left. What this means is that he might not be able to make 3 trips back and forth. In such a hot day, fighting with pirates is a huge test of physical strength. If there is no graded water and you force yourself to go back and forth 3 times, something bad is likely to happen. Zhao Yidao frowned, thought for a long time, and finally made a decision with determination. Then we can make 2 trips back and forth, kill 2 more pirates, and then come back to rest and deal with the remaining 4 pirates at once. As long as we use the catapult to kill 2 of the 4 pirates first, we will have a chance to defeat the remaining 2 in close combat. Of course, all this is based on the premise that Zhao Yidao can use the catapult to accurately sink a pirate raft in each wave. This is obviously not an easy task. Considering this, Longzi advised, Brother Dao, why don't we focus on attrition today and kill as many pirates as we can, and then take over the island tomorrow? This is also a good idea. Good things come to those who wait. Zhao Yidao nodded slightly. He usually listens to Longzi's concerns and the experience of those who have been through it. However, just as they were about to set the tone, Lu San stood up at the side, walked to their side, and said with a bow, Master Dao, Master Ling, I have some news that I think I must show you. Lu San turned on the screen. Zhao Yidao and Longzi couldn't help but turn their heads to look over. Chat channel. Maple Leaf's mysterious shop assistant. The mysterious shop will hold an auction at 10 o'clock tonight. Interested friends can send a private message to the assistant. With just 1 cornerstone, you can get a ticket to the auction. All items in this auction are exclusively provided by Maple Leaf. The following is a list of the main items in the auction. D-Class wooden sailing ship, D-Class 3-masted sailing ship, C-Class 5-masted sailing ship, and the finale item, an unowned island. In addition, there are also some common resource packages for auction at the auction. Friends want to learn more? Please purchase the auction ticket. This auction only accepts cornerstone bids. Please prepare your cornerstone. Once you bid on an item, if you cannot pay the auction price, you will be responsible for the consequences. The first auction of Maple Leaf's mysterious shop will be held tonight at 10 o'clock. See you there. The specific information of several ships can be seen in detail in the list. For a moment, the whole chat was boiling. Fuck, this is too arrogant. He took out 3 ships that can be used as territory at once. I can't imagine how rich the boss's family is. It turns out that here, boss, items without levels can't even be included in the list. What does this finale item mean? An island? Can this thing be auctioned? Bu Yimeng Xiaosheng, at Little Assistant, can you explain to us how this auction of islands works? Maple Leaf's mysterious shop assistant. The coordinates of an unowned island are being auctioned. The pirates on the island have been eliminated, and of course the resources have been collected. The person who bids will only get an island. You can judge for yourself how much it is worth. Once someone takes a picture of this island, the mysterious shop will not actively disclose the coordinates, nor will it actively attack the island in the future. Bai Yimeng Xiaosheng, is it you who guarantees, or Maple Leaf Boss? Maple Leaf's mysterious shop assistant. I can represent Maple Leaf Boss. Bu Yimeng Xiaosheng. Okay, I understand. Thank you, assistant. I will participate in this auction on behalf of our Bu Yimeng. It really is an auction of an unowned island. This is a huge sum of money. Now, apart from the big guys, I haven't heard of anyone going to the island. With the big guy's personal endorsement, as long as you take real photos, you will make a lot of money. The island has a 100-fold effect of accelerating growth. I think the top guilds will fight tooth and nail for this island. When you put it like that, I instantly want to go to the auction site to take a look. It's just a ticket for a cornerstone. I'll give it to you. +1. It's good to broaden your horizons. Lu Sin slid his fingers through the messages in the chat channel. Zhao Yidao and Longzi took all the news in. Their expressions were solemn and a little surprised. Stop. Zhao Yidao spoke to stop Lu San from sliding down. There is not much nutritious news if you scroll down further. Go back to the previous list. After saying that, while Lu San was turning back, he exchanged glances with Longzi. Brother Dao, is the island that the boss wants to shoot waiting for us to send him the coordinates? Zhao Yidao shook his head. Don't think too much. It's definitely easier for the big guys to take over an island than for us. And no matter if the boss is waiting or not, we must take this island today. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu San happened to take out the list, and Zhao Yidao immediately reached out and picked out the information of the C-class 5-masted sailing ship separately. Pirate flagship, do you think we should take it down? Zhao Yidao curled his lips. This thing was simply tailor-made for them. But we don't have many cornerstones. Longzi asked in confusion. It's over there. Zhao Yidao pointed to the native island in the distance. Let's go. It's time to give it a try. Otherwise, if we miss this shop, we don't know when we will see such a suitable ship again. Chapter 64, Debt, the Trick of Dynasty World. In a simple room, Huang Chao Tianxia sat at the table, looking at the news on the screen with a gloomy face. His face has been gloomy all day. Yesterday, he was full of fighting spirit and planned to use D plus crossbow to attack the island and show off his prowess in front of others. However, when he woke up this morning, the news that Maple Leaf had arrived on the island hit him hard. What's even more fatal is that Maple Leaf is still renting out Class C trebuchets. Wasn't this his plan? He suddenly felt that others had taken his path and he had no way to go. Even so, he still cheered up. After all, if you can't be the first, being the second person to arrive on the island can also allow you to get a share of this huge market. But man proposes, God disposes. The sudden incident that followed completely broke his spine. In such hot weather and with such high consumption, it is simply unrealistic to fight pirates with a D plus crossbow. At this point, the plan to use the D plus crossbow to reach the island had not yet begun and was declared bankrupt. It was a double blow as Maple Leaf was about to hold an auction. The deep sense of jealousy and powerlessness in his heart completely erupted. The two emotions intertwined in my heart, difficult to suppress, and could not dissipate for a long time. I was only 1 or 2 steps away from surpassing Maple Leaf. How could I have fallen to this point? Huang Chao Tianxia clenched his fists tightly, and the nails on his fingers dug into the flesh, leaving a bloody mark. He is unwilling to accept this. Di Hu, who was standing nearby, shuddered when he saw the bloodstain on his hand. He couldn't help but ask in a nervous tone, President, shall we attend the auction tonight? Huang Chao Tianxia turned his head stiffly and stared at him. His sinister eyes made Di Hu subconsciously take a step back. His clenched fists suddenly loosened. Huang Chao Tianxia slowly closed his eyes, and after trying his best to suppress his emotions, he said in a firm tone, Go! Not only do we have to go, we also want to take pictures of that island. Hearing this, Di Hu looked surprised. President, haven't you always looked down on that thing, yeah? I may not like it, but as long as it's profitable, there's no harm in sending him the money back. When saying this, Huang Chao Tianxia's eyes were uncertain. Even though he said it so lightly, he actually felt quite uncomfortable inside. But, President, we don't have so many cornerstones, Di Hu said in a low voice. Let me think about it. Huang Chao Tianxia frowned and calmed down. His mind was racing. The island released at the auction was like a life-saving straw, giving him the strength to get back on his feet. It is this power of hard work that makes his thinking unprecedentedly clear. Soon, he came up with a clever idea. He slammed the table and said, If you don't have it, then go and borrow it. Directly issue guild bonds and ask the guild members for financing. Meeting debt. Di looked confused. He really didn't understand what this was and had never even heard of this word. The so-called guild debt is actually borrowing money from guild members in the form of leasing. You borrow 1 cornerstone and pay back 1.5 cornerstones a few days later. Huang Chao Tianxia explained, with a smile slowly appearing on the corners of his mouth. He felt that he was a genius for being able to come up with such an idea. This time he really wasn't playing any tricks, but they really want to raise funds through this method. The value of the cornerstone is tied to the area of the island, so it will basically not depreciate. If you borrow 1 yuan and repay 1.5 yuan, that is a real profit of 50%. I believe many people will be tempted. President, can we really borrow money in this way? Dihu expressed his doubt. Borrowing money depends on your credit. But President, are you sure you have such credit? Dihu didn't dare to say this. However, this suspicion is revealed both openly and covertly. Huang Chao Tianxia saw through his intentions and did not get angry. He was even able to suppress the deep jealousy in his heart. He could still withstand this bit of doubt. Of course, it's hard to borrow it. He smiled contemptuously. But what if I mortgage everything in the territory, or even the entire territory? No one believed him, right? Then he played his card straight. I put everything I have on the table, and I can't expect others not to believe me. Anyway, he was determined to take a picture of this island. With this island, he has the capital to turn the tables. By then, the debt owed will be nothing more than a drop in the bucket and can be repaid with a wave of the hand. Hearing his plan, Dihu opened his mouth wide. All in? If you can't pay it back by the due date, you'll lose everything. What should he do then? Dihu's doubt did not last long, because he soon discovered. It turns out that even the leaders can pledge their property. He became a member of the pledge. Go and notify the people below to start raising funds within the guild and elect a representative to sign the lease agreement with me. The debt period is set at 5 days. If I can't pay it back after 5 days, everything in my territory will be theirs to deal with. The leasing function is a built-in function of the trading hall and is restricted by the Lord system. So there is no reason to breach the contract. Borrowing money is actually a kind of leasing. Huang Chao Tianxia just took a special form of leasing, which is to repay the rent in arrears. Okay, President, I'll arrange it right away. Dihu agreed reluctantly, then turned and left the room. Huang Chao Tianxia was the only one left in the room. He slowly closed his eyes and rested. Although he appeared calm on the surface, his slightly trembling hands revealed his inner panic. This time the gamble is big. If he fails, he will have nothing. After taking a long breath, he opened his eyes again and spoke to himself in a calm tone. These days, anyone with a bit of ambition is in debt. It's no big deal. The news that Dynasty World was issuing guild bonds within the guild was soon leaked to the chat channel by someone with ulterior motives. Then all the guild leaders knew about it. After cursing the profiteer, they followed suit and began to raise funds within their own guild. There is no other way. I have to learn. If I don't raise funds, I will miss the opportunity to get the island. However, when they actually issue the bonds, you will realize how good it is. At this stage, everyone has more or less a sum of money in their hands. In addition to daily expenses, most of it is prepared for after arriving on the island. As a result, a low-risk investment project suddenly emerged within the guild. 50% of the profits are guaranteed by the president's entire family. This is just voting with their feet. It doesn't matter if the money can't be collected. They will just die, and maybe they will be happier. With this mentality, each guild president had a large amount of cornerstone in his hands, just waiting for the auction to begin so that he could make a killing. It was approaching evening. The temperature outside gradually dropped a little and was no longer as unbearable as before. The temperature of the air conditioner in the living room was raised by a few degrees, and Ning Fan leaned against Fong Ling Long to keep warm. He was scrolling through the messages when a message came in. Martial Alliance, Dao Yi, Boss. We used your trebuchet to capture an island. Here is a list of resources on the island. Please take a look. Medium-sized supply box 1. 1 copy of the D+ grade large villa manufacturing plan. 1,000 cornerstones. 50 kilograms potatoes. 10 kilograms pineapples. If you need all these resources, you can take them all. As for our resources, please convert them into cornerstones and deposit them into the auction quota for us. We Martial Alliance are also ready to participate in your auction. Chapter 65 Goddess of Luck. Medium-sized supply box plus D+ grade villa manufacturing plan. Ning Fan was slightly surprised. It's a great harvest. Since he was allowed to choose, he accepted it all without hesitation. Okay, I'll calculate the auction amount for you for 5,000 cornerstones, and I'll refund you the excess and make up for the shortfall when the time comes. Medium supply boxes and D+ level manufacturing drawings do not have a clear value yet, and it is difficult to have a clear value. The value of these things fluctuates over time. Ning Fan guessed that they were going for the 5-masted sailing ship, so he gave a decent estimate. Probably enough for them to take a picture of a C-class 5-masted sailing ship. Okay, thank you, boss. I will send all the resources to you right away. Zhao Yidao replied quickly without raising any objections. Ding, Your friend Womindoi gives you a medium-sized supply box 1, D+ grade villa manufacturing plan 1. At the same time, he also sent the coordinates of the island. Ning Fan showed a smile on his face. Yes, we have gained so much on the first day. It seems that renting the catapult to Xiao Dao and the others was the right move. If it were rented to other guilds, it would definitely not be as efficient. Mercenaries are better at fighting than ordinary people. The number of returns for today has been used up, so the D+ grade villa manufacturing plan can only be put aside for now. Ning Fan looked at the description of the medium-sized supply box. This was the first time he had received a medium-sized supply box. Medium supply box. 2 items will be opened for sure, with a small chance of opening multiple items, a guaranteed D-level item, and a very small chance of opening a C+ level item. Medium-sized supply boxes are limited edition supply boxes and will only appear in era benefits, emergencies, and adventure exploration rewards, such as native islands. Like the large supply box, the medium supply box is also a limited supply box. However, there is one more way to obtain it than with large supply boxes. Among the adventure exploration rewards, such as native islands, can this be understood as a copy? Ning Fan murmured. He took the medium-sized supply box out of the warehouse. A 1-meter cubic box appeared in the living room, much smaller than the large supply box. Ning Fan didn't hesitate and poked Fong Ling, who was concentrating on chatting beside him. Bow, open the box. If he were to open it himself, it would be a complete waste. Fong Ling's mind returned to reality. She raised her eyes with a silly look, and when she saw the big box in front of her, her brows instantly lit up with joy. Honey, do you want me to open this box? Ning Fan nodded. After getting a positive answer, she couldn't help but rub her hands together like a money grubber. The last time she opened the box, Ning Fan rewarded her well, and she has been wondering when she can do it again. Finally, there is such an opportunity again. She suppressed her excitement, climbed onto the edge of the supply box with both hands, and prepared to open it. Suddenly, she thought of something, stopped, turned her head, and asked Ning Fan, Honey, if I don't come up with something good, you won't scold me, right? What are you thinking? Of course not. Ning Fan chuckled. However, while saying this, his hands secretly placed on Fong Ling's waist. Fong Ling, whose soft spot was pinched, pouted and rolled her eyes. Whether you curse or not, just execute him on the spot, right? Knowing that Ning Fan was full of energy and had recently become addicted to sex, Fong Ling had no choice but to let Ning Fan do whatever he wanted. She returned her gaze to the supply box. After taking a deep breath, he opened the supply box. Ding, obtained a sea-level sea salt processing plant. Special Item Treaty Conclusion Book 10. Ning Fan leaned his head closer. Seeing the prompt on the screen, he looked at Fong Ling in disbelief. Wow, you're such a lucky goddess. The last time I opened a large supply box, I got the top-level A-grade items. This time, I was just one step away from getting the top-level items in the medium-sized supply box. What surprised him even more was the special prop at the back. Whose special props are good people? 10 items are open at once. If you really count, Fong Ling opened 11 items directly from the medium-sized supply box this time. 11 items. What kind of concept is this? It's like he's treating the medium-sized supply boxes as gold coins. With this thought in mind, Ning Fan couldn't help but kiss Fong Ling on the face and bid her a few times. The sudden intimacy made Fong Ling shy like a little woman for an instant. She lowered her eyes and uttered a few whimpering sounds. She was mentally prepared to receive the rain and dew, but after waiting for a while, Ning Fan did not take any further action. She couldn't help but look up in surprise. Ning Fan had already unfolded the information of the Class C sea salt processing plant and was staring at the information on the screen intently. Seeing this scene, Fong Ling stuck out her tongue in dissatisfaction. What? We were all prepared, and this is the result? Class C sea salt processing plant. Covers an area of 500 square meters, equipped with an automated sea salt production line, capable of producing 100 kilograms of refined salt per day. The treatment plant needs to be connected to electricity to operate. Refined salt. Taking enough refined salt every day can help absorb the energy in the food and improve physical fitness. Intake of trace elements needed by the body is beneficial to the absorption of energy from graded food. It's no wonder that Ning Fan ignored his beloved wife and focused his attention on the information about the sea salt processing plant. The effect of this thing was really beyond his expectations. Taking in trace elements can help absorb energy and improve physical fitness. This tip opened a new door for Ning Fan. Sure enough, this world and Blue Planet have similarities in some rules. On Blue Star, the human body also needs to take in enough trace elements to maintain healthy development of the body. But here, the effect is simply changed to helping improve physical fitness. The essence is the same. With this sea salt processing plant, my physical fitness can be improved faster. Ning Fan said happily. He stood up and prepared to find a place to set up the sea salt processing plant. Suddenly, I caught a glimpse of a resentful look out of the corner of my eye. When he looked in that direction, he saw Fong Ling looking at him, with her lips pursed with grievance. This looks so familiar. Wait, isn't this the same behavior he exhibited when Fong Ling treated him perfunctorily before? The roles have been reversed. Ning Fan's lips curled up slightly. He bent over and approached Fong Ling, then stretched out his hand and scratched her face. Ling, you're so great. I'm so lucky to have you. After saying this, he turned and left, without taking a cloud with him. Humph, let me give you a taste of the feeling of being perfunctory. Just as Fong Ling felt a little ambiguous in her heart, she was caught off guard by Ning Fan's lightning-fast departure. She opened her mouth slightly and stared blankly at Ning Fan's departing back. It took her a long time to realize that Ning Fan had treated her perfunctorily. She puffed up her cheeks and cursed in a low voice in anger. Stinky Ning Fan. You just know how to play tricks on others. Maybe you didn't want mine because I had to host the auction later. Fong Ling thought about this and slowly suppressed her emotions. After calming down, she turned her attention back to her work. The number of people attending the auction has exceeded 5,000, and she has to make proper arrangements for so many people. And as time goes by, this number continues to increase. Most of them were there to watch the fun, and the main participants in the auction were from guilds. The sun sets and night falls. The weather is no longer as bad as it was during the day, just a little bit hot and humid. The long-lost coolness made everyone feel happy. The auction group gradually became lively. People who were not in the auction group also began to discuss topics related to the auction in the chat channel and other chat groups. For a moment, everyone's attention was focused on the auction. Seeing such a high level of discussion, Fong Ling felt a little nervous for no reason. What if I screw up? She subconsciously looked around. She was the only one in the empty living room, and Ning Fan had not returned yet. Without anyone to rely on, she became more and more anxious. Just as she was daydreaming, the door to the living room opened quietly. Ning Fan came back with a smile of achievement on his face. There's one more resource coming in. How can I not be happy? However, when he saw Fong Ling fidgeting, he immediately stopped smiling and sat down next to her. Are you ready for the auction tonight? If you're not sure, just let me do it, he suggested softly. Seeing Ning Fan coming back to her side, Fong Ling inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief. She naturally put her hand in Ning Fan's hand, feeling the warmth from Ning Fan's palm. Honey, I want to try it. Can you help me watch it? Okay. Ning Fan nodded and said nothing more. After getting definite support, Fong Ling leisurely opened the auction group. It was only 9:45. The auction group was even more lively than the chat channel, and the message refresh speed was terrifying. Fong Ling silenced everyone. Maple Leaf's mysterious shop assistant. Everyone participating in the auction, please read the following rules carefully. Once the auction begins, no one is allowed to speak except for bidding. If you have any questions about the auction items, please keep them to yourself or contact the assistant privately. It is strictly forbidden to raise questions in the auction group. Violators will be kicked out of the group chat and permanently blocked. After placing a bid, if no one raises the price within half a minute, the item will be considered as the winner. The auction only accepts cornerstone bids. If you cannot pay the cornerstone after bidding on the item, it will be regarded as a provocation to Maple Leaf Boss. You will be hunted down by Maple Leaf Boss. Don't take any chances. After each auction, there will be 5 minutes to display the next item, allowing auctioneers to decide whether to participate in the auction of this item. The first item of this auction is 25 common standard weapons, with a starting price of 100 cornerstones. These are the rules. Everyone must follow them carefully. The auction will officially begin in 10 minutes. Chapter 66 Auction begins. Fong Ling spelled out the rules one by one. With Ning Fan by her side, her thinking became unprecedentedly rational and her behavior was orderly. After sending all the messages, Fong Ling turned to Ning Fan for his opinion. Honey, what do you think? No problem. You've done a great job. Just go for it with confidence. If there are any problems, I'll help you. Ning Fan praised. After the first experience, you will become familiar with it later. You can also slowly let go, allowing her to take care of more things and focus more on acquiring resources. The first auction item is revealed. The chat channel instantly became a mess. Ordinary standard weapons, although very common nowadays, are the same as the fishing rod that Ning Fan gave to Huang San. As the quantity increases, the value goes up. Especially at this critical moment of fighting the pirates on the island, weapons become even more important. As the first auction items released to stimulate discussion, the 25 pieces of standard weapons are undoubtedly qualified. When the presidents of various guilds saw this auction item, they all sharpened their knives and waited eagerly. 10 minutes passed quickly. Fong Ling lifted the ban on the auction group and announced, "The first auction of Maple Leaf's mysterious shop has officially begun. The first auction item is ordinary standard weapons 25. Starting price is 100 cornerstones, and the auction begins now." As Fong Ling gave the order, people immediately rushed to bid. Wutian Guild, 200 cornerstones. Just double your bid to gain the upper hand. But this can only scare those individual lords. The presidents who come to participate in the auction all have a huge amount of money saved. A few hundred cornerstones can be used as a drop in the bucket. Gold Alliance, 300 cornerstones. Heaven and Earth Society, 400 cornerstones. Bu E Alliance, 450 cornerstones. Wutian Guild, 460 cornerstones. There was no chaos caused by concentrated bidding in the auction group. The guild presidents or vice presidents who participated in the auction were all decent people, and they were able to bid in an orderly manner. Finally, after a round of bidding, the price was settled at 510 cornerstones. This auction item was won by the Wutan Guild. The average price of each weapon is 20, which is slightly higher than the trading market, but being able to get so many at once is obviously not a losing deal. Maple Leaf's mysterious shop assistant. The next auction item is Slaughter 7L. Starting price is 700 cornerstones, and the auction will start in 5 minutes. The auction group fell silent again, but the enthusiasm of the crowd was ignited. The last time Sishui appeared in the public, I was when Ning Fan was looking for a fishing rod manufacturing blueprint in the chat channel. At that time, Ning Fan only took out 3 portions, each of 1L, and everyone flocked to it. And this time, 7L was taken out at one time, which was enough to make everyone crazy. Chat channel. Wow, what a big deal. The second lot is Seawater 7L. It's so extravagant. Oh my god, what the assistant said before. Some ordinary resources are packaged and auctioned. Is this true? Forgive me for underestimating the boss's wealth. Didn't someone buy seawater from the big guy last time? Where is he? Come out and tell us how effective it is. Electricians Union Huang Shirin. I was lucky enough to buy one, and after drinking it for a day, I broke through to D-level physique. Brother, you are not lying? The guy above, I didn't see you talking nonsense. He is the president of the Electricians Union. He would never lie to you. Fuck, the effect is so obvious. There's nothing more to talk about. I'm going to urge our president to take a picture of the seawater, and then I can buy 1L to drink. I'll go too. I have a good relationship with our president. Zhao Yidao sat under the wooden shed, watching the chat channel, and immediately told Longzi beside him, "We must get 7L seawater. With this 7L seawater, we can fight the pirates in the next 2 days despite the hot weather. Brother Dao, don't worry. Even if we don't use the auction quota from the big boss, the foundation stones in our hands are enough to bid for this water." Hearing this, Zhao Yidao felt relieved. Scenes like this have been presented by all major guilds. Some small guilds were unable to compete for the heavyweight auction items at the back, so they all focused their attention on the 7L seawater. In their opinion, this is a ticket to improving physical fitness, and obtaining it will be a huge boost to the guild's strength. So much so that when Fong Ling announced the start of the auction of the second item, there was a brief moment of chaos in the auction group. Ninja Guild, 800 cornerstones. Tinang, 780 cornerstones. Pastoral Home, 840 cornerstones. Civil Engineering Master, 820 cornerstones. Disorderly bidding like this did happen, but it was hard to tell whether it was right or wrong because they all bid at the same time. Fong Ling had a bitter face and couldn't think of a solution for a moment, so she could only look at Ning Fan for help. "It's okay, just interrupt it and start bidding again with the highest price," Ning Fan said calmly. Fong Ling nodded and immediately enabled the mute function. In an instant, the auction group fell silent. Maple Leaf's mysterious shop assistant. Due to too many bidders and technical limitations, the auction is now suspended. Auction item, Swatter 7L. The current highest bid comes from Martial Alliance for 900 cornerstones. Based on this price, rebid. After explaining the situation, Fong Ling lifted the ban. After the auction was reopened, the small guilds that had been bidding just now stopped bidding. Around 1,000 cornerstones is the most assets they can take out. When the price reaches 900, they have to consider their decision carefully. By alliance, 1,000 cornerstones. Once this price was announced, the path of the small guilds was instantly blocked. The small guilds withdrew sadly, and the next step was the game between the big guilds. Jinmeng, 1,100 cornerstones. Electricians Union, 1,200 cornerstones. Fishing Alliance, 1,250 cornerstones. Heaven and Earth Society, 1,300 cornerstones. Electricians Union, 1,500 cornerstones. The price gradually went up until it reached 1,500 cornerstones, and the number of guilds bidding slowly decreased. Just when everyone thought that this level of water would fall into the hands of the little-known Electricians Union, the wolf took action. Martial Alliance, 2,000 cornerstones. Directly raise the price by 500 and highlight the arrogance of a pirate. Everyone at the auction was cursing. Damn, a bunch of Dogecoin pirates really don't take money seriously. How can they bid like that? 2,000 cornerstones, what's the point of fighting for it? Finally, Zhao Yidao and Longzi got the 7LC water as they wished. Maple Leaf's mysterious shop assistant. The next auction item is 10,000 kilograms of watermelon sales shares, which will be divided into 5 auctions, each with 2,000 kilograms, and the starting price is 1,000 cornerstones. Because it is a reserved share, the auction price only determines the final payment price, and the advance payment only needs to be 1/5 of the auction transaction price. The price of the watermelon Ning fan sold today was 5 cornerstones, and 1 watermelon weighs 10 kilograms, which means 1 cornerstone is equivalent to 2 kilograms of watermelon. The starting price for the sale share of 2,000 kilograms of watermelon is 1,000 cornerstones. This clearly means that prices are going to increase. In front of the screen, the presidents of various guilds all had bitter expressions on their faces. If I had known earlier, I would have booked it at today's price. Now it's better. I like to cut a little more meat. But there is no other way. If you cut some meat, you can still make some money. If you don't cut some meat, you can only watch others make money. Who could be willing to do that? So when the auction started, the competition for every share of watermelon sales was extremely fierce. Wuya, 1,100 cornerstones. Wuqian Guild, 1,300 cornerstones. Carpenters Union, 1,400 cornerstones. Chapter 67 Watermelon Share Determination. Fong Ling stared closely at the bids from various guilds in the auction group. A single bid involves the purchase and sale of thousands of cornerstones, so she dare not slack off in the slightest. Ning Fan was relatively relaxed. He took out a pineapple from the warehouse, peeled it with a knife, cut a small piece, and put it to Fong Linglong's mouth. Relax, it's just an auction. Don't think too much. Just keep an eye on them and don't make random bids. It won't make much difference whether you win or lose. Here, have a piece of fresh pineapple. Fong Linglong opened her mouth subconsciously. Ning Fan saw the opportunity and stuffed it in directly. A sour and sweet taste came out from her mouth. Fong Linglong couldn't help but come back to her senses and lowered her eyes to take a look at the thing beside her mouth. Then a bloody mouth swallowed the pineapple stuck in its mouth. Then, she continued to pay attention to the situation in the chat group, while chewing pineapple with her cheeks puffed out as if nothing had happened. He completely ignored Ning Fan's words. Ning Fan blinked. Hey, please give me some feedback. Is this pineapple sour or sweet? Is it poisonous? I'm waiting for your opinion so that I can decide whether to eat it or not. Fong Linglong slowly stopped chewing, rolled her throat, and swallowed the pineapple without making a sound during the whole process. Ning Fan picked up a piece of pineapple doubtfully and put it in his mouth. As soon as he took a bite, he narrowed his eyes instantly. Tasty. Although this pineapple was just picked, it is already ripe and has no dry taste at all. Ning Fan started to eat secretly without any hesitation. From time to time, he felt guilty and would feed Fong Linglong a piece of it. After a while, all 5 reserved watermelon shares were finally auctioned off. The transaction price was around 1,800 cornerstones, almost twice the starting price. The Carpenters Union bought 2 copies and the Electricians Union, Herders Home, and Civil Engineering Master each bought one copy. After announcing that the next auction item was the wooden sailboat, Fong Ling was finally able to relax for a while. Seeing Ning Fan showing off the pineapple crazily, she naturally snatched a piece of pineapple from Ning Fan, bit off a piece gracefully, and chewed it finely. It was completely the opposite of the way he had swallowed the food whole just now. She asked, "Honey, why don't we auction off some more watermelon shares? I see they're having a blast grabbing them." Including the share of this auction and the share reserved in advance by the 4 major guilds, the total amount of watermelons reserved is only 20,000 kilograms. Assuming that 1,000 square meters of land is worth 4,000 kilograms of watermelon, the output value of only 5,000 square meters of land has been reserved. This is obviously far lower than the watermelon planting area that Ning Fan wants to expand. Seeing the pineapple in his hand being snatched away, Ning Fan gave her a secret look before explaining. They were actually out of the game when they were bargaining. If I didn't want to make the auction more lively, I wouldn't give them this opportunity to get involved in the watermelon market again. Those 4 guilds that won the watermelon share are here to show their support. I'll give them some money. Other guilds can forget about getting involved. Hearing this, Fong Ling, who had a keen business sense, instantly guessed something. She asked in surprise, "Honey, are you planning to sell the other watermelons at retail tomorrow?" Ning San noted it. "So, husband, what price are you going to set for the unit price?" Ning Fan raised a finger calmly. 10 cornerstones for 1 watermelon. Fong Ling took a breath. Doesn't that mean that the guilds that bid for the 2,000 kilograms of watermelon can only earn 200 cornerstones at most? Will anyone buy it at such a high price? Fong Ling asked in a low voice. "This is twice as expensive as today's price. Don't worry, there will definitely be people who will buy it. If you can't afford it alone, you can buy it in a group." Ning Fan showed a smile of a profiteer on his face. Today's watermelons were sold before the sudden incident, so the wholesale price of 5 cornerstones for 1 watermelon now seems like a real bargain. With the help of the hot weather that lasted for 2 whole days, watermelons priced at 10 yuan each were put on the trading hall, and there would definitely be many people who would pay for them to satisfy their cravings and quench their thirst. Moreover, the watermelon rinds after eating are valuable, so a slight price increase is not unacceptable. Furthermore, if you really do the math, the retail price of 10 cornerstones is only 2 or 3 cornerstones higher than the guild's retail price today. Taking all these factors into consideration, the price of 10 cornerstones is not excessive. Seeing that Ning Fan had an idea, Fong Ling nodded slightly and said nothing more. 5 minutes passed quickly, and she continued to devote herself to the auction. The auction has come to one of the most important parts. Boat auction. There were many guilds that came for the 3 ships. After all, a powered ship that can be converted into a territory is the best choice on the island. If you can't auction off an island, you can auction off a ship as your territory. This will also allow you to enjoy the benefits of the exploration age more quickly, free sailing, and picking up supply boxes. The big guilds are all eyeing the last island, and those participating in the auction are all medium-sized guilds. It is difficult for medium-sized guilds to widen the asset gap. For a while, the auction became a stranglehold. Incendiary, the wooden sailboat, 700 cornerstones. Ninja Guild, 720 cornerstones. Sherming, 730 cornerstone. Co-creation, 740 cornerstone. The guilds had shown extraordinary calculation skills in the auction of the first 2 ships, which resulted in a very lengthy auction process. Fong Ling couldn't help but yawn as she looked at the price that was increasing bit by bit. "Honey, they're so slow," she complained to Ning Fan. Ning Fan couldn't help but smile. "There's nothing we can do. Unlike the previous items, ships can't be sold to repatriate funds. They bought the ships for their own use, so they are real estate. What's interesting is that most of their funds come from financing by guild members. If they bid, they will be in debt. In this case, they must be cautious. I heard that the idea of issuing bonds came from the president of Dynasty World." Thinking of this, Ning Fan couldn't help but give a thumbs up to Huang Chao Tianxia. What a good brother he is. He immediately helped him raise the competition level at the auction to a higher level, allowing him to make a lot more money. "Brother Huang Chao, I shouldn't have watched your show and laughed at you before." Ning Fan secretly cursed in his heart. It took half an hour. Finally, the auction of the 3 ships came to an end. The wooden sailboat was won by a small guild Stone Alliance at a price of 1050 cornerstones, and the D-class 3-masted sailboat was won by Heaven and Earth Association at a price of 2,250 cornerstones. The last C-class, 5-masted sailing ship was captured by the Marshall Alliance without any surprise. The price of 5,000 cornerstones stunned all the guilds. Everyone once again witnessed the pirates' arrogance and their determination to act without hesitation. However, it's not that no one can afford the price, but the guilds that can afford it are all eyeing the finale item and have no intention of competing with the Marshall Alliance for it. The auction finally came to its final moments. Maple Leaf's mysterious shop assistant. The next item is the finale of this auction, the coordinates of an unowned island. There are a few rules that I must explain to you before the auction. Please read them carefully. First, the mysterious shop once again declares that the coordinates of the unowned island being auctioned will never be leaked through any channel. Please rest assured on this point. Secondly, the mysterious shop ensures that the coordinates of the island are valid. In order to ensure the personal safety of the lord who finally takes the photo of the island, the coordinates of the island will not be made public. So please consider carefully before the auction. The island may be far away from where you are. You need to bear this risk yourself. Of course, Mystery can provide a handover service, renting a boat to the buyer with a speed of about 30 kilometers per hour to help the buyer get to the island quickly and safely. The rental fee is 1,000 foundation stones. Third, if you do not choose the handover service, then after the mysterious store provides the coordinates, there will be no after-sales service. Seeing this third rule, everyone in front of the screen was stunned. Although they didn't expect any after-sales service, it was a bit too overbearing to say it so bluntly. Fong Ling didn't care about their private messages. Seeing that there was no response from the muted chat group, she said immediately, "Since everyone has no questions, the auction of the unowned island will begin promptly in 5 minutes." Chapter 68. Fierce Bidding. The dynasty is forced into a desperate situation. The territory of the Imperial Dynasty. President, this mysterious shop is too overbearing. Dihu complained. If we don't choose the 1,000 stone handover service, there will be no after-sales service. If we take a photo of the island and find that it is too far away, there's a risk that someone else will take over the island. No. Huang Chao Tianxia shook his head firmly. The more domineering Maple Leaf behaves, the more it shows that he has no intention of backstabbing and just wants to sell it quickly to make money. As he spoke, Huang Chao Tianxia's tone gradually became lower, and finally he even kept silent. Fong did this purely because he hoped that the buyer would not cause trouble, and he did not want to cause trouble to the buyer. Maple Leaf doesn't even look down upon that little bit of resources. He really couldn't say the result. Every time he thought about it, he felt a pain in his heart. The gap is too big. It was so big that he felt ashamed. If it were him, he would definitely choose to trick the buyer. After all, no one else knows the coordinates of the island, and he can put it up for auction again in the end. Thinking of this, Huang Chao Tianxia suddenly sighed. After all, I am poor. I am afraid of being poor, and I am short-sighted. If the truth comes out, he will fall into his current predicament again. Realizing this problem, he took a deep breath, drove the distracting thoughts out of his mind, and continued to speak to Dihu. You are worrying about nothing. It is a low-probability event to encounter an island. Besides, at a time like this, there's an island right in front of us. Who would dare to easily enter the warning area? Being chased by pirates in such a hot day is no joke. So, as long as we get to the island before the emergency is over, there shouldn't be any accidents. Dihu suddenly realized and said something politely. The president has a sharp eye. I didn't even think about this problem. According to what you said, President, can we safely take photos of the island later? Huang Chao Tianxia nodded, but there was not much joy on his face. You have to take pictures, but it's hard to say whether you can take them. After the debt was leaked, he had no confidence to compete with those booming guilds. After a day of rest and recuperation, the dynasty only had more than 200 people than yesterday. There were less than 500 people in total, and the amount of funds he raised was only 8,000 cornerstones. This was only because he was ruthless and raised the profit to 100%, and only then did he squeeze all the members of the guild dry and obtain so much money. The C5, masted sailing ship that had just been sold for 5,000 cornerstones was like a sledgehammer hitting his heart. He had a hunch that the final transaction price of the island would most likely exceed his affordability. If that's the case, Huang Chao Tianxia looked out the window. The dark night seemed to be announcing his future, which made him feel heavy. President, the auction has begun. Dihu's hurried voice suddenly sounded. Huang Chao Tian Xia could only suppress his emotions temporarily and look towards the auction group. Maple Leaf's mysterious shop assistant. Time is up. I won't say anything more. The finale item. Unowned Island. The starting price is 1,000 cornerstones. The auction officially begins. As soon as the message was sent, a bid followed. Beauties Alliance, 3,000 cornerstones. The price increase of 2,000 cornerstones made everyone's pupils shrink. Damn it, you're not going to pretend anymore, are you? This is so ruthless. This is heading for a rate of breaking 10,000. Many times the first bid at an auction will determine the theme of the entire auction. Seeing someone being so radical, the presidents of other large guilds were not willing to be outdone. Enhancement Alliance, 4,000 cornerstones. Carpenters Union, 5,000 cornerstones. Wuqian Guild, 6,000 cornerstones. Jinmeng, 7,000 cornerstones. The price kept going up by 1,000 at a time, and the speed of the increase shocked all the onlookers. Damn, this is too arrogant. He doesn't even treat money seriously. This is exactly what the major guilds are thinking. When it came to the most critical moment of the auction, almost everyone was watching the auction. Whether it is a chat channel or other chat groups, there are eunuchs who report the latest situation of the auction in real time. At times like this, you have to act a little more arrogant and take the opportunity to publicize the strength of your guild. This is the only way to attract more people to join your guild. Therefore, the presidents of several major guilds understood the situation and took a high-profile approach. Anyway, as long as it is within your tolerance range, just shout as loud as you can. Huang Chao Tian Xia looked at the bids gradually approaching his bottom line, his face so gloomy that water seemed to drip out of it. These damn guys are still competing with each other at this time. Aren't they just giving money to Maple Leaf? Finally, he couldn't help himself and gave his first price. Dynasty, 8,000 cornerstones. Is also his final bottom line. Unfortunately, within 5 seconds, his bottom line was brutally trampled upon. Beauties Alliance, 8,500 cornerstones. Fishing Alliance, 9,000 cornerstones. Golden Alliance, 9,500 cornerstones. Without even a ripple, the price went straight to 10,000 cornerstones. However, after reaching 10,000 cornerstones, the guilds began to become conservative in their bids, with each bid increasing by only 100 or 200 cornerstones. Apparently, it was almost the limit of what they could accept. After all, the company is in debt, and even after breaking through the expected target of 10,000 cornerstones, it has to be cautious even if it grits its teeth. President, we don't have enough cornerstones, so let's not follow. Dihu whispered. He felt a little secretly happy in his heart. Don't follow me, don't follow me. Take the money and go back to pay back those damn loan sharks. Otherwise, if something unexpected happens, I will be mortgaged. If you fall into the hands of a beast of burden, you will no longer be a younger brother, but a slave. He doesn't want to live that kind of life. However, Huang Chao Tian Xia shattered his fantasy with just one sentence. Impossible. I am a man who would never be stopped by a small amount of money. I still have a trump card in my hand, and I didn't want to use it. But if I can't get through this level, it won't be that useful even if I use it in the future. He exuded a desperate aura and gave orders to Dihu in a determined tone. Contact the assistant at the mysterious shop for me. I want to sell something. They will definitely be interested. In the living room, Fong, Ling and Ning Fan put their heads together, watching with great interest as the various guilds competed to bid. Small change, all small change, lots of small change. Honey, this Carpenters Union is so rich. They have reserved 4,000 kilograms of watermelons and can even bid 11,000 cornerstones to auction the island. They are probably carpenters. There is a great demand for carpentry work right now, so it's normal for them to have money. Ning San Tuklet. It seems that not many guilds have made bids. Husband, do you think that the Fishermen's Alliance will take over this island, or the Carpenters Guild? Fong Ling continued to ask. Should be. Before Ning Fan could finish his words, a prompt popped up on Fong Linglong's screen. Special tips. Fong Linglong set it up on her own initiative. During the auction, if anyone in the auction group sent her a private message, a special prompt would pop up. This is also to facilitate people to ask related questions. The Dynasty Guild? The auction is about to end. Why are they messaging me privately at this time? Fong Linglong clicked on the private chat in confusion. Ning Fan also looked over with curiosity. Dynasty, Group ID Assistant, I don't have enough cornerstones to buy the island. I have a special item here. Can you see if it can be mortgaged to the cornerstone quota? Special item, D-grade eggs. Eggs that can hatch D-grade hens. When D-grade hens grow up, there is a 5% chance that the eggs they lay will be D-grade eggs and a 1% chance that they will be D+ eggs. The rest will be ordinary eggs. All eggs laid can be hatched. Graded eggs need to be incubated with professional equipment. Chapter 69, Vomiting Blood. This special item was opened by Huangqiao Tianxia from a medium-sized supply box. Another item is the D+ crossbow in his hand. Honey, is this thing valuable? Fong Ling asked Ning Fan curiously. Grade D eggs require special incubation equipment, which she finds quite useless. It's okay. Give him a quota of 2,000 cornerstones and see if he can accept it. Ning Fan said in a deep voice. If there is a corresponding incubation device, it would be equivalent to having an additional source of meat, and we can eat chicken. But the problem is that he doesn't have it and doesn't know when he can get it. Therefore, the value of this item does not seem that high. Wait, props. Ning Fan looked carefully, and after making sure he was not mistaken, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, thinking of a widely discussed topic. Which came first, the chicken or the egg? According to the description, the Lord's World classifies eggs as special items for hatching hens. So here, the egg came first. Fong Ling followed Ning Fan's instructions and sent the price. The other party replied quickly and seemed a little anxious. Hubby, they don't agree. They think it's not enough. As expected, the other party came here for the island, so it is normal for him to be dissatisfied with the price. Ning Fan didn't care and waved his hand generously. Then add 500. The 500 yuan was added out of consideration for Brother Huang Chao's silent contributions to him. If it were someone else, it might be 200. Fong Ling nodded and continued to send messages. On the other side, after receiving the message, the room fell into silence. Diyu shrank his head and looked at the president, who was emitting a gloomy aura and did not dare to speak. Add 500. This is totally useless. In just this short period of time, the auction prices have increased by more than this much. Silly dog Fingya is definitely taking advantage of the situation. He wants to get an item that can provide a channel to obtain level food for 2,500 cornerstones. To send away beggars. Huangqiao Tianxia was so angry that he kicked the stool next to him away. 2,500 cornerstones are of no use. Even with these 2,500 cornerstones, he can only catch up with the auction price and suffer the consequences. Tell them that without 4,000 keystones, this deal can't be done. 4,000 is his bottom line. President, I understand. Seeing that he was angry, Diyu did not dare to be careless and quickly conveyed his order. After a few breaths, he stopped the operation and his face turned pale. Yes, President. Judging from his hesitation, it was obvious that the negotiation results were not good. Speak, Huangqiao Tianxia shouted coldly. They said that if the trade is for a D-level hen chick, the price can be 5,000 cornerstones, or the price can be reached by trading and hatching equipment. But Diyu paused, not daring to say anything. But what? Huangqiao Tianxia's face looked grim. He had already vaguely guessed the result. But if it's just a D-grade egg, 2,500 is a lot. As soon as he finished speaking, the whole room became extremely quiet, even if you could hear a pin drop. It's not that Ning Fan intentionally lowered the price, but in his eyes, this egg is only worth this price. In fact, if this egg was not labeled as a special item, its value would be at most the same as a portion of high-grade fish meat, 50 cornerstones. It is because of the label of special props that the importance of this egg is highlighted. The underlying message is that D-grade eggs will not currently appear as graded food or graded items. As a special item, it has a certain rarity. As long as it is hatched, it means that it will have a channel to obtain high-level food earlier than others, or even a unique channel. Anyone who is familiar with Ning Fan would know that the first price he offers when doing business is often the most generous price he can offer. But Huangqiao Tianxia didn't know this. He just thought Ning Fan was a profiteer who was trying to take advantage of him. This is too much. Huangqiao Tianxia gritted his teeth. President, we can't stand this. Let's just withdraw from the auction. Diyu was indignant. You're already so angry, you can't just shamelessly go up to Maple Leaf and give money to it. Diyu thought. Unfortunately, Huangqiao Tianxia is not an ordinary person after all. He snorted coldly and said, It makes no sense to give up at this point. Didn't he say that if there's supporting incubation equipment, he can give 5,000 cornerstones, then I will give it to him. Originally, he was planning to hold back, but now the competition for the island within the auction group was gradually coming to an end, and he didn't have much time left, so he had to go all out. Send them this manufacturing diagram and see what they say. Huang Chao Tianxia sent a manufacturing drawing to Dihu. Ordinary chicken coop manufacturing diagram. A chicken coop provided for old hens to hatch ordinary eggs. An old hen can hatch up to 10 ordinary eggs at a time. If there is no old hen, you can use artificial hen instead, literally, and the incubation time will be slightly longer. There's a very small chance of hatching eggs within the D-level range. The time is uncertain, so proceed with caution. Trading the D-grade eggs to Ning Fan was already a choice he had to make reluctantly, so he had been keeping a secret from the very beginning. Only trading eggs and not providing a map for the chicken coop made Ning Fan suffer a loss. This would at least appease his jealous heart. But he never expected that Ning Fan would set such a strict price. If he was given 1,000 more cornerstones, he could also take a picture of the island by gritting his teeth and collecting a few more cornerstones. In the end, things didn't go as planned, and I had to vomit it all out in the end. Huang Chao Tianxia felt very unhappy. Ning Fan was given away to make a fortune for nothing, and he could only comfort himself in his heart. The chances of hatching are extremely small. Even if Fingye gets the supporting facilities, he will definitely not be able to hatch a D-grade hen. On the other side, Fong Linglong's eyes lit up when she received the manufacturing diagram information. Honey, they really did take out the equipment for hatching eggs. Should we give them an auction quota of 5,000 cornerstones, as we agreed before? Fong Linglong seemed a little excited, as if the day of eating chicken was just around the corner. Ning Fan was not as happy as she was. Instead, he frowned. This brother Huang Chao is really a bit evil. He actually has such a hidden trick. There are supporting facilities, but they are not provided together. This is obviously not the attitude to do business properly. In an instant, Huang Chao Tianxia's favorability towards him dropped to freezing point. He thought again and said in a deep voice, "The hatching probability is too low. I'll give them 1,000 cornerstones. I'll give them 4,000 cornerstones to see if they agree." His consistent attitude is that as long as anyone is sincere in doing business with him, he will accept anyone who comes. Even pirates can make money together with him in peace. But if you have bad intentions, I'm sorry. It's better not to ask for anything. If you do ask for something, just keep your head down. What? The hatching probability is too low. 1,000 cornerstones will be deducted. Upon learning this result, Huang Chao Tianxia spat out a mouthful of blood. The trader has bullied me too much. The tiger was so scared that he hid in the corner. It turns out that people can really be so angry that they vomit blood. I've learned something new. Seeing that the situation was very good, he took the opportunity to instigate. President, Maple Leaf is clearly trying to take advantage of us. Let's withdraw. At worst, we won't shoot on this island anymore. Huang Chao Tianxia wiped the blood from his mouth and said, "No, trade with them." The jealousy in my heart gradually turned into deep hatred. He looked fierce, sleeping on firewood and tasting gall. 3,000 you soldiers can conquer Wu. I have swallowed this loss. There's a long way to go. I will return it sooner or later. But even with these 4,000 more cornerstones, we still don't have enough to take pictures of the island. President, the current auction price has reached 12,100. What? Hearing this, Huang Tianxia, who was still ambitious in the last second, vomited blood in the next second. He staggered, looked listless, and almost lost his balance. Dihu hurried forward to support him. "Get away. I don't need your support." Huang Chao Tianxia pulled himself together, shook off his hand. At this point, there's only one way to go. Go. Continue to raise funds within the guild. Those old masters must have some remaining cornerstones. Lend them to me. At any cost. Huang Chao Tianxia clearly understood that this gamble was too big, so big that he could not turn back. He could only bet everything and spend everything to take over the island. As long as he can take the island, that will be the time for him to sound the horn of a comeback. All the efforts made before this were just the straw that broke the camel's back. Until the last one, everything is a small matter. Dihu was frightened by his desperate look and dared not refute him anymore. He could only go and borrow the money obediently. Finally, he succeeded in borrowing another 1,000 cornerstones for Huang Chao Tianxia. The price also came to be repaid 3 times. Looking at the huge debt, Dihu's legs even trembled a little. He felt that his good days were coming to an end. The dynasty is the exact opposite of him. The huge amount of money he had available reached 13,000 cornerstones, and a long-lost look of arrogance returned to his face. With a brief moment of confidence, he took over the auction group account from Dihu and made the bid himself. Dynasty, 13,000 cornerstones. All in is a kind of wisdom. Chapter 70, Today's Harvest. There is no wall that is impenetrable. Huang Chao Tian Xia's crazy behavior soon reached the ears of the presidents of various guilds. 3 times the cost, raising funds again. Identified as crazy. Upon seeing this, the presidents of the major guilds, adhering to the principle of concession for the happier, all gave up the fight for the island. Huang San, who has the strongest strength, is no exception. Bidding with a madman is too risky, and you never know when you might fall into a trap. And the price of 13,000 was beyond their affordability. Finally, Huang Chao Tian Xia succeeded in buying the island. Ning Fan kept his promise and asked Fong Ling to send him the coordinates of the island, and asked him whether he needed handover services according to the procedures. Huang Chao Tian Xia was overjoyed when he got the exact coordinates and quickly opened the map to determine the location. The ground tiger also came over. President, the island is more than 500 kilometers away from us. Should we bite the bullet and provide a handover service? Things have become a foregone conclusion, and Dihu's mentality changed quickly. He is now looking forward to going to the island as soon as possible, developing the business and resolving the high debt. Oh, am I crazy if I go and give another 1,000 cornerstones to that stupid dog Finya? Huang Chao Tian Xia sneered. Now that he had the island in his hands, he didn't want to look at Feng Ye's face anymore. I wish I could be as far away from Maple Leaves as possible. Take out the oars and start paddling now. It's only 500 kilometers. If you paddle all night and use the help of the sail, you should be able to arrive before tomorrow afternoon. Huang Chao Tian Xia ordered. Don't forget to give a sweet date. He patted Dihu's shoulder and spoke earnestly. Once we're on the island, I'll make you the deputy island master, and then you'll be able to recruit followers. Just 500 kilometers, that's all? Dihu's eyes widened, but he didn't dare to refute. He could only quickly control his emotions and pretend to compliment. President, don't worry. I promise to complete the task. In the living room, Ning Fan and Fong Ling were counting small coins together. 25 common standard weapons, 510 cornerstones. Seawater 7L, 2,000 cornerstones. 10,000 caddies of watermelon reserved, 1,800 cornerstones advance payment. Diwuden sailboat, 1,050 cornerstones. D-class 3-masted sailing ship, 2,250 cornerstones. C-class 5-masted sailing ship, 5,000 cornerstones. Unowned Island, 13,000 cornerstones. Fong Ling read out today's gains one by one, and Ning Fan summarized them one by one. In the end, it was discovered that 25,610 cornerstones were collected in today's auction alone. After deducting the 9,000 discount amount given to Martial Alliance and Dynasty and adding the ticket revenue, the cornerstones in hand reached 25,000. It turned out that the auction was the right choice, and he made a fortune. If we add the watermelons and water sold in the mysterious shop today, as well as the advance payment for watermelons from the 4 major guilds, the number of cornerstones has reached a terrifying 30,000. And this is just the harvest for today. Ning Fan looked towards the warehouse. Cornerstone 31004. Taking into account the loss and the previous surplus, it is almost the same. By the way, has the 4,000 cornerstones owed by the Tinang League been paid off? Ning Fan asked. Fong Ling shook her head. Not yet. I was too busy at night and didn't have time to ask. Ning Fan glanced out the window. It was already late at night, and it looked like the money wouldn't be arriving today. Forget it. Let them do whatever they want. There is no payment date in the first place. They can pay whenever they want. Anyway, what they are owed is a chance to conquer the island. He is not in a hurry either. I have more than 30,000 cornerstones in my hands, so I'm not short of them. Ning Fan opened the territory interface and began to expand the island. Ding! Consume 30,000 cornerstones and expand the island area by 30,000 square meters. Only more than 1,000 cornerstones were left for emergency use, and the remaining 30,000 cornerstones were all used for expansion, which was even larger than the last expansion. Current territory area, 42,000 square meters. The extra land is all on one side of the watermelon and vegetable garden, which is just right for expanding the watermelon and vegetable garden. Ning Fan did not hesitate and planned all the newly expanded land as watermelon fields, and then directed the agricultural robots to start work. The 31,000 square meters of watermelon fields, nearly 50 acres of land, have reached half of the working efficiency limit of 5 agricultural robots at once. If we add to that the work on their farms, it would be inappropriate to add to their burden. There is no need to expand the agricultural planning area in the short term. Ning-san murmuret. He looked out the window. The dark night obscured the great changes that had taken place in the territory. Only occasionally could one hear a faint mechanical sound. It was the agricultural robots working hard. Honey, planting watermelons so late won't affect the harvest, right? Fong Linglong asked worriedly. If we can't deliver the reserved watermelon share tomorrow, then we'll be in big trouble. Ning Fan smiled and shook his head. Don't worry, it won't happen. He has learned through the farm's monitoring function the principle of how the island accelerates plant growth. Similar to charging, each plant has a chance to recharge every day, and it does not take a whole night, but only about 4 hours. Just like the C-grade rice now on the farm, today's charging is complete. Tests show that the rice has only 8 hours left to mature, so it can be harvested tomorrow morning. Oh, Fong Linglong felt relieved. The matter here is done, and all the main tasks for today have been completed. For a moment, neither of them knew what to do. They just stared at each other, and the atmosphere was a little awkward. Husband, did you forget to do something? Fong Linglong suddenly said. What's the matter? Ning Fan asked puzzledly. Hatching eggs. Doesn't the chicken coop manufacturing diagram say that if there are no old hens, the eggs need to be hatched manually? Why don't you build a chicken coop and start hatching the eggs? Fong Linglong said with her eyes wide open, looking a little cute and adorable. Me hatching eggs? Ning Fan's mind was buzzing. Seeing that Fong Linglong didn't seem to be faking it, he asked tentatively, Do you know how to hatch eggs? Isn't it just building a chicken coop and putting the eggs in it? Fong Linglong said seriously. Hearing this, Ning Fan slapped his head. If only it were that simple, a regular chicken coop wouldn't have this capability. What's wrong? Isn't it right? Fong Linglong looked a little embarrassed when she realized that she had misunderstood. If it's that simple, why do we need an old hen? Ning Fan curled his lips. If there's an old hen, just go faster. Fong Linglong stuck out her tongue and ran wildly on her own misunderstanding. Ning Fan said nothing, just smiled bitterly. What a young lady who has never been involved in women's affairs. In order to help Fong Linglong vividly understand the process of an old hen hatching eggs, Ning Fan held out a fist and said, Suppose this is an egg. Fong Linglong nodded ignorantly. Then he saw Ning Fan hiding the egg behind his buttocks. This is called hatching eggs. Fong Linglong's beautiful eyes widened and widened again at a speed visible to the naked eye. So this is how hatching eggs works. Thinking that he actually asked Ning Fan to hatch the eggs, a blush appeared uncontrollably on her delicate face. Seeing her like this, Ning Fan smiled slyly. Artificial incubation of eggs is certainly not like this, but ordinary chicken coops certainly do not have the conditions for artificial incubation, so this primitive method can only be adopted. Ning Fan had not planned to do this from the beginning. He was thinking of waiting until tomorrow when he had the chance to return the chicken coop. The returned chicken coop should be able to meet the conditions for artificial hatching. Baby, how about we hatch an egg? Ning Fan approached Fong Linglong with an evil smile on his face. No. Fong Linglong shook her head subconsciously. However, the next second she fell into Ning Fan's arms and was picked up. That's not up to you. Fong Linglong looked at him puzzledly. It was not until she entered the bedroom and was taken straight to the bed that she understood what Ning Fan meant. Chapter 71. Unexpected Joy, Wife and Concubine. After the clouds and rain in Wushan, Fong Linglong lay tenderly in Ning Fan's arms. After a busy day with rich harvest, Ning Fan was in high spirits and was gentler than usual. She didn't pass out. Honey, there is something I want to tell you, Fong Linglong said in a sweet voice. You say. Ning Fan helped her tidy up her hair. Wan Wan will be here tomorrow at noon. There's actually another girl in her territory. I haven't told you yet. Fong Linglong bit her lip lightly. If she and Ning Fan hadn't been honest with each other now, she really didn't know how to talk about this. It's really hard to say. Hearing this, Ning Fan's eyes widened, with a look of surprise and excitement. What's going on? Buy one, get one free. That's great. He's just in need of a target to bind and return money to. Although Linglong's favorability is increasing every day, it is difficult to break through to the next level in a short period of time. If you want to benefit more from the system, the best way is to develop more heroines. Mu Wanting had already put the food on his menu, and it was about to be served, but he didn't expect that there would be side dishes as well. How could this not make him happy? The girl's name is Su Yeya. Wan saved her by chance and kept her by her side as a maid. Fong Ling continued, her eyes becoming a little vague when she mentioned a maid. Ning Fan's eyes widened even more. Damn, maid, you girls really know how to have fun. It's only been a few days, and you've already brought out this retro hierarchy concept. But after changing his mind, he let it go. That's right, if he met a strong man, it would be normal for him to start as a slave and sign a slave contract if they had a disagreement. Slavery and feudalism. It seems that men play it more cruelly. I can only say that this world is just so cruel. The tiger paddling. Ah, yes. Husband. Wan means that if you fall in love with Su Ye at that time, just take her. Fong Ling said crisply, her tone flowing through people's hearts like a trickle of water. In this case, Wan won't have any psychological burden. After all, she was the one who took the initiative to stay. Ning Fan looked at Fong Ling in surprise when she heard such naked words. Ling what do you mean? Ning Fan, I have no objection. Fong Ling stared into Ning Fan's eyes without any hesitation and said what she had never dared to say. I know you are very good, and I also know that I will definitely not be the only woman around you. As long as you have a place for me in your heart, I can do anything. All she relies on comes from Ning Fan. She has gained a lot, which cannot be called giving. It's just because this is how the world is. She sees it clearly and needs to adapt to it. Their eyes met. Ning Fan slowly curled the corners of his mouth and reached out his hand to gently stroke her face. Why? You don't even want to call me husband? Fong Ling was stunned for a moment, then reacted, her eyebrows slightly curved, and she happily hugged Ning Fan's neck and called him affectionately husband. She wished she could rub herself in a Ning Fan's body. It was just a name, but she knew her position in Ning Fan's heart and felt indescribably satisfied. Ning Fan's forehead twitched as he rubbed, and he almost couldn't help but open his mouth again. After a long time, Fong Ling calmed down. Noticing Ning Fan's abnormality, she stuck out her tongue and cautiously shrank to the side, not wanting to take responsibility. Seeing that Ning Fan did not take any action, she breathed a sigh of relief. If this happens again, she will definitely not be able to get out of bed tomorrow, and she doesn't want to greet Wan in that state. The bag was laughed at. She quickly changed the subject and said, Hubby, Wan and the others are coming over tomorrow. Where are you going to let them stay? This apartment is a little small now. It can't accommodate so many people. Don't worry, there's a place to stay. I prepared it. Ning Fan turned over and put his arms around her waist and said, he also has a D+ villa manufacturing plan in his hand, so he doesn't have to worry about the housing problem at all. Even if 10 more girls come, they can still accommodate them. Ning Fan has not produced it yet. He is just waiting for its return tomorrow. When Mu Wanting and Su Ye come to the territory tomorrow, the number of returns should not be so limited. Really, Fong Ling gave him a suspicious look, but also a little curious. Go to bed early. You will know when you wake up tomorrow morning. Ning Fan held her in his arms, leaned against her comfortably, and closed his eyes. Seeing this, Fong Ling stopped asking questions and closed her eyes and went to sleep obediently. After a while, feeling that the beauty in his arms fell asleep comfortably, Ning Fan slowly opened his eyes. His expression was somewhat complicated. Just now, the two of them were only talking about Su Ye, but they both tacitly avoided Mu Wanting. But he was not stupid. He could feel that Fong Ling did not want to interfere with his relationship with Mu Wanting. She did this to seek a status for Mu Wanting, rather than having her become a plaything like Su Ye. In today's world, the idea of monogamy is long gone. Correspondingly, these women will naturally seek a higher status around men. Wife and concubine is a very realistic issue. Especially when the territory develops to a certain scale, necessary rules are indispensable. Since you two best friends have chosen to follow me, I will definitely not let you down. He reached out to help Fong Ling tidy up the hair by her ears, murmuring softly. Now that things have developed to this point, he doesn't mind going with the flow. Whether it's the system's characteristics or a man's nature, it's destined that there won't be only these few women around him in the future. It is better to establish the status of the two best friends as early as possible. Let them be your right-hand men and women, help manage daily business, and take care of backyard affairs. With this thought in mind, he opened the Lord interface, sent this C-class building ship to Mu Wanting, and attached a message. If it's convenient, we can move the territory to the building ship. Although it's not as fast as a raft equipped with a D+ wood-fired steam turbine, it's safer. It's a long road. Please be safe. Mu Wanting's efforts were finally rewarded. She couldn't help but smile when she received the news. Ever since she took in Su Yeye, she has been struggling with whether it was right to give Su Yeye to Ning Fan. Many times she suspected that she was a bad woman and too shameless. But now it has been proved that she took the right path. The nature of this world is that the strong are respected, and people are divided into classes invisibly. Everything you do to live a better life has nothing to do with right or wrong. As for Su Yeye's happy life, she turned her head and looked at Su Yeye, who was blowing bubbles on the bed. The opportunity has been given to her, and she can only fight for it on her own. Mu Wanting walked to the bed, reached out to pick up Su Yeye, and prepared to exchange the territory to the C-class ship. Her physical condition was at D level, so she could easily hug the delicate body of a little lowly. Boss, please be gentle. Yeye can't bear it. Suddenly, a whisper was heard in her ear. Mu Wanting looked down in surprise, thinking that Su Yeye was woken up by her. It turned out that she was still sleeping soundly. It turned out that he was talking in his sleep. Mu Wanting pursed her lips speechlessly. Well, even her sleep talk is like this. It seems that there is no need to worry about her not being able to please Ning Fan. Chapter 72 Special Announcement. The next day, Day 3 of the exploration era. The morning sun rises. The hot breath hit me in the face, and the water vapor on the sea surface was dissipated at a speed visible to the naked eye. On the raft, Huang Chao Tianxia sat on the edge of the raft with his hands spread out, with a wooden paddle beside him. The sunlight shone on his face, and his tired expression was accompanied by a fulfilling smile. With his and Dihu's unremitting efforts, finally, the distance to the island was only a little over 100 miles. Dihu, work harder. At this speed, we can reach the island before noon. Huang Chao Tianxia urged loudly. Dihu was still paddling tirelessly. He hadn't rested all night. His hands were as stiff as ice, and the paddling movement seemed to be engraved in his genes, becoming a mechanical task. Hearing Huang Chao Tianxia's words, he staggered slightly and almost fell into the sea. Brother, this is not the way you should work oxen and horses. You don't even give them any rest time. Angry, but unable to say anything, he had to pretend he didn't hear what was said and kept paddling. He was afraid that if he broke his current state, he would collapse, so he didn't even bother to make a sound. The dynasty doesn't care, as long as the cattle and horses work hard. He stood up, facing the direction where the sun was rising, and stretched vigorously. Bathed in the sunshine, he seemed to see a bright future beckoning to him. This is my territory, my empire is here, he shouted loudly, expressing the hardships he had experienced along the way. It seemed as if I heard his call from somewhere. The next second, the Lord System's response appeared on the screen. Special notice of emergency. Due to the continuous high-temperature weather, the strength of the indigenous pirates on the native islands has dropped by 50%, and their vigilance has been lost. This effect lasts until the hot weather ends. Special notice of emergency. Due to the continuous high-temperature weather, the strength of the indigenous pirates on the native islands has dropped by 50%, and their vigilance has been lost. Huang Chao Tianxia stood there in a daze as he looked at the screen full of announcements. His raised hands froze in midair, and his back bathed in the morning light became a picture with extremely profound irony. A man who surrendered at dawn. Accidents are equal to everyone, just as opportunities are equal to everyone. Huang Chao Tianxia could have enjoyed this opportunity like everyone else, but he gambled everything on it and blocked this path. All I can say is that it is fate and time. I wasted the opportunity given by the medium supply box and will eventually be taught a lesson by the Lord's world. Chat channel. Ha! Good news, great good news. The pirate's strength has been reduced by half. It will be much easier to get to the island now. Does the loss of vigilance mean that pirates will no longer attack from the island? It should be. Finally, we don't have to fight pirates on the sea. Damn, I don't know why the rafts they are riding are so fast. With equal strength, who can beat them on the sea? Wow, emergency. I shouldn't have scolded you yesterday. You are the best emergency. Please give me more trouble in the future. Following the last heavy rain emergency, everyone felt the definite benefits from a new emergency, and only then did they realize it. It turns out that although emergencies bring hardships, they're also accompanied by huge benefits. All of a sudden, everyone's mentality began to improve rapidly. Wu Tian Guild, Naruto, everyone is welcome to join our guild. After our research, we have decided to release all 25 standard weapons that we bought yesterday for long-term rental. Friends who need them can quickly join Wu Tian. Tian Di Hui, Old Virgin, all kinds of weapons for rent, including high-level weapons. Everyone is welcome to join. Brotherhood, Third Brother, friends who want to form a group to attack the island, please recognize the Brotherhood. We will stand by our brothers and kill the betrayers together. Some guilds responded quickly and extended olive branches to the individual lords. There's no need to fight pirates at sea, but you can fight on the island, and then the number of people and weapons and equipment will be very useful. If a pirate cannot go out to sea, he is just a low-level bandit. The era of going to the island has begun. However, as soon as the curtain was lifted, someone poured a bucket of cold water on it. But in such a hot day, the pirate's strength has declined, and we can't exert much of our own strength either. In one sentence, the chat channel was silent for 5 seconds. Yes, it's so hot today, and I don't want to move at all. How can I go to the island and fight the pirates? Isn't that seeking death? People who are still in the D-state account for 99.99% of the population in this area. For them, resisting the hot weather is still a very real problem. Bu Yimeng Xiao Sheng. As far as I know, there are 2 ways to overcome the heat and maintain physical strength. After a while, someone from the guild came out to offer advice. Word of mouth is crucial to the guild, so they are happy to answer everyone's questions. Boss Xiaosheng, what's the solution? Someone asked immediately. Bu Yimeng Xiaosheng. One is drinking grated water. The energy provided by grated water can support our consumption in hot weather. Another way is to cool down, such as applying ice packs or eating watermelon, which can reduce the impact of hot weather on our bodies and thus reduce consumption. In short, it is the difference between increasing revenue and reducing expenditure. That's one way. How can ordinary people like us afford to drink high-grade water? The most realistic thing is to get some watermelon to cool down and then prepare enough food just in case. I can afford to drink 1 or 2 liters of D-water, but the problem is that I can't buy it. Maple Leaf's mysterious store has launched grated water twice, and I haven't been able to get one yet. Let's wait for the big boss to sell watermelons. I heard that the big boss is going to release tens of thousands of kilograms of watermelons today. I should be able to grab some. At Maple Leaf's mysterious shop assistant. Excuse me, assistant, please open the door quickly, it's urgent. It wasn't long before the special announcement came down. Everyone has already started to take action. Some are searching the island, some are calling for help, and some are approaching the island alone. Taking advantage of the fact that it was not so hot in the morning, we began to prepare for the hunting on the island. All of these people kept an eye on the chat channel, waiting for the assistant to open the door and sell watermelons as soon as possible. Although the pirate's strength has been reduced by half, the battle will definitely not be easy. Therefore, you must be fully prepared. If you run out of energy during a fight, you're doomed. Mu Wanting, who had not slept all night but was full of energy, saw the message in the chat channel. After much hesitation, she called Ning Fan. The reason why she didn't choose to call Fong Ling Long was because she knew that the little white rabbit would definitely not be able to get out of bed. As for whether there are other reasons, only she herself knows. The call took a while to get through. What's the matter? Senior Wanting. Ning Fan yawned from the other side. The first time she spoke to Ning Fan alone, Mu Wanting cleared her throat and pursed her lips. Ning Fan, check the chat channel. It's time. It's time to get up and sell watermelons. Chapter 73. The Earth Tiger becomes the master. After a brief chat with Mu Wanting, Ning Fan hung up the phone and opened the chat channel. After checking the historical messages and learning the situation, he immediately gave the order to the robots in the farm to harvest the watermelons. He doesn't have to do it himself. Just as I thought, emergencies are a double-edged sword. Ning-san murmuret. He was a little confused before, wondering if he had guessed wrong. Why did this emergency come so badly and there was no benefit at all? Now seeing this announcement, he suddenly felt relieved. That's good. Although I'm already on the island and can enjoy the benefits of the emergency itself, the derived benefits can keep me well fed. At least we don't have to worry about not being able to sell all the watermelons. He could even think of a way to increase the output of lower-level water and have another big harvest. As for the ease of getting to the island, the advantage of monopolizing the island will disappear quickly, and Ning Fan had already been mentally prepared for this. It's just a matter of time anyway. Moreover, as everyone has developed, he can more easily gain more foundations through business. How is this not a benefit to him? It will be difficult to harvest all the watermelons from the 50 acres of land in a short period of time. So Ning Fan took this opportunity to stay in bed for a while. He held Fong Ling Long, who was sleeping soundly beside him, in his arms like he was holding a baby, stealing a piece of her warmth and softness. He continued to look at the messages in the chat channel. Chat channel. Because there has been no response from the assistant for a long time, the discussion direction in the chat channel has changed. Fishing Alliance leader. Fortunately, our president didn't take photos of the island yesterday, otherwise he probably wouldn't be able to pay back the debt he owes me. Silly dog dynasty. Ha! I want to laugh when I think about this. That stupid dog and dynasty should be crying secretly now. Bu Meng Xiao Sheng. With double and triple leverage and high debts, it will be difficult for him to pay it back. Heaven and Earth Society. God's will is hard to defy. That stupid dog deserved it. As the saying goes, those who do evil will eventually perish. Now, even God is not pleased with him. With this announcement, the value of the island will at least depreciate by 5 times. The foundation he laid must have gone to waste. Speaking of the island photographed yesterday, the chat channel was once occupied by former dynasty celebrities. The people who are most likely to kick someone when he is down are those who have been harmed by the dynasty. Suddenly, a piece of news appeared, making things a little more interesting. Silly dog dynasty. Brothers, that stupid dog seems to be dead. I was just about to tag him and whip his corpse, but I found that his ID was cancelled. Ning Fan was stunned when he saw this news. Brother Huang Chao is dead? What's going on? He quickly opened the search box, entered the ID Huang Chao Can Sha, and clicked confirm. This ID has been cancelled. Please re-enter. The account is really cancelled. Ning Sun Blinket. My 13,000 cornerstones are my nemesis. Why did you just leave without saying a word? Ning Fan secretly wiped a tear in his heart. With the depreciation of the island and the passing of Brother Dynasty, the era of 13,000 is completely gone. Bu Meng Xiao Sheng. What's going on? I checked and found that his account was indeed closed. Heaven and Earth Society. God's will cannot be defied. Is he really dead? Could it be that he couldn't stand the shock and passed away before he could recover? Silly dog dynasty. Is there anyone still alive from the dynasty? Come out and tell me what happened to your president. After waiting for a while, someone with the dynasty ID finally came out to speak. Dynasty Kong, we don't know what happened, and we can't contact him. Dynasty Overlord, damn it. Even if he dies, at least give us our money back. Now we have no place to ask for the money. Dynasty Joan, what bad luck. I shouldn't have lent him the money. I should have quit the guild earlier. Didn't you sign a lease agreement? Dynasty Joan, don't mention it. The lease agreement has been automatically terminated. I guess that stupid dog is really dead. When a person dies, the debt is settled. There is such a mechanism. When the people in front of the screen saw the news, they took a deep breath. As a result, a strange phenomenon appeared in the major guild groups, group debt collection. Some people would rather give up the profits and get their principal back. There was no way out. Seeing the situation of the dynasty, they all realized that investing is risky and borrowing money requires caution. For a moment, the presidents of all the major guilds couldn't help but curse. Bullshit empire, if they die, but I have to bring them down with me. What the hell is this death word? The road to the underworld of the dynasty is ultimately uneasy. On the raft, Huang Kodiangxia lay flat on the ground with his hands raised, his eyes open in death. The cause of his death was simple. The island plan failed, and the high debt became the last straw that broke the camel's back. It is difficult for people to accept such a blow, especially after a sleepless night. Dihu squatted aside, looking at his corpse in a daze. Just out like that? He found it a little hard to accept. After a long time, he suddenly lowered his head and began to sob. Wow, heaven, please don't let me down. Ha ha. After shedding a tear, Dihu suddenly raised his head and laughed. The laughter was unrestrained and hearty, venting the suppressed emotions in his heart along the way. This stupid dog finally died. And on the screen in front of him, a prompt was clearly displayed. It has been detected that your lord has died. As the only resident in the territory, you'll have the right to inherit his territory and resume your status as lord. Do you choose to inherit? Inherit! Dihu shouted excitedly. Ding, you have inherited the territory. The ownership of all items in the territory has been recorded in your lord system. From now on, he can live as a human being again. The ground tiger sniffed intoxicatedly. The breath of freedom, it feels so good to be human. He lowered his eyes to glance at Huang Chao Tianxia's corpse, a look of disdain on his face, and kicked him hard. Then he used his already stiff hands to bid farewell to the dynasty. Go down and feed the fish for me. Bang! A sound of falling into water was heard, and the last trace of the dynasty disappeared from this world. As the water's surface gradually calmed down, the expression on Dihu's face also gradually calmed down. He opened the guild group, edited a few messages, and sent them out. The dynasty is dead. The Earth Tiger shall reign. From now on, the Dynasty Guild will be officially renamed the Caverns Guild, and I will be the guild president. The leasing business has been completely canceled. From now on, this guild will only engage in one thing: human trafficking. Those who want to leave, please leave on your own. Dihu knew that he did not have the brains to rule the dynasty, and it was even more impossible for him to revive the dynasty while maintaining the original framework. So to just start over. As for choosing the business of human trafficking, it is simply because I have personally experienced it and am familiar with it, and I know how big the market is. Dihu paused, thought of something, and then sent a sentence. I will help him pay off the debts owed by Huangchao Tianxia, but it is only the principal, no interest, and most of the time it can only be mortgaged with items. If you have debt problems, please send me a private message with your rental records. A truth that Huangchao Tianxia once told him. If you want to develop and rise, you cannot lose your credit. He always remembered it. Therefore, he wanted to use the foundation of the dynasty to develop his own guild, so he had no choice but to help the dynasty repay the debts owed. He took out the D+ crossbow from the warehouse. Looking at the well-made crossbow in his hand, Dihu's eyes were somewhat complicated. The source of everything is because of this thing. Without this thing, the ambition of the dynasty would not have expanded to this extent, and it would not have become what it is now. It's fate. After sighing, he opened the chat channel. Dynasty Tiger, selling D+ crossbow. Anyone interested can bring the price. Chapter 74, Large Chicken Farm. Ning Fan sighed inwardly when he saw the once popular dynasty come to an end. It turns out that one's own strength is the key. Everything else is empty. Ding, 60,000 kilograms of watermelon harvested. The reminder sounded in his ears, and Ning Fan happily threw Ling Longbao and his arms into the quilt and turned over to get up. It's time to get to work. 60 tons of watermelons. If all can be sold, the territory will be established. However, just as he got out of bed, another reminder sound rang in his ears. Insufficient warehouse space to store watermelons. Please choose your own storage location. Ning Fan was stunned and suddenly remembered this question. The warehouse space is only 100 cubic meters, which is not enough to store so many watermelons. Put it in the farm warehouse first. Ning Fan pondered and gave orders to the robot. There is a storage warehouse on the farm. As a warehouse within the territory, it does not have the abnormal time-stopping function of the system warehouse. As long as people are in the territory, they can withdraw items from the warehouse at any time. The most important function of a system warehouse is to be portable. That is to say, even if a person is not in the territory, he can still withdraw items from the warehouse space at any time. The warehouses within the territory cannot do this. The watermelons are going to be sold anyway, so there is no harm in temporarily storing them in the territory warehouse. After the watermelons were put into storage, Ning Fan sent all the watermelons reserved by the major guilds to them, and then opened the trading hall. There are 50,000 kilograms of watermelons left, and they are all put on the shelves. 1 watermelon per portion, a total of 10,000 portions, each portion containing 10 cornerstones. Maple Leaf. The watermelons from the mysterious shop have been put on the trading floor. Please purchase them if you need them. After giving a reminder in the trading hall, Ning Fan turned off the screen and walked out of the house. Don't pay any attention to the buzzing chat channel. My old swan, 10,000 orders. How many watermelons did you grow? I discussed this with a few friends yesterday. The boss made at least 30,000 cornerstones from last night's auction. It is estimated that the boss's territory should be no less than 40,000 square meters. Oh my god, this is too much. We haven't even landed on the island yet, and the boss's territory is already as big as 6 or 7 football fields. There's no need to be envious. You and are no longer in the same dimension. I hope you can grow as fast as possible so that you can have more resources to sell. Indeed, I have bought quite a few rare items from the mysterious shop since it opened. But this watermelon costs 10 cornerstones, which is a bit expensive. I have to empty my family's savings to buy one. I've told you so many times, if you can't afford it, don't look for the boss's problem. Ask yourself, have you worked hard all these days, have you? Forget it. I don't want to talk to people like you anymore. Every time the boss releases something to sell, there's this kind of voice. I'm tired of explaining it. Why bother with them? We should spend this little time planning how to fight the pirates. Dead stupid dog dynasty. Come on, individual lords form a team. Watermelon verification. Poor people don't come. You can't even afford a watermelon in these days. If you come, you will only be a drag. Don't worry about the trust issue. I have this treaty signing book in my hand. Up to 5 people can sign it. Come and join us. Heaven and Earth Society. God's will is hard to violate. Brother, I didn't realize you had something special. Give me one, and I'll give you 2 watermelons. Dead Dog Dynasty. Don't you have a guild? Why don't you form a team within a guild? Heaven and Earth Society. God's will is hard to go against. I can't trust it, so it's safer to sign a treaty. Dead Dog Dynasty. Okay, you're one of them. Is there anyone else who wants to come? I'll give you 3 watermelons. Ning Fan had already come outside the house, in front of the watermelon and vegetable patch, and the scene before him stunned him. After the harvest, the vegetable fields were recultivated, alternating between yellow and green. In the middle, a winding stream is extremely conspicuous, like a silver thread running through the entire vegetable field. The stream is about half a meter wide, with clear water flowing through it, and the sound of the water is crisp and pleasant. Ning Fan walked forward excitedly. The spring, which was originally the size of a wellhead, had now turned into a pool of mountain spring water, which was half the size of a room. Small river is evolving. Evolution progress, 20%. Staring at the stream, a prompt suddenly appeared in front of me. Ning Fan couldn't help but exclaimed in surprise. It has only evolved to 1/5 of its original state, and it already has such an effect. When the evolution is complete, it will be able to evolve into a pond. What about the rivers? Ning Fan came to the stream downstream and reached his hand into the water. The cold spring water instantly made him feel refreshed. The water is a full 10 centimeters deep. This amount of water flow is more than enough to meet the current water needs of the territory, not to mention that the stream can continue to evolve. By the time the evolution is complete, the water will probably be deep enough to support any species of freshwater fish. When you have time, keep an eye out for where you can get freshwater fish fry. The fish raised with such pure spring water will definitely be delicious. Ning Fan licked his lips. If we can raise freshwater fish, it will not only provide us with an additional business, but also enrich our diet. The emergence of refined salt made him understand a truth. The easiest way to improve physical fitness is to eat well. After walking along the stream for a while, Ning Fan took out the chicken coop manufacturing map. It's time to start hatching the chicks. After following the normal steps to build an ordinary chicken coop, system prompts followed one after another. Ding, 1 copy of the ordinary chicken coop manufacturing diagram is consumed, triggering a consumption refund. Target phone Ling Long. Refund multiple is 10,000 times. Do you want to choose a refund? Remaining times today, 5. 10,000 times? It really changes every day. Ning Sun Eflaimet. The favorability level has increased instead of decreased. It seems that what Ling Long said yesterday was indeed sincere. Ning Fan showed a smile on his face. What more could one ask for with a school beauty like this? Return. Ding, get a sea-level large chicken farm manufacturing plan. A 2,000 square meter chicken farm, equipped with a fence, a professional hatchery, and a 1,000 square meter chicken house. The incubator can incubate eggs below grade C. The incubation time is 1 day. The lower the grade of the egg, the higher the hatching success rate. Chicken farms need to be connected to electricity and water to operate normally. Maximum capacity of chicken farm, 10,000 chickens. On the premise of ensuring food and water, it takes 1 day for ordinary chickens to be ready for slaughter. The higher the level of the chicken, the longer it takes. For each higher level, 1 more day is required. After the hen grows to maturity, it can lay 1 to 20 eggs per day. The higher the grade of the chicken, the lower the egg production rate. Require materials: stone 20,000, wood 1,000, iron or 400, copper or 40, tungsten or 20. Sure enough, raising animals on an island can also accelerate their growth. Ning Fan said with a happy look on his face. This means that it won't be long before we can eat chicken legs, eggs, and chicken butts. But the materials required are too much. There's a long list of required materials, and there are nearly 10 kinds of metals alone, which is dazzling. Such a large building is really not something that ordinary people can handle. Ning Fan subconsciously looked towards the farm. The C-class large buildings are so exaggerated, What about the A-class farms? Probably even the assets of a small guild would not be enough to buy all the required materials. Ning Fan guessed in his mind while starting to collect materials. With so many ingredients, 10 watermelons are not enough. At least 20 or 30 will be enough. I made a small profit, gathered the required materials, and then clicked to build. Ding! Consume a C-class large chicken farm manufacturing blueprint and obtain a C-class large chicken farm building. It has been stored in the construction interface and can be placed in the territory at any time. After resettlement, the territory score can be increased by 1,000 points. Chapter 75, Exploration Era Phase 2. A territory of more than 40,000 square meters. The farm is located in the west. The living area is in the center of the territory. The vegetable field is in the east, and the mineral area that is still evolving is in the southwest corner. Ning Fan came to the southeast corner, marked out a piece of land from the watermelon and vegetable field, and placed a chicken farm covering an area of 2,000 square meters. This place is a certain distance away from the living area, which can ensure that the odor from the chicken farm will not affect the living area. In the future, as the territory expands, the regional divisions will generally continue according to this layout. A chicken farm with a 2-meter-high wall appeared before our eyes. Red bricks, iron gates, and the smell of a country chicken farm. Ning Fan pushed open the door and walked in. The main body of the chicken farm was a modern steel-structured chicken coop, and there was a small cement house next to it, which should be the hatchery. Apart from that, there is just bare land, which seems to be the same as the vegetable field. There's nothing nice about the chicken coop. Rows of chicken cages stand on shelves, neat and monotonous. After taking a look, Ning Fan ran straight to the incubation room. Through the Lord interface operation, the entire chicken farm has been connected to electricity and water power. The water is taken from a spring, and the current evolution of the river can fully meet the water needs of the chicken farm. Inside the incubator are incubation chambers and various confidential instruments. Looks very high-end. Ning Fan didn't understand, and he didn't need to understand, because the incubation room had a completely automated operating process. If he didn't want to experience how the incubator works, he could have operated the incubator and hatched eggs online. Opening the incubator, Ning Fan took out the only egg in his hand from the warehouse. I made these dumplings just for this little bit of vinegar. I hope I won't be disappointed. Ning Fan placed the eggs into the incubator and pressed the start button. Every egg has the potential to hatch, but whether it can hatch successfully is another matter. However, raw eggs cannot be returned through consumption, and the system consumption mechanism is here. He wanted to return the eggs, so he had to cook them and let Ling Long eat them, but the eggs he returned would only be boiled eggs. Unless Ling Long Bayo is asked to eat it raw, swallow the whole egg, that is not something a human would do. Even if it is really irrelevant, it is possible that what is returned is egg fragments. If I'm not mistaken, living things cannot be returned. So, he could only hatch the egg and then slowly raise a flock of chickens. However, with accelerated growth, the process will not be too slow. After hatching, the D-level chicks will grow up in 2 days and then be able to lay eggs. Assuming 10 ordinary eggs a day, not counting high-grade eggs, it would only take about 4 growth cycles, 10 to the 4th power, to fill the chicken farm. The incubation chamber starts to operate. Warm light is lit inside the chamber, and the temperature rises little by little to a constant temperature. Ning Fan watched for a while, and seeing that everything was normal in the incubator, he walked out. As I came outside, a reminder sounded in my ears. The monitoring system reports to you, grade C rice is mature and can be harvested. It's finally ripe. Let's harvest it quickly to see what the yield is. Ning Fan excitedly opened the Farm Automation Control Center and ordered the agricultural robots to harvest rice. Having invested so many resources, I won't let him down. While waiting, he was not idle. He first went to the coast and collected the catch of the automatic fishing net in the past 2 days. Then the output of water purifiers was brought up. The coconuts on the tree have been picked, but the apple tree is still growing but has not yet reached the stage of bearing fruit. After all the hard work, we harvested a lot of resources. The rice production has just come out. Ding! 10,000 kilograms of C-grade rice has been harvested and stored in the farm warehouse. Fuck! 10 acres of land produced 10 tons of grain. Ning Fan was shocked. The yield per moo is 1 ton. If this were put on Blue Planet, it would be unimaginable. However, this is only the output of rice. After being ground into rice, the output will be much lower. The farm has equipment for husking rice, so Ning Fan doesn't need to worry about that. Eager to taste the C-grade rice, he immediately asked the robot to shell it. Class A farms have a very high degree of automation and are very efficient. After a while, the results came out. Ding obtained 5,000 kilograms of C-grade spiritual rice and 5,000 kilograms of C-grade bran. Insufficient warehouse space stored in the farm warehouse. Current farm warehouse storage capacity, 60%, 59.4%, 58.9%. The watermelon orders posted to the trading market have been executed continuously, so the warehouse storage volume has been decreasing. The farm warehouse can store about 100 tons of goods. This is also one of the advantages of Grade A farms. 5,000 kilograms of C-grade spiritual rice and 5,000 kilograms of rice bran. Now, not only will we have enough food, but we will also have enough feed for the chickens in the chicken farm. Ning san murmuret. As the number of industries gradually increases, resource utilization is also increasing, which is a good sign. He opened his personal data panel. Lord, Ning Fan. Constitution, C. Territory, an island. Territory area, 41010. Territory score, 53,090. Area score, 41,010 plus building score, 12080. Territory buildings, a level automated farm, C-level large chicken farm, C-level sea salt processing plant, D plus bathroom, an ordinary apartment, unplaced buildings, ordinary chicken coop. Territory tools, C-class micro keystone engine, C-class water purifier, C-class water purifier, D plus class automatic fishing net 3, D-class high-power radar. Unused tools, D plus wood burning generator. Warehouse resources, space, 782 cornerstones. Potatoes, 50 kg. Pineapple, 6 kg. Coconut, 20. 200 kilograms of ordinary fish, 40 kilograms of D-grade fish, 10 kilograms of roasted C-grade fish. C-grade water, 10L. C-grade water, 5L. D-grade water, 50L. D-grade water, 50L. Copper, or 670, other materials. Warehouse resources, territory. Watermelon, 48920 kg. On sale. C-grade spiritual rice, 5,000 kg. C-grade bran, 5,000 kg. Large weapons, C-level catapult 1. C+, level modified stone cannon 1. My physical fitness has surpassed C, without me noticing. Ning Fan spread out his hands and looked at his palms, a little confused. After getting the modified stone-throwing cannon, I no longer felt an overly nervous sense of crisis, so I didn't pay much attention to my physical condition. Just follow the routine and eat the best quality food and drink the best water. I didn't expect that when I woke up, my physical condition had reached sea level. There were some surprises and joys indeed. This breakthrough was even easier than the previous D+ breakthrough. I didn't even feel any physical abnormalities. It seems that my body has adapted to the energy brought by the high-grade food, and the change in my physique has become a natural result. Ning Fan looked up at the sky. The scorching sun has climbed above our heads. But contrary to his usual behavior, he did not feel the heat at all. No wonder I'm so sun-resistant today. It turns out it's because my physique has jumped a big level. If Ning Fan hadn't suddenly discovered that his physical condition had improved, he would have almost forgotten that he was still in the midst of an emergency. It is enough to see how terrifying the physical condition is after breaking through to sea level. The impact of high temperatures can even be ignored. Keep up this momentum and make persistent efforts to reach A level or even S level as soon as possible. Ning Fan took out some C-grade spiritual rice from the warehouse and went to the yard to start cooking. There is no gas in the kitchen, so we have to cook outside using firewood. He built a simple stove with stones, then lit the fire, put the pot in, added water, washed the rice, and covered the pot all in one go. Then take out a potato from the warehouse, sprinkle it with salt, stir-fry some shredded potatoes, and a plate of steamed fish. Just wait for the rice to be cooked, and you can enjoy a big meal with rice and vegetables. It's a pity that there was no oil. It's almost the same. Ning Fan put a shredded potato into his mouth and tasted it. Currently, the only way to get cooking oil is to wait for the chickens to grow up quickly and stew the chicken fat. The rice pot is bubbling with steam. The rice is almost cooked. Ning Fan brought 2 plates of food back to the living room, put them on the dining table, and prepared to wake up Lazy Pig. Suddenly, the screen in front of me opened automatically and an announcement appeared on it. 10 island lords have been detected in this area. The second stage of the exploration era has officially begun. Territory score ranking list is open. The probability of marine creature attacks has increased, and pirate attacks have been added, only for island lords. The positions of all islands, including Lord Islands, will be reset in 4 hours. Please pay attention. Leaderboards? Pirate raids? Island resets? Ning Fan stood there in a daze, with a bunch of question marks in his mind. There is a lot of information in just a few announcements. Before he could react, a red warning appeared on the screen the next second. After 3 hours and 59 minutes, your island and the surrounding 1 kilometer territorial waters will be randomly teleported to any location. Please be careful not to leave your territory. Chapter 76, Ranking Rewards. After 3 hours and 59 minutes, your island and the surrounding 1 kilometer territorial waters will be randomly teleported to any location. Please be careful not to leave your territory. Randomly teleport to any location. Ning Fan exclaimed. That won't work. Mu Wanting and Suya haven't arrived yet. This is a top priority. Without bothering to wake Ling Long up, Ning Fan clicked to go to the chat interface. He was just about to send a message to Mu Wanting when an incoming call popped up on the screen. It was Mu Wanting who called. It's just a voice call, not a video call. Ning Fan answered the call without hesitation. Ning Fan, have you read the announcement? Mu Wanting's voice rang out. He responded, yeah, I saw it. The two of them said this almost at the same time. We're almost there, don't worry. Where have you been? In an instant, the air became quiet. Even though the two of them didn't meet face to face through video, they couldn't help but feel a slightly awkward and ambiguous atmosphere in their hearts. Ning Fan raised his eyebrows, not knowing how to start the conversation. Just then, the bedroom door suddenly opened. At the same time, Fong Linglong's anxious voice sounded. Honey, have you read the announcement? I can't contact 11. What should I do? Ning Fan slowly turned his head. I saw Fong Linglong standing at the door with an anxious look on her face. She was wearing pajamas, with her hair loose and occasionally a strand of it sticking up. Looking closely, she saw that she was wearing a pair of bunny slippers inside out. Husband, please speak. What are you talking about? You look like a crazy woman now. Well, it's pretty cute though. Ning Fan coughed lightly and said, Ahem, Senior is calling me. How could you possibly get in touch with her? He unlocked the screen so that Fong Linglong could see his screen. Fong Linglong was stunned when she saw the call avatar on the screen. After sticking out her tongue awkwardly, she walked in front of Ning Fan, squeezed for space, and started talking to Mu Wanting on the screen. Wan, can you hear me? I can hear you, lazy pig, get up. Mu Wanting joked. Fong Linglong rolled her eyes to herself and then asked, How far are you from us now? Can you get there within 4 hours? Don't worry. It's only about 60 kilometers away. We should be there in 2 hours. Fong Linglong breathed a sigh of relief. Is that so? Then you have to be careful. I saw an announcement saying that the probability of attacks by marine life has increased. If you're in danger, you must tell Ning Fan. He will definitely be able to help you. Don't face it alone like last time. The last time Fong Linglong was talking about was the time when Mu Wanting saved Suya. For this reason, Fong Linglong has nagged her about this many times. I understand, my housekeeper, Mu Wanting said helplessly. Ning Fan has already provided me with a Class C ship. I am on the ship now. It is very safe. Ordinary attacks cannot do anything to me. In fact, at the time of this call, Mu Wanting was experiencing an attack. On a C-class ship, Mu Wanting leaned against the railing and looked down. Dense swarms of small fish were swarming wildly around the boat. Through the system's prompts, she learned that the fish that attacked the ship were just D-level piranhas. It is far from comparable to the intensity of the attacks caused by the expansion of the raft. The building ship was immune to attacks below level C and was not affected in any way. Mu Wanting even had the leisure to take out bread to feed the fish. The wonderful synchronicity between her and Ning Fan just now made her feel good. Really? How come I didn't know that? Fong Linglong asked puzzledly. This question was addressed to both Mu Wanting and Ning Fan. She turned around and looked at Ning Fan, curiosity in her eyes. I gave it to you last night. You were asleep at that time. Ning Fan said truthfully. There was no need to hide it. The relationship between the three is already very clear. He said to Mu Wanting, I'm going to hang up first. You two can talk in private if you have anything to say. If anything happens, remember to call me first. See you later. Okay, see you later. Mu Wanting replied crisply. Ning Fan hung up the phone and looked down at Fong Linglong in front of him. Now that you're awake, let's eat. Eating? Fong Linglong subconsciously looked towards the dining table. The dining table has not been used since we got the apartment, because before they always ate grilled fish as a snack, and there was no real meal time. But now, there are actually 2 dishes on the table, shredded potatoes and steamed fish. Fong Linglong's eyes were wide open, and her small nose moved slightly. Honey, did you do this? Of course, there is also rice, but it is still being cooked and should be done soon. Ning Fan chuckled. I'll go wash up now. Fong Linglong walked towards the bathroom. Halfway through her walk, she suddenly stopped and turned back. Hubby, don't cheat. Wait for me. Ning Fan. All right, you little greedy cat. You're still afraid that I'll snatch your food away, right? After serving the fragrant rice, Ning Fan opened the Lord interface. He had just spoken to Moo, wanting on the phone, and had not had time to read the content of the announcement in detail. It just tried to take a good look at the announcement, while Ling Long is still washing up. Territory rating ranking. Lords ranked in the top 10,000 in this region's territory rating can be included in the list. Rewards are as follows. The top 10,000 lords will receive 100 cornerstones. The top 1,000 lords will be rewarded with 1,000 cornerstones. The top 100 lords will be awarded a random D-level manufacturing diagram. The top 10 lords will be rewarded with 1 medium-sized supply box. The third-ranked lord is rewarded with 2 medium-sized supply boxes. The second-ranked lord is rewarded with 5 medium-sized supply boxes. The first-ranked lord will be rewarded with 1 large supply box and a mysterious reward. In addition, the intensity of pirate attacks faced by lords on the list will be significantly increased. The higher the ranking, the higher the intensity, and the richer the rewards for killing pirates. Rewards for being on the list are settled every 7 days. There are 4 days left until the next settlement. Not only will you get a large supply box as a reward if you rank first, but you will also get a mysterious reward. Ning Fan's expression changed, and he opened the ratings ranking list. Ranked first, Lord Maple Leaf, territory score 52,090. Ranked second, Lord Mu Shun, territory score 3,201. Ranked third, Lord Fishing Village Huang San, territory score 2,989. Not surprisingly, he is now leading by a huge margin. Moreover, according to his current development speed, it is basically impossible for those behind him to catch up. The top spot on the ranking list is definitely in his pocket. I don't know what this mysterious reward will be. Ning Fan murmured. A reward that can be placed on the same level as a large supply box shouldn't be too bad. Anyway, it was a free reward and would be revealed in 4 days, so Ning Fan didn't worry too much about it. He continued to look at the explanation of the next announcement. New pirate attack, only for island lords. Once you're on the leaderboard, the intensity of the attacks you encounter will increase significantly. I am now at the top of the list, so the intensity of the attack is definitely the greatest. It involves security issues, and we must find out what form the attack takes. He continued to look down. Lords who own islands will occasionally encounter pirate attacks. There will be no system warning for this attack. Pirates will land in the territory by speedboat raid and kill everyone in the territory indiscriminately. Pirates attack islands in small groups. A small group consists of 4 people. The more powerful the territory, the more small groups will participate in the attack. Based on the average strength of this area, the current physical strength of the pirate team is limited to D level. Completely kill a team of pirates, and you will get a pirate team's treasure. The pirate attack will come in 1 day, and all island territories will definitely face a pirate attack at that time. Chapter 77 Manor. There will be no early warning of a pirate attack. I don't have to worry since I have radar. Ning Fan pondered. With an early warning range of 10 kilometers, as long as the radar detects a pirate invasion, he will be able to react immediately and have enough time to prepare defensive measures. Moreover, the pirate's physical fitness is limited to level D, which is no different from the pirates on the native islands. It won't be too stressful for him to handle. The only thing worth noting is the number of pirates. If 8 or 10 teams come at once, it will be difficult to resist them with just 1 stone-throwing cannon. We have to find a way to increase the defense measures for our territory. However, there is still 1 day before the attack begins, so the situation is not urgent. For now, we should focus on bringing Mu Wanting and Su Yeye to the island. Ning Fan took out the D-plus grade villa manufacturing plan. After more than an hour, they arrived, and it was time to return to a residence. Just right, I'll move in after dinner. D-plus grade villa manufacturing plan. A modern villa covering an area of 1,000 square meters, a 4-story villa, a building covering an area of 400 square meters, a garden of 600 square meters, equipped with all living facilities, and requires self-connection of electricity, water, and gas. Required materials: stone 10,000, wood 5,000, iron 400. On Blue Star, This villa is considered a high-end residence. But this is the Lord's world, so in Ning Fan's opinion, this villa is a bit ordinary. Apart from its large area and convenient living facilities, it does not have any outstanding features. At least Ning Fan didn't see any special features on it. For example, the futuristic technology of the D+ bathroom or the magical features of the stone shooting cannon. Maybe that's why this villa is so big and has the same grade as a D+ bathroom. After collecting resources as usual, Ning Fan built it. Ding! Consume 1D+ villa manufacturing map. Trigger consumption refund. Target Fong Ling. Refund multiple 10,000 times. Please choose whether to refund. Remaining number of refunds today for. Return. Ning Fan did not hesitate. This is a rare opportunity to return the level manufacturing map, which should not be missed. Ding! Get a B-level future manor manufacturing map. B-class future manor manufacturing diagram. A small manor covering an area of 10,000 square meters, with a 5-story villa, including one underground floor. The villa covers an area of 1,000 square meters. The villa is fully equipped and ready for move-in. Future technology. The manor is equipped with a constant temperature system, security system, and butler system. Constant temperature system can adjust the temperature in the manor by itself. This function consumes a lot of electricity. Please use it with caution. Security system. The manor is surrounded by a 3-meter high sea level wall, which can effectively resist attacks from weapons below sea level. The manor has 10D+ class fighting robots and 2 C-class bodyguard robots. D+ level combat robot. Because of its low intelligence level, it can only be controlled by the central control system in the manor, so it can only be used to maintain the safety of the manor. C-class bodyguard robots have a more efficient data transmission system and can operate normally within the territory. Similarly, once the central control system in the manor is damaged, the bodyguard robots will also be paralyzed. Housekeeping system. Built-in one highly intelligent home robot, which can be responsible for cooking, housework, gardening, and other household tasks. You can bind the central control center in the manor through the Lord system. The manor needs to connect to electricity and water by itself. After reading a series of explanations, Ning Fan had only one feeling in his heart. Powerful, fully functional, and comprehensive. And this security system arrived just in time. I have 12 combat robots to escort me. If the pirates really attack the island, I can retreat to the manor and defend it. With only D-level physical fitness, even if there are 100 pirates at once, they will never be able to attack the manor. Ning Fan said happily. Now that his safety was guaranteed, he felt a lot more relaxed. As long as safety issues can be ensured, the second phase of the exploration era will be a boon to him. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but hum a little tune. What are you so happy about? Coincidentally, Fong Ling returned to the living room. After washing up, she changed into a light blue dress. Her hair lay straight behind her, and she looked extremely pure. It was completely different from the way he looked when he just woke up. She dressed up so beautifully while washing up. I guess it's because her bestie is about to arrive. Ning Fan looked at her in surprise and naturally kept these words in his heart. However, Fong Ling still keenly caught his admiring gaze. Her face flushed slightly, and she mustered up the courage to ask, "Honey, does this dress look good on me?" As she spoke, she lifted her skirt slightly with both hands and bowed towards Ning Fan. That faintly exposed section of white calf really makes people imagine a lot. "It looks good." Ning Fan praised generously. Fong Ling curled her lips and sat down leisurely next to Ning Fan, feeling extremely happy. She picked up the chopsticks and looked at the bowl of white rice in front of her. Her appetite suddenly increased. "I haven't eaten white rice for a long time." "Honey, is this rice cooked with C-grade spiritual rice?" She turned her head and asked. Ning Fan nodded, and he also picked up his chopsticks and started eating. "It doesn't look anything special, just like ordinary rice." Fong Ling muttered softly. "You'll know once you try it." Ning Fan smiled faintly. He had secretly tasted it, and it was indeed quite good. In terms of taste, it is just rice after all, and it cannot be so delicious that you want to lick your tongue. It mainly reflects in terms of energy. Just one mouthful of rice is worth a mouthful of fish of the same rank. Fong Ling heard this and put a mouthful of rice in her mouth doubtfully. In an instant, her beautiful eyes curved unconsciously. "It's delicious, sweet, sticky, and soft. If it tastes good, eat more. There's plenty of rice." A quarter of an hour later, Ning Fan looked at the empty plates and bowls in front of him and couldn't help but steal glances at Fong Linglong's belly. It's strange. I drank 3 bowls of rice in one meal. Isn't my belly bloated? When Ning Fan's furtive glances turned into open stares, Fong Ling Long could no longer hold back and snorted. Hubby, why don't you just touch it? How can you stare at someone's stomach like that? You just ate a little bit more. I've been discovered. Ning Fan sneered, retracted his gaze, and changed the subject. Come on, after we finish eating, I'll take you to see your new home. New home? Husband, have you built a new house? Fong Ling Long asked with a happy look on her face. Of course. Didn't I tell you last night? Wan Ting is coming soon, so let's go and settle down in our new home first. After saying that, Ning Fan stood up and walked out of the house. Great. Fong Ling Long followed and naturally took Ning Fan's arm. The two came outside. Ning Fan first collected the apartment and toilet, and also the fruit trees in the yard. Honey, how big is this new residence? Seeing him clearing such a large area, Fong Ling Long couldn't help but ask. You'll know soon. Ning Fan smiled mysteriously. The manor requires an area of 10,000 square meters, and only a large vegetable plot can be set aside to accommodate the people. But the vegetable field has been occupied, so it has been occupied. Anyway, there is a foundation and it can be planned out at will. There is no need to worry about it. After planning the resettlement area, Ning Fan settled the manor. The next second, a black gate appeared in front of the two people, and the walls on both sides were erected high, blocking the view inside the manor. Through the gap in the gate, you can vaguely see a several-story building in the manor. The building looks luxurious and elegant, just like a villa. Husband, is this our new home? Fong Ling Long was so surprised that she stuttered. Her home on Blue Star is not as luxurious as this one. Ning Fan built such a luxurious residence in this strange world in just a few days. She didn't know what to say anymore. She could only sigh in her heart that she was really lucky to have met Ning Fan. Let's go in and take a look, Ning Fan said. However, just as he finished speaking, a reminder sounded in his ears, and he paused. Radar prompt. A Class C ship, already recorded by the Lord system, has been detected entering the radar monitoring range. At the same time, the message alert sound from Fong Ling Long also rang. After taking a look, she immediately became excited. Hubby, 1-1, and the others are almost here. Shall we go pick them up first? So fast? Ning Fan was slightly puzzled, then nodded and said, Okay. As for the new home, he would come back to see it later. It would be a great opportunity for him to move in with the 3 girls. He glanced at the manor and walked towards the beach with Fong Ling Long. Chapter 78, Su Ye recognizes her master. On the coast, Ning Fan and Fong Ling Long stood side by side. It was hot weather, and there was not a single breeze blowing from the sea. Fong Ling Long held an umbrella to protect herself from the sun, which Ning Fan had bought for her specifically in the trading hall. She wasn't physically fit enough to be exposed to the sun for long periods of time. A thin layer of sweat appeared on her forehead, but she still looked at the sea with a bright look in her eyes, not feeling any discomfort at all. At a certain moment, a light sea breeze blew towards her, lifting a strand of hair by her ear. Her face lit up with joy, and she pointed excitedly into the distance. Ning Fan, this is Wan and the other's boat. Ning Fan looked in the direction of the sound and saw a ship appearing on the sea level. Even from a distance, he could vaguely see the towering floors. It is undoubtedly a building ship. The boat was moving very fast, and soon the entire outline could be seen very clearly. As the boat got closer to the coast, Ning Fan clearly saw a pretty figure standing at the bow, who seemed to be looking at them. Wan, we are here. Seeing that familiar figure again, Fong Ling Long waved her right hand happily and greeted Mu Wanting across the sea. The figure on the boat also raised his hand, responding to Fong Ling Long's enthusiasm. The boat quickly docked. The 8-story ship was more than 10 meters high, and its huge figure cast a shadow over the position of Ning Fan and Fong Ling Long. Fong Ling Long put away the umbrella. A ladder was lowered from the ship. Ling Long. Mu Wanting appeared at the stairs and looked down, her face filled with joy. She walked down the stairs. Wan. Fong Ling Long couldn't wait to greet her. When Ning Fan saw Mu Wanting again, he was stunned for a few seconds. In stark contrast to Fong Ling Long, she was dressed very refreshingly, with super short jeans that showed off her 2 long, snow-white legs to the fullest, and a white short-sleeve shirt, which made her look a bit cool. It was not until 2 silver bell-like laughs were heard that Ning Fan came back to his senses from his admiration. When I looked over again, I saw 2 stunning beauties holding hands and reminiscing about the past. Perhaps Ning Fan's gaze was too passionate. Mu Wanting, who was chatting with Fong Ling Long, suddenly glanced over. The two people's eyes met in the air. Instead of being shy as expected, Mu Wanting tilted her head and smiled openly. Ning Fan, who was forcibly dragged into the bestie game, had no choice but to go up. He walked in front of Mu Wanting and said, "Wanting, you've worked hard along the way." Hearing this, the smile on Mu Wanting's face grew even wider. Encouraged by Fong Linglong's secretive gaze, she boldly reached out her hand to Ning Fan. However, when she stretched out her hand, her palm was not facing to the left but downwards. Palm facing left means shaking hands. Palm facing down means holding hands. Ning Fan was stunned and didn't react for a while. Although, there's no need to be so proactive right from the start. His hesitation caused Mu Wanting's smile to freeze slightly. Idiot! Fong Ling Long, who was standing aside, saw this scene and felt so disappointed with Ning Fan. I really can't bear to see my carefully planned romance show go down the drain. She couldn't help but reach out her hand and pinch Ning Fan's waist secretly. Ning Fan suddenly came back to his senses. This time he did not let the beauty down. He reached out his hand without hesitation and gently held Mu Wanting's hand. Her hands were cold and soft. Ning Fan couldn't help but be moved and tightened his grip a little. Feeling the warmth coming from the palm of her hand, Mu Wanting's most sincere emotions were aroused, and her pretty face couldn't help but turn red. It seemed as if their fates were bound together at this moment. Ning Fan, I'm sorry to bother you in the future, she said crisply, her tone much more delicate. I'm happy to do it. Ning Fan curled his lips slightly. Having experienced being teased by Fong Ling Long before, he was much calmer when encountering such a situation again. Mu Wanting felt relieved instantly after receiving Ning Fan's approval. The blush on her face quickly disappeared, replaced by a genuine sense of relief. After wandering for so many days and going through so many hardships, the sense of crisis that had lingered in my heart for many days suddenly dissipated. This feeling is undoubtedly wonderful. She felt that everything she had done before was worth it. A good man is one who has to pursue and grasp it on his own. Mu Wanting stared at Ning Fan's resolute face, took a few steps, and hugged Ning Fan's arm. Stand shoulder to shoulder with him. Under Ning Fan's puzzled eyes, she turned around and called out to the boat. "Suyaya, come down." As she spoke, she looked at Ning Fan and said in a playful tone, "My family has been separated, so I can only find a dowry on my own. I hope you'll be satisfied." Dowry? Ning Fan looked towards the boat. A petite figure appeared at the stairs. She leaned against the railing with half of her body exposed and timidly peeked at the situation below. At this moment, Suyaya was undoubtedly nervous and surprised. She was nervous because once she got off the ship, she would be selling herself in a real sense. The surprise was because of Ning Fan's looks. Seeing that her future man was so young and handsome, she was extremely happy. This surprise even dispelled her nervousness about selling her body. On the contrary, she began to worry whether Ning Fan would look down on her. At Mu Wanting's urging, she plucked up her courage and stepped onto the stairs. The pink high heels made a sound when they stepped on a ladder. She walked down floor by floor. The closer she got to the land, the more delicate her movements became. After climbing the last staircase, she finally stepped onto the island and appeared in front of everyone. She was wearing a cream-colored cake dress with lace trims on the hem and white over-the-knee socks that perfectly set off her slender, fair long legs. It would be hard for any woman to not want to cherish them when she saw them. What caught Ning Fan's attention even more was her long, straight, and thick hair. Without any decoration, it seems even more precious and makes her look more pure. Cute, sexy, pure, and I want to plant grass. This was Ning Fan's first impression of her. Mu Wanting noticed Ning Fan's look and curled her lips in satisfaction. It was worth all her careful planning. She shouted at Suyaya, "Come here quickly." Suyaya hurried over and stood stiffly in front of Ning Fan, her eyes restrained and her hands on her chest, not daring to move at all, but looking ready for him to take advantage of her. "Ning Fan, the lord here," Mu Wanting reminded lightly. Hearing this, Suyaya knew exactly what she should do. She bit her lower lip lightly, held up her skirt, bent over and bowed, and said in a delicate voice, "Yaya has met the master, and I hope the master will have mercy on me in the future." "Owner, ahem, this isn't good," Ning Fan swallowed. From his angle, Suyaya's petite figure was clearly visible. After taking a glance, he subconsciously looked at Mu Wanting. After all, This was the maid she brought with her, and he thought it was Suye's idea to call her that. But Mu Wanting's reaction was similar to his, and she seemed a little surprised. Oh, you're a very clear-headed girl. When they were on the raft, she had not given Su Yeye an obedience test because she was struggling with whether to give Su Yeye to Ning Fan. Therefore, she never expected Su Yeye to be so bold. She does know how to put herself in the right position. Mu Wanting was not angry. On the contrary, she was quite happy to see Su Yeye like this. People are selfish, and she certainly doesn't want any other woman to threaten her and Ling Long's position. Ning Fan, I'll hand her over to you. It's up to you to decide how to deal with her. Mu Wanting turned and said to Ning Fan, should I decide for myself? Ning Fan looked at the little lowly in front of him with a strange look in his eyes. His system determines that the more women he has, the faster he develops. But he will not be as sincere to every woman as he is to Ling Long and Wanting. He would be exhausted to death. So some women are destined to be only vases around him. As for favorability, maybe you can be more direct. While Ning Fan was deep in thought, Su Yeye was sweating more and more as she maintained a bent posture. Fong Ling Long felt reluctant. After all, they would be living under the same roof in the future. Even if there was a difference in status, she was still Ning Fan's woman. So, she said, hubby, why don't we go back to the manor first? It's so hot outside. Then she looked at Mu Wanting and extended an invitation. Wan Wan, let's go. I'll take you to see the home that Ning Fan prepared for us. Mu Wanting understood what she meant and knew that with the two of them here, it would be difficult for Ning Fan to handle his relationship with Su Yeye, so she nodded. But before leaving, she took out 2 Lord's Stone tablets from the warehouse. Ning Fan, this is the Lord's Stone tablet of Su Yeye and I. Take it and claim ownership. Chapter 79, Binding 2 Women, New System Function. Ning Fan took the Lord's Stone tablet from Mu Wanting. Several people then walked towards the manor. The 2 best friends walked in front, arm in arm, talking about personal matters with occasional giggles. Ning Fan did not do anything excessive to Su Yeye for the time being. He simply helped her up and let her stay with him. The 2 fell behind. Seeing that Ning Fan was busy, Su Yeye obediently did not disturb him, but just kept glancing at Ning Fan's profile, her heart fluttering with love. This man will be her master in the future. Thinking of this, the little lowly's legs went limp. Fortunately, Ning Fan was not fast, otherwise she might not be able to keep up. Ning Fan had no idea what the little girl beside him was thinking about. He took the 2 Lord Stone tablets and started to operate. No matter how much you trust the woman around you, it is inevitable that she will recognize her master. Ning Fan was quite happy that Mu Wanting was sensible or understanding. Do you agree that Mu Wanting and Su Yeye will become your subjects? Once agreed, the 2 Lord tablets will be completely shattered. Agree. Ding, Mu Wanting and Su Yeye have become your territories. Congratulations on reaching 3 territories. Mu Wanting. Gender, female. Age, 24. Constitution, D. Territory position, unlocked. Su Yeye. Gender, female. Age, 20. Constitution, D. Territory position, unlocked. As the prompt sound from the Lord system fell, another prompt sound followed. Is a system prompt. A new target is detected. Mu Wanting, favorability level 4. Whether to bind. A new target is detected. Su Yeye, favorability level 2. Do you want to bind? Favorability level 4. Ning Fan looked at Mu Wanting's back, his eyes full of surprise. Is the favorability already at level 4, just after meeting? No wonder she acted so directly. I found a treasure. Ning Fan was excited. What surprised him even more was that even the little Lolita next to him had a level 2 favorability towards him. He turned to look at Su Yeye and just caught her stealing glance. It turns out that she was doing a self-attack. Ning Fan suddenly understood, curled the corners of his mouth, put his arms around her waist, and let her stay close to him. Su Yeye let him manipulate her like a rag doll. There was no resistance, but the body just went a little softer. Master! She restrained her prying eyes and called in a low voice. Without Mu Wanting nearby, she was obviously more bold. Smelling the virgin body fragrance emanating from the lowly, Ning Fan spoke to comfort her. Don't be afraid. As long as you follow me obediently, I won't let you suffer. After saying that, he turned around and used his consciousness to communicate with the system. Fine. Ding. Targets Mu Wanting and Su Yeye have been bound. The number of returns per day has increased by 6 times. Ding. It is detected that the targets Mu Wanting and Su Yeye have become your subjects. the system's 3 palaces and 6 courtyards function is unlocked. 3 palaces and 6 courtyards. You can choose a woman to be the master of the harem. After that, the host will only return the money based on the multiple provided by the harem master's favorability. The other women will only provide the number of returns. The remaining number of returns per day will no longer be reset to 0 and can be accumulated. The critical hit return function is unlocked. Consume 10 returns and you can return a critical hit once. Critical return. Return the items after normal return twice, and the multiple is still the multiple of normal return. After the opening of the 3 palaces and 6 courtyards, resource-based materials will be restricted from being returned due to their luxury attributes. Currently, the materials that can be returned are limited to manufacturing drawings, consumable special props. At the same time, due to the opening of the harem, the number of beneficiaries after the return of the manufacturing map has increased, and the return multiple will no longer be halved. More functions will be enabled after the host binds more women. A new feature has appeared. Ning Fan was shocked. This was not the first time that a new function appeared in the system. The last time Ling Long became a citizen, the function of returning the manufacturing map was unlocked. And the new features unlocked this time are even more powerful. The remaining times per day will no longer be reset to 0. They can be accumulated. When accumulated to 10 times, a critical hit can be returned once. Ning Fan's heart was greatly shocked. After the return multiple of manufacturing drawings was no longer halved, the return multiple provided by Fong Linglong's favorability now reached 20,000 times. It can basically upgrade the manufacturing diagram to a whole level. If there is another critical hit, it will be returned once. That's a full jump of 2 levels. Doesn't that mean that if you take a C-level manufacturing diagram, you can get an A-level manufacturing diagram in return? Thinking of this possibility, Ning Fa became overjoyed. Now that he is bound to 3 women, the number of returns he can provide every day reaches 11 times. Even if he has other needs every day and consumes a few times, he can accumulate a critical return in 2 days. As soon as he thought of this, he quickly decided to make Fong Linglong the mistress of the harem. Ding! Fong Linglong has been selected as the master of the harem. The current favorability level is level 5, and the return multiplier is 20,000 times. The candidate for the harem master can be modified at any time. Although resource-based materials cannot be returned, the benefits brought by unlocking this new function are really huge. He murmured. The fact that the return multiplier for manufacturing drawings is no longer halved is enough to offset the disadvantage of resource-based items not being able to be returned. After all, only the level water and level food are affected. He had not returned other living resources long ago, so it had no impact. However, with the critical hit return function, we can obtain higher level water and food by making water purifiers or fishing equipment. Ning Fan ponderet. It seems that this will not affect the upgrade of his physical condition. After figuring this out, Ning Fan suddenly felt enlightened and was in a very happy mood. Suddenly, a prompt popped up on the screen. Ding! Your subject Su Yiye is detected to be in a blacklisted status with you. The subject communication function is limited. You will not be able to send her supplies through the subject management system. Blacklisted? When did this little lowly block me? Ning Fan looked at Su Yiye with strange eyes. Su Yiye's eyes were fixed on the void at this time, and the same prompt appeared on the screen in front of her. She checked Ning Fan's information and found out. Ning Fan is Maple Leaf, the profiteer whom she had hated for days. After learning the result, she, whose legs were already weak, staggered and fell on Ning Fan. Ning Fan quickly supported her body. He was about to ask a question when he saw Su Yiye looking up and looking at him pitifully with her big, Caroline eyes. Boss, no. Master, Yiye was wrong. I shouldn't have blocked you. She also reacted quickly, knowing that all she could do was apologize. As for scolding Ning Fan, she didn't even dare to think about it. Master, you can beat or scold Yiye as you like. Please don't abandon Yiye. Yiye really knows she was wrong. She knew that if this matter was not handled well, the good days would be gone. So she just went for it and hugged Ning Fan's waist tightly with both hands. She pressed her body tightly against Ning Fan, hoping that he would spare her this time because she still had some looks. Ning Fan didn't say anything and let her move around while he opened the interface for managing the people. When he saw Su Yiye's ID, he understood everything instantly. You don't eat coriander? Ning Fan turned around and looked at her with amusement. After all this time, it turns out to be this young lady. Su Yiye bit her lips tightly and said pitifully, "Okay, get up, it's not a big deal." Ning Fan said, "They have given their people to me. There's no need to make a big fuss over such a small matter. Besides, if you really want to punish me, it's not now." Suyiya was overjoyed and rubbed against Ning Fan's arms excitedly. "Thank you, master." After saying this, she was about to let go of Ning Fan's hand. But as soon as she let go, she almost lost her balance and fell to the ground. Ning Fan quickly hugged her. He glanced at her white and tender legs, and seeing that they were trembling slightly, he asked, "Can you still walk?" Seeing this, Suyiya rolled her eyes secretly and immediately had an idea in her mind. She said in a delicate voice, "I can't seem to walk anymore. Please, master, carry me into the house." Chapter 82, ladies. Since they have asked me for help, I would feel embarrassed to refuse. Ning Fan felt at ease and raised his hand to hold Suyiya in his arms. The little girl's body was very light, and Ning Fan originally planned to carry her in a princess hug, but found that it was not easy to do, so he changed to holding her from the front. Let Suyiya lie on his shoulders. Ah, Suyiya screamed, seeming to be unaccustomed to such contact. She hid beside Ning Fan's head with her little face flushed, not daring to look him in the face. The scent of milk lingering in his nose and the touch of his hands made Ning Fan slightly intoxicated. So he held Suyiya in his arms and walked towards the gate. Fong Ling and Mu Wanning had already arrived outside the manor, and they naturally noticed the actions of the two people behind them. "Wan, it looks like Suyiya will go to bed before you." Fong Ling joked without any concealment. "Let her be." Mu Wanning glanced at the person on Ning Fan and said in a light tone. Then she seemed to think of something. Her lips curled slightly. She took Fong Linglong's arm and whispered to her ear, "That's perfect. I'll sleep with you tonight and let her deal with Ning Fan." Why didn't I think of this? Fong Linglong raised her eyebrows. "Okay, let me check how my little fairy is developing." As she said this, she was about to start. Mu Wanting naturally refused to give in. The two of them played and joked all the way to the gate. The closed door blocked their way. Fong Linglong then remembered that she had no means to open the door. Just as she was about to turn around and ask Ning Fan to open the door, she heard a ding sound. A mechanical voice sounded from behind the door. "Welcome, Madame Fong and Madame Mu home." The door slowly opened, and the scene inside the manor appeared before the two. Fong Linglong and Mu Wanting looked at each other, and both of them showed a hint of surprise on their faces. It should be Ning Fan who set up something. Let's go in and take a look first. After a long while, Fong Linglong spoke first. Her guess was correct. Ning Fan had linked the central control system in the manor to the citizen management system and given the two women the highest authority. Madame Mu Wanting curled her lips secretly, quite happy with the title. She nodded, and the two of them walked into the manor. As soon as you enter the gate, what comes into view is a large garden with green plants everywhere neatly trimmed. There are pavilions and rockery scattered around. The whole style is very elegant. The two women walked slowly inside, admiring the surroundings. They grew up in wealthy families, so they did not show any particular surprise at these sights. But when they walked along the gravel path to the entrance of the villa, they both widened their eyes at the same time and stood there in a daze. An old man was standing at the door of the villa. This old servant greets the two ladies. A mechanical voice came out of his mouth, and it sounded exactly the same as the voice that came from the door before. The two of them breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out to be a robot. They thought someone had sneaked into the territory. "Are you a robot?" Mu Wanting observed it curiously. If he hadn't spoken and revealed the secret, she really wouldn't have been able to tell that it was a robot. "Madame Mu, yes, I'm the butler here." "Madam, you can also call me robot number 001. It answered respectfully, with perfect etiquette. Fong Linglong was amazed. This person was even more professional than her old housekeeper. "No 001? Are there other robots here?" Mu Wanting continued to ask. "Madam, you have a keen eye? In addition to me, there are 12 robots responsible for security in the manor. But their intelligence is relatively low, and they cannot communicate fluently with you, madam. So unless you give them instructions, they will not appear in front of you," it replied. Mu Wanting nodded in understanding. Fong Linglong at the side interrupted and asked, "For what you said, you have the highest intelligence, so what's your use?" "Madam Fong, I have professional skills related to life, such as cooking, cleaning, gardening, etc. Madam, you can regard me as an all-round housekeeper. The master has given the two ladies the highest authority in the manor. The two ladies can view the detailed situation in the manor through the Lord interface and give me orders. Upon hearing this, Mu Wanting and Fong Ling opened the Lord interface. I just discovered that in the Lord column, a new option, Manor, was updated at some point. After clicking in, their mouths opened instantly. This Manor, which looked luxurious on the outside, was even more luxurious on the inside than they had imagined. Integrated control center, advanced Internet of Things, future technology security system, temperature control system. There's even a large freezer under the Manor. Ling Long, let's go inside and take a look. Mu Wanting's eyebrows slightly raised, and ripples appeared at the corners of her lips. It was not until she finished reading that she understood what the highest authority given by Ning Fan meant. Status, the status she had always sought. Finally, she stood beside Ling Long. Okay. Fong Ling Long understood what she meant and was sincerely happy for her. Ladies, please. The butler robot wisely made way. The heavy door slowly opened under its operation. When the two women walked in, they saw a large living room with luxurious decorations. However, after reading the information about the manor, these external decorations did not seem so amazing to them. The two of them walked upstairs in tacit understanding. The villa has 4 floors above ground and 1 floor underground, and below that is the freezer. There were only 3 rooms on the 4th floor, 1 master bedroom and 2 side bedrooms, just enough for them and Ning Fan. The one who is close to the water gets the moon first, so he must choose the room first. The 2 girls also have their own little thoughts. Ning Fan walked very slowly while holding Suyiya, because he found that Suyiya seemed unable to bear the bumpy road. As soon as he sped up, she couldn't help but tremble. He had no choice but to slow down. Finally, they entered the manor. Through the 3D images of the interior of the manor displayed on the screen, Ning Fan had a clear understanding of the structure of the manor. He walked straight towards the villa holding Suyiya. Suyiya leaned on Ning Fan's shoulder with peace of mind, looking at the scene in the manor with curious eyes. When she saw the place where she would live in the future, it turned out to be a manor with such a big garden. There was a hint of joy in her beautiful eyes. As expected, it's good to be a boss's woman. Even the place you live in is so luxurious. She couldn't help but relax her body a little more, clinging to Ning Fan's arms. The feeling of happiness lingered in her heart, and she wished Ning Fan would hold her forever so that at least she wouldn't have to worry about being abandoned. And when Ning Fan carried her into the villa, she was so excited that she couldn't help but whisper in Ning Fan's ear, "Master, is this where we will live from now on?" She raised her eyes and looked into the living room. There were glacier patterns flowing on the white walls, and the floor was covered with plush carpets. Even if she was put on the ground now, she would feel very comfortable. In addition, sofas, TVs, chandeliers, etc. are all available, as if one is returned to the blue planet. The life of socialites in movies is probably just like this. Suyiya thought secretly. Well, this will be your home from now on, Ning Fan said hintingly. He came to the sofa. The large sofa does not feel crowded even if you take a nap on it. Just as he was about to put Suyiya down, he suddenly froze. A kitten bit his ear. "Master, can you hold me? I'll go back to my room to take a shower first. My body is sticky," Suyiya said in his ear, her tone tender and full of temptation. Ning Fan subconsciously lowered his eyes to take a look. It is indeed sticky. After walking along the way, the milky flavor has become much stronger. Oh well. Ning Fan looked around and didn't see her 2 best friends, so she walked upstairs holding Suyiya. When Suyiya saw Ning Fan agreed, her body couldn't help but tremble slightly. "Woo woo woo, master, you are so kind." Chapter 81, Suyiya's Sweetness. Ning Fan did not choose to take Suyiya to the 4th floor, but chose the room on the far right on the 3rd floor and walked in. The entire villa covers an area of 1,000 square meters, so every room is very large. The room Ning Fan chose for Suyiya was the best room on the 3rd floor. The house not only has a spacious bedroom, but also a living room and a separate bathroom. The whole decoration is very warm and pink, and seems to be specially prepared for little girls. "Is this Yiya's room?" Suyiya looked around the room and asked excitedly. The house she lived in on Blue Star was not as good as this one. She never expected that after becoming a maid, she would be able to live in such a nice house. What a blessing. "Well, this is your room from now on," Ning Fan said. "Thank you, master." Suyiya couldn't help but hug Ning Fan with her backhand. She knew it was wrong to do so, and that a maid shouldn't be so presumptuous, but she just couldn't help it. Maybe she still has some little thoughts in her heart. Ning Fan was already feeling restless, and after being kissed by her, he could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. 2 hours later. Ding! It is detected that Su Yi's favorability towards you has increased to level 3. The number of returns that can be provided today is corrected to 3 times. Ning Fan stood in front of the bed, looking at the little lowly who was sleeping on the bed and whispering from time to time, with a smile on his face. Not bad. Her favorability has increased, proving that she is still following me sincerely. Ning Fan came to Su Yi and gently helped her tidy up her messy hair, with a hint of pity in his eyes. No matter what, the little lowly will be his woman from now on. He will still not be short of the compassion he deserves. He waited until Su Yi's breathing gradually calmed down and she fell into a completely comfortable sleep before he got up and left. Go downstairs to the living room. The air conditioner in the living room has been turned on, and the temperature control system keeps the temperature at 20 degrees, which is very comfortable. Fong Ling Long and Mu Wanting seemed to have just finished taking a shower. The two of them were wearing pajamas, leaning lazily on the sofa, watching TV. There is no signal on the TV, but there are discs. They were watching a palace drama. Hearing the sound of people coming down the stairs, the two women looked over at the same time. Seeing that it was Ning Fan, Mu Wanting's expression immediately changed into a half-smile. Fong Ling Long just rolled her eyes. There is no reason for a husband who can never be satisfied to have sex in broad daylight. When they went downstairs just now, they clearly heard the blushing voice coming from Su Yi in the room. Only then did they realize what Ning Fan was doing with Su Yi. Husband, you are really something. Yi has such a petite body, but you don't even know when to stop. Aren't you afraid of hurting her? Fong Ling Long spoke up for Su Yi. She knew best how crazy Ning Fan could become when he became addicted. As far as I know, Su Yi's physical condition is only D-. Mu Wanting added. The implication is that Cricket Ning Fan does not know how to be gentle and considerate to women. After 2 hours, I was somewhat bored. Being scrutinized by two stunning beauties like this, Ning Fan couldn't help but blush. The problem is that he doesn't know how to refute it. Because it was just as they said, Su Yi had been begging for mercy throughout the second half of the process. Touching his nose, he changed the subject and asked, "How about it? Have you chosen a room?" He came and sat down next to the two of them. Seeing this, the two girls didn't dwell on this topic, and Fong Ling Long spoke. "It's chosen. The one on the left is mine, the one on the right is Wan Wan, and your room is in the middle." Surrounded by girls? Ning Fan raised his eyebrows and looked at Fong Ling Long in surprise. Fong Ling Long understood what he meant and instantly moved closer to Mu Wanting, put her arms around her, and looked at Ning Fan warily. "Hubby, stop imagining things. Wan Wan is mine tonight, and we'll sleep together. Go find Su Yi." Ning Fan pulled the corner of his mouth. "It seems like you guys don't plan to let Su Yi go." Mu Wanting saw Ning Fan's frustrated look and chuckled. In order not to embarrass Ning Fan, she spoke. "Ning Fan, there's a large freezer in the manor. I plan to ask the housekeeper to put some water in it and freeze it. Then I can sell ice cubes. What do you think? You can decide on your own business matters." Ning Fan waved his hand. Since he decided to accept Mu Wanting, he was ready to give up power. "I've already opened up the access to the territory warehouse to you. As long as the resources I put in the warehouse are not used by me, you two can use them at will." "Well, I've seen it." Mu Wanting looked serious, like a female CEO. In addition to the watermelons on sale, there are also 5,000 kilograms of C-grade pure rice and rice bran. My plan is not to sell the spiritual rice for the time being, but I can sell some of the bran to the Fisherman's Alliance. It seems to be helpful for fishing. "Shit, you making a nest, right?" Ning Fan was stunned for a moment, and the look in his eyes when he looked at Mu Wanting became strange. As expected of a top student majoring in marketing, he has a sharp eye. He had to be thankful again for bringing Mu Wanting to the territory. With such a virtuous wife, the development of the territory would definitely be faster. Mu Wanting took Ning Fan's gaze to heart and continued without showing any emotion. "If we sell C-grade spiritual rice now, it will only be sold at a low price. The auction just ended, and the guild leaders don't have many cornerstones. As for the other independent lords, it goes without saying that they are so stingy even when buying a watermelon, not to mention buying spiritual rice, which is much more valuable than a watermelon. Moreover, if we sell the spiritual rice at a low price, it will lead to a significant improvement in the physical fitness of the leaders in the area, which will eventually affect the pirates and improve their physical fitness. That's obviously not good for us." After Mu Wanting finished talking, Fong Linglong instantly threw herself in her arms like a little fangirl, with stars sparkling in her beautiful eyes. It seems to be saying, "My good friend, you're so awesome. Muvanting, naturally bloket hergaze." She reached out to help Fong Linglong smooth her hair like petting a cat. At the same time, she looked at Ning Fan with a hint of helplessness on her lips. Her expression seemed to be saying, "I'm sorry. It seems like I stole your first wife." Ning Fan smiled gently and actually liked the way these two best friends got along with each other. "I just feel helpless that my concubine was taken away by someone tonight." "Okay, since you have an idea, just make your own decision." Seeing that Mu Wanting was so smart, he was completely relieved. With this enchantress like her around, it would be difficult for other lords to gain any advantage over him. Ning Fan glanced at the time. There is more than half an hour left until the island transfer time mentioned in the announcement. Since he had nothing to do for the time being, he simply snatched Fong Linglong from Mu Wanting's arms and held his wife while watching TV. Fong Linglong rolled her eyes to the sky, snorted in resistance for a few times, and then stayed obediently in Ning Fan's arms. But she still gave Mu Wanting a farewell look in a dramatic way. "Wan, there are bad guys who want to separate us." Mu Wanting chuckled, raised her slender hand, and waved goodbye to Fong Linglong like a lucky cat. Then she opened the chat interface, changed her ID to Maple Leaf's mysterious shop secretary, and contacted Fisherman Huang San. "President Huang, I'm Maple Leaf's personal secretary. I want to ask if your guild needs this item, C-rank brand." Her words were very direct. If she had not yet established a substantial relationship with Ning Fan, she would have even gone so far as to label herself as Ning Fan's woman. She feels that this is an honor and also an asset. Huang Sin had just arrived on the island and was busy reclaiming the land and planting watermelons. He doesn't have an A-grade farm, so he has to do all the farm work by himself. When he saw the message, he immediately put down the work in his hands. "Grade C brand, isn't this the bait he has always dreamed of?" Now they're still using bread as bait. Holding back his excitement, he replied, "Hello, madam. May I ask your name?" It's convenient to deal with smart people. Mu Wanting curled her lips, glanced at Ning Fan secretly, and then she said, "My last name is Mu. Mrs. Mu, how are you? May I ask how much the C-grade brand sells for?" Huang Sanjiang was very humble. After arriving on the island, he learned that Ning Fan had raised his territory's rating to over 50,000. Only then did he clearly understand how big the gap was between him, who was considered one of the best guild bosses in the eyes of others, and the real bosses. Therefore, towards Ning Fan's woman, no matter if she was a secretary or a junior assistant, he did not dare to put on the airs he used in the guild. What's more, he got up with Ning Fan's help, so he didn't dare to show any disrespect. "President Huang, you are also a smart person, so I will speak frankly. Although humans cannot digest the energy in C-grade brand, fish and some poultry love it very much. It is as good as C-grade food to them. If we use C-grade brand as bait to catch fish, it will definitely be very effective. It may even attract higher grade fish to feed. So as for the price, since you're an old customer, I can give you the best price. Every 100 kilograms, 1,000 cornerstones." "How much? How much? How much?" 100 kilograms is 1,000 cornerstones. So isn't that 10 cornerstones per kilogram? Although it is C-grade bait, it is too expensive. Huangson took a breath of cold air. If they buy at this price, he and all the old fishermen in the fishing alliance will go bankrupt. You have to know that these anglers fish by the kilogram, and this is just when they fish in ordinary ponds and rivers. Now, we're facing the sea, so let's just double it and use 1 kilogram of bait each time, then it will cost 10 cornerstones. A whole watermelon. How many fish do I need to catch to make my money back? Huangson couldn't figure this out. Now that the price of ordinary fish continues to fall, there is not much profit to be made. Unless you can catch high-quality fish, as Madame Mu said, you will lose money every time you bait a nest. He couldn't afford to gamble with such probability. Taking a deep breath, Huang San sent a message. "Madame Mu, this price is too expensive. We in the Fishermen's Alliance cannot afford it. Can you lower it? 800, no less." Mu Wanting said, "Reduced by 200. That bag is worth making." Huang Sanda was overjoyed, but fearing that Madame Mu would go back on her word, he quickly replied, "Okay, thank you, Madame Mu. Please wait a moment. I will discuss with a few people in the guild to see how much we can eat." They said it was a discussion, but in fact it was just to raise money. In order to go to the island, he is now heavily in debt. He turned around and opened his friend list and quickly found his target, the leader of the Fishing Alliance. Now Huang Sin calls him Watermelon Peel Man. He makes a little money by hoarding watermelon rinds and is already the richest man in the guild. He sent a message to Guapi. Li Sanjun, lend me some money. Chapter 82. The leader of the fishing alliance, Li Sanjian. Under the scorching sun, Li Sanjian was leisurely soaking in the sea, enjoying the coolness brought by the water. In front of him, there were two big round watermelons floating. By selling watermelon rinds, he officially escaped from the lower class. Nowadays, I can eat 2 watermelons at a time. He picked up the watermelon in front of him, patted it, and put it close to his ear to listen. The deep voice entered his ears, intoxicating him. Yeah, that's good. The boss's watermelon is really ripe. After soaking for a while, you can eat the cool watermelon. Putting the watermelon down, he lay on his back on the sea, covered his face with the rind, and sighed slowly. If there were no pressure to go to the island, life would be so comfortable. The little money he has is still not enough to go to the island. The reward for finding someone to help is not easy at all now, and you also need to purchase a treaty signing letter to recruit people. Li Sanjin was filled with sadness when he thought about how the president not only became poor again, but also owed a huge debt in order to go to the island. It's hard to make money. It's hard to make money. Is there any good idea to make more money? He emptied his mind and looked for a ray of inspiration. Suddenly, a prompt sound exploded in his mind. He suddenly stood up with a start, and the watermelon rind fell on his chest. Who the hell is interrupting me trying to find a way to make money? He put on his watermelon rind while cursing and turned on the screen. The president who owes me 100 cornerstones and wants to delay the payment for 3 days. Li Sanjin, lend me some money. Seeing the remarks, Li Sanjin hummed and let out a breath of hot air. Come to borrow money again. Treat him as a toad. President, where are you going to borrow the money for this time? Li Sanjin, Rupia Unfapili. Good news. I got the right to purchase sea-level brand from the boss. I plan to collect funds to buy some and sell them to the alliance. How about you lend me some money and I'll give you some for free later? Huang San replied. When Li Sanjin saw the reply, his expression instantly brightened up. Great sea brand? Good stuff. A flash of inspiration suddenly came to his mind. His eyes rolled, and he thought of something and quickly replied. How much do you get from the boss? As soon as the message was sent out, he felt that it was inappropriate and added another sentence. President, given our relationship, you shouldn't lie to me about such a small matter. After sending the message, he felt that the long list of notes on top of the chat box was a bit annoying. After thinking it over again and again, he changed it to the kind-hearted president who borrowed 100 cornerstones and returned 150 cornerstones. Well, this is much better. You're not still thinking about getting the goods from me, are you? I'm telling you to give up the idea as soon as possible. The price is not cheap. 100 kilograms of bran, 800 cornerstones. Are you sure you can afford this price? Holy shit. How much? 800 cornerstones. Li Sanjin was stunned. President, are you sure you didn't lie to me? What you're selling is not chaff but gold. Why would I lie to you? You should know that it is C-grade brand. C-grade. This is enough to be used as bait for a high-grade fishing rod. The reason why Huang San understood this so well was because he had a D-grade fishing rod in his hand. The biggest difference between a high-grade fishing rod and an ordinary fishing rod is that high-grade food is needed as bait to demonstrate the effect of a high-grade fishing rod. Otherwise, the only difference from an ordinary fishing rod is that its structure is more solid. I was originally going to sell it for 1,000 cornerstones. If I hadn't had some goodwill with the boss and reduced my price by 200, I wouldn't have gotten this price. Huang San sent another message. After seeing this news, Li Sanjin realized something instantly. The big guy initially priced it at 1,000, which means that the value of C-grade brand is indeed very high. It's just that his knowledge is limited and he can't reach that level, so he thinks it's very expensive. The president decisively bought the goods after the price was only reduced by 200, which means that the price of 800 is definitely profitable. Although he doesn't understand the value of the goods, he understands the president. Followed, Li Sanjin gritted his teeth and opened the warehouse interface. Cornerstone 682. Damn, I can't even get a batch of goods. Li Sanjin slapped himself hard. I told you not to be greedy. You could have gotten it if you just ate a few fewer watermelons. He knew that the big guys were in big business, and if he only took half of the goods at a time, the big guys would definitely ignore him. I guess the president won't help him with this. After all, being stingy is not acceptable. There was no choice but to turn his attention to another object. D-Class Water Purifier Manufacturing Diagram. He had originally planned to make this thing after arriving on the island. Because of the high cost, he was reluctant to use the cornerstones he had saved for getting on the island to make up the materials. The daily production of 5 LD water would not allow him to recoup his investment before the emergency was over. The best time to go to the island is only these 2 days. If he waits until the emergency is over and he hasn't accumulated enough cornerstones to recruit people to attack the island, the price will be different then. So he postponed his plans to build a water purifier. It seems that we might as well exchange it for a batch of goods now. Li Sanjen murmurat. This is a rare opportunity to make money. If he misses it, he can only cooperate to attack the island like other individual lords. But that would be too risky. A team of 5 people would mean attacking 5 islands. The chance of getting into distress is much greater than if we recruit people on our own, have no limit on the number of people, and only attack 1 island. Gritting his teeth, he sent a message to Huang San. President, show me this thing. Will the boss accept it? D-class water purifier manufacturing diagram. Fuck, you still have this good stuff. Huang San said in surprise, but after being surprised, he still gave some advice. Are you sure you want to sell it? This is an asset that can bring long-term benefits. I advise you to think carefully. Li Sanjian was determined. I don't even have an island, so how can I think about the long term? Please ask for me. Okay, I'll ask the boss if he'll accept it for you, but don't hold your hopes too high. The boss must have a lot of good stuff, and he may not be interested in your de-water purifier manufacturing drawing. I understand. If it doesn't work, I'll just give up the idea. Seeing that Li Sanjin said this, Huang San didn't know how to persuade him any further. He turned around and opened the chat with Mrs. Mu. Oh, what a pity. If I had enough cornerstones, I would definitely get this manufacturing plan from the melon skin guy. D-grade water purifiers are quite precious to them. If used properly, it can at least help many people in the guild improve their physical fitness to D level within a month. But things are urgent, and I don't have enough capital. Huang San shook his head, stopped worrying about it, and sent a message to Madame Mu. Madame Mu, I'm really sorry. The guild has too few cornerstones right now. Can you see if you can use the manufacturing diagram to make up for the cornerstones? Mu Wanning's attention was always on the Lord interface. When she saw Huang San reply to the message, she replied immediately. What kind of manufacturing drawings? We don't accept ordinary manufacturing drawings here. Understood. Could you please take a look at this manufacturing drawing, D-grade water purifier manufacturing drawing? Huang San said. Level manufacturing diagram? Or a water purifier? Mu Wanning's expression changed. She knew that she couldn't make the decision on this matter, so she pulled Ning Fan, who was concentrating on watching TV while holding Ling Long. Ning Fan, take a look at this manufacturing diagram. Chapter 83. First critical hit return. Special type B+ water purifier. Ning Fan, take a look at this manufacturing diagram. When Mu Wanning's voice sounded, Ning Fan and Fong Ling Long turned their heads to look over at the same time. Mu Wanning showed the information on the screen to the two of them. Grade water purifier manufacturing diagram? Ning Fan's eyes widened. Is there anyone who wants to trade this thing? Because of the change in system functions, he is now in need of a high-level water purifier manufacturing blueprint to produce high-grade water that can improve his physical condition. After I worked hard to satisfy Su Yiya, the system has returned 12 times a day. I used it twice this morning and have 10 times left. Just enough to return a critical hit once. Originally, he planned to purchase a common water purifier manufacturing blueprint in the next 2 days and use it to return the critical hit. I didn't expect that a graded water purifier manufacturing drawing would be delivered to my door. Although it is only D-grade, it is better than ordinary ones. He couldn't help but ask curiously, where did you get this from? It was taken out by Huang San, the president of the Fishermen's Alliance. He planned to exchange it for C-grade brand from me. Mu Wanning said truthfully, so that's it. Ning Fan nodded subconsciously, but he soon realized something was wrong. Etc.? Why would Huang San take out such a good thing for trading? The market for graded water is so huge now. Doesn't he know the value of this thing? Could it be? Ning Fan looked at Mu Wanning with strange eyes. What's the price you're selling them for grade C brand? 100 kilogramm, 800 cornerstones. How much? 800 cornerstones. His Ning Fan bared his teeth. I was going to feed the chickens with this, and you tell me you sold it for 800 cornerstones? Is this how business is done? What kind of treasure did he bring home? No wonder Huang San took out the de-water purifier manufacturing drawings for trading. It would be strange if he had so much cash on hand. It was originally 1,000 cornerstones, but considering that Huang San is half your younger brother, I reduced it to 200 cornerstones. Mu Wanting raised the corners of her mouth and said in a cheerful tone. She set the bottom line at 500 cornerstones, but she didn't expect that Huang San would hurriedly agree to it after it was reduced by 200, which made her quite happy. Now seeing Ning Fan's surprised and treasured look, the joy in his heart became even stronger. A good reduction of 200. It seems that each is willing to fight and the other is willing to be beaten. Exchange 300 kilograms of brand for them and trade the manufacturing drawings over. Ning Fan thought for a moment and said, 2,400 cornerstones? That's a bit expensive. Mu Wanting calculated it for a moment, but still nodded obediently. Okay, I'll tell them right away. Fong Linglong, who stayed obediently in Ning Fan's arms, watched this scene quietly, her beautiful eyes curved unconsciously. It turned out to be a wise move to take Wanwan over. With Wanwan helping to run the business, she can now live a peaceful and carefree life. At most, I would occasionally help my bestie with some advice. Moreover, the more important Wanwan is in Ning Fan's heart, the less likely he will have to worry about their status being threatened, even if other women break into his life in the future. Thinking of this, Fong Linglong secretly reached out and poked Mu Wanting's slender waist. After attracting her attention, Fong Linglong quickly gave her an encouraging look. My dear girlfriend, come on. My happy life depends on you. Mu Wanting winked at her with a bit of pride. The two best friends reached a kind of tacit understanding. After a while, Mu Wanting completed the transaction with Huang San and others. In addition to a water purifier manufacturing drawing, Huang San also squeezed out more than 600 cornerstones from Guapi Lao and used the cornerstones to buy 200 kilograms of rice bran. Mu Wanting spent a total of 500 kilograms of rice bran. The remaining ones will be kept in the warehouse for the time being. Even the largest customer, Yameng, has a purchasing power limited to this level, so there's no need to release them for sale. So she simply sold a favor to Huang Sanren and made a verbal agreement with the Fishermen's Alliance, stating that C-grade bran would only be sold to the Fishermen's Alliance in the future. The price is increased by 50 cornerstones. Huang San readily agreed that being able to monopolize a high-level bait would be 100 benefits and no harm to the Fishing Alliance. The pressure to make money is just a little bit greater. Ning Fan, I've got the manufacturing drawings. I've sent them to you. Mu Wanting turned her head and looked at Ning Fan. Good. It's time to get to work. Ning Fan stood up and returned the baby Fong in his arms to Mu Wanting. He also took the opportunity to gently pull Mu Wanting's hand and gave her a doting smile. Then he walked out of the living room. Mu Wanting hugged Ling Long and felt the fleeting warmth on her hands. A hint of shyness appeared on her face. After watching Ning Fan's back disappear into the living room, she gently put her head against Ling Long's cheek and asked in a low voice, Ling Long, baby, I want to discuss something with you. You say, Fong Ling Long, who was concentrating on watching TV, said without thinking, how about we sleep together tomorrow night? Hearing this, Fong Ling Long's heart suddenly started to ring with alarm bells. No. She turned around and blurted out a shout, but when he saw her blushing and shy expression, he immediately blocked his mouth. What a charming enchantress. She rolled her eyes helplessly and pouted. I knew you couldn't help it. Ling Long, baby, think about it. If I could become Ning Fan's woman sooner. After moving to the estate, the original workhouse has been demolished and all water purifiers are placed in a separate storage room. On the way to the storage room, Ning Fan began to collect materials and return the manufacturing drawings. Ding, consuming a D-level water purifier manufacturing diagram, triggering consumption return. Main target Fong Ling Long, return multiple 20,000 times, remaining return times 10 times. Please choose normal return or critical return. Critical hit return. Ning Fan chose the critical hit return without hesitation. He stared at the screen. This is the first time that critical hit refund has been implemented, so I'm looking forward to what level of manufacturing diagram will be given. It should be able to reach B level. As long as it can reach level B, it will be enough to eliminate the impact of the ban on the return of resource-based materials. Previously, the grade of water returned could not reach the level of grade B. The system prompt sound came soon. Ding, the host chooses critical hit return. The return multiple is 20,000 times. The results of the two returns are as follows. After one return, you'll get a C+ grade water purifier manufacturing drawing. After the second return, you'll get a special B+ grade water purifier manufacturing drawing. The manufacturing drawings obtained after the two returns have been stored in the construction interface. The return multiplier exceeds the B+ level range, but does not reach the A level. The obtained B+ level water purifier manufacturing diagram is increased by 1 special feature. Special features? Ning Fan looked surprised and quickly checked the information on the manufacturing diagram. Manufacturing diagram of special B+ grade water purifier, consuming seawater, purifying 5L of B+ water per day. In production increase mode, 50 cornerstones are consumed to increase the daily output of seawater by 50L, reaching the highest level of water that can be produced in the water purifier production increase mode. Benefit feature: daily routine output of B+ water increases by 5L, doubling the normal output. Isn't this equivalent to giving us 2 B+ water purifiers? Ning Fan said in surprise. He has always regarded the increased production model of water purifiers as a byproduct. Apart from providing him with some foundation, it is of no great use in improving his physical fitness. What he values most is the output of the water purifier itself. After all, it is related to his physical improvement. So doubling the output was like giving him 2 water purifiers. I produce 10L of B+ water a day. In addition to meeting my own needs, Ling and Wani can also drink a lot of B+ water every day to improve their physical fitness. He had not paid much attention to the properties of the item before, but now that it appeared on the water purifier and the output doubled, he immediately felt the difference. Powerful. If I'm not mistaken, the magic modification feature of the stone shooting cannon should also be one of the features. Ning Fan murmured, not entangled in this aspect. After all, he knew that the system would return it, and it would be fine as long as there was no rounding of lost attributes. Manufacture and install both water purifiers. After they started working, Ning Fan left the storage room. Back in the living room, the two girls were leaning against each other watching TV. Hearing the footsteps, the two best friends turned back at the same time. Hubby, you've done it, Fong Ling said excitedly. Ning Fan nodded and looked at the time. There were less than 10 minutes left until the island transfer time mentioned in the announcement. He then reminded the two girls, the island transfer is about to begin. You two stay here and watch TV. No matter what happens, don't go out. I'll go outside to check the situation. He also didn't know how big a commotion the island transfer would cause. Therefore, for safety reasons, it is best to let the two women stay in a manor. Hubby, you have to be careful. Fong Ling nodded obediently and warned. Mu Wanning called Ning Fan in front of him and said, keep in touch so that if anything unexpected happens, we will worry about each other. Seeing Mu Wanning's actions, Ning Fan was stunned for a second, then smiled knowingly and answered the call. After saying that, he walked towards the door. Although it was safe to stay in the manor, someone had to keep an eye on the changes on the island. Suddenly, Fong Ling called him. Hubby, wait a minute, there's something I forgot to tell you. Ning Fan turned around and asked, what's the matter? The Tinang League has already paid off its debt. What they mean is that after the island is moved, when they find a new native island, they will ask you to help them conquer the next one. Fong Ling said crisply. So that's what it is. Okay, I understand. Tell them to contact me as much as you want. I'm always available. After giving the instructions, Ning Fan continued to walk outside. As soon as he arrived at the coast, he collected the C-class building ship parked on the shore. Not long after, a prompt sound rang. Ding, the island transfer will begin in 1 minute. Each island will be protected by a protective shield. The transfer process will last for 1 minute. Lords, please be prepared. Chapter 84, Sisters of Tinang League. A light blue mist barrier appeared out of nowhere, covering the entire territory. Strangely, the light in the territory did not dim. Ning Fan looked up and saw that the scene 1 kilometer away on the sea quickly fell into fog until it was completely invisible. Island transfer has begun. Do not go out to sea. Is the transmission starting now? Ning Fan looked surprised. Apart from a mist blocking his vision, he could not feel any impact at all. Even the sea surface 1 kilometer offshore was very calm. Ning Fan, nothing happened, right? Mu Wanning's voice was heard during the chat. She and Fong Ling also noticed the foggy sky above their heads. Such an exaggerated phenomenon made them worry about Ning Fan. It's okay, don't worry. It should be fine soon. Ning Fan comforted. Okay, you must be careful. Mu Wanning reminded again. The call fell into silence. Ning Fan returned his gaze to the fog. Suddenly, a prompt appeared on the screen. Radar alert. A native island appears 9 kilometers southwest. Well, is it here already? Ning Fan was surprised. As soon as he finished speaking, the fog in the territory began to surge wildly and then quickly dissipated. Then the system announcement came. The island reset is complete and the world has changed a little. It's really over. The vast sea reappeared before our eyes, and the scene was exactly the same as before. If it weren't for the announcement, no changes would be noticeable at all. Ning Fan looked at the radar chart. From the coordinates, we can know that the territory has moved a full 10,000 miles. He was now in a completely unfamiliar sea area. Except for the 10-kilometer monitoring range, the map was covered with fog. It feels a bit like the legendary art of moving heaven and earth. It's really magical, Ning Fan exclaimed. He looked at the island that appeared on the map. 9 kilometers to the southwest, he had reached the edge of radar monitoring, and the island shown was about the same size as the island where he had conquered his territory. They should all be native islands of the Sea series. Do you want to go and have a look? It's so close, and it only takes 20 minutes to get there by C-class ship. If there are some special resources on the island, it won't be difficult to capture them. After thinking it over again and again, Ning Fan made a decision. No, it is better to go back home and hug your wife than to venture out to sea for adventure. If you use this time to enhance your relationship, you may get higher returns. A C-series island is really not worth worrying about, especially now that it has just been moved here, and there may be other changes. It's better to stay in the territory and see what happens. Thinking of this, Ning Fan walked towards the manor. Suddenly, a message alert sounded, forcibly interrupting his actions. He stopped, opened the screen, and saw that it was someone from the Tinang League contacting him. Tinang Yakin, boss, do you have time now? We found a C-type island. Can you help us take it down? Maritime, a raft of medium size. This is the territory of a pair of twin sisters. As a pair of sisters, they were lucky enough to bump into each other a few days before they died. The two of them worked together and accumulated some resources over the past few days. Therefore, when the guild model appeared, they were able to create the Tinang League with the resources at hand. At this time, Sister Lin Yakin was sitting under the melon shed, staring at the screen nervously. Lin Beisher, the younger sister, stood aside, looking towards the northeast with a telescope. In that direction, 3 kilometers away, there's an island. Sister, hasn't the boss replied yet? Lin Beisher asked. It's been less than half a minute. Fengya may be busy with something. Don't be anxious. Wait a little longer. Lin Yakin comforted. She said so, but the slightly frowned expression on her pretty face betrayed her inner uneasiness. If Fengya went back on her word and didn't help them, it would be difficult for the 2 weak women to capture an island, even though it was just a C-series island guarded by 4 pirates. Sister, I've said it before, it won't work if the Tinang League only accepts women. You see, when it comes time to deal with pirates, these girls in the league can't help us at all. Now all the guilds, big and small, have begun to occupy the islands, and our Tinang League can't even occupy a single island. He also said that he wanted to conquer an island and make it his guild's territory, and take in any girls in the alliance who were willing to join him. I think it's pure wishful thinking. Seeing that there was no response from Feng, Lin Beisher put down the telescope and complained to her sister. Her words were a bit harsh, and it was also because she and her sister had serious ideological differences in recent days. Their original intention in establishing the Tinang League was to rely on the resources at hand to unite some sisters and escape from the predicament of being adrift. However, in the end, they had to use the resources they had to support those sisters who were unable to survive on their own. This made Lin Beisher very unhappy. She felt that in this world, the weak should rely on the strong, rather than the strong giving alms to the weak. If my sister had listened to her, the 50 L of grade water that she bought on credit from Maple Leaf yesterday would have been sold out long ago, and she would have made a profit. Instead of being like now, the price keeps dropping and dropping, and it was only today that it was sold out and the 4,000 cornerstones were collected. The price outside is so high, I can obviously ignore the sisters in the guild and secretly sell it outside. Beisher, things are not as simple as you think. Lin Yakin looked away from the screen and looked at her with a helpless and slightly sad expression. The reason why the Tinang League has grown to such a large scale, with nearly 2,000 members, is because it only recruits women, giving the sisters who come to join a sense of security. Do you know what the greatest danger is for a woman coming into the world? Lin Yakin paused and sighed. It's not the unknown of this world, nor the hardship of life, but being a man. In a world where strength determines power, most women are just men's playthings. If we allow men to join the Tinang League, the Tinang League will no longer be the Tinang League. As long as there is a little disturbance, the sisters in the league will be like frightened birds and scatter like birds and beasts. By then, we, the guild leader, will be left alone. What's the point? Lin Beisher opened her mouth. She knew her sister was right, but she just felt unbalanced. They're also the best in this area, but they still live such a difficult life. It's because I care too much about the sisters in the guild. Lin Yakin saw through her sister's entanglement. She reached out and held her hand, whispering gently, Beisher, a temporary sacrifice is nothing. As long as we build a solid foundation of trust, and wait until the sisters in the guild gradually adapt to the rhythm of this world and have the ability to protect themselves, we will be able to recoup our costs from them sooner or later. As she spoke, a hint of depth suddenly appeared in Lin Yakin's beautiful eyes. It was completely contrary to the gentle temperament she exuded. She said calmly, the price of all charity will be clearly marked and waiting for them at some point in the future. Hearing this, Lin Beisher stood there in a daze. Sister, you are so calculating. So you are this kind of sister. All the resentment she had felt towards her sister over the past few days disappeared at this moment and was replaced by a huge surprise. Woo-woo, sister. So this is what you meant. Why didn't you tell me earlier? I almost misunderstood you. Almost misunderstood? Or was it misunderstood? Lin Yakin rolled her eyes. She put her thoughts back in her heart and chuckled jokingly. I'm just afraid you'll think I'm a vicious sister. No way. I've always felt that if we women want to survive in this world, we should understand this truth. It's just that I'm not good at speaking and can't explain it clearly, so I had a few arguments with my sister. Lin Beisher obediently took her arm and said with a smile, the so-called truth is essentially the exchange of value. If Mu Wanting were here, she would definitely applaud the sister's ideas. It was exactly what she was thinking. After the two sisters talked about the differences in their hearts, they stuck together for a while. Soon, a message alert sound broke the warm atmosphere. The Maple Leaf boss has replied. The two sisters reacted instantly and looked at the screen at the same time. Maple Leaf, okay, but to help you take down the island, I have to do it via video. Chapter 85. The two sisters are nearby. Ning Fan hesitated for a while when he saw the letter from Tinang League. Finally, it was decided to lend them the stone-throwing cannon along with the radar, but on the condition that he had to operate it remotely. If the stone-shooting cannon is not bound to the radar, it will have no aiming function and it will be troublesome to deal with pirates. Hearing that all the members of the Tinang League were women, he was afraid that they would not be able to operate it and there might be a risk of damaging the stone-shooting cannon, so he simply arranged it this way. Tinang Yakin, okay boss, you make the call. I heard that the people in charge of Tinang League are a pair of sisters. I wonder if they are pretty. Ning Fan called them for a video chat. The other party answered the call almost instantly, and a picture appeared before my eyes. Ning Fan's pupils dilated instantly. Two women are sitting together in the picture. They have delicate faces, good and tall figures, and fair skin. What's even more fatal is that the two beautiful women look exactly the same. If it weren't for the different clothes they were wearing, Ning Fan wouldn't even be able to tell the difference between them. One of them was wearing a white skirt and a hairpin in her hair, and she looked gentle and elegant. One person was wearing a pink suspender swimsuit. Under the white short skirt, her two snow-white, long legs intertwined to form a beautiful landscape, showing off her figure to the fullest. The two sisters look the same, but their temperaments are completely different. If they could have a kiss, it would surely be a wonderful experience. A dark thought flashed through my mind. Ning Fan quickly came back to his senses, and his eyes became clear when he looked at the two sisters. They were just beauties, and there were 3 of them in the family, which was not enough to confuse his mind. Let's help them capture the island first. While Ning Fan was observing them, the two sisters were also observing him. Seeing that the well-known #1 boss in the region was so young, good-looking, and had such an outstanding temperament, Lin Yakin quietly hid a hint of surprise in her eyes. Suppressing the throbbing in her heart, she introduced with a slight smile. Hello, boss. My name is Lin Yakin, and this is my sister, Lin Beisher. Lin Beisher, standing by, was not as calm as her sister. Her beautiful eyes curved into seductive ones as she stared straight at Ning Fan's face, and her legs unconsciously tightened a little. If Lin Yakin hadn't poked her secretly, she would still be addicted to it. Boss, hello. Hello. My name is Lin Beisher. Her tone was delicate and a little awkward, and Lin Yakin's forehead twitched slightly when she heard it. My dear sister, can you please try to be more motivated? Still looking. Your eyeballs are about to eat others. Lin Yakin sighed silently in her heart. Fortunately, the boss was thousands of miles away from them. Otherwise, with her sister's condition, let alone becoming a president admired by thousands of girls, she would probably abandon Tinang League and become a mistress of the boss. How can you just stare at someone like that when you meet them, especially when you're meeting via video? In fact, it is no wonder that the two sisters were amazed by Ning Fan's appearance. It was mainly because Ning Fan's temperament had undergone a drastic change after his physique was upgraded to C-. Men may not necessarily be killed, but women will definitely be killed. Hello, Ning Fan. You could just call me Ning Fan. Ning Fan noticed the little movements of the two sisters and said with a faint smile on his face, Now that we've met, let's get down to business. Where is the island? Seeing that Ning Fan ignored her sister, Lin Yakin secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She was really afraid that her sister's heart had been completely stolen away. Big, Ning Fan, let me show you. Lin Yakin pursed her lips and finally changed the address. She turned her view and looked toward the island. It's over there. She pointed to the island in the distance with her round index finger. The current location is only more than 1 kilometer away from the island, and the appearance of the island can be seen clearly from this distance. That is a C-series island, Ning. Ning Fan, are you sure? Lin Yakin looked at him hopefully. Small problem. Ning Fan ordered, I will rent 2 things to you later. When you get them, just put them on the raft and follow my orders. Okay. Lin Yakin nodded slightly. Maple Leaf rents you 1C+ grade magic modified stone cannon and 1D grade radar. The lease period is unlimited and is decided by Lord Maple Leaf. When Lin Yakin saw the item information, she was stunned. Stone shooting cannon plus radar? Isn't this a product of the Middle Ages and the Industrial Age? How could Ning Fan have such a thing? She finally understood why Ning Fan came to the island so early. With these 2 things, when dealing with pirates who are still using cold weapons, it is not just a matter of attacking in 1 dimension, but at least in 2 dimensions, a gap of 2 or 3 years. But the stone-throwing cannon is enough to deal with the pirates. What is the radar for? Lin Yakin had doubts in her mind. Because she was begging Ning Fan, she didn't dare to check the specific information of the item, nor did she ask. Just keep this doubt deep in your heart. Put the stone-throwing cannon on the raft and point the muzzle towards the island. As for the radar, just find a random place to place it. Ning Fan ordered. Lin Yakin hurriedly followed his instructions and walked out of the melon shed. Curious Lin Beisher also followed out. Lin Yakin came onto the raft under the scorching sun and carefully placed the stone-throwing cannon. When a huge stone cannon appeared on the raft, the 2 sisters widened their eyes. Although she was mentally prepared, Lin Yakin still couldn't help but tremble in her heart when she actually saw the stone-shooting cannon. This is the confidence that a lord should have. She suddenly felt that she and her sister were playing the role of lord a little too lightly. After struggling for more than 10 days, he was left with only a few fire sticks. 2 sisters even quarreled over fighting a pirate. Why bother? Lin Yakin laughed at herself in her heart. She turned to look at her sister, and Beisher happened to look over there too. The 2 women's eyes met, and they both saw the loneliness in each other's eyes. They looked at each other in silence. Yet it seemed as if they had said everything. Lin Yakin adjusted herself quickly. She took a deep breath and continued to set up the radar. The emergence of radar has reduced the impact on them a lot. After all, most people can't understand it. The real effect is reflected on the radar chart, but they can't see it. This is also the reason why Ning Fan operated it personally. The radar chart needs to be unbound before it can be bound to other people. He is absolutely unwilling to let the radar chart be in the hands of other people. This thing is too important to him right now. Let the raft approach the island. After receiving the information, Ning Fan continued to give instructions. His eyes were fixed on the stone-shooting cannon's operating interface. He would lock onto the target as soon as the pirates on the island entered the stone-shooting cannon's attack range. Is that all? You haven't taught us how to use the stone cannon yet? Lin Yakin was full of doubts, but she still followed Ning Fan's instructions. The raft slowly sailed towards the island and soon entered the 1 kilometer range of the island's territorial waters. This place was originally within the pirates' alert range, but due to the high temperature, the pirates lost their ability to go out to sea. Therefore, the relevant warning prompts did not sound again. But the warning prompt disappeared, and Ning Fan received another prompt. Ding! the radar detected an island 10 kilometers to the northeast. The Lord system identified it as the Lord's own island territory. Chapter 86 Lin Yakin's decision. Ding! The radar detected an island 10 kilometers to the northeast. The Lord system identified it as the Lord's own island. Yeah? What's going on? Ning Fan's eyes widened. He blankly closed the stone shooting cannon operating interface and looked at the map. Suddenly, a huge island appeared 10 kilometers away from the northeast corner. If that is not his territory, then whose territory is it? Now he was completely confused. It turned out that this island transfer had brought a pair of twin sisters to his table. Ning Fan, what happened? Seeing him like this, Lin Yakin couldn't help but lower her voice and asked in a low voice. She was particularly worried, thinking that something might have gone wrong in dealing with the pirates. Ning Fan came back to his senses and looked at the two sisters with complicated eyes. You two are near my territory. As he spoke, he took a screenshot of the radar chart and sent it to his sister Yakin. That big island on the edge of the map is my territory. Hearing this, Lin Yakin's face showed shock. She looked quickly and her pupils shrank sharply. It was actually nearby. The island they discovered was only 9 kilometers away from Ning Fan's territory. Lin Beisher, who was standing by, also realized the seriousness of the problem, and the smile on her face as she stole a glance at Ning Fan froze instantly. She secretly put her hand into her sister's and shook her head slightly. It means, sister, why don't we retreat? She was still very clear-headed and was not confused by Ning Fan's beauty. When she learned about this situation, her first reaction was that this was too dangerous. Being a neighbor of such a powerful man, I have to worry about being kidnapped every night before going to bed. She really likes Ning Fan's looks, but that doesn't mean she wants to be kidnapped and used as a plaything. These are two different things. Lin Yakin understood what she meant immediately, clapped her hands gently to comfort her, and looked at Ning Fan. There was a hint of vigilance in his eyes, but he didn't dare to say it directly. Through the screenshot of the radar image just now, she already knew the radar in Ning Fan's hand has a detection range of 10 kilometers. This shocked her greatly, and her mood became extremely heavy. This means that even if they want to run away now, it is impossible for them to escape. From the moment they started contacting Ning Fan, they had unconsciously entered Ning Fan's pocket. So she didn't dare to speak first and bring up the topic of giving up for fear of angering Ning Fan. He saw the two sisters huddling together for warmth like frightened little white rabbits, while secretly looking at him vigilantly. Ning Fan couldn't help but chuckle in his heart. Although it was a bit unexpected, it seemed like a pleasant surprise. He pressed the corners of his mouth and spoke. I have a way to properly handle this matter. Let me hear if you think it's feasible. Seeing that Ning Fan didn't act in an overbearing manner, Lin Yakin secretly breathed a sigh of relief. At least they were willing to negotiate, which was undoubtedly good news for the two sisters. She remained calm and asked, What can I do? Ning Fan said, I have a special item in my hand, the treaty signing book. I can use it to sign a non-aggression treaty with you. This way, you should be able to rest assured being my neighbor. Hearing this, Lin Yakin frowned. Is there no other way? Although the signing of the treaty is a guarantee, who is Ning Fan? He is the most powerful boss in the area. Who knows, he might have some way that they don't know about to exploit loopholes in the treaty. She didn't dare to gamble on the odds, so it was best to stay away from Ning Fan. Other ways. Ning Fan pretended to be stupid for once and spread his hands. No more. Then can we go to another island? Lin Yakin asked, biting her lip, her voice trembling slightly. At this time, Lin Beisher also stretched out her hands to protect her sister, looking like she was about to turn against her. Is that so? Ning Fan looked as if he had suddenly realized something. The two girls' hearts were in their throats, and they stared at Ning Fan intently. As long as he said no, the two of them would definitely drive away on a raft without looking back, even though the hope of escaping was slim. But it's better than being a lamb to be slaughtered. That's no problem, of course. Ning Fan said with a slight smile. For a moment, both women froze in place, looking bewildered and helpless. Are you so easy to talk to? While the two women secretly breathed a sigh of relief, they couldn't help feeling a little lonely in their hearts. A doubt lingered in the minds of the two. Are these two sisters so unattractive? Should they just let them go? Or is Ning Fan not a man? Their doubts did not last long, as Ning Fan's next words quickly gave them the answer. But if you want to give up this island, our deal will end here. You were the ones who took the initiative to terminate the deal, So don't blame me for not fulfilling the deal. I don't have that much time to wait for you to find another island and help you conquer it. You should know that my time is valuable. So, you guys decide for yourselves how to choose. I won't interfere, Ning Fan said calmly, in a businesslike manner. The reasons given are hard to fault. Now it was the sisters' turn to be in trouble. Lin Yakin looked at Ning Fan with a frown. Is this a threat to them? It's hard not to be considered a threat. But Ning Fan's indifferent look made her a little hesitant. Just then, Lin Beisher leaned over and whispered in her ear. Sister, let's go quickly. At worst, we can just not think about the island for now. Don't be fooled by Ning Fan. He must be a bad guy. If we stay, we will definitely be harmed by him. Hearing this, Lin Yakin glanced at her. What a bad guy you are. Sister, you're acting a little too fast. Relax for a moment. I'll ask again. The island is right in front of us and within our reach. We can't just give up like that. Besides, at least for now, Ning Fan doesn't seem to be a bad guy. She kept this in her heart and didn't tell her sister. With her sister's IQ, she knows it and it's no use telling her. After weighing the pros and cons, she asked Ning Fan, We have chosen to continue to the island, but we have a request. I don't know if we can make it. Tell me about it. Ning Fan raised his eyebrows. If our territory is in danger in the future, I hope you can come and protect us once. As she spoke, Lin Yakin's eyelashes fluttered, and her beautiful eyes stared at Ning Fan, waiting for his answer. Lin Beisher on the side widened her eyes and looked at her sister in disbelief. Are you sure this isn't inviting a wolf into the house? Ning Fan looked at Lin Yakin with some surprise, but when their eyes met in the void across the screen, he instantly understood what she meant. The corners of his mouth could not help but curl up a little. He nodded and said, No problem. Not only that, I can also include this agreement in the treaty. Okay, then you draft the treaty. Lin Yakin's tone softened. She finally took this step. God knows how determined she was. So much so that when the results came out, she was even a little unsteady on her feet. Fortunately, Lin Beisher was quick to act and supported her. Sister, even if you decide to be neighbors with him, why do you make this request to him? Doesn't this give him the opportunity to get close to us? Lin Beisher asked in confusion. Lin Yakin shook her head and explained, Beisher, there's no need to make this matter so complicated. I'm just asking for some protection for us two sisters. If we really encounter danger compared to death, asking Ning Fan for help is not so difficult to accept, right? Lin Beisher opened her mouth, but suddenly didn't know how to refute. Indeed, if she were alone, death might be a little better than being targeted by the big bad guy, but she still has a sister. With her dear sister by her side, how could she dare to talk about death lightly? But if Ning Fan really wants to do something bad to us at that time, wouldn't it be? Lin Beisher said worriedly, but in the end she didn't say the words that would make people blush. Silly sister, if we two sisters have fallen to the point where we have to ask outsiders for help, it means that we are indeed not suitable to be the lords of this world. In that case, what's wrong with finding a strong man to rely on? As she spoke, Lin Yakin subconsciously looked at Ning Fan on the screen. His eyes became much gentler. After some communication, she still had a very good impression of Ning Fan. If she really had to choose a man to rely on, she would rather that man be Ning Fan. This was also the reason why she had made up her mind to go to the island. Through the request just now, she could clearly see that Ning Fan was not a bad guy. Lin Beisher listened to her words and blinked her big eyes in confusion. So you are this kind of sister? Suddenly, the thought in her heart turned around. It feels like a new world is revealed after a dark period. Even my sister doesn't object to Ning Fan's words, so why should I be so opposed? Oh, weird. So, she smiled quietly, and her eyes, which were stealing glances at Ning Fan, returned to their upright state. Chapter 87 Fishing Boat. Okay, take a look at this treaty. If you have no problem with it, then sign your names, both sisters. Ning Fan sent the drafted contract to Lin Yakin. Lin Yakin looked at the contract written in black and white in her hand, and suddenly she felt like she was signing a contract to sell her body. Before she could react, her younger sister Lin Beisher snatched the treaty from her hand and signed her name. No, sister, it's your turn. Lin Yakin. She originally wanted to examine it carefully, but with her sister's interference, it became inappropriate. I had no choice but to sign my name. Forget it. If it is really a contract to sell one's body, based on my sister's attitude, Ning Fan probably won't let her suffer any loss. She didn't care. Seeing Ning Fan waving his hand and taking out another special item Her idea of going to the island to develop her territory faded a lot. Maybe there is no harm without comparison. The raft continued to move towards the island. Soon they were only 500 meters away from the coast. Ning Fan had locked the positions of the 4 pirates on the island, but he did not rush to open fire, because he discovered that the pirates were gathering towards the coast. It seemed to be welcoming them. They waited for a while, preparing to open fire only after all the pirates had reached the shore, so as to protect the safety of the island's resources to the greatest extent possible. Yakin, take out a cornerstone and put it into the tail of the stone-shooting cannon. Ning Fan began to direct them to load the bullets. After signing the treaty, he clearly felt that the 2 sisters were much less wary of him. The relationship between the few people also heated up quickly. So much so that the 2 sisters had no resistance when Ning Fan called them by their names. Lin Yakin nodded slightly, and according to Ning Fan's instructions, she took out a cornerstone and loaded it into the stone-shooting cannon. You sisters should stay away from the stone-shooting cannon and just watch me operate it. The sound of firing the cannon is a bit loud, so be careful to cover your ears. Okay. Lin Yakin responded and took her sister back to hide under the melon shed. As they got closer to the island, the 2 sisters couldn't help but get a little nervous, and their bodies leaned against each other for no reason. From here, they could clearly see that several pirates had gathered on the coast. This was the first time they saw pirates. The pirates' cries could be heard from hundreds of meters away, as if they were welcoming the arrival of their prey. The 2 sisters became even more nervous. Sister, do you think the bad guy can really do it? If he makes a mistake and fails to hit the pirates, then we will just be in the hands of the pirates if we rush over like this. Lin Beisher hugged her sister's arms tightly and asked in a delicate and trembling voice. Although she appeared to be very heroic in the past, whenever she encountered a problem, she would habitually ask her sister for protection. She would only stand up if there was a stinky man who was thinking about her sister. It's okay, don't worry. Since Ning Fan kept his promise and helped us fight the pirates, he must be sure of success. As she spoke, she looked towards the stone-shooting cannon in the distance. How will Ning Fan kill the pirates by remotely controlling the stone-shooting cannon? She's quite curious. Soon, Ning Fan's voice came again. Pay attention, I'm about to attack. Lin Yakin quickly put her hands on her sister's ears, and she stared at the muzzle of the gun without fear. Next second, without any warning, a huge bang sounded on the raft. Lin Yakin's body trembled in shock. She saw sparks coming out of the muzzle of the cannon. She turned her head to look in the direction of the pirates on the coast. Then, she saw a scene that made her pretty face turn pale. A violent explosion went off above the pirates' heads, and sparks engulfed all 4 ferocious pirates. The explosion lasted only a few seconds. When I looked again, the coast was charred and there was no sound at all. The place where the pirates originally were was replaced by a huge pit. Is it that simple? Lin Yakin was shocked. The pirates that she and her sisters had been worried about for so long were just destroyed by one shot? At this time, Lin Beisher also came back to his senses and looked towards the island. Sister, where are the pirates? She asked puzzledly. Lin Yakin opened her mouth, not knowing how to explain the scene to her. I can only say it quietly. They're all dead. They're all dead, Lin Beisher exclaimed. She stood up and walked out of the melon shed. Come to the raft and look toward the shore. When she saw the situation on the coast clearly, she was so scared that she covered her mouth. The raft was now only 100 meters away from the island. She could clearly see several bloody creatures wriggling in the dark pit. If I'm not mistaken, it's an organ from a pirate. Ugh. Lin Beisher quickly turned around and returned to her sister, vomiting. Lin Yakin patted her on the back helplessly. She was as timid as a mouse, yet she always tried to act tough. Okay, it's done. At this time, Ning Fan's voice sounded. The core resources have been dropped, and the pirates are confirmed to be all dead. You can land on the island. I have already sent you the manufacturing drawings given. Whoever eliminates the pirates on the island will get the manufacturing diagram. Ning Fan thought that he was helping the 2 sisters to conquer the island, so he did not embezzle the manufacturing map. Of course, there is no need for corruption. Anyway, he was already thinking about the 2 sisters, so it didn't matter whether he had the manufacturing drawings or not. Lin Yakin looked at the screen. Maple Leaf presents you with a D-class fishing boat manufacturing diagram. After just one glance, she said without thinking, Ning Fan, since you were the one who eliminated the pirates, you should take the manufacturing plan. We 2 sisters have already gotten a great deal by getting an island. We don't deserve this manufacturing map. After that, She returned the manufacturing diagram to Ning Fan. Seeing this, Ning Fan raised his eyebrows. Okay, in that case, I'll take it. This was the first time he had come into contact with a fishing boat, and the manufacturing blueprint was quite good for him, so he did not hesitate to accept it. As compensation, I will give you these two things. You present to Lord Tianxiang Yakin 8D plus grade bathroom in an ordinary apartment. There is no use for him to keep these two buildings after he owned the manor. Instead of selling it, it is better to give it to the two sisters to enhance their relationship. Anyway, the people behind got it, and the stuff was back. We are so close that we don't have to worry about them running away because we have radar watching us. When Lin Yakin saw the things Ning Fan sent over, she was stunned. D plus bathroom and an ordinary apartment is still a physical building, not a manufacturing drawing. This is much more valuable than the D-level fishing boat manufacturing plan. She was about to step back when Lin Beisher came over. Wow, it's a bathroom and an apartment. Sister, with these two buildings, we don't have to sleep together in a stinky house every day. Sister, please open it and take a look at the building's description. Lin Beisher said excitedly. Lin Yakin slapped her forehead speechlessly. Well, now it's hard to find an excuse even if I want to go back. Also, what does it mean to sleep together in a stinky bed every day? Am I missing your bathwater or your clothes to change? Lin Yakin angrily slapped her sister on the butt. Then he looked at Ning Fan with a hint of apology. Ning Fan, thank you very much. What you gave us is exactly what we need. It's all you need. Since the transaction has been completed, I won't bother you anymore. You can go to the island quickly. Ning Fan smiled slightly. When you're settled, we will contact you if we have time. Okay, Lin Yakin nodded. The video screen is turned off. End of chat. She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, then opened her eyes again and glanced coldly at her sister beside her with her beautiful eyes. Lin, bye. Sure. This bitch's sister made her lose face today. If I don't educate her well, I'll sell her out tomorrow. So, a scene of an elder sister beating her younger sister took place on the raft. Chapter 88, The Sister's Choice. Lin Beisher stood timidly behind her sister, watching her expand the island territory bit by bit. After the torture just now, her timid heart was seriously hurt. The damn sister only knows how to tickle her. She laughed so hard that one of the straps on her shoulders broke, and she could only tie a knot with her hands pitifully. The sisters didn't have many cornerstones left. The territory expansion stopped after it reached 600 square meters. With the empty land in front of them, Lin Beisher could no longer hold back. She reached out and poked her sister from behind and whispered a suggestion. Sister, can you please let me use the apartment and bathroom? I want to take a quick shower. The dress was high on one side and low on the other, making her chest feel uncomfortable. Lin Yakin glared at her unhappily and arranged the apartment and bathroom. Two buildings, one large and one small, suddenly appeared on the open space. What a beautiful apartment! Lin Beisher's beautiful eyes sparkled. Seeing such a modern facade, Lin Yakin couldn't help but reveal a look of amazement. The two of them then walked towards the apartment at the same time. Pushing open the door and walking into the living room, the two sisters were instantly stunned by the scene before them. The furniture is complete, and although the room is small, it is very cozy. Oh, Lin Yakin suddenly sighed. Lin Beisher came back to her senses from her shock and turned to look at her in surprise. Sister, why are you sighing? Aren't you happy to live in such a nice apartment? I just think that this gift from Ning Fan is too expensive. There is also an ultra-modern toilet with its own water and electricity next to it. The value of the two together is far more than a fishing boat manufacturing plan. Lin Yakin turned to look at her sister. You said we owe such a big favor. How should we repay it? What's more, Ning Fan promised to protect them unconditionally once. The more Lin Yakin thought about it, the more she felt unsure about how to face Ning Fan. Unless, it turns out that my sister has been worried about this. Lin Beisher opened her mouth, and suddenly, a hint of cunning appeared on her delicate face. Sister, why think so much? If you can't pay it back, at worst we can just pledge our love to each other. Hearing this, Lin Yakin's pupils shrank sharply. Beisher, do you really think so? Yes, sister, if both of us sisters are promised to be with Ning Fan, then we will never be separated. Lin Beisher put his arm around her, put his head on her shoulder, and said sweetly. She knew that her sister actually didn't mind sharing men with other women. Because they were born in a family of high-ranking officials, the elder sister was taught from a young age to be gentle and virtuous, and to marry the son of a high-ranking official in the future. In their circle, the unspoken rule of polygamy has always existed. So my sister still has the temperament of a classical woman. Lin Beisher adjusted the hairpin in her sister's hair and said with a smile, "Sister, you like Ning Fan, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't have lectured me just because I made you lose your manners in front of Ning Fan." If she had made such a mistake in the past, her sister would never have hit her and would have just scolded her at most. But it's different when I meet Ning Fan. No matter how stupid she was, she understood her sister's thoughts. Lin Yakin's cheeks flushed when her thoughts were exposed, but she still scolded in a low voice. "What nonsense are you talking about? I just saw that Ning Fan is so powerful, so I don't want you to anger him. This way, we sisters still have a way out." "Yes, sister, you're blushing." Lin Beisher unceremoniously stretched out her soft index finger and poked her face. She knew her sister too well. Because of her living environment, she had always been indifferent to other men and didn't care about what other men thought. But my sister was so abnormal today. Maybe she hasn't completely fallen in love with Ning Fan yet, but there is no doubt that she has a good impression of him. "Sister, please stop lying to yourself. I am willing to help you and marry Ning Fan with you. What else do you have to hide?" Lin Yakin felt that all her little thoughts had been shaken out by her sister, and she wished she could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. However, it was in this embarrassing mood that she suddenly came to her senses, turned her head to look at her sister, with suspicion in her eyes. "Lin Beisher, you are not in love, so you are here to urge your sister to come, right?" Lin Beisher was stunned for a moment, and quickly dodged her gaze. No, sister, please don't change the subject. This look is no different from confessing one's crime." Lin Yakin stretched out her claws towards her waist without hesitation. Seeing that the situation was not good, Lin Beisher ran away. If he didn't run away, he would be tortured again. The sun sets, and time quickly turns to evening. In the living room, the two sisters were half lying on the sofa. Both of them were wearing bathrobes, and their wet hair showed that they had just taken a shower. There is no need to worry about water consumption. The two sisters enjoyed this bath very much. "I feel like I've been reborn." Lin Beisher leaned softly in her sister's arms, her face full of fatigue and laziness. "The only strength I had was used up while playing with my sister in the bath." In the end, she was defeated. But the only thing that was worth celebrating was that her sister finally admitted that she was willing to be Ning Fan's woman with her. Thinking of this, she pulled at her sister's bathrobe and murmured, "Sister, we had no choice but to become stronger and try to survive in this world before. Now we have a choice, so it doesn't matter if we don't become the Lord. Sister, when do you think we should go find Ning Fan?" "Sister, can you please stop being so naive?" Lin Yakin reluctantly turned her gaze away from the screen in front of her and looked at her and said, "It's not that easy. Even if Ning Fan is willing to accept us, do you know how many women are around him? Are you just going to be your mistress without knowing why?" Lin Beisher was stunned and said hesitantly, "It's only been a few days. There shouldn't be many women around him. The problem is not how many there are, but whether those women are good or not. At least the little assistant in the mysterious store is a threat," Lin Yakin said lightly. Although she doesn't mind sharing a man with other women, the family education she received since childhood does not allow her to be the tail of a phoenix, but must be the head of a phoenix. There's only one like her. If we two sisters fight together, we shouldn't be suppressed by her, Lin Beisher said sadly. Until this moment, she was still very optimistic because she believed in her sister. Although her sister might not be good at controlling men, she was definitely good at controlling women. As for herself, she would just be a waste. "You think there's only one?" Lin Yakin rolled her eyes at her and then placed the screen in front of her. Above is the real-time content of the chat channel. Chat channel. Maple Leaf's mysterious shop secretary. From now on, I will be responsible for all matters concerning the mysterious shop, and the assistant will only be responsible for matters concerning the auction. Without further ado, today's discounted product is here. This time, the discounted product is ice cubes, each the size of a wash basin, priced at 1 foundation stone per piece, 5,000 in total, first come, first served. In addition, we sell a small amount of C-grade spiritual rice and trade various common fruits and vegetables. Fruits must be complete fruits, and vegetables must be complete plants. If you need them, please bring the items to private chat, and we will negotiate the price. Chapter 89: The Value of Tianxiang League. Lin Beisher just took a glance. Then she pulled herself out of her sister's arms and sat up straight. "When did this secretary appear?" She pouted and said with a bitter face, "The ID is called secretary, so it must be a woman." Now she and her sister had another stumbling block in their quest to become the most honorable women around Ning Fan. That's not the point. Lin Yakin pursed her lips. The point is that no matter whether it's a junior assistant or a secretary, Ning Fan trusts them very much and lets them manage businesses worth thousands of cornerstones. It shows that they are very much loved by Ning Fan. And there's a subtle trend of division of labor between the two of them, which shows that they get along very well. Lin Yakin paused, a solemn look appearing on her face. If we rashly go to Ning Fan and intrude into their lives, we will most likely be trampled under their feet. Sister, it shouldn't be that necessary. Lin Beisher shrank her neck silently. You make it sound like Ning Fan's surroundings have become a surer field. Lin Yakin burst out laughing when she saw her like this. Of course, it's not what you understand. On the contrary, they are very likely to get along very well. After all, their abilities and Ning Fan's vision mean that they're destined not to be unruly women. But you have to understand that as long as they are Ning Fan's women, they will inevitably compete for status. Let me ask you, if you were to be with Ning Fan, and I gave you a chance, and you're the big boss, and I was the small boss, would you want to suppress me? Lin Yakin looked at her sister with ill intent. Lin Beisher didn't notice the trap, and when he saw a pie in the sky, he jumped in, blurting out, "Of course I thought about it. If I become successful, I will pay back all the suffering I have endured over the years." The last few words were stuck in her heart because she noticed that her sister was staring at her with a half-smile on her face. Oh my God, the bad sister lied to her sister again. Ahem, sister, you understand women's minds so well, so don't be so petty on me. My weak heart can't stand it. There was no other way. She could only use her skills of acting like a spoiled child to make up for it, hugging her sister tightly to prevent her from extending her evil hand. Lin Yakin rolled her eyes, not wanting to argue with her, so she returned to the original topic. So we can choose to rely on Ning Fan, but we must not be hasty. It is best to let Ning Fan see our value. This way we can have a good reputation, understand? Lin Beisher nodded. She really hadn't thought so much about it before and was completely bewildered by the apartment and bathroom that Ning Fan gave her. She thought that if she became Ning Fan's woman and moved to his territory, she would be able to enjoy better living facilities. I don't have to worry about safety issues, and I can still be pampered by Ning Fan. As she thought about it, her thoughts became crooked again. If that's the case, it seems like it might not be impossible for her to be a concubine. Woo-woo, damn it. I seem to be a heartless woman. Lin Beisher despised herself in her heart. After calming herself down, she couldn't help but ask her sister in a low voice. We have the Tianxiang League in our hands. Isn't that enough for us to show our value? Lin Yakin glanced at her and said, What do you think? Ning Fan can earn tens of thousands of cornerstones from just one of his businesses. We have been running the guild for so many days, and we have only 600 cornerstones to give away, which we just used. What value do they have? Sister, what should we do then? Lin Beisher asked hopefully. I'm still thinking about it. Lin Yakin raised her hand and rubbed her forehead. If there's really no other way, the only value they can bring out is the title of twin sisters. But this is too much. In her opinion, such an identity can win the favor and even doting of men, but it is difficult to get a high status. Just then, she caught a glimpse of a message on the screen out of the corner of her eye. Underground cave, Earth Tiger. Sell and buy all kinds of male and female slaves. As long as you have the intention to buy or sell, the underground cave can provide door-to-door service. Customers don't need to worry about handover issues. You can sign a contract, but the customer needs to provide it himself. The underground cave cannot provide it for the time being, but we could try our best to ensure the safety of the customer. The door-to-door service personnel will never carry weapons. Underground cave, Earth Tiger. Because this is the first time that we are providing human trafficking services to all lords, we are now offering a wave of exquisite female slaves for everyone to choose from. The prices are a bit high, but they're all virgins. And as long as you buy them, the underground cave will provide an additional contract. Below are pictures of women. Although they all looked a little listless, they were dressed neatly, had clean faces, and their looks were above average. There were 6 pictures in total, which instantly made the chat channel hot. Who worked hard for most of the day and finally launched this service, for which he paid a lot of price. These female slaves were not his yet. He was just selling them on their behalf. But at last the first step was taken. In order to attract enough attention, he quickly launched the service when the mystery shop opened. When Lin Yakin saw the news about the cave, her beautiful eyes flickered. A woman whose appearance, in her opinion, was only average could actually be sold for 300 cornerstones. An idea emerged in her mind uncontrollably. Yes, women are also a kind of resource in this world. She now owns the largest women's guild in the region. She can easily select a group of women with good looks from them, keep them by her side as maids, and then bring them to Ning Fan. Having beautiful women as resources is also a kind of value. Just like the eldest daughters of noble families in ancient times, they would also let the maids around them sleep with them in order to win over their husbands. The world is now even more like it was in ancient times. The territory of the strong is the ultimate patriarchal society. So she can totally adopt this method. With this thought in mind, Lin Yakin took a deep breath and said to her sister, "I have an idea." "What method?" Lin Beishir asked immediately. Lin Yakin immediately leaned close to her ear and told her thoughts. After hearing this, Lin Beishir's eyes widened. "Sister, this is not good. The sisters joined the Tianxiang League because they trusted us. Wouldn't it be like selling them out if we did this? Don't you believe in the law of the jungle? Why are you so indecisive now?" Lin Yakin gave her a contemptuous look. But doing so would be like cutting off the source of the Tianxiang League's financial support. This is not a long-term solution. Lin Beishir retorted that she could imagine how the sisters in the guild would criticize them if the news leaked out. "You think we're casting a wide net like fishing? We want beautiful women with good looks. There won't be many of them. We can just contact them individually and ask about their wishes. That'll be fine. When the time comes, we can sign the treaties one by one, and we won't have to worry about the news leaking out. This matter has nothing to do with those ordinary girls from the beginning to the end." Lin Yakin said indifferently. Her eyes were cold, and there was a sense of detachment from the world. It seems to be the case. Lin Beishir understood it, but soon she had another worry. What if Ning Fan doesn't like those women? "Ning Fan, look, what are you saying? Isn't that even better? It means Ning Fan can't have room for several women in his heart. This way we don't have to fight for any status." Lin Yakin curled her lips, as if she saw a glimmer of bright future. But she didn't know that there was already a fairy in Ning Fan's family, who had already walked the path she had thought of. Perhaps all women who are scheming and have a bit of love in their minds will end up in the same place. Chapter 90. Mu Wanning was plotted against by her best friend. The sun sets in the west. Ning Fan's territory. Inside the manor, Ning Fan and her bestie were sitting at the dining table eating. Today's dinner was cooked by a butler robot. I have to say, although there's no oil and spices, the food it cooks is much more delicious than that cooked by ordinary people. This meal not only includes fish and potatoes, but also several other vegetables. Mu Wanting exchanged the vegetables from other people. Ning Fan asked the farm to keep the seedlings, so that they would not be short of common vegetables to eat in the future. In addition, Mu Wanting also brought back some fruits, including pears, strawberries, oranges, and other common fruits. But they're all ordinary fruits. Once the seeds take root, sprout, and bear fruit, they probably will have no selling value. They can only be eaten by the girls to satisfy their cravings on a daily basis. Unlike watermelon, which has such a good opportunity to show its value in cooling down the body. Ning Fan, aren't you going to ask Suyeye to get up and eat? Mu Wanting picked up a piece of green vegetable and put it into her mouth. The sweet and crispy taste made her taste buds salivate. Thinking of Suyeye's greedy nature, it would be a pity for her to miss such a good dinner, so she mentioned it. As soon as she finished speaking, Ning Fan and Fong Ling looked at her strangely. This caused her hands to pause. Did I say something wrong? Why did you two look at me like this? Not really. But is it possible that Suyeye is not hungry now? Ning Fan coughed lightly and said, "It's okay. I have already sent the food to her through the Lord system. Let her sleep. She will be able to eat when she wakes up." "Oh, I see." Mu Wanting nodded, not quite understanding. Seeing her expression, Fong Ling had a sly smile in the corner of her eyes. She leaned close to Mu Wanting's ear and whispered something to her. "Huh? So that's how it is." Mu Wanting's face flushed with shyness, and she lowered her head slightly, not daring to look directly at Ning Fan. Fong Ling covered her mouth and laughed secretly. She just said that Suyeye had been fed, and the stupid Wan understood it immediately. It seems that she is not stupid after all. After finishing his meal, Ning Fan sat on the sofa to rest and began to sort out today's gains. All the watermelons hung in the trading hall have been sold out. Under the influence of the special announcement, everyone was as excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. At the end of the day, the discussion topic in the entire chat channel was related to attacking pirates. Judging from the rankings, it took less than a day. There are more than 1,000 more island lords. Although it is still insignificant compared to the millions of lords remaining in the area, as more and more people go to the island, it also inspires the people below to work hard. Ning Fan, should we plant some more watermelons? Mu Wani suggested. After the quarrel during the meal, just now, she hadn't spoken to Ning Fan since then. Only now, when she found an excuse, did she dare to talk to him. The trend of forming a team to attack the island in the chat channel did not stop with the arrival of night, but on the contrary, became much more intense. If this trend continues, the market demand for watermelons will only increase tomorrow. Ning Fan pondered for a while and shook his head. Forget it. There will be a wave of pirate attacks tomorrow. It is not advisable to expand the island for the time being. Let's just plant some watermelons on the existing land. The larger the island, the more severe the attack it will suffer. It is better to be cautious before you know the intensity of the pirate attack. I made nearly 120,000 yuan from selling watermelons today. In addition to the area occupied by buildings, there is still 20,000 square meters of land on the island for growing watermelons. I can make another small profit tomorrow. All in all, he has earned enough from this emergency, so there is no need to be greedy for more. If the island is too big and attracts too many pirates and cannot be defended, it will be a disaster for us. Moreover, with so many people coming to the island, no matter how many watermelons he grows, he may not be able to occupy a larger market share tomorrow. After all, if you throw a few seeds at watermelon, you can grow a few watermelon vines so everyone will plant some on the island. Okay then, I'll let the butler robot freeze more ice cubes. Mulwanten compromised. Afterwards, she sent the cornerstone she earned from the mysterious shop today to Ning Fan. A total of 15,000 cornerstones. The bulk of the revenue comes from the sale of graded water, but what is sold is the grade D water produced by 3 grade C water purifiers. D grade, D plus grade, 3 types of water, 50 L each. Water above grade C, including C- water produced by B plus water purifiers, can be called high-end resources now and for a long time in the future, and naturally cannot be sold easily. It's best to keep it and auction it off at the next auction. This can not only ensure that too much high-level resources do not flow out in a short period of time, control the pace of physical upgrades outside, but also sell them at a considerable price. In addition to graded water, other items for sale include ice and fish. The output scale of fish meat is much smaller than that of grade water. We can only rely on the output of 3 D-class fishing nets, which is already better than nothing. Once the number of returns is up tomorrow, the most urgent thing to do is to return the fishing boat manufacturing diagram, preferably a critical return. Ning Fan considered. Before chicken farms were established, the only way to obtain high-quality meat was fishing. If the quality of the meat he eats daily can keep up, combined with spiritual rice, water, and refined salt, I believe his physical fitness will be upgraded faster than before the new system function appeared. Ning Fan glanced at the warehouse. Foundation 1420000. He earned 140,000 cornerstones a day. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before his territory would reach a size of 1 square kilometer. You will then look like a lord. After opening the territory construction interface and marking out a small piece of land from the watermelon field as a household vegetable field, Ning Fan gave the agricultural robot the order to plant. Watermelons, rice, and vegetables were all planted. After finishing this last thing, Ning Fan relaxed both physically and mentally. He lay on the sofa and watched TV with Fong Ling. Time passes slowly. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night for others. The temperature drops at night, and the pirates are still in a debuff state, which is a good time to attack them. Almost all guilds are operating at high speed. For them, the core resources on the island are undoubtedly high-level resources. There are even presidents who are willing to incur huge debts in order to gather people and attack the island. After conquering it, you can recover blood by selling the manufacturing map and island obtained. As a result, the whole area is in a state of excitement. Ning Fan, who was watching TV in the living room, felt drowsy. Damn, this palace drama is so melodramatic. Can't the women in the harem be less calculating? Ning Fan complained in his heart, and his eyelids were drooping. The 2 women on the side were secretly plotting together. Stupid Wan, if you don't go up now, when will you go up? He will fall asleep soon. Fong Ling poked her. No, I don't know how to get up there. Movantinus ikvoid dikrist bisto. Just rush over. Fong Ling encouraged, courage plus 20. But this is too direct. Wouldn't it be a bad idea? Mu Wanting hesitated, and her courage bonus failed. Fong Linglong rolled her eyes, her sarcasm level reaching the maximum. After a while, Ning Fan couldn't stand it anymore. He stood up and said to the two girls, "I'm going back to my room to rest. Suya won't be able to bear being without her wife tonight, so she might as well go to bed early and have a good sleep." Yawning, he dragged his tired body upstairs. Seeing this, Mu Wanting became anxious and mustered up the courage to stand up and hold Ning Fan back. But Fong Linglong pulled her back, and she was unable to stand up. She looked at Linglong in surprise and got a response to stay calm. She had to calm down. After watching Ning Fan go upstairs and return to his room, she couldn't help but ask, "Linglong, why did you pull me just now?" "Don't worry, I have a good idea." Fong Linglong showed a wicked smile. "Why don't you wait until he falls asleep, then sneak into his room quietly, and then—" As she spoke, Fong Linglong stretched out her hands and scratched like claws. "It seems like a good idea." Mu Wanting's beautiful eyes lit up, but she soon frowned again. "What if he locked the door?" "Yeah?" Fong Linglong was awkwardly frozen in place for a moment, her eyes becoming especially clear, ignorant, and confused. She really hadn't thought about this question. Mu Wanting's chest heaved, and the thought of executing her on the spot surged in her mind. "Can you be more reliable, my bestie?" Under the pressure of Mu Wanting's eyes, Fong Linglong came up with a plan. "Hey, I got it." "What method?" Mu Wanting asked hurriedly. "I told him to leave the door open." After that, before Mu Wanting could react, she sent a message to Ning Fan. Mu Wanting broke apart right where she stood. This idea would be worse than her just throwing Ning Fan down. "Oh, forget it. I'm already with Ning Fan anyway, so it's embarrassing." Mu Wanting is determined to get rid of the bad stuff. In the room, Ning Fan was lying on the bed, not feeling sleepy at all. Just now, he received a message from Linglong Bao. He was asked to leave the door open. Moreover, she secretly told herself that this door was left for Wanting. You say, how can he sleep like this? When he thought of Wanting's graceful figure during the day, he felt a little excited. After waiting for a long time, at a certain moment, a creaking sound was heard, and Ning Fan instantly became more alert. "Here we come." He lay quietly in the bed, pretending to be asleep. I only heard the sound of people taking off clothes in the bedroom, and after a while, I felt a cool feeling coming from under the quilt. He clearly felt that there was someone lying next to him, who seemed to be trying hard to restrain himself from touching him. What'd she do? Ning Fan guessed in his mind. After waiting for a long time with great anticipation, he ended up in loneliness. Mu Wanting didn't take the next step at all. If it weren't for the occasional sound of slightly rapid breathing beside him, he would have thought Mu Wanting was asleep. She wouldn't think that sleeping means two people sleeping in the same bed. Ning Fan's mouth twitched. There was no choice but to take the initiative to attack. He turned over, and while Mu Wanting was still not reacting, he reached out and held her delicate body against his chest. The two faced each other. Because they were very close, Mu Wanting could see Ning Fan's face clearly. Seeing Ning Fan looking at her with an evil look, Mu Wanting's beautiful eyes showed a hint of surprise. Ning Fan, you not slept?" The last two words were not uttered because his little mouth was blocked. Mu Wanting's mind went blank, and she responded to Ning Fan's request instinctively. It was not until Ning Fan carefully placed it on her body that she realized that she had been sold out by Cho Linglong. "You stupid Linglong, I'm going to make you pay tomorrow," she said indignantly. "His Ning Fan, be gentle." Chapter 91 Li Sanjin's Strange Encounter. Under the night, on the raft in the territory of the leader of the Fishing Alliance. Li Sanjin was leaning leisurely on a small stool, whistling, and a fishing rod was placed on the ground next to him. The fishing rod is in the state of being thrown out. Where the bait fell, many bubbles appeared on the calm sea surface. If a fisherman saw this scene, he would definitely know that this was a sign of fish bite. Haha, the sea gray brand sold by the boss is really effective. Li Sanjin laughed loudly, and when he saw the float sinking, he suddenly lifted up the fishing rod. After a round of struggle, he finally caught a fish weighing 7 or 8 kilograms. Ding, a D fish is harvested. The smile on his face widened when he heard the reminder. After getting the D-grade fishing rod that was mortgaged to him by the president, he has already caught 5 or 6 D fish. And this is all thanks to grade C brand. Without C grade brand, it would be impossible to achieve such a harvest with just a D fishing rod. If we keep going like this, we'll have all the foundation stones we need to get to the island tomorrow. Li Sanjin continued to put bait on the nest he had just dug. Suddenly, a blue light entered his field of vision without any warning. He subconsciously turned his head to look, and the scene that came into his sight shocked this strong man weighing over 100 pounds. Not far from the raft, there was a metal boat with a light blue glow floating on the sea. The hull is very large, similar in shape and size to an aircraft carrier on Blue Star. Li Sanjin felt a chill in his heart. It was so weird. When did this boat appear there? Why didn't he notice it while he was fishing there? And if you look closely, you can see that the light blue light is not emitted by any object on the ship. It is the light of the ship itself. Such a magical scene frightened him so much that he took a step back. The small stool behind him was pushed to the ground. He stared at the iron ship nervously, fearing that it would fire a laser or a missile at them in the next second. However, he waited for a long time, but there was still no movement from the iron boat. Is there no one up there? Li Sanjin asked doubtfully after he came to his senses. Logically speaking, this advanced and magical iron ship could not possibly be the private property of any lord. Thinking about it this way, there is only one possibility left. It could be some kind of opportunity. The answer is obvious. As a veteran of online games, Li Sanjin feels that this conclusion is more and more reliable. His breathing became heavy. Opportunities are hard to come by, and if it really happens, the reward might be the ship in front of you. Never mind. Fortune and wealth come from risk. With a ruthless heart, he put away his fishing rod, and without even caring about the bait he had just made, he lowered the sail and drove the broken raft towards the iron boat. As the two got closer, there was nothing unusual along the way. He calmed down and quickened his pace. Soon he came to the iron boat. Only then did he realize that this was not a metal boat at all, but just a 3-story platform. And on the platform, the flag that he mistook for a sail had a string of numbers written on it. 8292921. License plate number? Li Sanjin looked up and asked in surprise. It's a bit nonsensical, but it looks like it. How come there are license plate numbers on a ship? Li Sanjin sneered and walked to the edge of the raft. In front of him was a staircase leading to the platform. Through his observation just now, he has confirmed that there is no danger around. Now that I'm here, I naturally have to go up and take a look. He stepped onto the stairs. However, as soon as his toes touched the stairs, the scene behind him instantly disappeared and turned into a blue light curtain. It was as if I was in a closed space, with only this platform in sight, and everything else was blocked by a faint blue light. Before he could get scared, a mechanical female voice sounded in the space. Welcome the leader of the Fishing Alliance to take this ferry. This ferry is the Wanderer's Ferry. The sailing time is 3 hours. The destination area is 2,548. All of the Lord's items have been stored in the Lord interface. Please check carefully. We are not responsible if any are lost. 100 cornerstones of the ship ticket have been deducted from the Lord's assets. Ferry? Destination area 2548? Li Sanjin's mind was shocked. Love is not an opportunity. It is a means of transportation, and a means of transportation with unfair terms. Although he didn't know where area 2548 was, it was definitely not the area he was in now. No, I want to get off the boat. Li Sanjin shouted anxiously around. He has developed so well in this area. Although the president likes to borrow money, at least by following him, you can get close to the big boss. Seeing that there was some hope, how could he give up such an advantage and go to other areas? Unfortunately, there was no response to his request. Li Sanjin did not give up. He reached out and patted the surrounding iron walls, trying to make some noise. Is there anyone here? I want to get off the boat. This time there was finally a response. A prompt sounded on the screen. Damage to the property of the Federation will result in a fine of 100 cornerstones. Please pay. If payment is overdue, compulsory execution will be carried out. Li Sanjin was stunned as he was slapping the wall. Damn it, you are out of your mind now, right? He turned his head and looked at the wall. There was not even a trace. They wanted him to give them 100 cornerstones? Could you be more domineering? He took a deep breath and realized that this ship belonged to someone, an organization whose lord system was censored. He dared not act presumptuously anymore. After paying the fine honestly, he sat down on the ground resignedly and pounded his chest in annoyance. I should have known better than to take this risk. It would have been much better to just fish on a raft and live a safe life. After feeling sad for a while, he remembered something and quickly opened the Lord screen. Fortunately, the chat interface is still usable, which is somewhat good news. He quickly sent a message to the president. President, I'm leaving soon. Please return the money to me. He did not expect the president to come and rescue him because he found that he could not use the map function and had no idea where he was. It must have been blocked. So all we can do is collect the debt. At least you will have more money in your hands, which will give you more confidence when you move to a new area. However, Huang San did not reply to his message. That damn president wouldn't run away with my money, would he? Li Sunjun Mutarat. Suddenly, he remembered something. No, the president's fishing rod is still in my hand. The de-fishing rod is more valuable than hundreds of cornerstones. Thinking of this, an obscene smile appeared on his face. President, if you don't reply to me, I will be embarrassed. If I had known this earlier, I would not have sent messages to the president and would have just disappeared. I was careless. When he was frustrated again, a familiar female voice was heard. This ferry has officially departed. All contact methods have been disconnected. The journey takes 3 hours. I wish you all a pleasant journey. All contact information is disconnected. Li Sanjin immediately glanced at the chat interface, and sure enough, it was blank, which caught him off guard. Now there's really no need to grow a fishing rod. For no reason, a look of loneliness appeared on Li Sanjin's face. It's a 3-hour flight to a new area, and I don't know when I'll be back. As if hearing his question, the female voice sounded again. The ferry will stay in area 2548 for 3 hours and then return to this area. Lords who need to book return tickets can do so now. Qinghui 80 Cornerstone. Chapter 92 New Regional Situation. There are also return ferry tickets. Li Sanjin booked a ticket without any hesitation. You have booked a return ferry ticket. Since you have a temporary ticket, please do not leave the ferry after it arrives. The Wanderer ferry will appear randomly at any location. Only lords holding member tickets can locate the location of the Wanderer ferry. After hearing the prompt, Li Sanjin breathed a sigh of relief. It's good to be able to come back. Just treat it as a paid trip. I don't know how the lords in other regions are developing. Everyone on Blue Star has come to this world, but their area has only a few million people, which must mean that there are other areas. This was a consensus conclusion that had already become a consensus a few days before the survival. It was only because of the pressure of survival and a series of unexpected events that people gradually ignored this situation. Of course, the main reason is that we cannot contact people in other areas. It's probably not as well developed as our area. It would be exaggerated to have a big shot of Maple Leaf's level. It's impossible for every area to have one. He guessed. He knew very well that without the big boss, their region would not have been able to develop to its current level. Perhaps the second phase of the age of exploration has not even arrived. After all, the condition for the second stage of the exploration era is the emergence of 10 island lords. Without the graded water and watermelons, as well as other high-level resources provided by Maple Leaf Boss, it would be very difficult to achieve this condition. I hope the prices there are higher, so I can resell some resources and make back the damn boat ticket money. Generally speaking, the less developed an area is, the higher the prices are, especially for level items. Li Sanjin glanced at the several D-grade fish and C-grade brand in the warehouse, and with some anticipation, he leaned against the wall and closed his eyes to take a nap. The 3-hour flight is neither short nor long. All communications are cut off, and there is no way to entertain yourself. Instead of waiting, you might as well conserve your energy. As soon as he closed his eyes, he fell asleep unknowingly. The ferry has reached Area 2548. Please take your belongings and disembark in an orderly manner. Passengers who have booked return tickets and have temporary tickets must not leave the ferry. The ferry will return in 3 hours. Li Sanjin opened his eyes in a daze. When he saw the situation in front of him, he trembled instantly and woke up. The light blue barrier around dissipated. The ferry returned to the state it was in when he boarded. Arrive. Li Sanjin looked around, and the sea under the dark night came into view again. Again, there was no reference point, as if he was still in the same place as before. He opened the Lord interface. The map function was still not available, but the chat channel was back to normal. He immediately opened the chat with the president. The chat history still stopped at the last message he sent to the president, and the president's avatar had turned black. The Lord is not in this area and cannot be contacted for the time being. It looks like we have really reached a new area. Li Sanjin opened the chat channel. The chat channel is automatically located in the public chat area. Area 2548 chat channel. It's too difficult. The pirates on the island are really hard to fight. We can't defeat them with just 5 people. I have a treaty signing letter. Here, and 5 more brothers. Here we go again, brothers. Don't be fooled. This kind of people are just looking for cannon fodder. The pirates are so fast on the sea, and they can use bows and arrows. as long as they get close to the raft. Not to mention 10 people, even 20 people can't stop their attack. I think everyone should not rush to the island. Eating high-grade fish can improve your physical fitness. When your physical fitness is improved to D level or even D+ level, and you have the strength to fight back, then you can go and cause trouble for the pirates. The Tiansha League is recruiting people. The guild sells fish meat from time to time. Brothers who need it, please come in quickly. When the physique of the brothers in the guild is improved, we can team up to attack the island together. These stupid guilds are all scams. They only sell a few kilograms of fish a day. There are hundreds of people in the guild fighting for it, but it's impossible to get it, and they still need membership fees for this. It's really unfair. Don't be fooled. Li Sanjin did not rush to speak, but lurked in the chat channel and spied on their situation. As he got to know them better, the excitement on his face became more and more obvious. As he expected, the development of this area was far less than that of their area. We are still in the first stage of the exploration era. Moreover, the guild model here was only developed after the emergence of the native islands due to the powerful strength of the pirates. It is far from having enough influence and cannot be compared with guilds like the Fishermen's Alliance and the Martial Alliance. Not to mention the appearance of a big shot like their president Huang San. As for the Maple Leaf boss, he is an existence they dare not even imagine. Through further investigation, Li Sanjin discovered that there was another main reason for this phenomenon. The second emergency faced by this area was not high temperature and hot weather, but it is cornerstone hail rain. The so-called cornerstone hail rain is when the hail falling from the sky is replaced by small pieces of cornerstones. Its power is greater than that of ordinary hail rain. A slightly larger cornerstone can destroy a wooden house. The advantage is that the small pieces of cornerstone that fall to the ground can be collected and exchanged for whole cornerstones. Isn't this just giving money away? Li Sanjin was slightly surprised, but he quickly let it go. No wonder there is no island lord in this area yet. Without the scorching hot weather, the pirates could be dealt with normally. Even in their area, only Maple Leaf Boss would go to the island. Not to mention this area. There is another drawback to the heaven-falling cornerstone. Because a large number of cornerstones appeared in the area, the per capita cornerstones increased directly by 3 times, and the monetary attribute of the cornerstone was greatly weakened. So they went back to bartering. The value of precious items is difficult to measure in terms of building blocks, causing the rental market, which should have been thriving, to be stillborn. This also indirectly affects the operating mode of the guild in this area. We can only adopt the old-fashioned online game model and attract people to join by offering benefits. But when this model is applied to real life, it is difficult to build everyone's trust in it. To sum up, the resource exchange in this area is a mess. In that case, can I exchange the resources I have for a large amount of cornerstone? Li Sanjin said excitedly. He had dozens of kilograms of fish meat and nearly 250 kilograms of rice bran. If used properly, it could be exchanged for a cornerstone that is far beyond its value. After observing enough, he started to take action. Type a string of words in the chat box. I am from Area 25. What's our area code? Forget it. Just make up one. They can't verify it anyway. I'm the senior advisor of Guild Fishing Alliance in Region 2547. I came to this region on an ocean ferry. I have a business deal to discuss with the leading guild in your region. Who is the president? When you go out, you give yourself an identity. After confirming that the message was impressive enough, he clicked send. As soon as the message was sent, it attracted everyone's attention. Who the hell are you? What are you talking about? Area 2547, Ocean Ferry. Do you want me to help you check your brain? He's probably just another idiot driven crazy by life. There's no need to pay attention to him. Dragonhead Guild? Forgive me for laughing out loud. Sorry, we don't have a Dragonhead Guild here. They're all a bunch of liars. Mr. Fool, you can take the ferry back. Ha ha ha, I think we can introduce him to the Tiansha League. Let the fool fight the liar. Chapter 93. Fight. Li Sanjin looked at the messages in the chat channel. Instead of getting angry, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. He is here to make money. He just wants attention. It doesn't matter if he is criticized or praised. Now that the head is in place, he can proceed to the next step. Amidst the scolding, he continued to send a message. Since there is no leading guild in this area, I can't make a wasted trip. I am now launching products C-grade rice bran and D-grade fish meat to the public. If you need them, please private message me to buy them. Li Sanjin followed the example of the mysterious shop and posted products in the chat channel. As soon as he sent this message, The entire chat channel fell silent in an instant. Grade C brand. When has wild boar ever eaten such good brand? C level item? Brother, are you really from other areas? Someone asked. They have rarely seen such high-level items. Even if it appears occasionally, it is usually used by some guild leaders to go fishing. I couldn't even think about selling it. People who have such things shouldn't play such jokes on them. If it's genuine, there's no need for me to lie to you. It doesn't matter to me whether you believe it or not. My original intention is to do business. Li Sanjin said. Then he added, if you need to buy, please contact me privately. This is my first visit to this area, so I don't have a lot of goods. It's first come, first served. Excuse me, this C-grade brand seems to be separated from the crops. What is it used for? Li Sanjin said, you can use it to fish, which greatly increases the probability of catching a graded fish. If the quality of the fishing rod is good enough, you can even catch a C-grade fish. What is the probability of this? Li Sanjin. If you're just fishing for D-level fish, it is no exaggeration to say that the probability is at least 10 times that of using ordinary bait. 10 times. Now everyone went crazy. The only way for them to get to the island is to improve their physical fitness and fight the pirates head-on. Therefore, what they lack most now is high-quality food. Hearing that there was such a high probability of catching D fish, many people didn't even bother to ask about the price and started chatting privately with Li Sanjin. Li Sanjin's private messages were flooded in just 1 second. However, the order numbers are automatically issued, so he does not need to contact them one by one. The price of 20 cornerstones per kg is a bit high, isn't it? Li Sanjin murmurat. He did not have much experience in doing business and did not know how to judge the right measure. Seeing that they had so many cornerstones, he heartlessly doubled the price of grade C brand. I hope they can pay for it. He looked at the orders hanging in the trading hall with a little nervousness. Order sold out. 3 seconds. Li Sanjin's eyes widened. Is he so cruel? Oops, I sold it at a loss. After coming to his senses, he slapped his thigh in annoyance. If I had known they were so rich, I would have sold it to them at 3 times the price. It still wouldn't be cruel enough. It was somewhat due to lack of experience. However, when he saw the 5,000 cornerstones he earned, he felt much better. By reselling it back and forth, I could get an extra 2,500 cornerstones. What else can I be dissatisfied with? He wished he could take out all 5,000 cornerstones and count them. He looked at the cornerstones in the warehouse with a silly smile on his face. Once he returns, he can use these cornerstones to recruit people to the island. Suddenly, his expression froze and his eyes lit up. If I could keep going back and forth between the two areas to do the resource reselling business, wouldn't I be rich? Thinking of this, he returned his attention to reality and shouted quickly to the surroundings. Staff, is the steward here? He wanted to verify whether this idea could be realized. Unfortunately, the robotic female voice on the ferry did not respond. Seeing that this method didn't work, he subconsciously clenched his fist and punched the wall beside him. Just when he was about to hit it, an idea suddenly occurred to him and he stopped his fist. He rolled his eyes, glanced around, and said something tentatively. Buy a ticket. As soon as the words fell, a prompt instantly appeared on the screen. You have purchased a return ticket for this ferry. After the return trip, this ferry will continue to sail to this area in 5 hours. Do you need to purchase a ticket for this trip? Good fellow, you react when I mention money, right? Li Sanjin smacked his lips. He silently retracted his fist. At least he saved 100 cornerstones. Buy it. Li Sanjin waved his hand, unable to hide his excitement. He could continue to buy tickets for the next voyage, which meant that he was completely between the two regions, acting as a resource reseller. Wait until you achieve financial freedom, then get off the boat and develop your territory. However, his sweet dream didn't last long before a hint shattered his fantasy. The ticket price is 1,000 keystones, including the promissory note of 100 and the detention fee of 900. The longer you stay on the ferry, the higher the fee. The estimated return ticket price for the next trip is 2,000 keystones. Please pay the fee. Fuck, how much? 1,000 cornerstones. Why don't you go and grab them? Li Sanjin Kursa. There was also the detention fee. After all the hard work, the little money he earned was not enough to buy a round-trip ticket for the next trip. Please pay the fee. The reminder sounded again. Li Sanjin calmed down and paid the fee with great reluctance. No matter what, this area is so profitable that he will definitely come again. At worst, we can find the president or even the Maple Leaf boss to cooperate with us and do a big sale. We can always make a lot of money. With a plan in mind, he immediately turned his attention back to the chat channel. Since we are doing repeat business, we must maintain our reputation. At this time, there were many people asking him questions in the chat channel. At Yuman Kwagang Bada, brother, since you came here from another area, can you tell us about the situation in your area? The first question he saw when he clicked in was exactly what Li Sanjin wanted. So he said immediately, the situation in our area is much better than yours. We have already entered the second stage of the exploration era. Seeing that Li Sanjin replied to the message, the number of people online in the chat channel began to increase, and everyone came to watch. There's a second phase to the age of exploration. Li Sanjin, of course, as long as the number of lords on the island reaches 10, the second stage of the exploration era can be triggered. We need 10 people to go to the island? Damn, is your region so powerful? We don't have a single person on the island right now. Li Sanjin, that's nothing. When I left, more than 1,000 people from our area had already arrived on the island. What? The crowd watching was shocked. The pirates are so powerful. How did you do it? Are the pirates their rubbish? Seeing this news, Li Sanjin chuckled and said, deliberately concealing the information gap of the emergency. How is that possible? They're all the same. It's just that our guild is more developed, and our region is lucky to have a super awesome boss. A super awesome boss. How awesome is it? Everyone was confused and could hardly imagine that level. Li Sanjin then explained, after the second stage, a territory ranking list will appear. When the territory score of the boss in our area appeared on the ranking list, it was over 50,000 points. I won't say much else. Huh? More than 50,000 points? You are not lying to us, are you? I asked our president, and his territory score is only 400. How is it possible for someone to reach more than 50,000 points now? How big would that territory be? Li Sanjin, why would I lie to you? This C-grade brand was bought from the boss by our guild leader. Do you know how much stock the boss has? How many? Li Sanjin, to be honest, I don't know either, but our president said that even if we sell our guild, we can't buy all the chaff in the hands of the big guys. Oh, by the way, our president's territory score is over 3,000, making us one of the best guilds in our area. After hearing this, everyone started to feel dizzy. What a powerful boss this is. Oh, it would be great if such a big guy existed in our area. Then we wouldn't have to fight for a few hundred pieces of C-grade brand. Someone sighed. Grab the brand? That's all you can aspire to do. Li Sanjin sneered and then said something. Don't worry, everyone. I will return to our area in a moment. Next time I come, I will bring enough resources. As long as you have the cornerstone, I guarantee that you can buy the resources you want. Really? When will you come back after you go back? Li Sanjin, it shouldn't take long, maybe tonight. So soon? How did you get here, brother? Li Sanjin, the guild's secrets cannot be disclosed for now. Seeing this, everyone felt very complicated. Although they're all from Blue Star, some regions have already opened up such a huge gap with them that they even have the means to cross regions, while they don't even have the means to go to the island. A collective sense of frustration spread among the crowd. After chatting in the chat channel for a while, Li Sanjin received the news that he was about to set off. Everyone, I have to go back now. When I come back, I will definitely bring enough resources. See you all later. After the message was sent, Li Sanjin's profile picture dimmed. Everyone noticed this situation, and many of them subconsciously clicked on his avatar. The Lord has left this area. He really left. Everyone's expression darkened, and the last glimmer of hope in their hearts was shattered. He really is from another region, and he really has the means to cross regions. Hey, I heard what that brother said just now. They have formed a set of development order with individual players, guilds, and bosses in their region, each doing their own job, while we are still a mess. How can we not fall behind? Someone came out to sigh, which instantly resonated with others. The main reason is that we are missing a leader. Look at the leaders in their area. They open shops and hold auctions, which completely boost the business atmosphere of the entire area. Not only are we lacking big guys, our guilds are also a step behind. Other people's guilds serve individual players, but our guilds are full of scammers. How can we compare? Apocalypse Alliance, fresh meat. Bullshit. If there were top bosses providing resources, we wouldn't have to pay out such little in terms of benefits. Don't put the blame on our guild. Apocalypse Alliance, fresh meat. Also, don't think that you guys are clean. You guys are holding on to your items tightly. How can the trading market flow? Now you blame our guild. Have some shame. Apocalypse Alliance, fresh meat. We in the Apocalypse Alliance are upright and honest. If you don't look down on the benefits we give you, I beg you not to come. Really don't come, you rubbish. Everyone. Very strong attack power. Unfortunately, it was a group attack. Not only did it cause no damage, it also attracted a bunch of flies. Someone mocked, "Wow, the defense is broken already." It seems that in terms of broad-mindedness, you stupid guild members are several levels behind them. Do you want to go back and see what kind of ridicule that brother from the Fishing Alliance encountered when he first spoke, and how he responded? With your character, it's a miracle that the guild can produce any big bosses. After hearing this, the audience couldn't help but nod their heads. It seemed to make some sense. The difference is indeed huge when compared. Hey, instead of hoping that a dragon will emerge from the stupid guild, it's better to hope that the big guys in their area can get in touch with our area as soon as possible, so that we can also enjoy the convenience brought by the big guys. That makes sense. Since there are cross-regional means, there must be a way to connect the two regions. I'm already looking forward to it. No more talking. I'm going to prepare the foundation stone. When you come over with the goods, I will definitely contribute my part. If you like their resources, just say so directly. There's no need to be so pretentious. Chapter 94, Joining the Gang. Day 4 of the exploration era. At dawn, Li Sanjin returned to the area. He immediately contacted the President Huang San and told him the matter in person via video. Huang San listened to the whole process with a little surprise. When he heard Li Sanjin's request, he couldn't help but frowned. You mean you plan to get the big guys to join you, and then go over there to resell some resources? That's right. Li Sanjin nodded quickly. Afraid that Huang San would not believe him, he explained further. The lords over there have a lot of cornerstones in their hands. As long as we take the resources and sell them there, they will buy it even if the price is double or triple. As he spoke, Li Sanjin stretched out 3 fingers like a money grubber. 3 times the price, President. As long as you tell the boss for me, he will definitely be interested in participating. With the resources we have, even with the Fishermen's Alliance, it is far from enough to meet their needs. Such a big market is here. Why not do a favor for the big guys? Hearing this, Huang San glanced at him and said lightly, "What the hell are you talking about, kid? Don't think I don't know. You just want to take advantage of the boss influence. Why are you talking so fresh and refined?" As the first player to cling to the boss, Huang San could see Li Sanjin's mentality clearly. Maybe this guy has been using this as an excuse to act in a big way over there for a long time. Li Sanjin scratched his head and laughed. "I can't hide it from you, President. Okay, stop saying these useless things. If I help you get the big guy in, how are you going to share the profits with him?" Huang San looked at him with a scrutinizing gaze. This matter is indeed worth informing the boss, but some things must be made clear first. Otherwise, if you are not careful, not only will the business cooperation fail, but you will offend the boss instead. Li Sanjin paused and whispered tentatively, 19 points will be enough." Huang San's face darkened visibly. "You really dare to ask for a share?" Seeing this, Li Sanjin's mind became unprecedentedly sharp. He reacted immediately, stopped talking, turned around, and changed his words. Of course the boss has the final say on matters like allocation. Hearing this, Huang San's expression improved a little. He snorted and said, "You are a sensible boy. Remember, don't say that the big boss won't give you a share. Even if you pay him to run errands, as long as he can join in, you're doomed to not lose money on this trip. Don't pick up sesame seeds and lose the watermelon." As the president of a large guild, he knew too well the importance of the volume of resources. If the big guys make a move, the amount of resources they bring out will definitely not be on the same level as theirs. If they can take advantage of the big guys' luck, they can easily sell the little they have at an excess price. Therefore, even if you run errands for free, you can earn much more than reselling the resources you have. This is something that you're already benefiting from. So if you ask the big guys for a share, you're just a fool. If Li Sanjin hadn't thought of this just now, he would definitely not help him introduce the big boss. "Understand, President, I understand." Li Sanjin came to his senses belatedly and nodded to the president for a rare moment. He was sweating in his heart. Fortunately, he had a good relationship with the president, and he really learned a lesson this time. In the future, when dealing with big guys, I have to learn more from the president. He reminded himself secretly. He ran to a backward area and showed off in front of others. He almost forgot that he was benefiting from the big boss. He became a little arrogant and even dared to ask the big boss for a share of the profits. The more he thought about it, the more he wanted to slap himself. Just remember it. Huang San waved his hand and then said, "I will contact the boss now. You just keep quiet for a while." He opened the chat with the boss and did not choose to call to explain the situation, nor did he have a right to do so. Instead, he typed out the situation word by word and sent it to the boss. Inside the manor, the master bedroom on the fourth floor, Ning Fan was sleeping soundly, and Mu Wanting had already woken up. Although last night was her virginity, she and Ning Fan performed a crazy set of 18 beats of the hujia. But because of her improved physical condition, she didn't feel very tired when she woke up. She lay quietly on Ning Fan's chest, admiring Ning Fan's face. Her eyes were like autumn water, her eyebrows were like the moon, and there was a hint of happiness and comfort at the corners of her mouth. The overflowing sense of security in her heart made her extremely fond of this moment. Ning Fan, I finally belong to you. She murmured softly and couldn't help but stretch out her slender hand to touch Ning Fan's face. Suddenly, Ning Fan's eyelashes fluttered slightly, showing signs of waking up. She paused and subconsciously tried to withdraw her hand. But thinking that she had become Ning Fan's woman, she curled the corners of her mouth charmingly, stretched out her hand and touched Ning Fan's face directly, and whispered in her ear, "Hubby, it's time to get up." Ning Fan was awakened by the sound of a message alert. Before he could come to his senses, someone suddenly bit his ear. He opened his eyes and saw a beautiful face looking at him with a bright smile. Ning Fan was stunned for a moment, and the beauty of last night came to his mind. He then smiled gently and scratched her face. "Why did you wake up so early?" "The dream is not as sweet as reality, so I woke up early," Mu Wanting said in a light tone. After saying that, she came up to him and asked for a kiss, just a light one, without any greed. After a night of in-depth communication, Ning Fan got used to her initiative and let her ask for it. He did not take the initiative, but opened the Lord interface to check the source of the message alert sound. Seeing that Ning Fan did not respond to her request, Mu Wanting couldn't help but frowned, revealing a resentful look. Ning Fan smiled bitterly in his heart. How could there be such a difficult to satisfy woman? Where's that reserved and reserved senior? Who ate her? Why did she become so clingy? Helplessly, he had to unlock the screen and show her the contents. It was the message Huang San sent him. "Be good. I have something important to do," Ning Fan said soothingly. Mu Wanting's resentful look disappeared, and she looked carefully. After just a short while, she was mesmerized. "There is business." Ning Fan pursed his lips, and seeing that she was so interested, he simply hugged her. They leaned against the head of the bed together and carefully read the message sent by Huang San. The message was very long, and it took the two of them several minutes to read it and digest the content. "What do you think about this matter?" Ning Fan asked Mu Wanting's opinion. He was not surprised at all by the news about the new area, and he was even mentally prepared. As time goes by, he will always come into contact with new areas, but he didn't expect to come into contact with them in this way and at such an early time. "Hubby, why don't you let me handle this matter? I have dealt with them before." Mu Wanting turned her head and looked at Ning Fan, confidence in her beautiful eyes. She already had a general idea in her mind that she could definitely make a fortune by reselling resources this time. Seeing this, Ning Fan didn't say much, nodded and said, "Okay, I'll let Huang San contact you." Mu Wanting has become his woman, and her favorability level has also reached level 5. As husband and wife are one, he naturally trusts her. After sending a message to Huang San, telling him to contact Mu Wanting to discuss the matter, Ning Fan no longer cared about it. "If you're not feeling well, just lie down for a while. Don't worry too much. I'll take care of everything." After giving some instructions, Ning Fan got up and went downstairs. It was time for him to work. Every new day, he needs to collect the production and materials of items or buildings that have been reset. In the bedroom, he watched Ning Fan leave with a longing look in his eyes. Mu Wanting's expression became serious, and she turned around to open the chat channel. Huang San had already sent her a message. "Madam Mu, what is the boss's attitude towards the resource resale?" He has agreed. "I am fully responsible for this matter. Is there any limit to the amount of resources you can bring this time?" If there was no quantity limit, Mu Wanting looked at the inventory in the territory warehouse. 5,000 kilograms of C-grade spiritual rice can be sold. Chapter 95 Conditions. Huang San looked at Mu Wanting's reply and looked somewhat excited. He asked right away if there was a quantity limit. That's quite a big deal. He quickly looked at Li Sanjin in the picture beside him. Seeing that Li Sanjin was still in a daze, his face immediately turned stern, and he pursed his lips and cursed. "I'm asking you, what are you daydreaming about? Is there a limit to the quantity? It's really frustrating. The boss is getting ready to release the water. Why the hell don't you hurry up and pull a net? What are you doing waiting here?" Li Sanjin shuddered all over, and when he came to his senses, he stammered. I don't know if there are any limits. After saying this, he suddenly felt short of breath and was at a loss as to what to do. Because he had never considered this issue, all his supplies were stored in the Lord Interface and Space Warehouse. The 100 square meter warehouse space was more than enough for him to store supplies, and he didn't have to worry about storage at all. I never expected that the first thing the boss's secretary asked was whether there were any storage limits. This completely touched upon his blind spot. He had never seen a situation where resources were not available, and he had never even thought about it. Huang San raised a finger, wanting to blame him and curse him, but he didn't know what to say. In the end, he could only wave his hands in disappointment. Hurry up, go and find out, don't keep Madame Mu waiting for too long. Upon hearing this, Li Sanjin hurriedly started calling the flight attendant to find out what was going on. While waiting, Huang San walked around with his hands behind his back, looking anxious. Hey, what's this? I didn't expect to miss this step after all my planning. After all, it's not something I've personally experienced, so I haven't considered it comprehensively. Huang San sighed in his heart and looked up at the screen from time to time to see if there was any new message from Mrs. Mu. He was afraid that there would be news, but also afraid that there would be no news. Anyway, he was extremely nervous. After waiting for a while, Li Sanjin's voice finally sounded. President, I have asked clearly. The freight is 100 cornerstones for every 100 cubic meters of consigned materials. There is no consignment limit. Are you sure? Huang San immediately turned his head and looked at him with a serious expression. Sure. Li Sanjin nodded vigorously. He almost messed things up, and he completely lost his temper in front of Huang San. Okay. Huang San breathed a sigh of relief. There were no restrictions, so there was still hope. He quickly sent a message to Madame Mu to explain the situation. Mu Wanting, who received the news, curled the corners of her mouth slightly. That's it, then it's settled. She did not rush to reply to Huang San, but called Ning Fan first. Wanting, what's the matter? Ning Fan's voice came from the phone. Honey, how many vegetables did we harvest from the vegetable garden today? Mu Wanting asked in a tender voice. Through the description Huang San gave them, she already had a general understanding of the current situation in that area. No one has yet arrived on the island. That means they don't even have access to vegetables. You can just take the vegetables and sell them at high price. We didn't plant much yesterday, just over 2,000 kilograms. Are you going to sell them? Ning Fan asked. Hubby, you're so smart. Mu Wanting praised sweetly. Okay, you could do whatever you want. I've stored the vegetables and watermelons in the territory warehouse. Okay then, husband, you are busy. I will hang up first. Dong, the phone is hung up. Mu Wanting held her face in her hands. Her cheeks felt a little hot. After such a short separation, she misses her husband again. She shamelessly recalled what happened last night and was stunned for a while. After the residual emotion on her face gradually faded away, she slowly picked up the conversation with Huang San. She sent a message, since there is no limit on the resources that can be carried, the mysterious store has invested in this business, and we will provide 4,800 kilograms of C-grade spiritual rice, 4,500 kilograms of grade C rice bran, ordinary vegetables 1,000 kilograms, ordinary watermelon 10,000 kilograms, C-grade water 100 L, refined salt 200 kg. 40,000 kilograms of watermelon was produced today, but considering that there was no hot weather there, Mu Wanting only took out a part of it. As for C-grade water and refined salt, they're the output of these 2 days. Anyway, the improvement of the Lord's physique over there will not affect the level of the pirates here. It is better to take advantage of the serious shortage of food and water over there and sell them over there. Huang San and Li Sanjin looked at the list and swallowed. What does it mean to be arrogant? This is what it means to be arrogant. Li Sanjin suddenly felt that the pretense he put on in Area 2548 was still too rubbish. Damn, if I had known that the resources the boss could provide could reach such an exaggerated level, I shouldn't have talked so much with those people. Is it necessary to make them worship us? No, not necessary. When they go there again, they will naturally understand when the resources are in their faces. Poverty limits my imagination of the big guys. Li Sanjin sighed in his heart. Compared to Li Sanjin's shock, Huang San was staring at the spiritual rice, grated water, and refined salt on the list with a slight impulse in his heart, whether to use the cornerstone and the big boss as selling points. In the end, the reality of being short of money forced him to give up the idea. He looked at Li Sanjin, sighed, and said, Now you understand why you don't need to ask for a share of the profits from the boss. With so many resources, no matter where they are taken out, they would be like a nuclear bomb. As long as we get this resource in our hands, there's so much room for maneuver there. So why worry about not making money? President, I understand. Li Sanjin nodded solemnly. Just the horizons that the big boss has opened up for him this time are enough to benefit him immensely. At this time, Mu Wanting sent a message and asked, "These are the resources. Now, let's talk about profit sharing. What do you think?" Huang Sen looked at Li Sanjin with an inquiring look. "President, please stop testing me. Let the boss decide on this matter. I really have no objection," Li Sanjin said with a silly smile. "Bullshit. If I really ask you to pay to work, what will you do?" Huang San spat. Li Sanjin shrank his head in disappointment. It's not impossible, but even if he was sold, it wouldn't be enough for the shipping fee. Huang San ignored him and turned around to reply. "That kid has no right to negotiate with you and the boss about profit sharing. It is a blessing that he has worked for the boss for 8 lifetimes. You should just treat him as an errand boy and send him off with a few cents." Li Sanjin looked at the words sent by the president with gratitude in his eyes. Although the president was very humble and also belittled him, the most crucial benefit was that it helped him gain a foothold. What good fortune? What errands? None of that is important. What's important is the following sentence. Just give a few words to get rid of it. How can the boss's few children be ordinary? I'm afraid they are enough for him to climb up a long way. I've learned something new, Li Sanjin said secretly. After a while, Mu Wanting replied, "In this case, I won't be polite to you. The reward is set as the coordinates of an unowned island and a loan amount of 10,000 cornerstones. He can use these 10,000 cornerstones to buy some supplies and sell them, and then pay it back later." President Huang, what do you think of this reward? So generous. Li Sanjin was overjoyed. An unowned island just solved his current pain point, and the loan amount of 10,000 cornerstones would allow him to earn enough cornerstones. There's simply no better reward. He even felt that it was better than just taking the profit directly. Is it so satisfying to work with a big boss? Li Sanjin began to understand why the president was so cautious and careful when facing the big boss. Such a sponsor really deserves to be treated this way. Huang Sen saw his excited look and reminded him calmly, "Be patient." Huang Sen sent a message back to Mu Wanting. "Madam Mu, this reward is too expensive. Would you like to reconsider it?" Mu Wanting, "It doesn't matter. I offer such a generous reward, but it also has conditions." "You say," Huang San said quickly. "First, the price of the brand is too low. This time I asked him to sell it to me at 50 base stones per kilogram. He won't sell it for less than that. Second, the price of C-grade spiritual rice must be at least 100 cornerstones per kilogram. The higher the better. Tell him to set the price at 200 cornerstones at the beginning and then lower it a little bit if no one buys it. If no one buys it, even after it drops to 100 cornerstones, then we won't sell it to him. Third, other materials must start at least 3 times the price. All materials should be sold separately. If a guild wants to buy in large quantities, the price must be increased by 20%. I will write these requirements into the treaty. If he can accept them, we can sign the treaty. Chapter 96 New Weapons. I won't sell it below this price. If no one buys it, forget it. This is too domineering. Huang San and Li Sanjin looked at each other. They thought that 3 times the price was already the limit, but the other party priced it 5 times right away. Such courage is really hard to achieve. It's also the confidence given by the big boss. What do you think of this condition? Huang San asked after a pause. President, what Madame Mu gave is not conditions. At most it is a request. Li Sanjin smiled bitterly. It's nothing more than a pricing issue. He just needs to do it according to the requirements. It's not a difficult task at all. That's right. Huang San nodded as if it was a matter of fact. Then I'll agree to it for you. After saying that, he sent a reply to Mu Wanting. After a while, Mu Wanting sent a contract. Huang San didn't even look at it and threw it directly to Li Sanjin. Remember Madame Mu's request, and don't let me down when the time comes, he warned. President, I know, Li Sanjin said with a warm smile. Along with this, he was also given 10,000 cornerstones. As for the coordinates of the island, we will have to wait for him to come back and report back. The reason why Mu Wanting set the remuneration to this level was because Zhao Yidao, the sword master of the Martial Alliance, came to pay the rent again. Ning Fan had just finished harvesting the resources on the island when Zhao Yidao found him. Martial Alliance Daoi, good morning, boss. We took down an A-series island this time. It took us a whole night. Here is the inventory. One copy of C-Class Large Crossbow Manufacturing Plan. Special item, D-Class Mountain Evolution Stone. Medium-sized or vein. Iron ore medium-sized or vein silver or watermelon 600 kilograms. Foundation stone 2000. Large ballista and mountain evolution fossils. Ning Fan was slightly surprised. No wonder they didn't pay the rent yesterday. It turns out they encountered an A-series island. He clicked on the information of the two items. C-Class Large Crossbow Manufacturing Diagram. Range of 1 kilometer. Using large wooden arrows with cornerstones as crossbow arrows, with high single target damage, but slightly insufficient damage to buildings. Target can cause fatal damage to C-Class life forms, can cause certain damage to D-Class buildings. Crossbow manufacturing template included. Consumes 10 pieces of wood and 1 cornerstone to produce a special crossbow arrow. It looks a little worse than the C-Class trebuchet we rented to Xiao Dao and his men, but their functions are somewhat different. The ballista is mainly for single target burst damage, while the trebuchet is for area damage. I don't know what I will be given after returning it. Ning Fan muttered a few words and continued to look at the next item. Special item, placement type, D-level mountain evolution stone. Placed in the territory, it can help the territory evolve into a small mountain range, and the area can be adjusted by itself, with a maximum adjustment area of 1 square kilometer. During the evolution of mountains, forests will gradually evolve and ordinary animals will be refreshed. The more perfect the natural conditions and the larger the area of the forest, the higher the probability of refreshing large carnivores. The longer the evolutionary fossils are left, the more the soil in the forest will slowly upgrade as natural conditions develop. When the soil level breaks through the ordinary level and reaches D-level, the entire ecological environment will gradually upgrade, and according to the law of food chain development, D-level plants, D-level herbivores, and D-level carnivores will gradually emerge. Theoretically, if the ecological environment is not damaged, the soil level will be upgraded unlimitedly due to ecological feedback, but the process will be very long. The more perfect the ecological environment is, the more natural terrains evolve, including rivers, mountains, deserts, and other natural terrains, and the faster the soil level in the territory will upgrade. Ning Fan was stunned when he saw the description of the evolutionary fossil. The more natural terrain evolves in the territory, the faster the soil level will upgrade. Doesn't it mean that if there are more natural terrains in the territory, there's a chance to upgrade the entire territory's land to D-level? Thinking of this, Ning Fan took a breath. At this stage, if other lords want to cultivate high-level plants, they must obtain high-level soil from the supply box before they can cultivate them. However, in the supply box, at most 1 cubic meter of soil can be opened up at a time, which is 1 square meter of planting area. With such a small area, planting low-grade crops like wheat and rice is not enough to even meet daily needs. If you plant a fruit tree on it, the harvest cycle will take more than 10 days, which is a long investment with mediocre returns. This resulted in that even though many people came to the island, the quality of food circulating in the trading hall was still pitifully small. The reason is that it is too difficult to obtain large areas of graded soil. The price of 1 cubic meter of D-grade soil has been driven up to 20 cornerstones. If you want to have a D-level crop planting area of 100 square meters, you will need 2,000 cornerstones. But even so, many guild presidents paid for it because they urgently needed high-level food to win over a group of people to help them deal with pirate attacks that might come anytime. Except for the cornerstone and the watermelon, all the items on the list are useful to me. After thinking about it, Ning Fan reported the news to Xiao Yidao. I want all of these things. If you agree, I can compensate you with high-level food and water. The stakes offered were not low. As pirates who roamed the sea all year round, the importance of high-quality food and water to them was self-evident. However, to Ning Fan's surprise, Xiao Yidao did not agree with the plan he proposed. Boss, we want this C-Class large crossbow manufacturing plan. I wonder if you can give it to us. He then gave another explanation. We only have the trebuchet as a weapon on our entire pirate ship. Its defensive capability is very average. Once someone rushes within 100 meters, the trebuchet will become useless. So we want to keep this large crossbow to enhance our defense. I hope you can understand our difficulties. He was so obsessed with the ballista that he didn't even want high-level food and water. Could it be that there were casualties in the attack on the A-series islands? Ning Fan suddenly thought of this and then asked, "Is your attack on the A-series islands not going well this time?" Xiao Yidao sent a wry smile emoticon and wrote, "I can't hide it from you, boss. There are indeed casualties, and 2 of our brothers have been killed. There are a total of 32 pirates on the A-Series islands, and the area of the islands is 4 times larger than that of the B-Series islands. It's difficult to kill all the pirates from a distance with just a catapult, so in the end we had to go to the island and fight the pirates. Ning Fan understood and knew that they were in trouble, so he chose to give in. Okay, I understand. Well, you give me the manufacturing drawings, and I'll help you build the ballista. Once I've figured out the structure of the ballista, I'll hand it over to you. How about that? What Ning Fan needed was to return the manufacturing drawings. As for the C-Class crossbow card, it was dispensable to him. A weapon that requires means to operate and aim, even if obtained, will only bring limited improvement to the territory's defense capabilities. Since Xiao Dao needs it, just give it to them. Everyone is happy with this arrangement. Zhao Yidao immediately replied, Okay, thank you, boss. I'll give you the things right away. Your friend Wumingoi gave you a C-Class large crossbow manufacturing diagram, special props, D-Class mountain evolution stone. After getting the things, Ning Fan opened the construction interface. There are 2 manufacturing drawings stored in the construction interface, namely C-level large crossbow manufacturing drawing and D-level fishing boat manufacturing drawing. I have 13 returns now, and I can only return a critical hit once for now. Looking at the 2 manufacturing drawings, Ning Fan fell into deep thought. He soon made a decision. The most important thing right now is to deal with the upcoming pirate attacks and ensure the safety of the territory. It's okay to delay obtaining high-level fish meat for a day. So let's return the ballista first. He clicked on the crossbow manufacturing diagram, looked at the required materials, and began to collect them. After all the materials were gathered, he immediately clicked to build. Ding! Consume a C-Class large crossbow manufacturing diagram and obtain a C-Class large crossbow. Trigger consumption refund. Target Fong Ling Long. Refund multiple 22,000 times. Host has selected critical hit refund. Refund in progress. Once the return is completed, you will receive a B-level semi-automatic city defense crossbow manufacturing plan. Second return completed. Obtain a B+ grade magic modified orbital siege crossbow manufacturing diagram. The return has been completed, and the 2 return manufacturing drawings have been included in the construction interface. Chapter 97 Safe Area. Ning Fan was very satisfied after receiving the 2 B-level weapons back. He first glanced at the information of the B-Class semi-automatic crossbow. Its function is not much different from that of a large crossbow card, but it has an additional semi-automatic function. That is to say, it is a large crossbow card that can fire continuously, similar to a repeating crossbow, with higher damage and significantly improved strike density. But you still need to operate and aim it yourself. This would be of much less use to Ning Fan, who is in urgent need of manpower. He focused his attention on the B+ grade mutated orbital siege crossbow. B+ grade modified orbital siege crossbow uses special crossbow arrows, can load 10 crossbow arrows at a time, and reloads for 1 minute after each shot. Range, 10 kilometers. It has extremely high single target damage. The damage is higher than the previous level, reaching A level, and it will explode after hitting the target, causing ordinary splash damage to surrounding enemies. Magic modification feature. Defensive weapon. After binding to radar, automatically attacks enemies detected by radar and included in the identification mark. Track movement. Siege crossbows must be placed on a dedicated track. By adjusting their position on the track, they can attack enemies within range. Special track template. Consume 1 piece of iron or delay a 1-meter special track for siege crossbows. Special crossbow arrow template. Consume 10 pieces of iron ore and 1 cornerstone to create a special crossbow arrow for siege crossbow. With this thing, there shouldn't be any problem dealing with pirate attacks. Ning Fan said excitedly. It has a range of 10 kilometers, and more importantly, it has magical features that are even more powerful than the stone cannon. A fully automatic defensive weapon. As long as the pirates enter the radar's monitoring range, it will automatically attack, and it is a precise attack. It can be said to be a very strong one. At this point, the area within 10 kilometers of the territory and territorial waters can be designated as a safe area. This naturally also includes the territories of the 2 sisters of Tianxiang League. Ning Fan began to gather materials and make it. Ding! Consume a B+ grade magic modified orbital siege crossbow manufacturing diagram to obtain a B+ grade magic modified orbital siege crossbow. Because he had a special track template, Ning Fan simply laid the track around the perimeter of the territory. In this way, The defensive range of the siege crossbow can cover the entire 10-kilometer area of the territorial waters. Place the siege crossbow on track. A rail-mounted siege crossbow, similar to a rocking car, appeared before our eyes. The overall color is dark red. It is made of metal, and its shape is a bit bloated. The abdomen was originally the position of the operator, but because it was an automated weapon and did not require manual operation, it was modified into a crossbow box. At its head, a blood-red crossbow arrow stuck out, and the sharp arrow tip made the entire siege crossbow look somewhat hideous. Would you like to try out its power? Ning Fan looked at the mark of the ordinary supply box on the radar map, considering whether to mark the supply box as an enemy. This way the siege crossbow will be able to show its power. However, before he could hesitate for long, a warning appeared on the radar. Ding! An unknown person has entered the monitoring range. The Lord system has identified him as an indigenous pirate. At the same time, system announcements also followed. Warning, the first pirate attack is about to hit. Please be prepared, Island Lords. After this attack, pirate attacks will become the norm, and the Lord system will no longer issue warnings. 8 red targets appeared on the radar map, rushing towards the territory from all directions. If one target is counted as a squad, the scale of the pirate attack on his territory consisted of 32 pirates. Same defensive force as on the A-series islands. Speak of the devil, Ning Fan chuckled and didn't take them seriously. If there were only 32 pirates, he could handle them easily even without orbital siege crossbows. Now it's easier with the railroad siege crossbow. He set the pirate target displayed on the radar as the enemy. The next second, the siege crossbow moved and the sound of creaking pulley tracks was heard. Ning Fan looked up and saw the siege crossbow slowly moving a distance to the side. As it moved, it adjusted the angle of the crossbow arrow, as if locking onto a target. Soon, the siege crossbow fixed its position. Boom! A heavy groan was heard, and a crossbow arrow was fired out at lightning speed. The flaming crossbow arrow drew a spark in the sky and disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye. The strike range of 10 kilometers has exceeded the observation limit of the human eye. Ning Fan quickly lowered his eyes and looked at the radar. In the direction where the crossbow arrow was shot, a red marking point flashed a few times and then completely disappeared from the radar map. Apparently, the crossbow arrow hit its target. It seems like a simple idea. Ning-san murmured. Just like whack-a-mole, every hit hits the target. After eliminating one target, the siege crossbow made a slight adjustment. There are 3 more targets in this direction, and a wave of 3 crossbow arrows are fired out. Before Ning Fan confirmed whether the target had been eliminated, the siege crossbow quickly moved on the track, and after changing direction, it continued to fire. In this way, exactly 8 crossbow arrows were fired. The radar map soon returned to its usual calm. All enemy targets were eliminated. Is it over? Ning Fan was stunned. This efficiency is too fast. As if in response to his question, a prompt sound rang in his ears. The pirate attack is over, and the pirate team's treasure chest 8 is obtained. It seems like it's really over, Ning Fan sighed. With this kind of attack efficiency, even if there are hundreds of pirates, it would be difficult for them to break through the siege crossbow's firepower circle and reach the island. He looked at the spoils he had obtained. Pirate team's treasure chest. After opening, you will get a random number of cornerstones. The rewards are 88, 188, 288, 888, 1888. Ning Fan was stunned. He thought he would get something else, but it turned out to be just some cornerstones, divided into 5 levels of rewards. Without thinking twice, he sent all 8 treasure chests to Ling Long. This treasure chest is of little use to him, but it may be a good reward for others. The lowest level of 88 cornerstones is equivalent to the resources an ordinary person can obtain in 2 or 3 days. He has a total of 140,000 cornerstones in his hand, and even if he activates the highest level of rewards, the reward is only more than 10,000. It's time to expand the territory, Ning Fan said to himself. The intensity of the pirate attack is far from enough to threaten him. It is estimated that with the current defense capabilities of the territory, there should be no problem even if it is expanded to 1 million square meters, or 1 square kilometer. We still have to reach an area of 1 square kilometer as soon as possible, so that we can maximize the effect of the mountain evolution fossils and upgrade all the territory's soil as soon as possible. With the goal in mind, Ning Fan began to expand his territory. At this moment, a warning suddenly sounded. Radar report. For pirates detected entering the monitoring range. Huh? Why is there more? Ning Fan stopped, his mind confused. Wasn't it over? Could the attack not just end there? Just as he was wondering, the siege crossbow spontaneously fired a crossbow arrow, targeting the team of pirates that broke in. After glancing at the radar, Ning Fan suddenly realized something and couldn't help but curl his lips. It turns out that this group of pirates was going to attack the twin sisters. Chapter 98. The Two Sisters' Response. The Territory of Two Sisters. After Lin Yakin and Lin Beishir received the announcement of the pirate attack, they began to make intensive preparations. They cleared the shore and built a barrier of wood and stones to slow down the pirates landing on the island. After doing all this, they hid in the apartment and leaned against the window, staring at the shore. Both of them held a bow and arrow. After their physical fitness was raised to D level, both sisters practiced archery. This is one of the few means for them to protect themselves. As for whether it is accurate or not, it is hard to say. Sister, why don't we ask Ning Fan for help? Lin Beishir said tremblingly, holding a shield. Thinking of the pirate's vicious appearance, she couldn't help but tremble in her legs. She threw all considerations of being a lord or having a certain status out of her mind, and now she just wanted Ning Fan to pick her up. She wanted to be trash. Seeing this, Lin Yakin gently held her hand and comforted her. It's okay, don't be afraid. If we really can't handle it, it won't be too late for us to ask Ning Fan for help. Yvette checked. The bathroom Ning Fan gave us is sturdy enough. We could just hide inside when the time comes. She didn't want to waste Ning Fan's promise to them, so she asked him for help to get through this crisis. Once they do this, if they are unable to cope with the crisis next time, they will have no choice but to confront Ning Fan and seek his protection. Of course, there is nothing wrong with this, but she would rather take the initiative to get closer to Ning Fan. If she were given some more time, they would have already started selecting sisters within the guild and were preparing to take them to the territory.